He had been suffering in the Xinjiang Mountains for half a month. This place is located in the north of China, and the conditions here were extremely harsh. Finally, after a long search, he found what he had been looking for all this time. He picked up an ancient parchment and saw many strange words on it. But among them, he realized the most important thing. These were real immortal records. About 600 years ago, the legendary secret records were left by an immortal swordsman. He wanted to keep them for himself, but there was no point in taking them with him because his dantian, the source of his energy, had been destroyed. If other martial artists found out that he had these records, they would definitely try to take them away. So he had to hide them until someone came. He wrapped up the records and hid them in a bamboo stick, carefully hiding them inside. Then he swallowed them. He would need at least some water to make this process easier. Behind him, two people appeared who had been looking for him for a long time. The head of the Yellow Dragon clan, Moen Su of the Murim Union, approached him, calling him a spy for the blood cult, and asked if he had found the secret records of the immortal sword. He explained that he had found them and hid them in a very safe place, but that he would only be able to hand them over if he fulfilled his promise. The fourth historical union of Amurim, Bek Wihan, said he had heard about the promise on the way here. It was about them getting rid of the blood parasite in the boy's chest. Moen Su reached for his sword and said that there was indeed such a promise. Pulling out the sword, he continued that they had no need to keep that promise. The reason for this was that the boy had no place to go back to even after the blood parasite was removed. For So Won Hui of the So clan of Chang County, his hopes shattered like glass when he heard this. After all, he was kicked out of the clan 10 years ago after his dantian was damaged. He was kidnapped by a blood cult and implanted with a blood parasite. He was made a puppet of the blood cult. Even if he gained his freedom, he would have nowhere to go. Moen Su had just explained all this to him. The boy was surprised, because he did not expect him to know absolutely everything about him, and asked what he was trying to say. Moen Su came closer, and with a smile, asked him to give them the secret records of the immortal sword. He added that if the kid handed over the records, he might be able to remove the blood parasite. He looked at the sword, which was right next to his beard, and saw his reflection in it. He then told Su that the secret recordings were in a place that only he knew about. He also told them about his situation, that he did not expect the Orthodox sects to make an exception and accept him, or something like that. The guy expressed his desire to get rid of the blood parasite and live like a normal person, begging them, using the word please, to get rid of the parasite first. If they did, he promised to give them the secret records of the immortal sword. Vihan just smiled behind him. Then he called the kid funny. After saying that, the blade pierced the boy's body right in the heart area, and blood gushed out of his mouth. It was obvious to Moen Su where the boy could have hidden something important, because he considered him a third-rate spy and guessed that he had hidden the records in his body. And only now did the boy realize that these bastards had planned to kill him from the very beginning. The sword came out of his body, leaving him exhausted. Su's last words were a request to the kid not to be angry. He pointed his finger at him and said that from the moment he became a spy, he was destined to die this way. As he fell, he was full of disappointment at how he had lived to see such a life. The sword swept through once more, with only glimmers of light visible on it. And several more times the sword swept through, cutting the boy's body, and a bamboo stick with this important record fell out of his body. After the record fell out, Su, although he himself said that it was in him, was very surprised. Then he wondered what was happening, as blue fire was bursting out of the guy's body. But it was not hot near him. And the boy, falling, hoped that at least in the next life he could live a less miserable life than in this one. He was very cold when he got out of bed, and two young men standing in front of him were holding a bucket of water that they had just poured directly on his face. Putting his hands to his body, he could not understand what had happened to him, because there were no wounds or burns. A voice came from next to him and called his name, Seo Woon Hua. One of the young men was named Song Juabeok, and the other Song Woo-hyun. They turned to Seo and told him that he had finally woken up, and added that the Hanan twin blades had once again drunk more than he had. He looked at them and couldn't believe that they were in front of him. They were the martial artists of the blood cult, the black and white twin demons. But why did they look so young, he wondered, and did not understand. Did he not burn to death? But the boys did not understand why he was so surprised and asked him about it. He looked in the mirror and asked aloud, "Is this me in my youth?" The guys thought that he had not yet sobered up from drinking, and one of them kicked him right on the back. He was forced to get up and pay. He was in a lot of pain from the kick.
He still thought he was in a dream, but it was even too painful for sleep.
Taking one of them by the jacket, he asked, "What is the date and day?" He heard in reply, "Today is the year of the dog, the 9th day of the 9th month. The year of the dog surprised him even more. The 9th day of the 9th month meant that it was exactly 10 years before he died. It seemed to the boys that he had simply gone mad from drinking alcohol and was talking nonsense. After that, he hugged one of them tightly, expressing his joy. He hugged Joabek very tightly and said that he was very happy to see him, and the latter squirmed and asked him to let go. Then it hit him when he realized what kind of day it was. After all, 10 years ago, on the 9th day of the 9th month in the year of the dog, one of the worst days of his life had happened. These people were already on their way. Sitting on a chair right outside his house, he was about to fall asleep when he saw several people in front of him. He thought they were guests, but in a moment his head was cut off with a sword. Another guy came out of the house when he heard a noise, and his fate was already sealed. Scattering all his belongings, Seo was looking for something, getting lost in the confusion. He realized that he should have gotten ready earlier. It seemed to the guys that he was looking for money to pay for the drinks, and they were scared that he had no money. But he asked them to get out of here quickly if they didn't want to die. They couldn't stop thinking that he had been acting very strange lately. However, among his belongings, he found the only thing his mother had left him, a short sword called Sodom. He really regretted not taking it in his past life. He should have taken it with him if he hadn't been in such a hurry. As soon as he picked up the sword, he heard a very loud sound that made him grab his ear. What was that? He thought. I almost went deaf. And suddenly he heard cries for help. Desperate voices were shouting, "Help!" The boys thought the cry was coming from the street. Seo realized that the sound was too loud to be coming from the street, but now was not the time to think about it. He sheathed his sword and realized that the scream meant the beginning of events. The brothers looked at the door, through the crack, and saw people there, not knowing who they were or what to do. Seo pushed them away, asked them to move away, and ran to see who it was first. He looked through the crack and saw that they were bastards from the blood cult. It was the year of the dog, the 9th day of the 9th month, and it was on this day that he was kidnapped by the blood cult. The brothers thought it was the bandits from the Green Forest, but So interrupted them and said that no, it was the people from the blood cult. There was no time. They would be here soon, and he warned the brothers that they had to run if they wanted to survive. They had to do what Seo said. It was their only chance to survive. He looked at his brothers and realized that he didn't have time to babysit them. He knew they would become martial artists after they were kidnapped. He decided to forget about them, realizing that he needed to survive. But he just remembered that there was another one with them. Ah Song, this kid, was also with them. Seo realized this, and it was not in his nature to leave the kid behind. He turned around and started to run quickly to his room, because this kid was the only one of the Seo clan who stood by him. Ah Song was lying there sleeping, having his 10th dream. He was like a brother to Seo. He ran into the room and shouted at the top of his voice, "Ah Song, get up." He raised his head and said, "I swear I was awake." Then he saw Seo and exhaled because he had scared him so much. So took him by the hand and told him to get up and leave quickly. The boy didn't understand what the young master was doing, but there was no time to explain. So decided to explain on the way. Stepping on his heels, he told the kid that the bastards from the blood cult had attacked the place, and they would soon reach the hotel. The kid tried to say something about the blood cult, but Seo shut him up and asked him to just believe. The exit was on the other side, but they couldn't run through it. The village was surrounded and they would be caught if they went that way. The kid was very scared and wanted to go back to the room and hide in the closet or somewhere else, but that was too trivial, so explained to him. They are not here for the money, they are here for people like them. They will look wherever they can hide. For example, in a closet or in wine jugs, they will find them immediately. After this explanation, the kid thought that they would definitely be caught and kidnapped, but Seo asked him not to talk nonsense. He explained that they needed to hide in a place where they would not think to look. They had to find a place where no one would decide to hide, even if they guessed. He led the boy to an interesting place and explained that no one would ever imagine that it was possible to hide there. He made the kid jump right in. He was panicked because he thought that no one would hide in a toilet and said that he would not do it. But now was not the time to argue. Seo asked him to be grateful to him for allowing him to hide in this place. The words came out, "Wait, don't push me!" And then the kid jumped in. The bastards from the blood cult probably wouldn't think of searching this place. Seo wanted to hide in the toilet himself, but now he has no choice. He'll have to find another place before the cult comes. He saw a place in front of him where a horse was standing, and next to the horse was a manger with its food. In a moment, the horse was already running away from that place, and in the middle of the hay that the horse was eating, he was lying. Not a bad place to hide. They will probably look for the horse that is no longer there, instead of looking through the hay. But if there is a first-class warrior, He will be able to sense it through the hay. Just in case, he had to prepare his weapon, and he reached for his sword. There were sounds as soon as he took it in his hand. "It's so dirty here. It's a damned freak." The sword asked him not to touch it with his dirty hands. He looked at the sword, and did not understand whether the sound was coming from it or not. However, the words kept coming, telling him to wipe his hands, calling So a fucking brat, and asking him not to ignore it because it was a very short sword. Co could not understand what it was. Was the sword possessed by a ghost? But when he said this, the following words came out of the sword. "What ghost can there be?" The words about the ghost impressed him greatly, and the sword introduced itself as the short sword Sodom, which his mother had given him. And then the sword itself was surprised, as the man had just answered it. A little girl appeared, looking like a fairy, but without wings. She had beautiful white hair, and she looked quite cute. She was about the size of a butterfly, flew around the sword, and suggested that if the guy could hear her, he could also see her. The boy definitely thought it was a hallucination, and he was very scared. He tried to close his eyes and think that he couldn't hear or see anyone in front of him, but she kept saying, "Hey, hey," to him, flying right in front of him. She flew even closer and said that she knew he could see and hear her. She explained that when swords come into contact with a person, they can read their thoughts. The boy opened his eyes and realized that he could indeed see and hear her. Their conversation was interrupted by a sound that was right next to them. He asked her to be quiet for a minute, and she asked him why he was acting so strange because of this guy next to him. She explained that everything was fine, as he was the only one who could hear her. But it was very distracting for him, and that's why he asked her to be quiet. The man was looking around and trying to find someone. His eyes fell on the footprints that were right on the floor. There were footprints in the middle of the mud. His eyes stopped at the place where the horse had been standing. He took his sword and began to pull it out of its sheath. The man's shadow fell directly on the manger where So was lying. The girl was very curious and kept talking, asking what would happen if the man found him. Would he kill him? She was just curious and wanted to know if he would have the strength to do it. She heard his heart beating fast and realized that he was afraid. And then the man's hand began to approach the hay. The hay flew in all directions, and So jumped out from under it, slitting the bastard's throat. Is he afraid? She wondered. He seems more excited. He asked her to just watch and promised that he would survive in this life, no matter what. Even she was very surprised when she saw how he ruthlessly dealt with that bastard. She thought that he was just an idiot who drank with the brothers of the Song family every day. Now she saw him in a different light, and then she began to ask him where he had learned this. This time, the questions distracted him a lot, and he asked her to shut up. To her, it seemed like just an attempt to start a conversation. For now, he decided to ignore her, but she could even read his mind. The situation was getting much worse. When they go on missions, the blood cult warriors move in groups of 3. This meant that the partners of the guy he had killed and was now hiding in the manger under the hay would soon come here. Even though he had already hidden the body, it was only a matter of time before they found it. If he had been in that situation, he would have been killed immediately without hesitation. From this, one can easily conclude that he should finish with the corpse and get out of here as soon as possible. She flew to him and said his name. He asked her to leave him alone so that he could concentrate. She wanted to do the same. She pointed her finger in his direction and said that a blood cult warrior was behind him, and she just wanted him to know that. He did not expect to hear this among her ocean of words. The warrior asked if he was disturbing him and said that everything was fine. He could continue burying his friend. The sarcasm was in his voice. He stood right at the exit of the house, leaning his shoulder against the door. He was quite curious to see how Co was handling the case. Several questions popped into his head. How long has he been standing there? And the next question was what kind of belt he was wearing. A brown belt meant he was a middle-ranking warrior. This meant that Co had to be really fast, even though he realized that he had no chance against a middle-ranked warrior right now. And she kept flying after him, asking him if he was going to fight, if she could help him. He repeated himself and asked her again not to distract him. Even she realized that he was overestimating his strength. The warrior, when he saw his stance, realized that it didn't look like this one knew martial arts. It was quite impressive of him to kill a low-ranking warrior, even though it was an ambush. The next conclusion that the warrior made was that Co was an intermediate rank beginner. He offered to surrender right now. In this case, he would save his life. Co decided to provoke him and said that if he wanted to kill him, he would not have talked about a novice intermediate rank. He continued that the warrior wanted to take him prisoner, but was very afraid that he would end up like his comrade if he fought. These words surprised the soldier. Even he didn't understand why he was provoking him. But Co had an idea. The warrior realized that the boy wanted to look confident, so that he would let his guard down. After that, he laughed very loudly, put his hand on his head and said that the guy had a lot of nerve. He added that he was very sorry to kill him, because he was quite smart. From these words, Seo realized that he was more vigilant than he seemed. He held the sword in his hand and thought that Seo would avoid a fight by any means possible. He offered to see what he could do and swung his sword for the first time. The sword flew right by the guy's mouth and head. Seo managed to dodge, and the blade only cut off a couple of hairs on his head. Seo could have just given up, but he chose to fight to the end and swung his sword. His opponent just grabbed his arm because the stroke was too slow. Their eyes met. They looked into each other's eyes. The warrior, holding his hand, noticed that he had good eyesight, but his reflexes were very slow. He squeezed Seo's hand and knocked out his sword. The warrior praised his counterattack, saying that it was quite good, and offered to follow him, ignoring the fact that he had killed a low-ranking warrior. As the sword was falling out, Seo managed to grab it behind his back with his right hand and hit the bastard right in the face, saying he wouldn't do it. His plan worked very well. It would seem impossible. He hit him from such a short distance, but he still dodged. Nevertheless, the cut on his face went from the very top of his head all the way across his cheek, almost hitting his eye. As expected, this made the warrior very angry, and he kicked the boy. He kicked him so hard that he bounced off the ground like a stone thrown low into the water. The boy thought that he was being overconfident. He asked himself if he had overestimated his strength, if he hadn't expected the man to be able to hit him from such a distance. He was strong enough to get up, and he wiped his face from the mud. Now he really had no choice but to fight to the last. She appeared right next to him and offered her help, realizing that he had no chance of winning without her. He asked her in his head what she could do in such a situation. Thinking him stubborn, she asked him what he planned to do next. He explained that although the cut was not that deep, it would be difficult for him to use his left eye. Because of this, he would need to keep aiming at the left side. The warrior took up the sword, began to squeeze the handle with his hand, and asked the boy if he really wanted to die. After that, he said that at first, he was going to teach him a lesson and send him to a cult. But now he changed his mind and planned to kill him. He rushed at him, ready to tear him apart. The basic blood cult sword technique, the sinister blood sword technique. These attacks were very fast, and the kid didn't have time to read them. Damn that bastard! He deliberately avoided the deadly attacks. He would play with Seo until he was full before killing him. The warrior was sure that the kid would die today, and kept attacking, swinging his sword again and again. Seeing all this fury, the boy just stepped back and back. He noticed that the warrior was using false attacks against him and did not know what to do. Thinking he could just attack blindly, she flew right up to his ear and whispered that he should hit her in the forehead. He deflected another attack by putting his sword in a block. The warrior did not understand what had just happened and how he had withstood the attack. After that, Seo twisted his sword and blocked the attack so that the warrior was thrown back. They were both thrown back. When he got up a bit, he couldn't believe what had just happened. How had he managed to block the attack? The words from her little mouth kept coming to him. She was telling him how skillfully he had blocked the attack, and that if it hadn't been for her, he would have died. And then he realized that it was her voice. He finally realized that she could see his attacks. She said that the movements of a third-rate weakling like him were very obvious. She patted his head and asked him what he was going to do next. She also asked if she should keep silent. He apologized to her for ignoring her twice already and asked for her help. She stretched like an extraordinary creature, and then said that she thought she could help, because she couldn't let an extraordinary creature who could talk to her just die. She asked if he had any way to attack if she read the attacks. He thought it was very difficult in his current state, but he had already tried to counterattack once. He realized that the warrior probably wouldn't get close enough for him to attack him again. Although it was very difficult for them, they were going to force him to act rashly. That's when the chance would come. At that time, the warrior looked at the guy and did not understand how he had blocked his punch. He assumed that the opponent had figured out his swordplay. Although, no, it had to be luck. He couldn't have done it that easily, he thought. Taking his sword in hand, he rushed at the guy, shouting, "Now I'm going to kill you!" It was time to act, they decided. At first, they planned to block the enemy's attacks and drag out the fight. Or rather, she decided. And he realized it, and was ready to do whatever she said. All she had to do was tell him the direction of the enemy's sword. The enemy did not stop. He was getting closer and closer. And when he ran up and began to attack, she would report, "The left shoulder is a trick, now the right." She told me about each of his attacks. Impossible, the warrior thought. How does he do it? And then there was this damned blood that was flowing right into his eye, preventing him from fighting properly and spoiling his vision. The girl explained that if the guy went to his rear, he would start to hurry. Then she said that counterattacks launched in his blind spot would be more accurate and faster. She knew that he would definitely make a horizontal cut, so she told him to go one step slower. He followed her every move, and his enemy was beginning to think he was a trickster. Then came the word now, a kick right in the shoulder by a warrior. The enemy put up his hand and barely withstood the blow. After that, they were both thrown a few meters away from each other. The trembling in his hand, which could be seen on him, was described by one word in the enemy's eyes: fear. The enemy thought he had broken his arm. He also thought it was smart of Seo to try to exploit the blind spot. But still, he was a third-rate warrior, and was ready to send his opponent with a broken arm to hell as he sat there unable to move. Seo's hand clenches, turning from a relaxed state into a tightly clenched fist. His eyes rise, looking directly at his opponent, and he realizes that now is the time to act. With a masterful somersault, the sword in his hands deflects the enemy's weapon. The enemy notices that something is starting to go wrong. The blade flies past him, leaving a wound on his throat that deprives him of the opportunity to continue living and serving his clan. The guy can't believe he did it as the enemy's blood splatters around him. Absolute mastery of the sword speaks for itself. The enemy lies on the floor, bleeding to death and leaving this world. It was an impressive game for her. She even thought that Seo had really broken his arm. But the last attack also impressed her greatly. When he stretched his legs, turned around and slit his opponent's throat, he realized that it was all thanks to her help, and he was grateful to her. Suddenly, she was overcome with excitement, and he asked her what had happened. She explained that she was just a little surprised, because if the guy was really grateful, why didn't he wash the blood off her, that is, off the sword? Because she and the sword are one. Although she said she was not angry when asked, it was clear that she was very angry. She also asked him to clean the rust off, because his mother had taken terrible care of the sword. "Seo Wuhui, get down," she asked him, and he turned his head to the side. Before he can react, he is hit hard on the head. This giant and strong fist makes his head turn sharply to the side. The attacker appeared as if from nowhere and hit the guy. It was funny to him. He came here because these two were not coming back. It was funny to him that they lost to some kid. That's what he thought when he saw him. The blow was so hard that blood flowed from Seo's face. After they picked up his card, they realized who he was. They realized that this guy was quite famous in Henan province. But they called him a Yule fool when they learned that after his Dantian was destroyed and he lost consciousness, his clan had abandoned him. Since he came from an orthodox clan, these men had the idea to take him and train him as a spy. However, the commander objected, saying that there was no point in raising a bastard who didn't even have a Dantian. He assumed that the kid would die during basic training. They noticed that even though he was from a famous clan, he had pissed himself in fear, and it flowed at his feet. Then they wondered why they needed such a person, who could not even be called a low-quality product. He sat on his knees and appealed to the commander, calling him master, asking him not to kill him. He tried so hard not to be caught. And here he is again, sitting in front of them, just like in his previous life. Although no, it's not the same. Last time his hands were not tied. In his thoughts, he turned to Sodom, asking how long he had been unconscious. He asked again and again, but for some reason she did not answer him. Then he suggested that it might be because he was not holding the sword in his hands. It seems he needs to hold the sword to talk to Sodom. During his internal dialogue, the man sitting across from him said that something struck him as very striking. Namely, he was impressed that he had killed 2 warriors with such a small sword. Because of this, he assumed that the kid was still a member of the fighting clan, even though his Dantian was broken. Because of this, the boy noticed that his impression of the blood cult was much higher than in his previous life. They were very calculating bastards. At this rate, he assumed that they would probably take him with them. In his head, he kept telling himself that it was time to calm down. He tried to see the good in being dragged into a blood cult, but first he had to survive and then look for a way to escape. The commander said he would take care of him, and even a smile appeared on Seo's face. But they explained to him that he was a middle-class commodity and continued to speculate whether they could use him as a spy. They concluded that there were many other people with Dantian who could be used as spies. They then realized that there was no point in using a defective product, and it was better to just kill him. The kid realized that he had no other choice, and decided to just beg, just like in his previous life. In response to all his pleas for mercy, the man simply asked him to stop looking for a way out, and pay the price for killing his fellow soldiers. Damn, the situation has become even more complicated than in his past life. What could he do here? He needed to think carefully. He assessed the situation around him and forced himself to think about how to buy time. He cannot die earlier than in his previous life. He just looked around and tried to understand something. He noticed how these men were pleased to see his desperation, how he wanted to live. They wanted him to beg for mercy like a dog, but as he looked around, he saw something. This sword, which one of them had on his belt, he had seen somewhere before. The white decorative detail on the hilt of the sword told him that this was definitely the person. As he fell headlong to the ground and hit the ground, he shouted that everyone obeys the demon of blood. Let blood rule the world. He shouted that he was expressing his feelings to the fourth star of blood. When the others heard this, they could not believe that the fourth blood star was here. It became very noisy, and the captain turned his head to see what the noise was about. Then he did not believe that the fourth blood star was in this place. Sio's left knee was on the ground, and he leaned on it with his right hand, showing his respect to the fourth blood star that was standing in front of him. The blood cult is led by 11 leaders, 4 worthies, and 7 blood stars. Sio continued to kneel and look down at the captain as he greeted him. He had never met them before in his past life, but there were rumors that the blood stars sometimes disguised themselves as low-ranking warriors and checked on the troops. To think that these rumors were true. "Raise your head," came the words in So's direction, and he raised his head. The fourth star walked up to him and expressed his surprise that no one had ever revealed his identity during the inspections. He asked the boy how he realized who he was, even though he was not part of the blood cult. The boy replied that it was because of his sword. He explained that the decorative details on the sword and the leather wrap on the hilt were made in honor of his horse, Baekhyun. So he became more and more interested in listening to the boy and waited to hear what he would say next. Logically, he had a question for the kid. How does someone who is not part of the blood cult know this? Seo noticed that he was being treated with suspicion. It would probably have been even stranger if he hadn't been suspected in this situation. In his past life, he had lived as a blood cult spy for 7 years, hiding in Orthodox sects, and had encountered such situations thousands of times. The kid was confident that he could lie and act as he pleased, so he said that the truth was that he had blood of a blood cult in him. The captain was very surprised to hear this, turned his head and asked what kind of nonsense was going on. His partner explained that the kid was saying that there were descendants of the blood cult in the So clan. Perhaps they were interrupting the fourth star in vain, because he continued to listen attentively to the kid. He said that his maternal grandfather had participated in the Great War between the Orthodox and unorthodox sects as a low-ranking soldier of the Blood Wolves. He dropped out of the war because he was severely wounded, and then began looking for a place to settle with his only relative, his daughter. That's how his grandfather and mother settled in Yulin County. He went through a lot and managed to find a place for himself, escaping the war. But his inner wounds did not heal. His daughter tried to earn money to cover the rising costs of medicine. That's how she got into the So clan and worked there as a maid. There she met So's father and gave birth to him. After that, the fourth star suggested that his grandfather was part of the Blood Wolves squad, which made him very interested. He was very curious, and he asked the kid to continue telling. Although he had already told a lot, it was not enough, and the boy continued, describing how he had undergone hard training as a young man, which his grandfather had given him. Every time he grumbled that the training was too hard for him at that age, his grandfather would tell him about the captain of the Blood Wolves, No Joman, and his son, No Seogu. Captain No's son went through all the training of the Blood Wolves when he was your age, Grandpa Seo said. The captain, who was standing behind the fourth star, turned to him and asked him how this brat knew the names of the previous and current captain of the Blood Wolves. The kid continued to tell him how his grandfather always said that the blood cult would find them sooner or later. 5 years ago, even while lying in a hospital bed, he said how much he missed the blood cult. The fourth star just listened to him and sighed. Then he told the kid that this explained how he managed to kill 2 of their warriors despite the destroyed Dantian. And only the fourth star continued to talk, while behind him he heard laughter and a request not to make fun of the captain. Then the captain began to point his finger at the kid and asked the blood star not to listen to this brat. And then came the Captain O from the fourth star, which silenced the captain. He asked who allowed him to interrupt, turning around to face the captain, and you could see his red eyes. How dare someone of the captain's level interrupt a blood star? These words were enough to make him sit down, lower his head, and apologize. Even the little boy saw the captain shrink in fear. Just a few words and a glance from the blood star were enough to understand the power he possessed. The blood star apologized to the boy. He said that it was strange, but he believed that the killing of their soldiers was justified in self-defense. But why didn't the kid reveal his identity to Captain O, and instead begged for his life? The boy lowered his head and explained that he was afraid he might be punished for killing the 2 cultists, despite his identity, and apologized. It was easy for the fourth star to realize that Seo was mixing truth and lies. He immediately pointed out the discrepancy. After this conversation, the boy exhaled a little. The fourth star laughed out loud, standing right in front of him. He said that his joke had gone too far, and he really understood the boy's thoughts. He continued that if the kid's grandfather was from a blood cult, then they were basically brothers. He added that they had almost lost an important descendant of the cult, and asked if he wanted to follow his grandfather's will and join the blood cult. The boy lowered his head and said that it would be an honor for him, and his grandfather would definitely be pleased. CO somehow managed to survive, but what was the point of reincarnation if he ended up voluntarily joining the cult? When the fourth star departed, the boy worshipped and said the words, "It all starts with the blood demon. Let blood rule the world." From the fourth star he heard a welcome to the blood cult, and then the boy realized that he had survived, but now he was back in the blood cult. But he was not done yet. Although he said that it was fate that they had met a descendant of the cult, and because of this he wanted to fulfill his one wish. The boy didn't understand why a blood star would want to fulfill the wishes of a simple boy, and assumed that he wanted to test him to see what he would ask for. Since CO did not know what the fourth star was up to, he realized that he had to make a reasonable request. With that in mind, he asked for the return of the short sword because it was a memory of his mother. He asked Captain O to hand over the sword. He held out his hand and placed the sword in it. "Yes, master," Captain O replied and put the sword down. The fourth star examined and evaluated the sword, noting that although it was a bit old, it was still a fairly normal sword. But there was one but, which he did next, fixing the sword in his hand. He pulled on the tip with 2 fingers and broke it into 2 pieces, considering it a fitting payment for the 2 dead soldiers. Throwing the sword in the boy's direction, he said that he hoped he would be more careful next time he wielded it. The tip of the sword bounced off the ground twice and fell right in front of the boy. The rest of the sword came after the tip and got stuck right in the ground. Breaking the sword with 2 fingers is a demonstration of terrifying strength and a warning from the fourth star. CO realized that he might still be suspected, but the main thing for him was that he was alive. After that, the fourth star ordered the boy to stand up and asked him how long he was going to sit. The boy reached for his sword to pick it up. He was very happy to have Sodom back, but breaking part of the sword meant that a part of her body had been cut off. That part was her hair, and she expressed her dissatisfaction. But the boy calmed her down by promising to take her to a blacksmith as soon as he could. It was very funny when she said that if she could move, she would have cut the bastard's hair bald, referring to the fourth star. She heard their entire conversation and wondered if he was really from the blood cult and why she didn't know. He could only answer that it was not quite a lie and not quite the truth, knowing that he could tell her the whole truth. She wondered why he suddenly became so serious. He warned her that she wouldn't believe him if he told the truth, but he told her that he had returned from the 10-year future. As expected, she thought he had been brainwashed. Meanwhile, the fourth star approached Captain O. He asked him to send someone to Yulin County and instructed him to investigate his maternal family. The captain asked if the master had also noticed this. He replied, "Yes, to be honest, it doesn't matter whether the boy is telling the truth or not." However, he noticed that the kid was watching all his movements, trying to understand his intentions like an experienced spy. He continued that it didn't matter which side CO was on. He knew too much about the blood cult, and asked the captain to be more careful with him. Sodom tried to understand what had happened. He had lived for 10 years as a spy for the blood cult, and then woke up here after being unjustly murdered. Now she understood why he didn't seem as stupid as the Manhua she knew. In any case, he was really unlucky to go through all that, to go back 10 years and end up back in the blood cult, and she realized that. She told him that everything would have gone smoothly if he had left Asung, but he couldn't do that. That kid was the only one who treated him like a human being. Besides, in his past life, Asung died protecting Seo. As long as Seo was in the blood cult, he always felt indebted to him, and today, he just returned the favor. All of that is in the past. Now he needs to worry about his own life. She made a very interesting conclusion. He still behaves like a simpleton, despite the fact that he has been used for 10 years. The word simpleton surprised the guy a lot, but she explained that information is a weapon, and he had the most advanced weapons in his hands. He was a spy, and she asked, "Don't you know what to do?" She went on to explain to him that he already knew all the bad things that would happen to him, and he could simply avoid them and turn them to his advantage. It was then that he realized it was true. Why should he worry about survival now when he has information 10 years in advance? And then he told her out loud that, as she had said, he had to take full advantage of this chance he had been given. She supported him and said that he could not continue to live like a failure. In front of the others, he looked like he was talking to himself. It was probably because he was a little nervous. Did he realize that now he would have a lot of opportunities? Maybe he could learn martial arts again. Although the words about martial arts surprised her, she didn't understand how he was going to do it with a broken dantian. He explained to her that this information was not confirmed. Even if it was true, it wouldn't happen soon, so he decided to put the topic aside for now. And then she came up with a very interesting idea. She flew closer to him. She told him that if he was going to start studying martial arts again, she could help him with it. She could teach him the short sword technique that its previous owner used, and she should be the only one who knows it. SEO waved his hand for her to fly a little further away, and explained to her that it was impossible to learn martial arts with a sword. "Have you heard the proverb that the sparrow outside the school sings the prima donna?" she asked. And she could have bet her teeth that she knew much more than he did. She was even going to tell him about the principles of martial arts, which made him smile inexplicably. He told her that he understood. He put his head down a little lower and looked at his hand. He could not understand what kind of blue fire was gathering around it. It felt as if he was in a galaxy, all naked without clothes, and as if there was no gravity at all. Looking around, he could not understand where he was and what was happening. It was not the voice of the sword Sodom, but he heard the words, "You have mastered the mind of the sword. Your future will open." He looked at the huge portal in front of him. It still confused him even more. He did not understand what was happening. And then the pressure in his head began to subside, but his hand was still lightly illuminated by a blue flame. When he came back to reality, he asked himself, "What was that?" She asked him to stop looking at the sky because she was telling him about a martial art. He asked her if she could see it. He brought his hand to her, and she did not understand what she was supposed to see. He asked her to take a closer look at the back of his hand, explaining that there were dots that looked like the Big Dipper. In response, Sodom said that the Big Dipper was her ass, and she could only see his crooked hand. She thought that the short sword technique was so boring for him that he didn't even pay attention to her. Was he the only one who could see it? Sodom was very offended by him and asked him not to call out to her again until they arrived. SEO clutched the handle of his sword and apologized to her, explaining that the journey would take at least half a month. After that, he threw his body back on the straw, holding his hand in front of his face, and could not understand what it was. It was the same blue fire that he had seen before returning to the past. One could be almost certain that it had something to do with the secret records of the immortal sword. The straw was a comfortable bed for him all night. It was morning, and as he looked at his arm, he tried to figure out why it didn't appear again. Under the barn, Elaine stopped, moving in his direction. The door opened, and light fell on every prisoner lying there. A question was addressed to everyone who was there. "How long are you going to lie there?" The man informed them that it was time to wake up. "Put your feet up and follow me. Anyone who tries to throw anything away will be killed on the spot," the man warned them. So walked out, shielding his face from the bright light with his hand. They were brought to the Valley of Blood. When they were taken out of the wagons, they were told where to stand. Sodom had been sleeping all this time, and when she woke up, she did not understand where they were and why there was so much noise. It was one of the blood cult's bases, a place where kidnapped people are brought to become warriors of the blood cult. All the people who were here were kidnapped. The person on the platform is in charge of training, and the captain of the Bloody Annihilation Squad, Gu Swagan, is in charge of the Blood Valley. Next to, so, someone said in surprise. A person from Chang City is good. SEO turned around and couldn't figure out where the sound was coming from. Jwabyok and Wu Hyun laughed at him because he thought he knew everything. But he still got caught. They were pleased to see his surprised face. They were even more surprised that Seo was not tied up. He explained that it was a long story, but the guy asked him to tell it. Their conversation was interrupted by a man standing on the platform, who ordered them to stop talking and pay attention to him. He pointed to the platform behind him and said that he was counting to 5, after which they should run there. Everyone rushed to the platform as one. Jwabuk was very surprised that no one was going to run, thinking it was stupid. Seo turned to him and said that they had to do as he did, otherwise they would die. They stood there and watched the guy walk away. They shouted after him, not understanding what he meant, but he just ran. They wanted him to at least explain what was happening. The man was watching everyone who was there. Finally, the brothers realized that they had no idea what was happening and decided to run. The girl's blood flew all over the place. She saw one of the men being ruthlessly killed for not running away, and then the second and third men were being cut. After that, everyone else quickly started running. The brothers looked back and were shocked by this horror that was happening behind them. They were very impressed that everything was going the way Seo said, because they did not know that he had been reincarnated. After that, they caught up with Seo and recognized that they had to do everything like him, just repeat after him. And so they ran onto the platform, Everyone who managed to do it and survived knelt down in front of those who were right above them. The man could not believe that these children knew to kneel before they were taught. Because of this, he assumed that this was the child that Captain O had told them about. Captain O told them that the young man claimed to be a descendant of a cult. Sodom wondered how he did everything without any instructions, as a pure-blooded member of the blood cult. He knew that he had to do at least this to avoid suspicion by claiming to be a descendant of the cult, because if he didn't, they would probably kill him and use him as an example for others. And then the words came, "Attention, attention," from the man on the platform. He asked everyone to rejoice, because they had all been chosen. The will of the great blood demon had led them to the great blood cult. Everyone kneeling did not know what they were doing here because they were not told. But when they heard blood cult, they were very impressed. One of the people stood up and asked them to stop, asking what chosen meant if they only kill and kidnap people. He expressed all his discontent. SEO's eyes closed with pity, because this guy would now become an example for everyone. Sodam realized that he was right, but she wondered if she could say that. And then she realized what Seo was telling her about being an example. SEO went on to explain to her that maybe she didn't see it because they ran away. But the blood cult does not hesitate to kill the weak. They impose loyalty through fear, which is quite effective, SEO explained. Once again, the people were warned that if they continued to bark, they would become like this dead guy. Now each of the people was trembling as they sat on their knees. The next question on Sodom's mind was how he survived his past life. Seo explained that it was nothing to be proud of, but he had managed to survive by obeying like a dog. And now the ceremony of joining the blood cult was about to begin. But before they were ready to begin, the man said that there was something that needed to be done. He pointed to the one who was sitting first, and asked him if he knew what was inside this box that the girl next to him was holding. One of the brothers was lucky enough to have Seo sitting next to him, who told him that there were bloody parasites inside. He was asked to explain what a blood parasite is. It is a type of poisonous insect that sits deep in a person's chest and makes sure that the new cult member does not waver in his devotion. At the top of his voice, Seo began to explain that they must take the medicine every 24 hours. If they don't, the parasite will rage in their chest. How did he know that? One of the brothers thought. This answer satisfied the man. It was exactly what he expected from a descendant of the cult. When one of the brothers heard about the descendant of the cult, he assumed that Seo was a spy for the blood cult and asked him about it. Then Sodom flew to his ear and explained that he had been caught. The man mockingly asked her to stop laughing at him because he didn't know what to do in this situation. The man's hand reached for the box with the insects. He had a suggestion for everyone to show their devotion to their cult. Then he told Seo that he would be honored to receive the bloody parasite before his comrades. He had no way of avoiding it, but Seo never thought he would be given so much attention, unlike in his previous life. Since he had no choice, he had to survive. If that meant swallowing a bloody parasite, he told everyone that he was grateful to be the first to be given this honor. The man just watched him do it. He noticed that Commander Gu was interested in this guy, even though it hadn't been proven that he was a true descendant of the cult. He was looking forward to the truth coming out. After the preparations were complete and the parasite was in Seo's throat, he could use a few drops of water to swallow it more easily. Whenever a man approached him, So would raise his hands to his face and say, "Praise the blood demon. May the world of blood rule. Thank you for this chance." So became an example for everyone, and the captain of the squad asked everyone if they had seen how to do it. Sodom appeared with an equally surprised face, because she realized that in his past life, So had lived with a worm in his chest for 10 years, and now he had returned to that disgusting feeling in just 15 days. Suddenly he felt sick. His body began to give off very strong chest pain. His chest hurt. It was very hot. It felt like everything was on fire. He did not know what happened, but he realized that the place that was burning was where the blood parasite was. The blood parasite shouldn't be raging for no reason, so why was it happening? This was a reason for Seo to assume that Captain O had done something. The squad captain stood behind him and asked what was wrong. Seo fell down right at Captain O's feet, and he just kept asking if the blood parasite in his chest was raging. He then told Seo that it was strange for a person who claims to be a descendant of a cult to suffer like this after swallowing a blood parasite during this sacred ceremony. He was very sick, crawling on the floor, writhing in pain and clutching his chest. Captain O intended to mock the boy and told him that the parasite was raging in his chest. The boy immediately realized that this jerk had done something to the parasite. The commander asked the captain what had happened and why the cadet was bent over and couldn't straighten up, to which the captain replied that he was fine. The bottom line is that the parasite was agitated when the guy swallowed it. After that, the captain approached him, asked him to turn around, and said that he would use his powers to calm him down. He did this not because he wanted to relieve the boy's pain, but because the other cadets were already starting to worry. After that, all the pain began to move down his body. So the guy came back and told the captain that the pain had already decreased, but he asked him not to move because if something went wrong, he would feel incredible pain. The captain asked him to strain his stomach. The guy was sure that this was exactly what he needed, and after that he asked the captain to move away. The most effective weapon in his case was to fart, because the captain was standing behind him. This stench began to penetrate the captain's mask and go right under it. And the guy also said that he had warned him not to stand behind him so confidently. Sodom laughed heartily at how he managed to fart at such a moment. She would probably laugh about it for a long time. The more she thought about it, the funnier it became. She had been bored when they came here, and that made it more fun. She thanked the guy for that. He asked her to stop, because he felt terrible in this situation. Not because Captain O was sick from his farts, but because of the bloody parasite inside him. However, the pain was completely gone, and now he no longer felt tightness in his chest, feeling much better. One of the brothers asked him where they were going now, but Seo couldn't know everything, so he didn't answer this question. And then words were heard behind them. "Attention, everyone!" Although in his past life it was another captain who did this. In this life, Captain O said that they would be evaluated. He asked them not to panic or do whatever they wanted, but to listen carefully. He explained that everything would be very simple and pointed to the cave behind him. In the caves, there is one cult examiner each who has to evaluate them. As soon as the test is over, they will be given badges that will indicate their level: low, medium, or high. It is clear that the captain wanted them to get the highest rank. He went on to say that the cult pays great attention to strength and asked them to look at him. He presented his belt to everyone's attention. Those who wear the blue belt are the highest level warriors, he explained. He added that the blood parasite will be removed from those who reach the highest level. If their efforts and abilities were recognized, they had to prove themselves and reach the highest level, then they would be rewarded. Each of the participants immediately had a great desire to take the highest rank, because no one wanted to walk around with a bloody parasite in their chest. Only Seo realized that no one even suspected that they were gradually becoming members of the blood cult. And then the captain put the whistle to his mouth to blow and give the signal. A loud whistle sounded, and it echoed throughout the neighborhood. Seo heard the whistle sharply, put his hands over his ears and began to cover them, making a face at the unpleasant sensation. The boy did not understand why Seo was covering his ears, because the whistle was not that loud. But then his face began to turn blue and he felt sick. Each of the participants was in a lot of pain. Sodom appeared and started asking if he was okay, even though she knew he wasn't. The reason is that when this whistle is heard, the parasites start raging inside the chest. All the participants fell to the ground and felt incredible pain. Only Seo was surprised because he didn't feel anything. Maybe it was because he covered his ears in time? The captain repeated that they had to reach a higher rank because it was necessary, and asked how many of them would be able to reach that level. 2 or 3 at most, and most would spend their whole lives with the parasite inside. None of the people wanted to continue their lives with this parasite, and they had to get up because of the pain. But not everyone could get up. The captain helped them by asking how long they were going to lie down and told them to get up quickly. One cannot be sure, but it seems that So does not have a parasite in his chest. He assumed this because he didn't feel any pain. Sodom asked if it was possible because he had closed his ears, but he explained that even if you close your ears completely, it is impossible to contain the blood parasite. It would be possible to check whether the parasite was present or not if Seo had a dentist. Finally, one of the brothers realized that once the parasite was swallowed, there was no turning back. He was the first to have competition even with Seo, who offered to help him, emphasizing that he did not have dantian. He said he would get to a higher rank, get rid of the parasite, and then take revenge.
Now Seo couldn't even understand what the asshole was talking about.
Just as the captain was about to name names, one hand rose from the crowd. This jerk raised his hand and said he wanted to take the first test. Sodom and Seo assumed that this jerk was angry because he didn't hear the answer to one of his questions. Captain O asked him to step forward. He immediately responded, "Yes, sir," and took the step. As he was taking this step, he turned to Seo and said that he would prove that he was better than him. But after he took the step, the captain's fist was right next to his cheek. The captain then hit him hard enough to send his body flying backwards. The captain asked him if he was deaf, because he did not say that everyone can do what they want. He asked him not to move without his permission and called him a pathetic cadet, ordering him to move only when he said so. This idiot should obviously answer when a superior gives an order. After that, the captain came up to Seo and said that he would be the first to be evaluated. It was easy to feel that he was up to something. He was really making the guy's life difficult. After 5 seconds of silence, the captain asked what was wrong, whether the descendant of the cult had any objections. The guy replied that he had no objections and could not have any. He said he just wanted to thank him for his kindness. It seemed that life would not be sweet for Seo this time. After that, he began to move towards the cave. In his past life, Captain Haegyum was here, and it was hard for him to believe that he was going through this test again. And to be honest, a little scared. It was very interesting for her to know what level he got in his past life. But it wasn't hard to guess that it was low, since he didn't have a dantian. Those who receive a low level run various errands and are used as labor. The guy walked over to the man in front of him and asked his name. It was undoubtedly the voice that made Seo realize he was in for something. Although he looked younger, he knew him from a past life. Sodom asked if he knew him. Seo replied that he did, and how he knew him. He explained that he was his direct supervisor in his past life. Then she asked him what unit he was in his past life. The guy immediately replied that he was in the Blood Wolves. And this is the captain of the Blood Wolves, the name that Seo mentioned. The captain of the Blood Wolves is No Seonggu. He asked the boy why he didn't answer when he asked if he was Seo Woon Hui from Yulon County. The kid decided to deceive him, thinking it was an easy task because he knew him from his past life. He put his fist to his palm and introduced himself, saying his name and confirming that he was from the So clan of Yulon County. He went on to say that Nas Lihan was talking about him, but the captain recognized this as a lie and began to draw his sword, believing the kid's words about his grandfather being a member of the Blood Wolves to be a lie. There was not a single warrior among the Blood Wolves who fit his grandfather's description, which led the captain to ask, "Who the hell are you?" The boy had to be careful because the captain instantly grabbed him by the neck. The captain was very angry with him and threatened to kill him even because Seo said that his grandfather had served the captain's father. This man had risen in the Blood Wolves from the bottom of the ranks. He remembered all the warriors who served under his father, but he realized that if he pulled out his sword, it would only get worse. First, he had to talk. The question was whether this man would want to talk or not, because he continued his attacks. It seemed like Seo's back was going to break. He didn't understand how someone of his age could move so fast. If we didn't make him talk now, it would be very bad. With each blow, the boy realized that he could not take it anymore. After another kick, his back was pushed against the stone. The blow was so hard that blood came out of his mouth. Because the old man was so ruthless, Sodom had to pull out his sword. Sodom told him to get ready because the old man was getting closer. When he hit his head hard on a rock, he became dizzy and everything started to swim before his eyes. Sodom looked to her left and realized why he was dizzy. She saw a bloodstain on the stone. She wanted to help him with all her might and asked him to defend himself when she said so. The first punch she warned him about was a horizontal punch to the right of his neck. Right now it was necessary to block, but the guy was just bleeding on his neck and could not react quickly. But somewhere inside, he found the strength and put his sword under the enemy's blow. He had enough strength to put the sword up, but not enough to repel the attack, so he fell to the ground. In fact, he almost died, but he was saved by Sodom's advice. However, the old man continued to attack, and the boy noticed it all. Then the captain's foot stepped right on his stomach and pinned him to the ground. He wanted to get information out of the kid anyway and asked who told him about him. This conversation was a chance for Seo, because he was waiting for the captain to talk to him. He asked the captain if he wanted to find his younger sister. The captain was surprised and thought that the kid had learned a lot about him. But it seems that Seo made a mistake when he heard that his sister had died. He had to get out of this situation, and he said that Lady No Se was still alive, adding that she had been kidnapped on the day the captain was killed. It was hard for him to believe, but he continued to listen when Seo said he had seen her body, which for some reason was only partially burned. Seo told him that it was only a body and she was still alive, offering to make a deal if he wanted to see her. Sodom continued to watch from the ground behind them. It seemed true to the captain because the kid knew her name. He raised his sword up and began to point it down quickly, and he stuck the sword right next to the boy's head so that it went into the stone. After that, he concluded that the boy was not bluffing. He let go of the sword and was ready to listen to Seo. After that, he was ready to make a choice about the deal. The first words from the boy were, "In the Moonflower Trade Union." The captain repeated these words, "The Moonflower Trade Union?" with a question. The boy went on to explain that the Moonflower belonged to the First Blood Star, the man who had killed the captain's father. And, as the captain had already guessed, the one who wanted to set his heart on fire with revenge and gain control of the Blood Wolves. The boy continued. He named this person as the First Blood Star, Zhang Rong, and accused her of being behind all of this. The captain objected, saying that this was all nonsense. because the wounds on his father's body were definitely the work of orthodox sects. Next came a question from Seo. Have you seen them in person? Seo continued and said that those who confirmed it. Wasn't it the Moonflower Trade Union and their leader Ho Wall? The captain remained silent. He was hesitant. There was only one thing left for Seo to do. And he went on to say that his sister was in the branch of the Moonflower Trade Union in Zhejiang Province, in Jinghai County. There will be many eyes there, which is why it is better to send trusted people there. This conversation made the captain ask the kid, "Who are you?" He lowered his head and told him about his guesses about what they had agreed on. He asked the captain for help when he needed it. The captain's hand reached out to the boy's face and warned him that if it was a lie, he would personally cut off his head wherever he was. The boy tightened his grip on the captain's hand and they shook hands. He added that he hoped to find his sister as soon as possible. The captain said that he did not yet fully trust Seo. He added that if it was true, he would consider the boy his benefactor for the rest of his life. That's why he could believe him and follow him in his past life. Looking down at his hand after they shook hands, he saw the insignia. Looking at it, he noticed that it was a mid-ranking insignia. The captain said that he deserved it because he was able to block his attack twice, which was not part of their agreement. They continued their conversation about how Seo found out about him. After that, the captain took out his sword and put it back in its sheath. He added that he did not understand whether Seo was smart or stupid. He assumed that because the boy hadn't told him his grandfather's name, it was enough to press him a little, and he would give it all up. Seo continued to play his part, put his hand on his head and said with a light laugh that he seemed to have improved. The captain did not know what he was planning to do, but this time, he decided to believe him. And so their conversation ended. They walked to the exit of the cave and discussed with Sodom that it was all on the verge, and when he was knocked out, she thought he was in complete shit. The guy himself admitted that he was very lucky. The captain also watched him leave and thought he was a very strange guy. He is at a very high level if he was able to stay calm even in such a situation, and this is the movement before, even if he was lucky to block the attack. When he blocked the second attack, his eyes were closed. His movements were a little slower than they would have been if he had felt the captain's presence. The captain didn't know what to call it, and it would sound silly even to himself, but he suspected that someone was helping him. After that, the captain thought it was all silly thoughts. Meanwhile, Captain O called everyone into line, asking them to move, and lined them up by rank. He told those with middle rank that they were going with him. One of the brothers could not believe what he was hearing, because he thought Seo was useless. He couldn't believe that Seo had managed to get a middle-ranked sign. Their entire group, or rather those who had received the middle rank, continued to follow Captain O. He couldn't understand, no matter how much he thought about it, whether it made sense. How could Seo, without a Dane, have gotten to the middle rank? He thought that because he was in the blood cult, he had some kind of privilege. He would again put up his competition, saying that he just had to wait, and promised to beat Seo in the next test. He was very irritating to Seo and to Sodam. She couldn't understand what was going on from all sides, because to think that Captain O was up ahead, and since Woon Hui had come out unscathed even after meeting No Seonggu. Seo should be in the clear, but something was still bothering the Sodas. He's probably angry because he didn't get a chance to bully Seo, and it's all thanks to the captain of the Blood Wolves who confirmed Seo's identity. Afterwards, Sodom said that he had humiliated Captain O well, like with his farting. He asked her to stop mentioning it. She then asked him what he was going to do next. Seo explained that first of all he needed to restore his Dantian, but she had a question about how he was going to do it, because they had already talked about it and thought it was not that easy. He told her that he had his own way of doing things. Seo asked her if she had heard of the all-healing divine doctor. He went on to explain that this doctor is known for his ability to cure anything and everything, and he will cure you as long as you pay him. According to what Seo had heard, this doctor could also heal a broken Dantian. He also knew that this doctor would arrive in the Valley of Blood in 10 days. Sodom realized that she should just pay the doctor, but then she remembered that Seo had left all his money at the hotel, and now all he had was her. She realized that he was going to use her as payment, and she started hitting him over the head. Seo assured her that this was not the case, and told her that he was going to find plants and use them as payment. From the outside, it looked like he was fighting off a non-existent creature as the guy looked on. He then explained to her that in 10 days the doctor would ask for a certain herb, and since this was his second life, he knew where to look for it. Given the circumstances, he must find it before the doctor arrives, because people are the same everywhere. There are rotten scum in both orthodox and non-orthodox sects. "Everyone stop!" Captain O ordered when he came across the corpses in front of him. He did not understand what had happened or who had done it. In front of them stood a giant man in a tiger skin cape with pumped-up arms, strangling one guy. Behind him, the captain asked, "Who are you?" His face told him who he was, because his thick beard, long braids, and tiger skin showed that he was a tough man. He was very happy to see the new scum in front of him. He threw the body he was strangling to the ground. Captain O warned his cadets to stand right behind him and reached for his weapon. The big man ran up to him and warned him not to stand in his way and advised him to disappear. Then he slapped him so hard that Captain O's face went black. He just knocked the captain out with one punch. It was even funny. The captain, who was the first master, fell down after one punch. He was no match for him. Co had never heard of such a strong master before. What is this incredible pressure? Who the hell is this guy? The big guy asked everyone to get out of his way. Then he started clapping his hands very loudly.
His clapping made such a strong wind that it hurt his ears, and so grabbed both hands to cover them.
After that, everyone fell to their knees, covering their ears with their hands. Some of them even foamed at the mouth from the stunning. The big guy could only hear their screams and saw them as full of garbage. Co's eardrums burst, they were torn, and he could not hear anything around him. His head was spinning, and he could throw up at any moment. After that, a hot energy began to increase in his chest. Javabek showed his courage, approached the big man and told him that if he was going to kill, he had to try harder. He emphasized that he would not allow him to lay a finger on his younger brother, who had fallen behind him. The brothers were saying each other's names, ready to die for each other. A loud laugh came from the big man's mouth, and he told the boys that they had passed. The latter asked in surprise, "What do you mean, passed?" With a punch called a beer mug, the big man hit the boy right on the head. The blow was so strong that he was pushed into the ground. If Co stayed here longer, it was impossible to imagine what would happen to him. And the big guy just noticed him? Sodom warned the boy that the big man had seen him, and he had to run away as soon as possible. But would he be able to run away, because the big man had already jumped, trying to attack him? He swung his leg to hit the boy right on the head. He had to run even faster to save himself. As he ran, he saw the captain lying on the ground, barely breathing, with a bloody mouth. After a while, the commander, who was higher in rank than the captain, came to find him when he did not show up at the appointed time. Many cadets were also badly injured. The captain explained that some barbarian unknown to him had appeared. He was ashamed to admit it, but the barbarian was so strong that he managed to knock the captain out with a single blow. After talking for a while, they suspected that this barbarian was Elder He of Akon, one of the 4 supreme elders. He is one of the strongest in the blood cult, one of the 4 supremes, and he has the most eccentric personality. His name is Weirdo Hai Akshion. At the time, the big guy was sitting right across from Seo and the 2 brothers. The brothers were beaten up, and the big guy couldn't believe that some snot-nosed kid with a broken Danish could withstand that attack. Barbara was getting more and more curious. They ran along the rock, climbing horizontally. The commander and the captain overcame a difficult path, moving as one. The captain felt deeply guilty and apologized, but the commander did not hold any grudge against him. The commander realized that this old paramount elder was invulnerable, and nothing could be done about him. He couldn't figure out if the barbarian had really killed those boys, because the mid-level cadets were serious opponents. They weren't sure of the outcome. But the twins seemed to be of a higher rank, and no one knew what had happened to them. The commander knew that this crazy old man sometimes came here, but he didn't expect him to mess with the cadets. They almost ran up to the gorge where the cave was, and talked about how even among the black elders he was the most extravagant and difficult to communicate with. The captain showed respect for the commander, and they were ready to go inside. When the captain asked if they should go inside and inspect everything, the commander said to just wait, because nothing good would come of them annoying him. Suddenly, the commander heard something approaching, and showed his full reaction by instantly grabbing his katana from its sheath. Looking closely, he saw that it was just a seed.
The barbarian was eating the fruit, and threw the seed so hard that it flew out of the cave like a bullet.
The captain and the commander stood outside and talked to the barbarian, recognizing that they were only insects compared to such a supreme elder. The barbarian assumed that they had come here because of the boys and the commander's 2 brothers, explaining that they wanted to make them into warriors for their cult. After that, the barbarian asked if the captain was afraid that he would harm them, to which the captain quickly replied, "No, no." Meanwhile, the twins were sleeping, snoring loudly. The barbarian looked at them and said he would think about teaching them a few tricks while they were here with him. The commander was amazed when he heard that the High Elder he was personally going to teach them. Up until that moment, he had not taken on any students. The commander raised his sword to his head, bowed, and explained that he understood his intention, confirming his decision with a salute. He then added that he was using them to brighten his loneliness here. Commander O couldn't understand whether he was going to take them on as disciples. Just learning from a powerful martial arts master is already life-changing. And this was learning from one of the Supreme Elders. Commander O didn't want the boys from the So clan to have this chance. He said that one of his students, Seo Wunhui, had a broken dantian, and even the commander was surprised by the captain's statement. As soon as the commander said that Seo was not worthy of training, a seed flew at him with such force that he flew backwards, changing his posture to a flying one. The seed flew with such power that the impact was very strong. Varvara was not interested in the captain's opinion at all, and he showed it by his actions. He did not want to listen to the captain anymore and asked them to get out of here. Only the commander stayed near the cave, bowing and saying that he understood everything, and they were leaving. They had to disappear into the fog. Although it was a pity to lose the twins with their potential, they thought about using Seo Wunhui as a spy in the Murim Union, but their plans came to naught. After they disappeared, the barbarian expressed his opinion of them, saying that they were extremely annoying. The kid looked at him and understood. The one who had taught the black and white twin demons in the kid's past life was Supreme Elder Akchan. He kept asking himself why he was brought here. The barbarian stood up and said that he was getting hungry during this meaningless talk. He pointed his finger at Seo and asked him to get him food in 4 hours. The boy thought to himself that it was completely absurd to bring him here to get food, but he did not dare to say it out loud. He took his sword and began to brush his teeth with it, warning him not to even think about escaping. The barbarian warned him to prepare for the worst. The boy got shivers down his spine, but he decided that he would play along with the barbarian, wait for the right opportunity, and escape. The boy agreed to get food, saying that he would obey, but added that he did not know any martial arts, and it would be difficult for him to get food without a weapon. Then he carefully mentioned the short sword the barbarian was holding, and said it was a gift from his mother. At the same moment, the sword flew at his head with the hilt. The barbarian allowed him to take the sword and said that he did not need such worthless short swords. This unceremonious barbarian used the sword for all sorts of dirty actions, even picking it in his teeth, and this caused the boy to be extremely indignant. He approached the twins lying there and wondered what to do with them. Without thinking twice, he simply stepped on one of them with his foot and punched the other. It seemed that they would die at this rate, but they woke up very quickly, but not for long, because after a good beating they closed their eyes again. Then he looked at the exit of the cave. He remembered that he was very hungry for meat and told the boys to remember to bring it. A moment later, he seemed to vanish into thin air. So ran out of the cave to see where he had gone. At that moment, there was a very strong wind outside. He wondered where this wind could have come from, but he didn't know one thing. He did not know where he was. When he came to the cliff and looked down, his breath caught in his throat because he was very high off the ground, and that's why the wind was so strong. The barbarian gave So 4 hours to find meat, and it would take him 4 hours just to get down from here. Where am I going to find meat? He asked himself. Sodom flew up to him, touched his hair, and pointed to his left, asking him to look there. He looked and saw a barbarian jumping from rock to rock, holding the twins in his arms. He did it skillfully, jumping an incredible distance. How can one escape from such a thing? You shouldn't even think about it. At that moment, all motivation to escape simply evaporated. Sodom tried to calm the boy down, saying that it was not the time to give up, because he could become a slave to this old man. Taras realized this, and decided to do his best. The rock he was climbing seemed very steep. He grabbed one stone to get down, but the stone broke off the rock, and so flew down rapidly. Fortunately, he was able to grab a branch as he was falling. He almost broke himself, and at that moment he was asking himself why his life was so harsh, even if it was his second time. Sodom tried to cheer him up, saying that at least he came down very quickly. Looking down was very scary, and he asked her how low he had gone. It was hard for her to know if he really wanted to hear the answer, because he had only flown 1/10 of the mountain. But she answered, "You're almost there." 4 hours passed, and a barbarian appeared to ask if So had ignored his request. The barbarian then asked if he was ready to die. In response, the boy said that he was looking forward to it because his hands were already numb. Meanwhile, the forest was full of different animals, starting with hares, which could be hunted. The arrow was aimed directly at one of them. Releasing the bowstring, the arrow flew out and pierced the hare's body. Seo hit the target, piercing the animal's body through and through. Sodom praised him, saying that he was good with the bow. He had gotten used to it, because it had been 2 months. The first time, he was badly injured, having spent all his energy on descending the mountain, and even Sodom thought he would be killed. At some point, he had to surrender, and was beaten for trying to escape. However, that was a long time ago. Today, everything was going to go well if he caught a couple more. Behind him, he heard a rumbling sound, as if an elephant was approaching, but it was the big guy. The High Elder appeared behind Seo and noticed that he was early today. He asked him only one thing: if So had caught any food, because his stomach was empty. The boy handed him a hare and told him that today they would have fried rabbits for lunch. The elder counted the prey and saw only 2 hares. He was displeased that there were 4, and he asked why Seo had caught only 2. The elder began to suggest that the number of mouths should be reduced. It seems that today is also an unlucky day for this guy, which is not surprising. In general, it is impossible to understand what the elder is thinking, but you can be sure that he has some reason. For the next 2 months, the guy lived like a slave. Every day he climbed down the mountain, where one bad slip could cost him his life. He scoured the entire forest for food, looking for anything alive. If he found food, he was beaten. If he didn't, he was beaten even harder. If he lost consciousness, he was tied to a tree. The first time he threw up, but over time he got used to the beatings and tying. His body became stronger, and his skills better. The twins, who had also become much stronger, were beaten because Seo could not catch food. As they got closer to the tree where he was hanging, one of the twins said that the High Elder was looking for him, and that he should go back. Sodom noticed that this time he was called 2 hours earlier than usual. He wondered what the elder would do with the boy this time. When they came to the elder, he told them to take off their shirts. Why do you have to take off your shirt? They wondered. But the elder insisted, take it off.
It was unexpected, and Seo did not understand why he was doing it, but he began to take off his shirt.
The big man watched in silence. He watched and thought about the fact that it had been about 2 months, and finally said that the guy was ready because his body looked very strong. In his head, the boy was asking himself what he was ready for and what it all meant. And Sodom whispered behind his ear that his body was much better after the descents, hunting, and hanging in the tree. The elder turned to one of the boys and told him that starting tomorrow he would be foraging for food. As soon as he tried to ask if it was So's job, the elder quickly shut him up with a kick. Approaching his second brother, he asked him to roast the rabbits that were over the fire better, and said that he would be back soon. The elder's hand fell on the boy's shoulder. Then he grabbed him and began to fly straight up the mountain. During the flight, the boy asked him not to go so fast and asked if they could just walk. The boy seemed very bold, even the elder noticed. Then the big man threw him in the direction of the waterfall and explained that they would start by teaching him how to use qigong, that is, to move with the help of internal energy. The guy's body hit the water with his back against the fish swimming, and then he found himself at a depth of about 3 meters. His head came up, and he did not understand why this big guy was doing all this to him. The elder explained that they were going to meet the man who would later become Seo's mentor, and he could not represent him in such a miserable way. Mentor? The boy asked in surprise. Sodom flew to his ear and remarked that the elder did not seem to realize that he was the reason the boy was in this state. After the elder's next words, Sodom realized why he smelled like a beggar. The big man told Seo that he had washed himself enough and should get out of the water, although in fact he had only dipped. After a while, they were walking under the waterfall along the rock. The boys guessed that someone who did not want to be disturbed by others might live under the waterfall. She assumed that it could be a strong and attractive martial artist, but the boy doubted it. Who would have thought that this old man had a friend whom he could ask to take in a student? There was no doubt that he was a normal person. The elder stood at the entrance to the cave and said that they had come. Addressing the man inside, the big man asked him to quickly express his respect. He explained that from that moment on, this guy would be his mentor. Seo got down on one knee and said, "Everyone worships the blood demon. Let blood rule the world." Cult cadet of the middle rank, Seo Wunhui pays his respects to his mentor. Sodom did not think this man could accept his greeting. Sodom's words became clear to the boy when he saw this person in front of him. More precisely, it was not really a person, but a pile of bones next to a sword. It seemed that this man had died long ago. Seo turned to the elder and asked if he was going to play a prank on him. There was a loud laugh, and the elder said that he had better things to do than play pranks on someone. He then went on to ask him to pay attention to how much Seo had changed in the last 2 months. He's gotten stronger at climbing rocks. He became more enduring when he hunted rabbits. He became stronger after being beaten by the elder and much stronger spiritually. Even tying himself to a tree was a balance training. Afterwards, the big guy explained that all this was to give him the basic physical strength to learn martial arts. The boy's head was lowered. He stood with his back to the elder and spoke softly, asking for forgiveness and saying that he had lost his dantian in childhood because of the rage of this energy. But the elder replied that he had been training him all this time, knowing about his condition, and added that there was a way to control internal energy without an energy core. These words really interested the boy. He wondered how he could control his inner energy without an energy core. The elder still had to explain to him what essence was. This is what is called the moment when you start learning a martial art. The name implies that it is necessary for all martial arts. In addition, the essence is also known as the energy core. Anyone who studies martial arts studies energy circulation techniques or energy cultivation techniques to improve their energy. And when it accumulates in the energy core, it is called internal energy. But then he explained to the guy that because of the destroyed energy core, he cannot use this essence. Because of this, he was left with only the energy of his physical body, and the elder asked the boy if he knew what energy was. The boy looked at the hieroglyphics drawn on the ground, and realized that the elder was talking about innate energy. Now the boy was closer to the truth. But the real name of the substance sitting in his chest is much different. It is the energy of the innate core. Everyone receives it at birth, and it cannot be acquired. It is said to be twice as strong as the internal energy that is accumulated through the energy core. In this, Seo was lucky, so the words written here would teach him how to control the energy of the innate core, the elder explained. Sodom was excited to realize that its owner had won the jackpot, because it would allow him to study martial arts. But she did not understand why he was not happy about it, and asked him. He replied that the energy of the innate core, as the name implies, is a vital energy associated with the life of its owner. The only situation in which a fighter uses the energy of the innate core is when he is about to die with his enemy. The energy of the innate core cannot be restored, and if he uses it, he will not be able to live long, he explained to Sodom. And she understood what this meant. If he did learn this and used the innate energy, he would not live long. The cursed old man thought that he would be happy to take this chance. But he wasn't. He didn't want to do it for anything. But for show, he knelt down before the Supreme Elder and thanked him for giving him such valuable knowledge. He went on to say that there was something he could not understand with his foolish mind. He told me about his dantian, that it collapsed after his energy behaved differently during martial arts training due to his lack of talent. He said that people had been telling him that he had no talent the whole time he had been in the clan, and he asked the elder to think again before teaching him this. Sodom was surprised, because even though he was lying, not a single muscle in his face flinched. And it seemed to work, because the elder said that he had to go through all this to help train his body, and he was not talented. And then the elder said, "Do you think I don't realize that you are trying to avoid learning this technique because it requires innate energy?" The boy immediately began to object, saying that he had no idea what he was talking about. A giant hand grabbed him by the neck. After that, the elder said that he did not know how to play with words at all. The elder decided to give him a choice. If the boy did not learn this, he would become useless to him. He gave him a choice: either break his neck and die here, or learn it and die gradually. Saying that he just agreed now, in this situation, was not an option, because then everything would go according to the big guy's plan. That's why the guy asked to kill him right now. The elder did not expect to hear this and was very surprised when the kid said it. It was a lot of confidence for a guy with a third-rate core. But he realized that if he wanted to become something more, he needed to have courage. He needed to know when to take risks and put his life on the line. He told the big man that he was even scared, but added that if he lived the way he was living now, he would become just as the man described him. He explained that he would be used throughout his life, and eventually he would just die. And since he has a blood parasite in him, he chooses to die now, the guy said. The word blood parasite caught the elder's attention. He then laughed out loud. He threw the boy to the floor and said that he could not believe that he was trying to lie to him even in such a situation, because he realized that the boy was not that brainless. The man holding his neck asked him what he meant. The big man explained that he had been checking his body from the moment he decided to take him in. He warned the boy that it would be better if he did not try to deceive him. But for the old man, there was something more important than a bloody parasite, which is why he did nothing about it. If he had wanted to kill him from the beginning, he would have done so as soon as he found out that he didn't have the blood parasite. What exactly he needs from Seo he cannot say yet, but it has to do with the fact that he will be teaching him this technique. After that, the elder laughed and said he had an offer that might be of interest. In exchange for so doing as he told him, he would turn a blind eye to the fact that he did not have a parasite. He told him that he would just have to fight the twins, whom he would train in martial arts. When the boy asked why, the big man immediately offered to break his legs if he asked too many questions. After this silence, the elder realized that the boy would follow his words. First, he asked him to start by feeling the energy of the innate core. As soon as he could feel it, he would have to go back to it. The boy understood everything. As the elder was leaving, he warned him that if he caught him lying again, he would not stop at broken legs. Sodom intuitively felt that this old man loved Seo. The boy asked him not to say such things because he had no intention of getting close to such a crazy old man. He needed to familiarize himself with the details of this martial art, so that he could learn it. He decided to leave the hieroglyphics on the ground for later, in case they were needed. Now it is more important to understand whether he can master this technique. If everyone could learn a cultivation technique or martial art just by looking at the instructions, what would be the point of having a master? Meanwhile, the elder was jumping from branch to branch. He wondered what his plans would be if he found someone else more suitable. Since he would be using the energy of the innate core, this martial art would become a secret technique that all masters would want to learn. The boy has already realized that if he masters this technique perfectly, he will be able to prevent the depletion of the innate core energy. This means that it will be impossible to die due to the depletion of the innate core energy. This is definitely the jackpot, Sodom thought. But it was too early to rejoice until he finished reading. He took a closer look and began to read further. Use the destruction of internal energy to destroy your energy core. Find your innate energy. And then the ribbons were cut off, and the hieroglyphics were rubbed out. The last part was missing. The last part was supposed to teach him how to maintain the energy of the innate core, probably. He thought this skeleton was stupid, because he should have at least written it down. Why did he die before he finished the instructions? Then something very important caught Sodom's attention. While the boy was trying to look at the tapes and solve the riddle, she asked him to wait and began to slowly fly forward. The boy realized that the elder knew that the last part was missing, because he had said that when he learned, he would die gradually. He lowered his head and became very upset, thinking, "What the hell does this old man want from me if the instruction is not complete?" And Sodom answered, "Hey, loser, what are you getting so upset about here? How should I know?" SEO asked her what she was talking about, but she explained that she was not talking to him, but to the thing next to her. She explained that she was angry after he called her a skeleton. He asked in surprise if she could talk to a skeleton, but she called him an idiot and explained that she was not talking about the skeleton, but about the sword that was lying next to it. She was talking about this iron sword and wondered why Seo wouldn't talk to it himself. She is talking about this black sword. She talks to him like a human being. She called him an asshole and explained, "They talk to the sword like sword to sword, not like people. It's just that he is special and can hear the sword's voice." Now he understood what was meant in the secret records of the immortal sword by the phrase sword mind. The instructions in the secret martial arts records are usually vague, and because of this, the voices are called sword mind. It was definitely voices, or it was the second brightest star in the constellation of the Big Dipper. "I wonder what kind of power he will get when he gets the rest." She asked him to stop daydreaming and talk to this sword because she thought it was also interesting that he could hear them. His hand took hold of the hilt, and then flowers seemed to bloom inside her soul. She leaned against his hand, longing to feel the warmth of a human hand, because she had not felt a touch for a long time. But Seo got scared and jumped away. After that, he approached her again and began to poke his sword with his finger, asking for forgiveness. She asked him his name and asked if it was true that he could hear her. He then asked to introduce himself and said that he was the Black Sword of the Southern Heavens. It was the name given to him by his late master, the Southern Heavens swordsman Ho Jong-dai. The boy was very surprised when he heard this name. He was very surprised because there was a time when the Southern Heavens swordsman was known as the man who overturned the entire Yunnan province with a single sword. If he hadn't suddenly disappeared, he would have been one of the best martial artists in the Central Plains. It was even said that he could have become the 9th supreme martial artist of the Central Plains. Then the young man wondered how someone like him could end up on top of an unnamed mountain in a province in southern China and die such a death. Because of this, he asked if it was that crazy bastard Akshon who did it. However, the sword explained that it was someone else, and Akshon had never defeated his master. Yes, even Akshon of the Supreme Bullets and Blood had never defeated the swordsman of the Southern Heavens. But who could have killed a martial artist so strong that even Akshon could not defeat him? He didn't want to talk about it now, but he promised to tell them later. He knew what was happening now because he heard them talking, and he knew that Seo needed to learn the technique of cultivating innate energy and fight the Axion twins. The sword then told him that he could teach him the cultivation technique. Seo quickly agreed because it was connected to a part of his master, the Southern Heavens swordsman. If the boy died without learning his master's art properly, it would tarnish his honor. The Black Sword hoped that his master's martial arts would be passed on to a new generation. That was what he wanted. Looking at the Black Sword, So thought that this sword was simply incredible. He thanked the Black Sword of the Southern Heavens. After that, the sword offered to make a deal. Namely, it said that So should become its new master. Although the part of his master is important, since he is a sword, it is more important for him not to lose the meaning of his existence. He really felt lonely all this time, and wanted the boy to become his new master, touching his steel body every day. Sodom flew up to him and slapped him on the cheek because he made her very angry. She thought that he made her think that all swords were abnormal. To say that So was shocked is an understatement. He was completely speechless. He even thought about giving up on the cultivation technique. He threw the sword over his shoulder and was ready to become its new master. But he warned him that if the sword continued to breathe like a pervert, or asked to be touched, he would simply give up on the cultivation technique. The sword flew closer and said, "What a pity. I mean, okay. Then let's start learning the cultivation technique. The place that people usually call the lower core is located under the stomach. The lower energy core and innate energy are not related." Mech explained that the inner innate energy should be felt through the chest, and said that his previous master called the center of his chest the middle energy core. This was the first time Seo had heard of the middle energy core, and he realized that if there were lower and middle cores, there must be an upper energy core. The sword continued to tell him that his master said that the upper energy nucleus is located outside, in the middle of the forehead, and this is called the area of enlightenment. But now it is more important to feel the innate inner energy with the middle energy core. It's not difficult. You just need to feel the pristine energy of life. So closed his eyes and tried to feel it, as the black sword said, but he could not. So he asked how to feel the energy of life. The sword continued and explained that it was difficult to feel it just like that. It would be faster to feel it with your fifth sense, exactly with your five senses. The energy of life is easiest to feel in emergencies or when life is in danger. He can gain strength that he did not have, or feel a wave of strong medium energy from his chest. This is how innate inner energy is felt. It was not easy, so as not to train the body, and the big man was just trying to help him feel the innate energy. But he was also knocking the brothers to sleep like crazy, which made him a real mystery, a deranged jerk. Black Sword didn't know what had happened to him, but he realized that he seemed to have felt innate energy before. Seo agreed and thought he had felt it once too. After this discovery, the Black Sword suggested that he try to recall this feeling, the situation, emotions, and feelings he had at the time. He needed to remember the moment when he wanted to live the most. He closed his eyes and began to remember the moments when he wanted to live the most. All the memories boiled down to the moments with the big guy, when his eardrums burst because he was being strangled. He also recalled the moments when he was escaping from the soldiers and fighting them when they tried to tear him to pieces. In this life, no matter what he did from the moment he became a spy, he was doomed to die. But he always wanted to survive. He felt it and realized that this was his innate inner energy. The lump of hot energy he was feeling now was strangely familiar to him. She asked him if he felt like he had said something similar before, when he had swallowed a bloody parasite and his eardrums had ruptured. He also felt a heat in his chest. Black Sword continued the conversation and said that he did not expect this, because his previous master had suffered for several months to feel the innate inner energy. He called the boy amazing because he was able to do it in 4 hours. She then suggested that it was because he had died and then been resurrected. The Black Sword repeated these words, calling them a great metaphor. But it was not a metaphor. He really died and rose again. Next, he needed to focus on his innate inner energy and feel a small lump of it the size of a fingernail in his middle energy core. If he could learn the technique of cultivating the innate energy, he would be able to cultivate this essence. He began to feel that it was definitely about the size of 2 fingers. Black Sword assumed that he was wrong, because that was impossible. By using the accumulation gate, he can spread the internal energy through the heart meridian and control the innate internal energy. The Black Sword asked him to try to hit a stone pillar that was standing nearby in this state. The stone pillar looked quite strong, but the Black Sword said that it didn't matter. Even if he broke his hand, the innate internal energy would help him recover. However, this was not guaranteed. But there was a chance. Seo said it was easy for them to say that because it wasn't their fist. At the moment he approached the stone, he was very nervous, trying to live up to their expectations. Let's see how strong it has become, he thought, feeling the energy gather around his fist. After the swing, he smashed his fist through the stone without even noticing it. Both swordsmen had a shocked look on their faces. They could not understand how this had happened. Sodom wondered if it was the power of innate inner energy. Even the Black Sword had never seen anything like this before. His former master's innate internal energy was great, but not this much. With this amount of innate internal energy, He would be able to learn the art secrets related to the cultivation technique 10 years faster than usual. It's as if he spent 10 years on the brink of life and death, the Black Sword thought, and he had a question to ask the young man. Seo Wunhui, have you really been reincarnated? And Seo himself looked at his hand and couldn't believe he was awake. It was much better than he had imagined. He looked at his hand and could not believe that this was really the power he now possessed. The giant appeared, and his indignation at the boy was obvious. He asked if he was really going to run away, pressing his back to the ground with his foot. The guy made excuses, explaining everything as an unfortunate misunderstanding. He said that even though he had been here for 2 months and had been climbing these rocks, he still didn't have the skills to return in time. But the giant was right, because the boy would have been able to make it if he had set off half a day earlier. After that, the giant asked if the boy had managed to feel his inner energy. In response, he heard only silence and asked why he was silent. The boy had to think carefully to answer this question. Then he stood up and knelt down in front of his master, who expressed his dissatisfaction, saying that not only did he not feel his inner energy, but he did not notice anything at all. Although the master understood that inner energy is not so easy to feel, Sodom asked why the boy didn't tell the truth, and heard an explanation that in a murum or any other place it is more profitable to hide your trump cards up your sleeve. Only now did the boy finally reveal the truth. Just as the Sword of the Southern Sky said, no one can know someone else's inner energy unless they deliberately steal it. And then the owner admitted that he almost believed it. However, he realized that the boy was trying to hide his energy in order to survive, and decided to help him realize the seriousness of the situation. The owner announced the conditions. If the boy lost the battle, he would give his energy to the captain. After the barbarian took him away, the boy came here several times. The owner did not listen to him, but it was clear that he really wanted to take Sodom away. The stubborn boy still continued to follow him. The twins told the owner that he had his eye on him. But what would happen if he found out that the bloody parasite was no longer with the boy? After that, the giant stood up, walked over to the boy, and said that he would return and become a middle-ranking warrior for the rest of his life. The boy asked why the conditions had changed, because that was not what the master had promised. The giant explained that he had not promised to keep his word. It seemed that the owner considered it a good deed to awaken the boy's ability to feel his inner energy. He said that if defeat means death, then victory should have its own reward. Paying attention to the boy's impudence, he saw fearlessness in him and explained that to motivate him, he promised to fulfill any of his requests if he won. The owner threw 2 books in front of the boy and explained that he had to study them. It was a martial arts technique of the light chakra school. The boy wondered how he could fight because the only technique he knew was the technique of refinement. Now he had the opportunity to fight. The light chakra technique was supposed to help him balance his energy circulation and master most martial arts without any problems. Sodom realized that the owner was probably trying to help the boy fight on equal terms, even though the twins had already been trained in this technique. The second book was the Shining Star Sword technique. The giant explained that this book belonged to that skeleton. That is, it was the legacy of the boy's master. This means that it is the sword technique of a Southern Sky warrior. The Sodas wondered where Jong had gotten the Southern Heaven warrior's martial arts technique, but even the boy didn't understand. He must have searched a corpse or something. As he got closer, the giant took the boy's head, stroked it, and asked him what he didn't like. The boy asked where he got the book from. After that, the boy asked the giant about it, but at first he just kept silent. Then his face twisted a little, and he said that someone had given it to him. Black Sword explained that this was a lie and that he had simply stolen it. He thought it was the enemy because he was trying to use the Shining Star Sword technique to defeat his master. The guys realized that this old man really lives in a constant struggle. Black Sword wondered if the old man had promised to show them how to perform the Shining Star Sword technique, and the boy explained that he had said he would show them in 3 days. It seems that he has already learned the technique to the end, using the described movements in addition to his own martial art. The twins will probably arrive just after Seo has fully mastered the technique. This was all reason for Seo to think they were scum. He thought that Jong was really trying to help him fight them on equal terms, but there was nothing to be done. There would still be a difference in strength. This old man was very strange, especially in Sodom's eyes. She wondered how he would change the fact that he had already lost to the warrior of the Southern Sky. The Black Sword explained to her that his master and Chong had fought many battles, but they could not decide who was stronger. Now that the Southern Heaven warrior is dead, there is no way to find out who is stronger, so Jong wants to win using this method. The Black Sword implied that Jong has never been able to defeat John, but they have always drawn the fight. But whatever happens, it will probably end when Seo loses. But now there is still time to figure out what to do. Sodom suggested that he ostentatiously lose his sword during the fight, and then use the 8 lightning short swords technique to win. But Seo realized that if he did that, Akjong would probably say that it didn't count. Black Sword asked him not to worry. He then explained that the Shining Star Sword technique he had stolen was only the initial version of the technique created by his master. After the loss of the secret technique, the master continued to perfect his sword skills. Each movement of the existing technique gradually revealed its weaknesses, and although the old and new movements looked the same, the invested force and energy flow were enhanced. This is how the master's technique appeared. Meanwhile, Seo was already practicing non-stop, reading every page of the book. As soon as he used the improved version of the technique, he realized what the Black Sword meant. Even though it was similar to the technique in the book, the difference was obvious. If this technique hadn't been stolen, the Black Sword Master wouldn't have thought to improve it. So what goes around, comes around. Sodom apologized for ruining the atmosphere by calling Akjong crazy and said that he would realize that Seo was using an improved sword technique. After that, he would definitely ask how Seo was doing it, because someone who had just learned the Shining Star Sword technique wouldn't be able to improve it right away. This was only possible in the case of a Black Sword Master, as he was a genius with the sword. But Seo's dilemma was that if he lost, he would be a middle-ranking warrior for the rest of his life, and if he won, there would be questions. Even Sodom realized that without the advanced Star Sword technique, he would definitely lose.
But at that time, the boy already had an idea.
No one loses to the same trick twice. He had to take advantage of it. After a while, 2 people stood at the entrance to the cave. Captain O was confident that this time he would definitely get Wun Hui. He didn't understand how the boy was so lucky to have become Elder Akchong's servant, but the captain was sure he would find a replacement. He would definitely not be able to escape. Next to him stood Do Hyun, whom he asked to show the big man the abilities of an advanced warrior when they met. The latter was warming up his hands and was ready to show them. The men greeted Seo, as they had not seen each other for a long time. He also expressed his respect for the captain. Black Sword asked if he was the same captain the boy had told him about earlier. The boy replied that he was, and that he had no doubt come for him. What Seo didn't understand was who the young man behind him was, and whether Captain O had brought him. The captain told the boy that the elder was late. The kid assumed that he had come here to deliver provisions, and asked him about it. At that moment, this rascal unexpectedly used his inner energy against Seo. He thought that Seo was somehow special, since the elder had chosen him, but the energy core was still destroyed. It seems that after using his energy, he was unable to feel the boy's strength. The captain introduced the young man standing next to him, and explained that from now on, this one would serve the chief elder instead of Seo. He is a higher-ranking warrior, so he will be able to be more useful to the elder than he is, the captain explained. The captain also said that even he did not know how he managed to kill the captain of the Blood Wolf squad. But no one in Eulania had ever seen his grandfather. After that, he said that he would have to follow him to the Valley of Blood to find out. The boy was very persistent and did not believe that the captain was trying so hard to get an agreement. If he had spoken like that before, Seo might have believed him. The boy objected to the captain, saying that he had not explained it correctly. He said that his grandfather had to keep the fact of his service in the Blood Wolf squad a secret, and asked how he could show his face to anyone. He continued by saying that the Supreme Elder would not be satisfied with a mere warrior of a higher rank. The captain thought the boy was an arrogant rascal, and wanted to use this chance to teach him a lesson, curb his arrogance, and impress the elder. After that, the captain asked Do Hyun to teach the boy a good lesson, and he promised to settle everything. It turned out to be an interesting situation, but it was clear that it would definitely cause problems. It wasn't anything personal. But Do Hyun couldn't miss this opportunity and asked the boy to be patient. He was sure that Seo was weaker than him, so he threw the first punch right to his head. After the blow, Do Hyun was confused, not realizing what was happening. Captain O was in the same position. This was the basic fist technique of a blood cult warrior, the 8th blood fist technique. His movements were perfect, as expected of a higher-ranked warrior. But in Seo's eyes, he was too slow. Even though he had only learned 2 techniques from the mystical art of the Shining Star Sword, he hadn't expected a higher-ranked warrior to be weaker than him. Behind the captain, an elder appeared and asked in an indignant voice how dare he try to kill his servant. The captain did not even have time to express his respect. The elder hit him so hard on the head that the captain bled. Seo watched and saw all the pain in the captain's eyes. Then the elder asked the captain who he was. He explained that he was Captain O, who served in the bloody extermination squad. The fact that this captain dared to make a disturbance in front of his abode made the elder even angrier. To think that he had instantly immobilized a first-class martial artist. The boy realized that it would be difficult for him to become as strong as this old man, even if he trained until he coughed up a bloody cough. It was clear to Sodom without any explanation. After that, the twin brothers approached the boy. One of them was almost bald and asked how the fencing technique was going. Then they looked a little further behind the boy and noticed Captain O standing behind him. They could see that their bodies had become even stronger in the past few days, reflecting the hard training. It was obvious what kind of suffering they had gone through. The guys ran up to the body, which was lying on the ground. Then they heard only the captain's words to the elder, asking him to listen to him. The captain tried to tell them about the origin of this rascal, claiming that no one knew about Seo. But he did not have time to finish because the elder, who was not interested, hit him in the head with his fist. The captain's teeth began to fly out of his mouth. The elder had already warned him that he was not interested in the captain's relatives, and he dared to bring any of them here. Hearing fragments of the captain's words, the elder realized that Seo had pissed off the idiot if he even brought a replacement for him. The boy explained that when he was kidnapped, he had beaten 2 of the captain's subordinates. The elder concluded that if he had killed them, then they were complete idiots. He then said that the weak are expected to die. It is a natural law. After that, the elder turned to the twins and asked them to pull the bodies down from the cliff and throw them away. Raising his voice, he shouted at them and ordered them to do it quickly. The elder realized something else. The boy was in a difficult situation because he had once been attacked by a stray dog. He explained that one must be prepared for the fact that such creatures, once they have grabbed hold, will never open their mouths again. He was referring to people like Captain O. Seo memorized these words well, paying his respects by bowing to the elder. After that, he ran to the twins to help them. One of them had already thrown the body of the dead man on his shoulders. Seo explained that he could help them when they got tired. Something like lightning flashed sharply near his eyes. Looking down, he saw one of the brothers scrambling across the rocks like an elder. It would be great if So also learned the Southern Sky Warrior Qigong. He approached Black Sword, asking him to teach him this technique. He explained that he would definitely teach it, but he explained that it was impossible to run on such a steep cliff without knowing Akchong's Qigong, and added that even the Black Sword Master was impressed by Akchong's unique Qigong. Anyway, Seo had to hurry and he started running down the cliff. They were already down there, and Captain O's body was lying on the ground. The only thing left to do was to finish him off, but the guy thought he could leave him here. However, the captain was doing some strange things, and So asked him what he was doing. The captain explained that he just wanted to finally release his anger, and then this corpse came along. He told him about his desire to break his legs so that he would forget about the service. Seo told him what he thought about this mistake. He asked him if he thought that this old man would stop trying to harm him if he just broke his legs. After that, he finally realized that the elder wanted them to kill Captain O. After that, the captain's boot was right on the boy's face. The blow was so hard that he flew right by. So flew back into the bushes and trees. Captain O woke up and realized that Jewa Baek was an idiot because he hadn't blocked the captain's acupuncture points. And now the captain stood right in front of Seo and told him that he would make him regret missing the opportunity to kill him. They both got into fighting stances, looking at each other carefully, ready for a fight. Black Sword noticed that Captain O had not yet realized that Seo could use martial arts. Such negligence could allow the boy to finish him off with a single blow. The captain believed that someone without even a drop of internal energy would not be able to kill him, so he lunged at the boy with his fists. However, his fist was successfully blocked. After that, the captain was thrown to the side, and his attack sailed past without hitting the guy. His face showed shock and surprise. He had not expected such a development. He couldn't believe that the boy was able to block the attack. It was time to use the Black Sword, which he swiped like a blade. The captain had to taste his own blood. After that, the boy struck even harder with his sword, and the captain's body flew far back. It was a successful counterattack, strengthened by internal energy. Even Black Sword was amazed that the boy could do it the first time. But he couldn't let his guard down, and that's what the Black Sword reminded him of. Since his opponent was a first-class martial artist, the real battle was just beginning. The captain was sure that he hadn't sensed the guy's inner energy during the test, and now he wondered how he had managed to do it. This time it was not the captain who attacked first, but Seo, who jumped up and swung his sword. It was a lazy donkey somersault that he used to try to dodge the attack. And then he struck again and again so that the captain's body flew above the ground. The captain thought for a moment that it was dangerous, but he could not believe that he had to use a lazy donkey somersault in a fight with a boy. The captain had many questions about how the boy could have such strength without an energy core. but he realized that he was very dangerous and had to be killed immediately. The captain promised the boy that he would kill him right away. Meanwhile, the young man was lying on the floor with a bruised face after being hit by the captain. Rising slightly, he watched Captain O fight with Seo, kicking up a cloud of dust around him. He noticed the impressive strength in the boy's hands, and couldn't understand how he managed to fight the captain on equal terms. But after several attacks, the boy missed a punch from the captain right in the chest. It made him lean back. He was lucky there were no internal injuries. Black Sword was worried about him and asked about his condition. The skills of martial arts masters were on a completely different level compared to intermediate-level warriors. The swordsmen tried their best to help him and advised him to hold on a little longer, as he had already suffered a severe blow. Behind Seo's back, words were heard. "Get out of the way." The guy couldn't understand how the captain was conducting such an interesting fight without him, and he rushed at the captain with his legs. He flew with both feet right into the captain's body, but the captain only took a step to the side to dodge. The captain asked him to wait for his turn and hit him with his left right in the face. The blow was so hard that the guy made several turns in the air. These attacks looked extremely unpleasant, but Jewabek not only endured the pain, but also tried to counterattack. The captain's punches were too soft compared to the Supreme Elders. He asked the captain to gather himself and remember to take revenge for the humiliation at the selection. The captain was hit hard, but he took a mouthful of blood and spat it right into the boy's face, so that the blood got into his eyes. After that, the captain got very angry and was ready to kill the fighter, gathering all his chakra in his fist. It was amazing to watch. It seemed that they would not be able to restrain the captain. In this situation, Seo decided to slip past Jewabek, then dodge the captain's attack and seize the opportunity as soon as it appeared. And to do the main thing, to strike when the opportunity arises, and at the end to twist the sword right in the captain's body. On the other side of the tree, the tip of the sword appeared, smeared with blood. Seo thought he could kill the captain by looking him straight in the eye. The captain was chained to the tree with his sword, but things were not as they seemed. With a single move, Seo managed to intercept the captain's attacking arm. Now he was going to break it. That was his plan. Seo had mastered the 8 lightning-fast short sword technique, and he could use it with either hand. Gathering all his strength, he used this technique. But even this attack was blocked by the captain, who kept the sword in his hand. He still had a lot of energy left, and he could restrain the attack with his chakra. This was a real curse for Seo. He had reached 2 stars in mastering the technique, but it didn't seem enough to win. He felt as if he was going to throw up from the overstrain. He needed to grab a short sword, but the captain said he could forget about it. The short sword was right next to his head, and the guy was trying his best to squeeze it to push through the captain's hand. Then he appeared and kicked the sword handle right on top of it, so that the force of the pressure on the captain's arm increased, and he could not hold back the attack. The sword went through the captain's head. The sword plunged into the arm so hard that it was cut through, and behind the arm was the head, also pierced by the sword. The captain's body flew far back. It could have ended very badly if not for Jewabek's help. It would have ended differently if Seo had been alone. Judging by the joy the guy was feeling, it was clear that this was probably his first kill. Afterward, he turned to Seo and said that he had heard about the fight between them. He was sure that his strength was much greater. He explained that only after the fight with Seo could he become an official disciple of this crazy old man. The competition between them did not subside for a moment. The guy emphasized that he had just demonstrated his skills and claimed that Seo had no chance against him. After this conversation, Seo offered to make a bet. The condition was that the loser would become the winner's servant. Both were confident in themselves. The guy started to turn around to go in the other direction, but Seo stopped him and explained that they still had to deal with the captain's corpse. However, he did not listen and began to climb the mountain straight to the cave. He called out to the black sword, and it appeared before him, asking what he wanted. He asked because the black sword had said that Akchong's Qigong was better than the Shining Star's Qigong. The boy ran in and explained that he had fulfilled his instructions. The owner asked why he came back alone. The boy replied that he had come first because Wen Shi was very slow. He explained that Wen Hui should be here in 30-45 minutes. Meanwhile, the boy was already on the rock. The elder took him by the head with his giant hand, noticed his breathing, and assumed that he had an internal injury. Then he asked who had killed the captain. The guy said without hesitation that it was him. When Seo appeared behind them, he heard the elder praise the boy for the way he had fought against a first-class warrior. However, the elder pointed out that everything went well, because there were 2 of them. Seo said that he had taken care of Captain O as ordered. Squeezing the boy's head, the elder said that the training time would be extended. Sodom and the boy listened to one of the brothers explain that it was a misunderstanding because he had been fighting almost all the time. This was followed by the phrase, "Shut up," as one might expect. The elder threw the boy against the wall to teach him a lesson. Perhaps he would have been beaten less if he hadn't made so many excuses. SEO wanted to talk to his master about the wish he had mentioned in case he defeated J-Back. The owner was willing to listen to what he wanted to get if he won. The boy explained that he could not ask for much, but said that he had always admired the ability to climb and descend rocks easily. He then asked him to teach him movement techniques, namely his Qigong, a set of techniques that allow you to move at an impressive speed, jump high, and run on vertical surfaces. The elder agreed and said that he would teach him these techniques. The boy thanked him, although it was all for show. In reality, the elder was confident that Seo would win over J-Back. The elder announced that the fight would take place in 3 months. Because of this, he advised the boy to train as if his life depended on it. After that, the elder said that the boy could go, but he still had to train with these lazy people. The boy listened carefully to his every word, and was sure that he would master his Qigong. The training continued, but he kept thinking about the battle with the captain, and he realized that he was saved by a lucky break. But if you think about it, the first attack was very easy. Perhaps this was due to the fact that Captain O had received internal damage from Ok Chong. Black Sword realized that the guy was telling the truth, even though it wasn't a technique per se, but one of the 18 basic sword movements. However, while they're on the subject, it's worth noting that Black Sword's previous master would have killed the captain with a single blow if he were in Seo's place. Sodom interrupted them and said that it didn't matter anymore since he had won, and now they could focus on training. The fight was 3 months away, and judging by the way Jabaek fought today, he would not be an easy opponent. Today, he also had plans to practice sword movements. Black Sword explained to him that if he could not use the 18 basic sword movements fluently, then his sword technique would be nothing more than dancing with a sword in his hand. Until the basic movements become a part of his body, he will not be able to learn any techniques. Although Wen Hui learns the black sword techniques of his previous master, he is unable to change them. It is natural for a martial artist to strive to learn new techniques. Meanwhile, the elder continued to beat the boy. He called him an idiot and tried to teach him something. He personally showed him the shining star technique and did not understand what was wrong with him. Is it really necessary to go so far to learn? He also did not understand anything. He seemed a bit stupid. This irritated the elder very much, and he hit him in the face with a stick. He thought he was a useless idiot who only followed orders. "Don't you understand anything?" the elder would ask, addressing him. SEO was now training alone, with only a few secret recordings of techniques. After the fight with the captain, he had no serious injuries. And then, it seems, the guy got it. He said that he had seen himself being shot down repeatedly. The elder asked him, "Do you really think you can recognize internal injuries?" He explained that the boy should know better because he fought alongside him. "Is it because of your pride that you didn't even bother to see what Seo was capable of?" In the end, he accused the boy of missing the opportunity he had given him to fight Captain O. This really annoyed the boy, because the captain always compared him to Wen Hui. He wanted to defeat him at any cost, so he got up and asked the master to show him the technique again. The elder liked this, because he wanted to see it again and again, despite the fact that the boy had been beaten so many times. The boy clenched his fist and shouted that these blows were just training. He kept saying his name and saying that he would definitely prove that he was stronger than some donkey from Luoyang. He asked them to wait and assured them that everyone would see him defeat Wen Shi. But his speech was again interrupted by the elder's blows. The elder realized that if the boy really wanted to do his best, he had to show it with his actions, not his words. After he finished with this technique, the elder said he would teach him how to do it. After these words, the boy already thought that he would be chosen as an apprentice. He began to say that he would work until he was exhausted, but the master hit him so hard that he flew to the rock and asked, "Why do you think you will be chosen as a disciple?" "Praise be to the blood demon! Long live the blood cult!" came the words next to each other, and they continued. "Commander Gu Sangwan presents his respects to you, Supreme Elder." The elder said that the food could have been left at the entrance, but that the man had come for another purpose, to ask some questions about Captain O and the candidate. He asked if they had come here today, but the elder said he did not know, and asked them to leave. But Captain O said before he left that he was going to visit the elder. The commander objected. The elder leaned over him and asked, "Are you really bothering me because of the question about the captain?" After that, the commander never came back to inquire about the disappearance of Captain O and his cadet, Do Hyun. On the icy mountains, right next to the waterfall, Seo was sitting, deep in meditation. His body was on a rock near the waterfall, but his mind was far away from that place. And then the ice began to crack and gradually weaken. A huge piece of ice flew straight at his head. His concentration was at the highest level, and he reached for the sword that was in his sheath. He pulled out the sword and cut this piece of ice into small pieces. The ice scattered in all directions. Not a single piece fell on him. Black Sword thought that this was still not good enough, because from time to time his concentration was broken. Sodom thought that everything looked very good. He asked them to stop quarreling, because you have to be cool in training. After that, he told them that the time had come, and it was time to go to the battlefield. South Sky was frank with him, and gave his opinion on his sword skills. Although he is not yet quite skilled enough, he is only able to do half of what the previous master could do. However, this is still an incredible growth, as Seo achieved this in 3 months of training. When he told Black Sword that it was all thanks to him, Sodom appeared and expressed her displeasure. She reminded him that she had also done a lot of work. She began to insult and abuse Seo. Then she said that he couldn't use the Shining Star technique yet, and he should remember that. All the battles he had fought so far had been won thanks to her. Black Sword explained that they were just sparring, not fighting to the death. Enough with the useless chatter. He asked her to shut up, and asked Southern Sky if he could win since he had only learned 3 sword techniques in the last 3 months. There's no need to worry, he explained. Although you haven't reached the level of the previous master yet, if you only consider the sword techniques, you've almost perfected them. Therefore, it is better to focus on these 3, rather than trying to learn every technique. Seo is undeniably strong, and he should not doubt himself. His sword speeches had given him confidence, and he was ready to put in all the effort to win. So he approached the elder, arriving a little earlier than usual. In the elder's eyes, the boy deserved praise for not running away, and he asked him if he was ready. Seo didn't throw words to the wind and said he would find out after the battle. Sodom pointed and said it was definitely worth watching. Jaebek and Woo Hyun stood behind the elder, and asked Sodom if they thought something had changed. Song Jaebek's muscles had become noticeably larger. The boys could only guess if it was the influence of the elder's martial arts. Had training with them really affected him that much? His bald head could be blinding. This is also an effect of the elder's martial arts. What kind of training did they do to gain such strength? After that, the old man asked if the twins looked much stronger than before. He then explained the rules. There was no surrender, and the battle would continue until one side could no longer fight. He added that whether they die or not doesn't matter at all. Fortunately, the battle will be one-on-one, and the first enemy is already starting to approach him. But the problem is that he has something strange on his hands. He thought it would be strange if he fought with his bare hands when Seo was holding a sword. Those fist pads look menacing, because even Elder he used to use them when he was young. The black sword was in Seo's hands, and he thought it was a decent defense against his rusty sword. Considering that one of the unique martial arts of Akion is the black steel technique, which enhances his physical abilities, it would not be enough for him to be equal, Seo said. This made him very angry. He clenched his hand very tightly and clenched his teeth together, ready to attack. Then he rushed at the guy so that the ground under his feet shook with every step. This was predictable for Seo. If the enemy attacks first, then you have to take advantage of the distance that the swordsman has. As soon as he is within his attack radius, he must act. Seo used the Shining Star sword technique, the first technique, and the Tiger Slash attack one after the other. The enemy was not using his iron arm guards to attack, but only to defend against blows. The elder watched each blow carefully. He noticed Tiger's attack and realized that the boy had been training hard, noting how he wielded the sword. And then something went wrong. The enemy grabbed his arm. He intercepted it during an attack, and it could have ended very badly. He held him with one hand, and with the other he began to strike him in the chest, hitting him again and again. During the blows, he asked if he was remembering the past. His rage was building up so much that he wanted to kill Seo. But during one of the side kicks, Seo managed to dodge and duck under his arm. At that very moment, Seo's foot was right under his opponent's beard. After kicking him and doing a flip, he stood on his hands and delivered this masterful kick. The kick was so perfect that it simply threw the opponent back. Finally, he managed to increase the distance between them, which was very important. But while he was thinking about increasing the distance, he did not even notice that the enemy reappeared and struck him. The blow was very strong, so much so that it threw Seo back into the tree. Jia did not understand how a swordsman could fall so low as to use his legs during a fight, but it seemed so to him. At the time, Seo noticed that his internal energy had increased significantly compared to 3 months ago, and asked if they had been drinking some kind of elixir or something. He explained that it was because he had been diligently studying Elder Akchon's martial arts, but looking into his eyes, it became clear that he couldn't lie. Seo saw through him right away. He even forgot for a moment why they were fighting in the first place, because he never imagined that in 10 years he and his brother would become one of the strongest in the blood cult. Now he may seem like a fool, but the blood cult really invested a lot in them. And it was not just martial arts, but all other skills as well, which was not to Seo's advantage. He thought that all the words Seo was saying meant that he wanted to give up. But that wasn't the case. The guy needed to give it his all. When he heard the words, "give it his all," his expression changed. And when Seo's sword swept through his body like butter, the enemy was behind him. The elder watched as blood spilled from his body. No one even had time to see this perfect attack from Seo. Akshan looked indifferent, but his expression spoke for itself. It showed that the situation had changed not in their favor, but there was no need to be surprised, because the show was just beginning. To make his point, the elder hit him on the head with a stick. Shouting insults and calling him an idiot, the elder asked why he had not yet realized that in a fight with an opponent, it is necessary to close the distance and not allow him to move away in order to be able to block his techniques. Holding his head, the boy replied that he knew everything, but he could not follow the techniques that the elder was showing. Since the techniques were very fast, the elder decided to show even faster, hitting him again with the stick. The elder had beaten him so many times with the Shining Star sword technique that the boy now recognized it easily. His opponent had used the Ringing Elm sword. Moreover, he was almost as good at this formation as the elder. The young man wondered how the opponent was able to hone his skills to such a level on his own, without a mentor. After waiting for a minute for the opponent to get up, the elder asked if he had fallen asleep. Adding another question, he asked if he was going to give up. But he stood up and replied that he was not going to give up, and his attack would not even cut through a paper sheet. Training under the guidance of Elder A.K. Jong, every day he practiced to resist the Shining Star sword technique. The daily training was almost fatal, requiring him to carry bricks on his back and endure unbearable pain. Because of this, he decided not to take his eyes off his opponent for a second and not to lose to him. He did his best, carefully studying Elder A.K. Chan's techniques. Even the boy's swords understood his efforts, but they couldn't understand why he was almost crying because of a few scratches. The black sword looked at him, realizing that he had to act according to the plan. The fight could go on for a very long time. Repelling blow after blow, their weapons collided with each other with a loud clang. He had to grip the sword's hilt tightly to keep it from falling out during the numerous blows. Seo swung, trying to deliver a powerful blow. The opponent noticed that he had concentrated his energy in his fist, instantly lunged with his sword, and realized that this was definitely the first formation of the Shining Star sword technique. And then again, the Sword of the Striking Tiger attack, flying lightning fast through the opponent. Even if the opponent can't predict all his movements, you can recognize the technique from his posture and block the attack. Seo managed to hit him a few times, but these superficial wounds don't bother him. Even though he is giving his best, Jabek seems to know all his techniques by heart and easily blocks the attacks. Seo realizes this and continues to attack with his sword, and successfully uses the Qigong taught to him by Elder A.K. Jong. He knows how to defend himself perfectly, so we have to think about how to defeat him. And again, the Sword of the Striking Tiger attack. And again, he repels it. The formation Sword of the Striking Tiger suppresses the enemy with powerful energy, but when used, it opens a gap in the defense, and you can hit a weak spot even with your bare hands. The opponent notices the reverse grip of the sword, and realizes that this is the third formation of the Sword of the Shining Star technique. He clenches his fist as much as possible. The Sliding Loach sword knocks the opponent out of the rut due to unpredictable sliding lunges. So there is no point in being distracted by each individual lunge. You need to aim at So himself. After another attack was repelled, he was relieved. He managed to break the distance between them, and he thought Seo's punch was very obvious. At that time, he noticed that Seo had extended his free arm to take a stance. This was the formation of the Shining Star sword technique, a reflecting clam sword that converts the force of an opponent's strike into momentum to launch an equal-strength swift attack. However, if you constantly track the trajectory of the enemy's attack, then the use of the reflecting clam sword will not be effective. Finally, he waited for Seo to lose his balance and was ready to attack. After that, he delivered a blow so powerful that his opponent was thrown into the air. He was sure that the Shining Star sword technique was defeated. The enemy knew all the weaknesses of his formation very well. His talismans, the two swords, told him that he was very good at fighting, but it was much more difficult than expected. They supported him, saying he could still stick to his plan. As always, it was easy for them to say, because he was taking all the hits. They reminded him that there was nothing to worry about, because he always had the determination. Such wounds and abrasions can be healed simply by cultivating the innate energy of the core. It must have been amusing for the elder to watch his subordinate shatter the glory of the legendary Shining Star sword technique. It would have been the height of foolishness for So to continue to rely on the same techniques that his enemy had easily repelled. Therefore, now using the advanced sword of the Shining Star technique could confuse the enemy. At first, he would think that Seo was trying to improvise and lose the initiative. The enemy was already waiting for Seo to start attacking, but he noticed that something was going wrong. He did not expect that the reflecting clam sword could create such a barrage of attacks. He tried to withstand the attack, putting his iron hands under each blow. The elder and Seo noticed that the formation had changed. Afterwards, So told him that he was very good at repelling his attacks, and so he had to come up with something new. He asked if the enemy liked it. The enemy would never have believed that Seo could transform the formation on the move if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. After that, the attacks of the sliding briar became even more rapid, and he could hardly block them. He was only counting on Seo to use the sword of the smashing tiger, and then his defense would have an opportunity to attack. He realized that he had to act immediately, so he struck at the guy. But what he saw was not what he expected. He felt his fist clench in Seo's hand, which had an incredibly strong chakra. Seo shifted his feet, stretched out his free hand, and regained his balance. It was the reflecting clam sword. Seo responded with a powerful punch, absorbing the energy of the attack, and began the second formation of the Shining Star sword technique. The reflecting clam sword moved smoothly like butter. But why was the skin on his arm cracked as if it had been pulled by an iron rod? The Jaebek he was fighting looked much stronger. His muscles had grown twice as large, and his inner chakra could be seen with the naked eye. Nothing was over yet. The black sword warned the boy that this was a full metal transformation technique that the elder had clearly taught him. Now this duel would change dramatically, and the guy needed to keep his distance. Suddenly, someone called his name. It was his opponent. He asked him where he was looking, and immediately began to strike. He had to skillfully dodge such a fast punch, because his speed had increased significantly. Using Qigong, he was already fast, but now he became even faster. Now it was just a warning lunge, and it would be impossible to dodge a full-force punch, especially if you didn't expect it. Seo couldn't even have predicted that the fight would be so serious. Against such an opponent, you need to seize the moment and decisively turn the tide of battle. And so the two elements merge into one, fast fists and sword skills. The blows follow each other too quickly. The sword crashes into the enemy's body, but does not cause significant damage. The sword of the striking tiger technique is powerless against him. It is difficult to describe the power of his fists. They are incredibly strong. The blows are so powerful that one of them to the stomach makes one unable to stand. His dominant aura shows that he has become much stronger. He also performs various tricks in the air, doing flips to get closer to the enemy. After coming out of the flip, he tries to kick, but a sword-shaped block prevents his leg from reaching his head. Koya barely has time to find the moment to block this attack. The second formation of the Shining Star sword technique is the reflecting clam sword. This attack throws the enemy back, but he manages to stay on his feet and maintains a fighting stance. Time was running out, and he had to act faster. The enemy figured out that every time the guy wanted to push him away, he used the reflecting clam sword. Suddenly, large stones rose up in front of Seo and flew straight at him. But he easily realized that it was an illusion, and noticed that the enemy began to fuss. The enemy was really fast and came from behind, as if he could not be seen, but the guy still managed to draw his sword. Looking at him, one could suspect whether he was okay or not. But when Seo asked him about it, he replied that it didn't make any difference. The black sword said that things were getting dangerous, and something had to be done. But the situation was very dangerous, not for Hui, but for Song Jabaek. The black sword, along with his previous master, had seen AK Jong use this technique many times. However, he had never seen his veins swell so much and his skin fall off in shreds. This was clearly a side effect of using a technique that exceeded his physical capabilities. Black Sword realized what would happen next if this continued. The end for Song Jabaek could be fatal. He could die. Seo understood the Black Sword, but there was still one problem. Most of the attacks missed their mark, even the sword of the smashing tiger. Even the sword of the slithering briar didn't help. None of these attacks can hold back his furious onslaught. To win in this scenario, the guy needs to stall for time, but in this case, this fool may die altogether. You need to somehow win and save him, but it's a very difficult task. And then, during another sword strike, blood starts to flow from his stomach. If he hadn't ducked a little, Seo could have accidentally pierced him through. What should he do next if he doesn't care at all? He puts his hand on the blade and just holds it. But then Seo had a great idea. He found a way to untie his Gordian knot. So he took his hand, intertwined his fingers with his, and the two chakras came together. He began to squeeze, and the enemy and the elder looked at their hands intently. The swordsmen were also watching. Some of them understood what was happening, others did not. The Black Sword noticed that Seo was trying to resolve the situation through a spirit duel. He intends to mix the opponent's aura with his innate energy, thus canceling the full metal transformation technique. If he had not studied the Shining Star energy cultivation technique, it would have been tantamount to suicide. Southern Heaven's Enhui's energy was clearly inferior to the enemy's. Looking at their faces, it would seem that Beck's aura was superior. But there was one but that the Black Sword knew about. Ja Beck uses up his energy faster. Ja Beck acted as if he was going to kill Enhui, but he seemed to have forgotten both his fighting technique and the right attitude. Looking at him, the swordsman could say with certainty that he would definitely win, because they believed in his strength and soberly assessed the situation. Jia did not believe that he could be defeated by a battle of the spirit. However, the full metal transformation technique was collapsing. Just a little more, and that was it. It was at this moment that an elder intervened in the battle, scattering them in different directions. They have almost no strength left, so they can't even land properly. In flight, they looked as if their strength had completely left them, and they were hitting the ground with their bodies. Seo did not understand why the elder suddenly decided to intervene. The elder wanted to stop them before they used up all their innate energy. After that, he explained that they could not win against each other, so the match was cancelled. A draw? This question immediately came to the boy's mind, because he could not understand what was happening. What followed was what Seo expected to be discussed. The old man asked him why he hadn't used the technique from the secret recordings he had given him. The answer he got was that he needed to be fearless. Seo explained that he was certainly experienced enough to use the techniques from the secret recordings, and therefore wise enough to know the circumstances and weaknesses of the techniques. That is why the technique had to be changed. But the elder wondered who could have told him how to do it, because no one could have penetrated the records without his knowledge. He believed that this was just the limit of his current capabilities, and he was sure that he could still see the weaknesses. In fact, he saw the weaknesses that Seo had left on purpose to avoid arousing suspicion. The guy then asked him if he knew something. He said that the idea that the creator of that technique would have left it unchanged with such obvious weaknesses was ridiculous. When he spoke of an improved version, the elder immediately exclaimed, "South Sky." After this conversation, they did not decide on a winner, and the fight ended in a draw. Although Seo realized that a little more and he would have easily won. He asked the elder to look at the enemy, who was lying exhausted, and asked if he disagreed with him. However, the elder said he did not know anything. This was too much, and Seo broke down and shouted loudly, asking the elder if he really thought the fight was fair. He asked him to think about it. He explained all the conditions, because he only had basic energy cultivation skills, while Jia had techniques that the elder had personally taught him, a full understanding and knowledge of the weaknesses of So's techniques. He also had an elixir that enhanced his internal energy. Needless to say, he even had liquid armor that he wore on his hands. The guy explained that in this situation, Jia had a dominant power, and yet it was he who was on the way to winning this fight, in a fight organized exclusively for the loser. It was pointless to remain silent in such a situation, and he continued to express his dissatisfaction with the rules and the injustice of the fight. Then he asked the elder a key question. Would he have allowed him to fight Jia if they had played fair, even if he hadn't given him the wristbands and the elixir? The elder laughed out loud, throwing his head back, laughing so hard that he grunted several times. He walked over to Jia and kicked him in the face on his unconscious body. He kicked him so hard that Ja revived, started calling him names and asking who allowed him to use this technique without permission, because he would not have gotten it. The elder then asked about the elixir he had given him, as Ja thought that what he drank every night was the elixir. Turning to Seo, the elder asked him his opinion on why he had not taught techniques for a long time, but told these two about his techniques. Then he answered his own question. Their bodies were perfect for the full metal transformation technique. The two of them have a much higher blood circulation rate than ordinary people, and their bodies accumulate internal energy faster. When using the full metal transformation technique, their fast blood circulation accelerates their death, and if nothing is done about it, they will indeed die. Because of this, you need to balance everything with velvet tree bark extract or a blood regulation technique. The elder added about weapons, as the boy's complaints about this were inappropriate, because he was holding a personalized sword. This sword is old and has seen a lot, but it is still much better than any ordinary sword. Black Sword coughed behind the elder, and said that for the first time in a long time, the elder was right. However, the elder added something else. He admitted that the fight was indeed unfair, because the duel was organized so that he would win. All of them were just pawns that he took advantage of. But this does not change the fact that Seo had been trying to deceive him for a long time to win. Because of this, the elder announced that there would be no winner, and their agreement was cancelled. After all, they are disposable pawns to him who will eventually become official disciples. When Seo heard this, he was very shocked. The elder was sorry to lose such strong fighters, because they have a certain natural talent and innate ability in martial arts. People like them would have learned to fight on their own even without training. What Seo learned with the help of the South Sky Gardens looked like an innate talent to Akjong, but it would not have been possible without his personal abilities, because no one else in the world can talk to swords. The whole conversation was pleasant, but it was not yet time to relax, because there was still something to be clarified. So asked the elder if he became his personal student. Would he teach him his personal techniques? The elder repeated that only those with fast blood circulation, like twins, could perform full metal transformation techniques. The elder said that he would not teach him martial techniques, but would help him develop his sword skills. Then he mentioned that the technique So was using was that of a Southern Sky swordsman, the only worthy opponent for him, from Yunnan province. Seo pretended not to know this, pointed to his sword behind him, and asked in surprise if it was possible that this sword belonged to that skeleton. The swordsman appreciated the boy's acting. He did a great job of pretending that this was the first time he had heard about it from AK-chan. The elder realized that he would use this tactic many times, so it was better to get used to it right away. The elder began to tell him that after the death of the Southern Heavens swordsman, he had become the one who knew the Shining Star Sword technique best by naming him, and he promised to help him master it to perfection. In fact, the boy did not really need his help. The next thing the elder said was that he would help restore the Dantian. He asked him if he would become his apprentice. In his head, the boy began to talk to his swords, which told him that they would accept any decision he made, because it was a good opportunity, and he could always leave if he didn't like it. Raising the sword almost to his face, the boy bowed and said, "Intermediate-level warrior Seo Woon-hui greets his teacher." One of the twins asked what he and his brother would do now. The elder could not just leave those who had learned his techniques, even if he did not quite like them. He said he would take them both. Ja was very happy. You could see it in his face. They both greeted their teacher at that moment, and Ja was still explaining to his brother how to do it properly. However, his brother repeated his words, also saying Ja's name instead of his own. Now Seo had two younger friends, and he was very happy about it. One of the brothers panicked and asked the elder if he would make Seo the elder over them. Lifting his head up, spreading his arms, and laughing out loud, the elder addressed John, saying that a young man who looked like him had become his disciple. For him, this was a victory over John, and he was glad to have finally defeated him. But did he really consider this absurdity a victory? This greatly impressed Black Sword and the boy. The Black Sword even told So to forget what he had said earlier, because if he became a disciple of this fool, he would stop helping him. After a while, the elder appeared in the cave right next to John and asked the skeleton how he was doing. He laid down right in front of him, making himself comfortable, and explained to him that he could finally leave him behind. However, something was still bothering him, and he asked the skeleton to tell him what it was. He asked him who had killed him. One day, the master received a very strange challenge to a duel. The letter contained only the city and time, and a flower cut in half. The previous master had fought hundreds of thousands of battles, but that day he was unusually nervous going into the fight. It is still unknown who he fought and who his opponent was. The only thing I remember is that one of his opponent's eyes was golden. He looked to be no more than 20 years old, but the fight lasted only 40 seconds. The master's hat was cut in half, and he was defeated. An outstanding master, worthy of the title of the 8th best master of the Celestial Empire, the pride of the Yunnan province of the Southern Sky, lay on the ground defeated. This was all she knew about the man who had led my master to his death. Seo Woon-hui pondered this for a long time, and his sword could not believe that the candidate for the title of one of the 8 best masters, the Southern Sky swordsman, had lost in 40 seconds. Our hero couldn't believe it either. He thought something was wrong, ignoring Sodom's advice. He wanted to stick to his point of view, despite her guesses. But contrary to his expectations, the spirit could not get a decent answer. The boy thought about everything thoughtfully, not knowing what else he could add to the story of this sword. But that was enough for today. It was late, and it was time to go to bed. He said goodnight and sweet dreams to his fellow swordsmen, putting them on the floor next to him. But the thing is, swords never sleep, and because of that, they thought the boy was a little strange. Seo Wan needed to think about it, so he changed the subject to the Southern Sky swordsman to make everyone relax a bit, and eventually, their conversation ended on that note. Judging by Southern Sky's reaction, he was not telling us something, or he was not telling us anything, because what he had said does not explain why the remains of the Southern Sky swordsman, the pride of Yunnan province, ended up in Guangdong province. He had reached a high rank and was considered one of the 8 best masters of the Central Peak. How could such a person be mortally wounded in a fight that lasted only 40 seconds? If the difference in skills was so great and significant, it would have shown itself in the first exchange of blows, and even 40 seconds would not have been needed. The Sword of the Southern Sky said that the person who led the master to death was the one who killed him, not the one who killed him, and paying attention to the presentation of this information, the words must be taken literally. Thus, it turns out that after the duel, the Southern Sky swordsman was still a little bit alive. He came to the cave to recover from his injuries, and at that moment, most likely, the one who attacked him appeared next to him. The one who attacked him and killed him in this miserable state. And only one question remains. Was it the warrior with the golden eye, or perhaps it was someone else who was watching their fight from the side? It is not known who it was, but its purpose would be clear. Lying on the ground, the young master's thoughts did not leave him, for the Southern Sky told him that he was looking for a disciple. He had not met any good people on his way. That is, he did not have an heir, which means that the one who killed the Southern Sky swordsman at his moment of weakness would become the sole owner of his technique. Judging by the skeleton, he broke his jaw so that he could not speak, broke his arm so that he could not write, and broke his legs so that he could not escape. And there was only one reason for all these cruelties, only one justification. It was the sole possession of the Southern Sky swordsman's martial arts techniques. He probably made the swordsman describe the way to cultivate innate energy, and then destroyed the most important part, to become the only warrior who possesses the secret of innate core energy. It was unpleasant to realize, but the boy never became a kind of heir to the Southern Sky sword, although not officially. And apparently it was very hard for the Southern Sky to watch this horror and not be able to help him. At the first opportunity, he changed the subject, and now our hero understands why these are painful memories for him. Apparently, in order to communicate with him normally, he will have to avoid this topic. But the young master is sure that the day will come when the Southern Sky itself decides to tell him this information. Until then, he will at least take care of his feelings. At this moment, while Seo Woon was sleeping, the swords were actively discussing this topic with each other. The Southern Sword finally told her everything and was glad that she understood him. He thanked her for that. Sodom understood him perfectly, patting him on the shoulder, because they should understand each other, because they are both swords. And who else could he tell if not her? She winked at South Sword and told him not to worry, as it was likely that Young-san didn't understand. She would also keep changing the subject if he asked about the death of the Southern Sky swordsman again. But there was no need for that. The Southern Sword himself noticed that Jung had seen his reaction and drew conclusions. Sodom, of course, did not understand how he realized this, but for the Southern Sword, sometimes you can understand each other without words. Perhaps this is the unique bond between a swordsman and his faithful sword, with which they have been through a lot. Hearing his point of view, Sword Sodom even got a little tense at his words and hoped he was joking. She became jealous of her master and grabbed the Southern Sword by the neck, asking what he even knew about Jung. They had only met a few months ago, and he was completely arrogant. She was going to teach him what it meant to respect his elders, and she began to punish him. The young master lay there and did not return to his swords, but he heard them making noise, but did not understand why. A few minutes later, a huge man enters the room where our hero was sleeping. The boy greets him. This master gets down to business, punching his fist and looking disdainfully at everyone lying around, calling them weak and a pitiful sight. He is not satisfied that they, having become his disciples, instead of celebrating, decided to sleep after such a small fight. The master began to throw them in different directions and hit them with blows, but he asked them to wait and explain what had gone wrong. Despite this, they had to listen to the master, even if he could beat them up pretty good. The master emphasizes that it was the first time in his life that he took someone as an apprentice. He opened a large pot of liquid and was about to celebrate. The students looked inside and did not fully understand what was there. The huge pot looked harsh, and the potion in it looked like strongly infused alcohol. The master was not going to sleep, and no one would go to bed until they had drunk. After pouring a large glass of alcohol, he asked his disciples who wanted to be the first to accept the drink from their master. His disciples looked at this and began to salivate with anticipation of the deliciousness. They almost fought for the right to be the first to drink with the master, but they had to drink one at a time. The next morning, the young master comes out of the cave and yawns deliciously. Looking at the weather, he was amazed at the snow today. His colleague approaches him and asks what he is doing this morning. Our hero, seeing Sungja Baek's condition, could hardly contain his laughter and asked how he was feeling. Sungja Baek looked terrible. There was a huge dent in his face, and it was easy to see that he had had a rough night. The old man first got him drunk and then attacked him, not even thinking that he was not ready, because he was just drunk. The thing is, when they were drinking with the company, Sungja Baek started laughing at the old man's story. This made the old man so angry that he kicked him, and he ran into the wall. He thought the old man was just telling a funny story. Seo Woon understood him, of course, but why was he treating the old man so informally? The boy had only one question. Why does he feel older? Because they are, in fact, comrades. And besides, he owes him a favor. But our hero had even forgotten about this debt. Remembering, he realizes that one day the loser will become the winner. And at that moment, the guy behaved quite strangely, and they made a bet. Seo Woon pointed to 3 on his fingers, saying that there were 3 options to choose from. Either he would recognize the old man as a senior comrade, or he would call the young master as a senior comrade, or he would address him as master, or he would offer to fight again. Of course, Sungja didn't like these suggestions very much, and it was hard for him to accept. But he wasn't in the mood for a fight, so he addressed Seo Woon with the title, Senior Master. However, he still couldn't accept it because his inner energy was more powerful than his. Sodom, observing this, realizes that her master is holding back and trying not to harm him. In fact, he is a very strong guy, and as he communicates with his sword, he realizes that his colleague is well aware of this. Although he is confident, he is not a fool. Soon the master comes out, noticing that his students have finally woken up. Taking the young master by the clothes, he dragged him along like a rag, because they had to leave. The big master was carrying Seo Woon, and he could only scream. But the master's methods were quite brutal. He pushed off from the place of his cave and jumped down, holding the boy and carrying him. Seo Woon realized that he could walk, so why drag him like a rag? But the master was not satisfied with the speed, because they would grow old together by the time they reached the Valley of the 6 Bloods. All that was left was to wait to see what this new location, the Valley of the 6 Bloods, was. At this moment, in the main pavilion of the valley, an old doctor was checking his patient's pulse and prescribing the necessary medicine. He was the best doctor that existed at that time. Sitting in his office, he did not expect that someone would break the wall and disturb him in a rude manner. When he saw who came to visit him, the old man was amazed, and our master greeted the divine healer. The master brought Seo Woon in his hands and asked him to cure this guy. But our hero wanted to vomit from such a movement. Seeing this mess, a girl enters the doctor's room and tells the master to stop doing stupid things. It was a woman from the blood cult, the 6th Blood Star, a blood witch named Hanbuka, who hadn't seen this man in her area for a long time. When she saw Seo Woon, she wondered who the guy next to him was, because she hadn't seen him before. Our hero wanted to greet the bloodsucker politely, but the master silenced him by putting his huge foot on him and covering his mouth. Since Seo Woon decided to bow to someone other than his master, he was forbidden to do so. After he had taught his disciple the lesson, he told the witch that he had come to see a divine healer. The master realized that the divine healer was somewhere nearby, probably in the room behind the old man. He shouted for him to come out. The door opened and a voice came out. "It's been a long time, A.K. Jung." It was the divine healer who asked A.K. Jung if he would like a cup of tea. Of course, tea is good. But the divine healer was the only noble among them, so he should drink it. Sodom watched this interesting conversation. She was impressed by Master A.K. Chen's manner of communication, and his disciple also realized that there was not a drop of nobility left in this old man. Our hero could not even believe that the man who left the room was supposed to be a divine healer. He was more inclined to think that this old man, who had been in front of him from the very beginning, was a divine healer, because he had to look like one. But everything turned out differently. The master wasn't going to dawdle for long and got right down to business. The task was to cure his student. His energy core was damaged, and if it was repaired, the master would give him his nameplate, which could be useful to the healer. When the healer heard A.K. Chan's offer, he did not consider it profitable for him and refused. Because he already has a lot of nameplates from treating important people throughout the Central Plains. And if you look at just one of them, they are very influential and famous people who have great power. Our hero even squinted and saw one of the tablets belonging to one of the 4 terrible killers of the Central Plains. there were the names of elders who cannot be compared to the tablets of the 4 killers, or the 8 masters of the Central Plains, who stand at an unattainable level of skill. In addition, if it is a matter of damage to the energy core, it is not a matter of life or death, and this issue can wait. A doctor cannot afford to take care of a master's apprentice because he would have to put an important patient aside. He hoped that AK Jong would understand and asked him to come back later. The boy had already noticed the silhouette of his important patient. But who was it? AK Jong, in turn, grabbed his student by the head, disagreeing with the healer. If this child is not cured, he will only be able to use his innate energy, and eventually it will kill him. Or he will kill his student out of pity. The healer can cure him, but he prefers that he die. Can he even call himself a doctor after that? It was quite sly of AK Jong to emphasize this. Seo Wan realized that his master was crazy and couldn't believe that he was saying that. After that, the master said that if he was not cured, the split skull would not be able to be healed. But the doctor looked at the boy and said that he felt sorry for him, considering that he was his first student. If he wants to kill him, he can do it on the street, but he has other things to do now. And he closes the door on the master and his student, slamming it shut. AK Jong, holding the boy's head, throws him aside with all his might, furious to the point of exhaustion. The fact that the doctor ignored him made him even angrier. If this important patient is so important, he will kill him, making it disappear, and maybe then the doctor will become more cooperative. The Blood Witch, seeing the master's intentions, stopped him, because it was unacceptable. But AK Jong, seeing that his path was blocked, became even more enraged, as her reaction only fueled his desire to find out who it was. After these screams, the Elder Witch finally revealed who was behind the door, and they suddenly fell silent, which interested the boy. Soon, our hero notices that the 6th blood star's throat vibrated a little. Even though he couldn't hear a word, he could have sworn that they were communicating through these vibrations. Soon afterward, Seo Woon was asked by a man to wait outside the door until everything was resolved. But this man meant everyone in the room except the witch. But who was standing there behind the doctor's back? The master, speaking to the witch, heard who was standing behind the doctor and could not believe her. And if she lied to him in order to dismiss him, she would not get away with it. But, looking him straight in the eye, the witch assured him that if he was worried, he should stop, because there was no lie in her words. Seo Woon holds his stomach and realizes that it hurts. They drank so much last night that he feels sick. As he sat outside this room, he wondered if any of these patients were really so noble that even a teacher could not harm them. He wondered how long these two would keep talking like this. Sodom decided to ask the boy if he knew which of these patients was there. Our hero was unsure, as the blood leader is dead and he has no idea who else the teacher might show respect to. Southern Sword turned to Sodom because her question was very strange for the guy. Come to think of it, he often follows Sodom around. And this isn't the first time she's asked such strange questions, as if she's come back from the past to ask about such things. But Seo Won clarifies that she actually died and came back from the past. Southern Sword, hearing that this was true and not a metaphor, was amazed. But he repeatedly reminded Sodom that she wasn't lying, even though even Seo Won would never believe it. This made her angry and ordered him to shut up and stay out of the swordplay when they were talking to each other. After that, the guy decided to go to the warehouse or the kitchen because he was thirsty and needed to drink water. It was a bad idea to share a healthy jug of alcohol with 3 people. He didn't confuse anything and went to the food warehouse. After he opened the door, he saw through the crack that someone was there. The girl was standing on the stack, eating everything deliciously, not even noticing that someone had entered. Seo Won came in and noticed that the girl had a great appetite, whoever she was. Coming closer, our hero felt uneasy. The moment he saw that the girl's cheek was also fat, he apologized and ran away. But the girl asked him to stop, because he could become one of the 4 supreme elders if she was right. She asked him to forget about what he saw there because she was actually on a diet. Of course, how could he forget that? Seo Won wondered, realizing that the beef jerky the girl had just eaten was hardly part of her diet. But the girl began to scream that she had only eaten a little, just a little, because she was afraid of fainting from hunger, because she hadn't eaten anything. However, the boyfriend looked at her and had the impression that she was going to eat half the warehouse. She urged him not to say anything to anyone, and promised to give him something interesting in return. She pulled out 2 silver coins from her pocket and offered them for his silence. Seo Won thought this was quite strange, because it would have been enough for him to just ask her to keep quiet. But why would she offer money right away? Despite this, he still won. After a while, his master begins to call him to hurry up and come to him, because he and the elders are waiting for him. Seo Woon, seeing that some fuss was starting, abruptly began to run to the master. It seemed to AK Jong that his student was moving too slowly, so he decided to punish him with a blow, because this was unacceptable during an important battle, and now he would also have to wait. The master was interested in what the boy was doing in this village, but he just wanted to drink. And in his head he heard someone's voice. Soon he saw the silhouette of the girl who was eating the warehouse, and realized that if he spoke, she would kill him. The boy explained that he was looking for water, but found nothing. The bloody witch looked at her student, who assured her that she hadn't eaten anything. The relationship between the elder and the apprentice seemed good enough, the witch said, but the fact that the master has finally taken an apprentice is a blessing for the cult. The blood witch's gaze was very interesting to our hero. She circled him with her gaze, taking his energy. He had a feeling that he was losing consciousness or was dizzy, but he was quickly woken up by the master with his hand. He emphasized that he should not look this girl in the eye, because if he was too inexperienced, he would not be able to resist her power. The young master realized that the dizziness he had just felt was the work of a witch. His innate energy had been activated by itself. The master, in turn, told the witch not to do anything stupid. But the witch said that how could she do otherwise when one of the 4 supreme elders was in front of her? She apologized for her actions. Soon she had to leave, saying goodbye and that they would see each other next time. And the master tells his student that everything was not so simple. They first need to find some medicinal herb or something similar to cure the guy. Our hero realizes that the Lower Dantian Renaissance flower is the herb that the divine doctor was looking for in his past life. The master told his disciple that if he brought this herb to the doctor, it would give him a special tablet that would allow him to receive treatment from the doctor at any time. It was the dead of winter, and how could he find the herb? But fortunately, the boy knew where to get it. He could only hope that the cursed young lady would not get involved. But who is this cursed young lady that the master is talking about? He asked me not to tell anyone, otherwise he would kill him. If he remembers the girl who stood behind the divine healer, that person is the granddaughter of the former leader of the blood cult. And this was startling information for the boy. He hadn't expected the mouth of the blood demon to exist after all. He didn't even know it in his past life and was amazed. A significant figure in Muram's history. One who managed to unite many dark masters into an organization known as the blood cult. To stop him in the past, the Orthodox sects temporarily forgot about their eternal disputes and made an alliance. And even the most powerful figure of the time joined this war. And all because of one man, the blood demon. In a fierce battle against many of Muram's best masters, they were severely wounded and lost their lives. Muram's alliance and the strongest warrior did not rest until they had killed his entire clan to make sure that the blood cult could never be revived. And our hero thought so until he saw one of their descendants so close. However, there was a silver lining here. Thanks to this man, the old man accepted the divine doctor's offer. And considering the boy's knowledge from his past life as a spy for the blood cult, he has a pretty good chance of getting a benefactor in the person for whom the doctor is looking for this medicinal herb. But will it be enough? If Seo Woon doesn't become stronger, even though he's in a better position than in his previous life, he'll still be a weak-willed pawn in the hands of the higher-ups. Sodom notices that he's planning to look for this herb, and wonders if he's really going to do it. But why shouldn't the boy take advantage of such a great opportunity? Sodom believes that this is the right decision, because connections with big shots have never hurt anyone, and our hero could not but agree. But why does he hesitate? He is driven by the thought that someone else will find this herb before him, and he will be quite offended. However, our hero does not go there because there is no point. He cannot see the flower because it is still sleeping. It took the divine doctor 4 days to find it because he did not know about this ability. As soon as the sun goes down and all the people leave, they will immediately go in search of this flower. But our hero did not even suspect that someone was watching him. Seo Woon ran through the forest in the dark night, confident that he would succeed. He was in great shape and felt it. He remembered that moment in his past life when he envied those who were proficient in Qingyun techniques. Soon the Southern Sword decided to warn its master, but he also knew that they were being watched closely because someone was interested in their movements. Seo Woon did not want to turn back and ask the Southern Sword who was following him. He warned him that he would be surprised, because it was the same girl they had seen in the warehouse. And she was moving as fast as he was. He could not understand how this was possible. Even if she was honing her skills, she wouldn't last long with a body like that. The guy decides that if he slows her down a bit, he can get away. Holding his sword in his hands, he starts hitting the trees, trying to create obstacles. In order to raise the airborne snow dust that begins to envelop the girl, he has blocked her view, and he has climbed the bamboo. She will lose sight of him, and even if she finds his trail later, they will be separated by a decent distance. But something went wrong. His swords, looking up, warn that he is under attack from above. The girl rose high above him, as if she wanted to attack. Looking at her, he sees that her hand is burning with purple chi energy, and she orders him to freeze in place. Our hero realizes that he is about to be attacked, and prepares to counteract it. Blocking her blow with his sword, he successfully deflects it, although he does not understand why she is doing it. He did not expect her to attack him with such force. When he lands on the ground, he realizes that this girl thinks she is stronger than him. The guy landed, holding his sword tightly, and the girl slowly went down to the ground. She looked surprised because she had heard that So Won had problems with Dan Tan, but he was very good at Qing Yun. After that, she strikes again with her Blood Brotherhood technique, and the guy barely dodged her damn punch. He wonders what kind of technique it is. Her movements resemble those of a hawk gliding toward its prey. In addition, she is surrounded by red chi energy. Judging by this, she has the technique of a blood witch. Realizing this, So Won knows that if he prolongs this fight, his situation will worsen significantly, so he fights back with all his might. Realizing his situation, he realizes that he has no chance against her. As he comes up with a battle strategy, he realizes that he has to get her to talk to him as soon as possible. He has no choice but to counterattack. After Seo Wan's strong punch, a big snowstorm rises and hits the girl. She sees what he's capable of and asks him why he did it. But our hero is more interested in why she is chasing him. The girl stopped, and it seemed suspicious to her that the guy was going somewhere in the middle of the night. But how does this explain her reason for attacking him? What does it matter to her where he is going? After asking this question, the boy was surprised by the girl's answer. She was interested in where he was going because she knew he knew where to find the grass. Realizing why he had been attacked by this rascal, Seo Won hides his sword and pretends not to understand what she was talking about. If he was hoping to find a flower, would he have been looking for it in the middle of the night? The girl realized that he wasn't going to tell her anything, and began to assure him not to be afraid of her, because she had forgotten to introduce herself. Her name is Heian, and she is a student of the 6th Blood Star. She is really a friend of the person for whom she is looking for this herb. Our hero approached Ms. Heian, unsure of where to look for her. But it's quite difficult to get there, and that's why he decided not to do it today. However, as she followed him, she realized that he was only trying to get rid of her, and asked him to take her with him. In return, she promised to give him all her signs with the right to enter the Divine Doctor's pavilion. Seo Won decided to think for a moment. After consulting with himself, he realized that this was a rather luxurious deal. But he was in no hurry to agree, judging by the fact that she was making such a generous offer from the very beginning. She didn't know how to bargain at all. And then, in the afternoon, she showed her impatience when she immediately offered him silver for a small favor. This means that if he continues to bargain, he will be able to get even more out of her. But as they walked through the snowy forest, Heian asked the boy not to try to run away because she was faster than him. Seo Won turned to her, realizing that she was inclined to cooperate, and asked her to add another reward to build trust. The girl, in turn, reacted with complete confusion. He asked her to teach him the sliding motion she had used before. Hearing this, she felt really rude, because asking for another master's technique was simply unacceptable. But the guy knew his price, and if she didn't want to, he would leave, realizing that she would agree anyway, because that's the kind of person she is. After 10 seconds, she finally agreed to the offer, but on the condition that he would use this technique only against those he intended to kill. The swords watched this closely, realizing that the girl had backed herself into a corner and agreed, even though she didn't really want to. The Southern Sword was even impressed, thinking that this friendship was really important to her. Although it was more like a mutually beneficial deal, the young master emphasized that if they had agreed, then let's go. Walking along the snowy road, the girl noticed that So Won was using scurvy at the expense of his innate core energy. This is bringing him closer to death. In her opinion, he should stop doing this because not only is he using up all his innate energy, but also because he doesn't have Dan Tien. Seo Won wonders how this girl realized that he knew where the grass was. She pointed her finger at him and emphasized that first of all, his behavior gives him away. There were at least 4 elders searching around the Valley of the 6 Bloods today, and she had seen them here many times, but she hadn't seen the boy at all. Secondly, she noticed that he was moving in a certain direction and did not look back at all, as if he knew where he was going. All these guesses were quite reasonable, and made it clear that she had a great intellect. It became clear to Seo Won that she was older than him, and allowed herself to communicate with him informally. He recognized her wisdom and decided to trust her more. hoping that their cooperation would be beneficial to both of them. But this sounded rather rude to the girl, as she could not be older than him. How could he even think that about a student? She was not that old. Soon they came to the bottom of the mountain, and the master said that the grass was at the bottom and they had to go down. The girl once again asked him not to tell anyone what had happened between them that afternoon. As a joke, Seo-woon decided to tickle her nerves by saying that he would tell everyone about it, because he did not see any silver coins. In shock, she reacted by asking if he wanted to die. But instead, he got even better, promising her that everything would be fine. Soon they found the flower. Tearing it out and holding it in his hands, Seo-woon showed it to the girl. It was the herb that the divine healer had been searching for so hard. Heian was amazed that it was actually here, and the discovery brought her great relief. All that remained was to take the flower and return. Our hero looked at her and saw that she was happy. As he was handing the flower to her, his sword shouted sharply to Seo-woon to be careful. From the mountain, 2 bandits came down and attacked them. One of them tried to knock the flower out of his hand with his sword. Seo-woon did not even expect or feel their presence, and this girl, although much stronger than him, did not feel their presence either. Judging by this, these people were indeed very strong. After snatching the flower from their hands, these rascals were happy because they decided to follow them, and now the flower was in their hands. They were going to cut down these children. These masked men began to surround them. One of them kicked Seo-woon. When asked who they were, they did not answer anything. Seo-woon realized that it had been a long time since he had such strong people hanging on his tail, and he pulled out his swords. At the moment when he wanted to draw his sword, one of these scoundrels held his hand, preventing him from doing so. This ninja apologized to the disciple of one of the 4 elders, which seemed rather strange, and struck several blows with his hand. The blows to Seo-woon's body made his body immobilized. The girl saw that his partner had been knocked out from the side and could not believe that her master had been disarmed. At that moment, he was lying on the ground and couldn't move. His arms and legs were not obeying him, and he seemed to be unconscious. He did not respond to the girl's words, although she kept shouting his name. As soon as these scoundrels took the flower, they began to run away. Heian realized that she could not catch up with them at this rate. The girl looked at her partner and realized that he was not even moving, but he was starting to make sounds. Seeing that he won't help her in any way, she rushes forward, promising him that he will wait for her, because she will be back soon. The boy realizes that she managed to avoid harm because she is strong. Of course, this is good, but before she disappeared, she could have at least pressed his acupuncture points. After a few minutes of lying on the ground, the guy notices that the pressure has eased, and his internal energy has activated the points that were clamped. The southern sword reports that his internal energy has reacted. Looking at his body, which began to move, Seo-woon already felt much better. He didn't even know that his energy had so many hidden capabilities. His sword, Sodom, was just furious that this stupid pig had abandoned him and didn't even help him by putting some grass above a human being. Can a flower be more important than a person? In order to keep Seo-woon from relaxing, Sodom began to encourage him, so that he would not stand still like a stone, but act. But did our hero really need it? He wondered. The flower they had just stolen was not quite ripe yet. The fruits that ripen in the lower Dantian Renaissance flower change as it grows. A fully mature plant should have 7 formed fruits that emit a greenish glow. Judging by the flower they took, there were only 5 yellow balls. In this place where they were, this herb grew all unripe. Even though it was a plant, it was not suitable. The real mature flower was growing behind the 7 frozen waterfalls, and the boy was approaching it. They were very lucky that these thieves had attacked them so early, otherwise they would have taken the normal flower. Going behind the frozen waterfall, the boy could not see anything because the moonlight did not penetrate there. But soon his sword noticed that something was shining in the distance. Directing our hero, he went up and found the flower, thanking Sodas for her eyesight. Everything was as it should be, all the fruits in a faint green glow. Only 2 flowers, but they were ripe. This herb was divine and bloomed only on winter nights. Before it even touched his palm, it was already freezing. Tearing it out, he realized that the main thing was not to damage its roots. It was very cold in this cave behind the frozen waterfall, and in summer it was a beautiful place. At this time, Sodom felt that there was a broken blade nearby that wanted to say something to our hero. But the guy was pulling this flower so hard and didn't want to be disturbed because he was almost done. He wouldn't have understood anything anyway, so Sodom decided to talk to the blade herself. The blade's cracked voice was quite unclear, as its core was cracked and it was hard to make out what it was saying. However, Sodom did manage to hear one important word that was formed into a single syllable. Run. She quickly ran to her master, asking him not to ask anything, but just to run. But as soon as she approached him, she saw that the situation had changed. A huge snake was spinning on the wall. Its enormous size covered the space, preparing to attack. The guy dodged its sharp attack, not expecting this creature to be in such a place. He did not understand what kind of creature it was. His trusty sword also did not know and had never seen anything like it. Moreover, it was very dark, but that's what a monster looks like. Looking around, the guy realized that he could not fight in such a dark room. He could only run away because he had taken the grass and had to run to the exit. As soon as he tried to get off the ground, he realized that his leg was injured and dripping blood. But he could not delay, because the exit was very close, and he had a chance to escape without fear of this monster. This cave demon looked at his prey with its double eyes. He could not let him go. Seeing where Seo-woon was approaching, the demon was not going to let him go, because he was trying to escape with his beautiful flower. The demon pushes off the ground and attacks Seo-woon like a hurricane, destroying everything in its path. The southern sword, seeing this devilish creature flying at our hero's back, warns him that he won't even have time to escape at this distance. Seo-won has no choice but to jump up and deliver a sharp blow during his dodge. Although our hero is unsure whether his plan will work, as the scale of this monster is simply enormous. But Seo-woon has no choice but to play to the fullest, no matter what. He activates the Shining Star technique, backing it up with his second form, holding the chopper sword. He strikes the monster, knocking it aside. Even though it was a hard blow for him, the guy hit some weaknesses. Our hero had only one question. What kind of demonic creature is this? But the only thing that was clear to the guy was that his attacks did not work on this monster. It was as if the lizard, as if the dragon, kept attacking the boy. Sodom noticed that the animal started to behave in a completely different way, and maybe it was scared. The southern sword advises Seo-won to seize the chance while the monster is confused. There's no time to waste. He must finish it off, no matter what it takes for our hero. At the moment when the sharp claws began to surround the guy, he decides to use the most powerful technique. Swinging his sword, he concentrates all his energy to strike. With the technique of sword chop clam, which is a rare information, tiger slicing sword, 100 blows hit the monster. Jumping up, Seo-won sees that the attack has worked on the monster. But the boy's blood pressure skyrocketed, and he felt as if his heart was about to stop. His faithful swordsmen were supporting Seo-woon at that moment, but they didn't know that he was very sick. He fell to the ground, dropping his swords and writhing in pain. Sodom was shocked to see how her master was feeling. He was holding his chest and repeating that he was hot. His sword could see that something was wrong, and the moment Seo-woon coughed up the poison, he realized. The wound inflicted by the beast was spreading deadly poison throughout his body. He could feel it moving up his knee, his inner hostile energy fighting him, but the pain did not subside. Such a powerful poison, as if he had been thrown into a fire, very quickly and painfully penetrated his entire body. Even his throat was hot. Realizing that he was losing his clarity of thought and would soon lose consciousness, he had to do something to help relieve the fever. He had a healing herb in his hands and hoped it would help. The divine flower that radiates cold could save him from death. Gathering all his strength, he puts the flower in his mouth and starts chewing. The moment he ate the flower, he felt his throat as if it were choked with ice. He couldn't even breathe because it was unbearably cold. It was hard for the sodas to watch their master suffocate from lack of circulation. She advised him to mix this circulation immediately to get his energy under control faster, but the guy couldn't get it together because the heat and cold were eating him up from the inside. But the moment Sodom reminded him that he had died and returned to the past, she ordered him to unite his forces immediately. This thought penetrated his consciousness. He sits down in the lotus position and begins to listen to her words. He was being given a second chance, and he had no choice but to pull himself together. If he can't even cope with this kind of pain, he won't be any better than in his previous life. Soon after circulating his energy, he felt much better, and there was a consciousness and stability in that moment when he took control. He realizes that he is going to survive now. But as he points his hand to the side, he sees that the heat has spread through his body, but this cold is beginning to extinguish it. Looking at his hand, he noticed that the large meditation on his hand had lit up again. This was a good sign. So-woon continued to meditate for a long time, and soon it was as if a cosmic force contacted him, telling him that the heavens would open to him when he wielded the sword. He had heard this voice before, at the moment when he lost concentration under the blue fire. And at that moment, the poison began to destroy his body, pushing out its manifestations from different sides. Something began to happen wrong. The two energies came into conflict. The inner force competed with each other and tried to kill the boy. Feeling this imbalance in his body, the guy was driven to madness. He hears the voice of the South Sky telling him not to interrupt the circulation of energy, continuing to control the innate energy of the core. His faithful sword emphasizes that he must not be allowed to lose control of the two energies. Let him not try to suppress one of them, but to direct them in accordance with the inner flow. Gathering his breath, feeling the air in his lungs, the boy began to accumulate air and energy in himself, imagining his innate inner energy as a calm lake, even if the elements are raging inside. A cold and unyielding lake, and two streams that have lost their direction. Calm down when they find their way to the lake. In a quiet stream, take your time and gently direct your energies. After a while, everything inside it begins to calm down. The two stormy elements inside him gradually calm down, and he feels calm in his soul as the 5 elements are balanced. Sodom is worried about him, asking how he feels. After catching his breath, the boy is happy that South Sky helped him, and now he is fine. Sodom is amazed that South Sky helped him. How could it have done that? Perhaps he was delusional, she suggests when asked why she thinks so. Sodom points to South Sky's iron sword, which has been lying on the sidelines all this time. How could he have heard it from a distance? Looking at the sword, our hero begins to hear South Sky's voice. He asks if he can hear it well, and our hero replies that he can hear it, of course. After the voice of the blue fire was heard in his head, he began to hear the South Sky as well. At this point, the guy felt that he could tell that the ability was getting stronger every time a new star flashed on his hand. He even wondered from what distance he could now hear his sword, although he did not fully understand how amazing it was. This is a whole new ability. If you get a chance to leave the Valley of the Six Bloods, you should try to find the secret records of the immortal sword. The body of a large demonic beast was lying on the ground. The boy had destroyed it with his punch. After inspecting its body, his sword suggested that the creature's form might even be immortal, and the person who had obtained this flower in our hero's past life had also encountered it. It was amazing. But the moment the South Sky said that the creature might be alive, the guy realized that he needed to get out of here as soon as possible. He stumbled and fell deeper into the cave, pushing himself off the rock. When he landed on the ground, he was hit hard. Although he was fine, that didn't explain why he fell off the cliff. South Sky looked at our hero and gave him advice to use the inner energy of the core to examine his organs. He heard his advice, realizing its wisdom, and decided to activate this core energy. Soon he noticed a very strange picture. The energy increased. Looking at it, he realized that it had increased, and now he could use the amount of energy he had when he cultivated 30 years ago. South Heaven, hearing this, told him that the innate energy of the core is directly related to the vitality and innate energy of the core. Not only can it be easily trained with potions, but it can also become more active in extreme situations. The poisonous saliva of that beast and the cold of the medicinal flower all contributed to the development of his innate energy. Realizing this, the boy realizes that he can't help but explore his inner energy, but he has significant core energy. And now, as a result of the events he has experienced, the total supply of this energy exceeds the level of a first-class martial artist. It was just incredible, which he now perceived as an opportunity. And judging by this, if he survives the pain of death, he will become stronger. And Sodom came up with a great idea. They had one more flower left. She offered him to go through the experience of death again, controlling the poison and cold. If he survives this time, his core energy will increase again, and he will eventually become a martial arts master with an innate core energy equal to 60 years of cultivation. Our hero coldly accepted this advice from her and left her lying by the cliff, although Sodom made excuses that she was joking and asked the guy to come back. Going back to the 2 robbers who stole the flower, after they took it away, they needed to go back and give it back. One of them was already on the verge of exhaustion. His strength was running out, and his eyes were blurry. His friend noticed that because his colleague had gotten fat, his stamina had deteriorated. Despite this, they had the flower, and it was still the right thing to do to keep an eye on those 2 children. One of them still had one question bothering him. Captain Seihan, how was this guy who had Dantian destroyed able to keep fighting her? They were able to take the medicinal herb without a fight, but it still seemed strange. Soon the bandit turned his attention to his friend. They still had to go back, although it was not easy because his colleague was feeling worse. Some unknown personality cuts him in 2, and in this personality he sees Captain Maki Hong. Looking at her, she says, "Quickly put the flower back." The bandit, realizing that things were getting out of hand, noticed the technique she was using. He wanted to condemn her, but he didn't understand how she did it. Nevertheless, he decides to fight her, because at any moment everything can change. Just as he was about to strike her, he is pierced by 1,000 red lightning bolts, which deal him a fatal blow. The bandit, realizing that he was facing the 6th star, does not survive. The 6th star came to the aid of his student, and the bandit lay defeated in the snow. These scoundrels could not even imagine who they had attacked. She already had the flower, though it was stained with the bandit's blood. Heian held the flower and clutched it to her chest. The witch came up to her and asked why the bandits had attacked them. They were thinking about a reward, but did they really hope to get away with it? The most important thing is that her student was not hurt, and she was holding a flower. And it was the same flower they had stolen and that she was looking for. Looking at it, the witch realized that the flower had been found. Now that she had the flower in her hands, she could go back. But the girl had one more task left. She had to go back to the place where she had chased those bandits. The 6th star did not understand why, but the girl did not give much explanation. Returning to our hero, using his inner energy, he gets out of the cave. Now he can easily jump very high. The innate energy of the core is the power of life, and with its increase all physical abilities improve. Soon the young master's swords notice the glutton, and thanks to his abilities, they can see her from afar. Watching her run, the boy realizes that she hasn't stopped chasing them all this time. It was very impressive. Even for an ordinary person, running long distances takes a lot of strength, and with her body, it takes a tremendous amount of energy. She obviously has unbreakable willpower. South Sky tells the boy that with the teachings of innate energy, he will now be able to resist and perform as well as anyone else. Every time he gets stronger, he feels like he can defeat anyone. The girl, having reached him, was very tired. When asked if she was okay, she was amazed to see that he was also okay, and having been freed from her duties, she no longer rushes in pursuit. But still, in CO1's opinion, she made the only right choice and was not badly hurt. When she was catching her breath, she noticed the boy's leg, which was badly injured. She wanted to examine his leg because it looked like a serious wound to her, but the guy assured her that it was fine and that it was just a scratch. His follow-up question was whether she had managed to get the flower back. Heian was embarrassed to admit that the master had helped her get the flower back, and she then hurried to him. Just in case, she gave him the medicinal herb and asked him to take it to the divine doctor. Heian did not show her best side by taking this thing to her side. But in her opinion, everything is as agreed. He will get his tablet. But how did she imagine that someone would just take it and give it to a student? The girl assured him that he was not to worry, and she would definitely give him the plate. But maybe she will ask for something in return, and the boy will realize what is going on. If so, it might even change the course of the story. On their way back to the tavern, the witch told the master that she would give the tablet back only if he fulfilled her request. The master caught her at her word, reminding her that she had promised not to interfere. How dare she demand something in exchange for the tablet? In her mind, whether he likes it or not, there are two options. The first is to join her, or there is a second option that she doesn't want to think about. Somewhere far away in the mountains, a red-haired girl is walking along a cliff, heading for the city. She has come from a distant land, her eyes blazing with red chai energy. The witch could not get away from the master, reminding him every time that sooner or later he would have to make a choice. But does this witch really think that he will fulfill her request for the sake of his disciple Dantian? The witch said that, despite the circumstances, the student would give up anyway, so why should he waste his time on him? This displeased the master to no end. She could not give him the divine doctor's plate in that case, and the master could only think whether the witch was bluffing or serious. Soon her students return from their mission, and Su Wang returns. The master looked closely at his student. As usual, he took him by the head, telling him that he was late and that he had no place here anymore. After that, the doctor's door opened. The flower did not fit. He was very sorry. He needed to get a new one. The answer to the question why was clear. The flower was immature. Its healing properties were insufficient. A fully ripened flower should have 7 green pearls, but this flower had only 5, and they were all yellow. The witch did not like this message at all. The wizard, in turn, was glad that she had messed up, because now he had to look for the flower again. The boy decided to calm everyone down by assuring them that there was no need to look for the flower. After all, he had a fully ripe flower. At first, no one believed him, but everyone was waiting for him to make a second move. When he showed them the flower, everyone was amazed. What an unusual coincidence. 2 other people found a rare herb at the same time. This flower had 7 petals and 7 fruits, and without a doubt, it was what was needed. The master laughed out loud, knowing that his apprentice deserved respect. Heian's face turned pale right there in the room. She wondered why he had kept it from her. It means he had deceived her, to which the guy replied that he had given her the flower as agreed, and she had broken the contract, although the part about learning the technique did not apply, and he had nothing to do with it. After this inconsistency, Seo Woon asked his master if he had been given the divine physician's plate. After talking about the plate, the master told his disciple that the witch had said that if he did not perform a favor, he would never see it. After this incident, he approached her once again, looking into her eyes, and asked her if she had decided to give him the tablet again. But since he had found the flower, she had no words to describe it. Looking at her student, she realized that she would have to fulfill her promise. After a long silence, it became clear that they would take care of Seo Woon. After thanking the women for their help, our hero notices that Heian's face looks rather unhappy. But what to do? This is just a high-stakes game. Shortly before Heian arrived in the Valley of the Six Bloods, they discussed this case. At that moment, she was explaining why the guy didn't trust her master. She had taught him the Qingyun technique, but what was this distrust of her words? Shrugging his shoulders, So Woon only assured her that despite all this, he trusted her. But he was not sure that the sixth star would give him the plate. Putting her in her place, he told her to think about what he could do to get the plate. But in the girl's opinion, the master will keep his word. When asked if she was sure about her master, the girl raised her fists and beat her chest, showing that she had no doubt. After all, what student would doubt her master? And then our hero offered her a bet. This interested the girl, and she agreed. The bet was that if Heian bet on her master that he could be trusted, then when she handed over the flower, she would say that they had found that flower together. She is well aware of all this information and will not leave the guy in trouble. But, let's say, if Seo Woon is right and she does not give him the divine doctor's tablet, then he will have to get something valuable from her. He made it sound like he was some kind of robber, and the girl was only interested in what he would ask for in return. But before that, he asked her to ask him a question. She had recently made it clear that she knew something about the noble man. The girl was familiar with him. Everything was right, and in the guy's opinion, it was wonderful. The young owner continued the bet. If she was right and he received a plaque from the master, she would owe him nothing more. And if it turned out that she was wrong, in the Valley of the Six Bloods, all the noble people are somehow connected to the sixth star, and what he wants most of all is for her to ask all these influential people to help him. But our hero only wanted to get the plate, and then the girl would have to ask the divine doctor for it. Returning to the doctor's place, the witch cut off 2 of her fingers in front of them. After that, she bowed down before them, admitting that she was guilty of being inattentive and not asking the elder. She said that her whole hand was not enough to compensate for this unfortunate circumstance. But on her knees she humbly asked the master to take into account that she had certain duties and needed both hands. The master looked at the witch, asked if she had lost her mind, and accepted her apology. She bowed to him again and thanked him for his kindness. The doctor, seeing this, asked her not to do such things while there was an important patient. But the master, addressing him, thought of only one thing: to restrain his servant. If the doctor is right, he only needs to hand the plate to his student. It was part of a formality, but in any case, his request to him did not change. Although the doctor accepted the ticket, he now had a patient, and he specifically allocated a couple of minutes to the master's apprentice to examine him, inviting him to come to him later in the afternoon. The next day, the young master went to the mountain. He had some more time and wanted to test his abilities. Pushing off from the ground, he began to run up the mountain, feeling that his stamina had become stronger. As he expected, in these mountains, the technique of movement was the most effective. Sodom turned to him, saying that it was strange that Heian thought that everyone around him reckoned with her. Yesterday, the divine healer looked at her and decided to accept the boy after all. The Blood Witch had also looked at Heian earlier and changed her attitude. But at that moment, the girl just stood there and watched the teacher cut her fingers, as if she considered herself superior to the Blood Witch. Hearing these thoughts, maybe it was true. If he's right, then she's not just an eyewitness to the Blood Witch. She might be the granddaughter of a blood demon. Sodom was shocked by what she heard. South Sky was also amazed at how this fat girl could be the granddaughter of a demon king. How did he even come to think that she was a descendant of a blood demon? South Sky even suggested that maybe she had gained weight to hide her true identity. Well, if you recall her words, she said she was on a diet, and maybe she was gaining weight because of some kind of illness. If Seo Won understood correctly, she is the future heir to a blood cult, and such a disease is a curse for both women and men. Moreover, there was a woman at the table next to the doctor, and it was probably her double. And it's not surprising if many heirs are looking for a blood demon to use for their own purposes. But there is one more strange thing in the Southern Sky's mind. The young master asked what it could be. The territory is under the control of a blood cult. Is it possible that even the servants of the cult here have to hide their identity? And it is likely that there is not necessarily only one heir to the blood cult. Perhaps there are several bloody descendants, and they want to become the head of the clan. After our hero entered the tavern, soldiers in red were waiting for him. It seemed that they surrounded him, but our hero did not pay attention to it until he heard the voices of the swords, which were only thirsty for battle and blood. They simply deafened his ears. When he asked what happened, Sodom was told that it was a side effect of his newly acquired ability. South Sky advised him not to focus on them. If you imagine it's people talking in a crowd, you hear them, but you don't listen. But there was something strange about them that bothered him. They were too loud to just brush them off, and at the same time it was ringing in his head. Holding his head, he walked through the streets and didn't even realize that he was already being waited for. As he walked forward, he noticed that the voices were getting quieter as he channeled the energy into his head. As he walked, he was startled to see a girl blocking his path. She was curious about who he was and how he got to the temple. Realizing that he would not be able to escape the voices in his head and her gaze, the guy introduced himself to her. But the girl in the costume decided to attack him, and her punch damaged his clothes. In her mind, even if he is a student, it doesn't make any difference to her. The boy used his inner energy to survive her punch. After he dodged, he noticed that this girl was incredibly strong. He was miraculously saved by his innate core energy, equivalent to 30 years of cultivation. The girl was standing in front of him and was amazed that he could handle her strength. Having dodged her punch, our hero felt so strong, as if his insides had turned outward in one fell swoop. And according to this woman, the guy was quite funny. She takes her red sheath and pulls out her sword. From a large building, Heian noticed this event, and she did not want her friend to be stabbed by a woman. She shouted out, "Stop! He's not just a student, he's Elder Shinike's student!" Hearing her words, the woman thought for a moment. She was amazed that the elder had taken on a student. He realized that he had to say it right away, any longer, and she would have killed him for nothing. Seo Wan realized that this woman was strange. She didn't care who he was from the beginning, and she was going to end him with one blow. Continuing the monologue, the woman said that the master had trained a great student, because he was the first among the first-year students to block her attack. The question, "How is his master doing?" confused the boy, and he noticed that she was proud of her abilities and spoke of the master as if he were superior to him. The woman continued that no one had really seen him in the last few years, just like the second blood star. But our hero continued to analyze her behavior, because it was clear in her eyes that the blood star and the elder were like road signs to her. And this behavior reminded him of Heian. He thought she might be her sister. Heian came down the stairs, ran up to the woman, and asked her why she came back after saying she was leaving. She could not kick her out anyway, but only asked that she hurry up and leave. This woman did not like Heian's tone. Her rhetoric sounded like the Valley of the Six Bloods was hers, that she was her own boss and would leave when she wanted to, and there was no need to rush her. Holding her sword, this woman looks at Heian, and she is already starting to get annoyed. These two ladies don't get along at all, and are quite contradictory to each other. Feeling their energy, our hero realizes that he would have been better off coming later if he had known what was going to happen here. But the sadness was dispelled by the doctor's voice, which attracted everyone's attention. When he came out of his room, he noticed a familiar face and greeted it kindly. The divine healer came out just in time, and the woman with red hair calmed down. Covering herself with a hat, she thought that the wedding was over. She had to go. Passing by Seo Woon, she asked him to say hello to his master. With a wink, she hinted that if they met next time, it would be great to compete. The guy felt her gaze give him goosebumps all over his body. His trusty sword spoke both warning and advising him, which confused him even more. He wondered what this woman was doing with her sword to make him suffer so much. After that, he stayed at the site with Heian. She winked at him, hinting that the divine healer was waiting for him in his room. The girl abruptly cut him off in mid-sentence, although she heard what he said perfectly, hinting that she did not want to develop this topic further. Looking at her, the young master realizes that he has good suggestions without her, but it's none of his business. He won't interfere in everything just because he is an elder's disciple. After a few minutes of examining his body, the divine healer noticed that something was wrong with his body, because there was much more cold energy than there should be. He wants to know how it happened that the boy swallowed a divine flower that radiates cold. What happened in his life? Our hero doesn't understand how he knows all this and pretends not to suspect anything. But the healer will not tell anyone anything because he is a healer, and everything related to the patient is a secret, so he asked him to be calm and tell everything. His sword calmed the guy down, and he also trusted the doctor. Many skillful warriors gave him their tablets, and if he told him everything, it would help him recover. Having gained strength, the young master looked for a flower that was already in full bloom. He went behind a waterfall. There he killed a monster with 2 pairs of purple eyes and a human face. Of course, it is hard to believe that he met it, because such an experience is really rare. This strange creature hides in the darkness and devours people whenever it gets a chance, and it is more of a demon than a monster. The doctor, hearing this story, told the boy that if he had realized that it avoided bright light and had been with a torch, he would never have seen it. But being in the dark, it dared to show itself in front of him. He was so lucky, and the doctor realized that he had eaten the flower to escape the poison. The puzzle pieces fit together. But the doctor did not understand something, because the divine flower itself does not have the ability to purify. Not only cold energy flows in its veins, but it also sees the hot yang energy that should have poisoned it. By radiating this energy, the poison has probably already been released, and this was made possible by the innate energy. It seems that the innate energy of the core can remove toxins, as it did with the bloodworm. The young master went to the doctor. If cold and hot energy are mixed in him, will he be okay and won't anything bad happen to his body? The doctor understands that complications could arise only if one of the 2 energies remained in his body. But the cold and hot yang energies are wonderfully balanced and gradually dissolve in his body. It's like taking an elixir and accumulating energy while it's still active. The impressive information stunned the guy. So, while this energy is in his body, he can quickly accumulate internal energy, he asks the doctor. The doctor says that it all depends on how hard he works on it. If he manages to balance the energies and properly absorb all the energy dissolved in his veins, he will soon be able to accumulate internal energy faster than others. After that, the doctor took a plate out of his pocket. It was a gift for the promised flower, and the doctor told him to take it. But the guy did not understand why he needed it, because the plate was engraved with the words, "Divine Healer," and he did not see the point in receiving it, since the doctor had already started treating his energy core. But this could only mean that the doctor was admitting his defeat and could not cure his energy core. But why should he be treated if he was fine? The doctor asked. The guy's mouth opened so wide at this information that a crow could have flown in, and he didn't seem to know it. The doctor assumed that he had asked for treatment because his lower dantang was in the place he had taken his hand. If he didn't notice it, then you should focus on your core to feel the movement of numerous small particles, like ants. These are the fragments into which his core is divided after the injury. His dantang center is like a fire that has almost gone out, but in which there are still smoldering sparks. If you focus them, they can ignite. This process in his core seemed to have started without any intervention, and it was truly amazing. Listening to the doctor's words, the young owner realizes that his core has begun to heal itself. But how can he explain what he saw? The doctor said that such cases are very rare in the history of the Murim, and it is so legendary rare because most people with a broken core immediately give up on themselves. The guy doesn't need any treatment, but the reward for the flower still belongs to him. The doctor offers him to take the plaque, and it rightfully belongs to him now. The boy wanted to thank the doctor, but he stopped him because he had done nothing, and no thanks were needed. Saddam was happy that it was a real jackpot, and the Lord put 2 plaques at once. Of course, it was an incredible achievement. But if the boy was right, he could spend one of them on the treatment of his core, and soon he would find a good use for it. But did the guy have any idea how to restore his nucleus, Saddam wonders? If you recall his leg wound left by the monster, it healed after he took control and distributed 2 energies throughout his body. Perhaps the speed of his recovery has increased so much that he is able to heal even a significant injury in a short period of time. In Saddam's mind, it was a logical theory. If it was true, he should be grateful to the monster. Soon after, Saddam turned to South Sky. "Why have you been silent all this time?" After that, he said that the restoration of his core was good, of course, but he had worries. Because in his past, when he had focused on the energy cultivation technique that was centered on the inner core and the Shining Star sword, the master had decided to destroy his dantang. The first thing the inner energy perfection technique proclaims is the rejection of hostile energy. The sword was worried about whether it could coexist in harmony with the 2 cores, the central and the lower one. This really requires the attention of the young master. If he thoughtlessly tries to hold on to everything at once, then one day he may lose everything he has already gained. Soon, our hero returned to the place where his master lived. He met him with the words, "What a problem." In spite of everything, the master was concerned that he called him a real lucky man. The master was glad to see him, but also expressed his concern about his luck and the difficulties he was facing. He had met not one but two of them. The master must have been referring to these two interesting girls. But what did he mean? His swords began to suggest that perhaps he was referring to Heian and the red-haired one, and it might be that they were the two granddaughters of the head of the blood cult. But you can't tell anything from conclusions alone, so he asked the master what he meant by two of them. Walking through the snowy terrain, the master said that the woman was right to think that he had to make a decision. There was a time when the head of the cult was so powerful that he was called Apex, not only because he was the head of the blood cult, but also because of his influence on the Orthodox. He broke in everywhere like a destructive storm and went to battle without the slightest hesitation. It seemed that the unification of all of Qianhu could be more than just a dream. But despite his strength, defeat became inevitable when many people joined forces against him. After going through such a shock, I felt as if all this time had been in vain. Others wanted their team to get together and try to destroy the others and lead the cult. But no matter how much the master tried to build up his strength, all attempts to become stronger were in vain. It was unbearable to watch this, and the master withdrew from all this and began to simply travel here and there, doing all sorts of nonsense. At that moment he thought that he should use the time left to him to fulfill his life's dream, and at that moment he tried to live that way, even though it was difficult. His attention naturally turned to the blood cult that was trying to grow beautiful flowers from the seeds that everyone was trying to plant. After this story, the master asked his disciple a question. "What would you do in my place?" The boy was overcome with doubts as the master looked at him. Judging by his gaze, he had already made up his mind, and was just testing the student by asking this question. Showing respect to his master, Seo Woon said that if he was going to observe the flowers from the outside like he said, then he should leave them alone. But if that's not what he wants, then he should devote himself to preparing the fertilizer that will help them bloom even brighter. Our hero realizes that at this moment he can say whatever he really thinks, because according to his memories from his past life, Heak Cheon will not choose any side anyway. His answer will not affect the master's decision anyway. After he said that, the master said that they needed to get even stronger. Everything was right, just as his student had said, no matter which way he chose. In any case, he would need fertilizer, and his boys would have to complete even more tasks. The master said that there are about 6 months left before he needs to grow up to be a commander. Our hero realizes that this is true. He decided to multiply his forces, and these were not just empty words. He's always been different from the other 7-star elders because of his eccentricity and kept to himself. But now he has changed and wants to increase his power. This means that the story of Akchon as he knew it in his past life will change in a different direction and will be completely different from his previous life. Remembering his past life, he didn't know all the details of Akcheon's future fate, but he knew something after the blood cult started operating again. The 4 elders received clear instructions, but the eccentric Hyak Jong decided to act on his own, and this choice led him to a duel with one of the 8 strongest masters of the Central Plains, Jin Gyu, the King of Flame. In that battle, he was seriously injured and lost his right arm, but these events were still 6 years away. Saddam was spinning near the eyes of our hero at the moment when he was meditating. In her opinion, it was unknown how everything would turn out in reality, but perhaps in that life, the master decided to remain neutral and not build up his power. Even without that, a lot has already changed. He was a cadet then, and now he is a student of one of the 4 elders, and even seems to have established contact with the descendants of the blood cult. He has taken a completely different path, and every action leads to a change in future events. You can no longer blindly rely on your memories. You have to be prepared for the unexpected that may happen. Southern Sky noticed that with all this, his mood hides more possibilities, and he was right. If Hyak Jong becomes stronger, then for him, as his student, it will be a springboard for future growth. But to get this opportunity, he first needs to become a captain. At this point, he had completed the energy circulation and was confident. That internal and external energy cannot be used at the same time. They could exist together, but his clan's cultivation technique alone was not enough. Until he learned how to properly absorb yin and yang energy, his growth would not accelerate, and at the current rate, he would not reach his goals. Saddam asked South Sky if he knew of any cultivation techniques. He was once familiar with the basics of the technique her former master had used when he destroyed his Dan Tang. To begin with, it is a kind of pathway through which blood and energy pass. If we want the blood to flow faster, we must start by strengthening the veins. Hearing these words, So-won realized that he had been given an idea. He would never have thought of it on his own. He seemed to know a technique that would work perfectly. When his colleague was training, So-won approached him and asked him to teach him the metal transformation technique. But his colleague refused, explaining that the master had told him not to tell anyone about it. Seo-won expected this reaction and asked him only because he couldn't ask the master himself. It was unclear when he would return, and they had also noticed that he was very busy lately. Meanwhile, the twins were practicing. Putting his hands at his sides, Seo-won expressed the opinion that this was just a big morning. He thought that if he had been taken to the energy circulation acceleration class, they could have grown closer as equals, as students of the same master. As he was about to leave, one of the twins took his leg, feeling that his core had finally recovered. He said that it would be of little use if Seo-won continued to learn only one circulation technique, because the boy was capable of more. Since they were both students of the master, he would probably realize that they were equal. Seo-won was pleased that his manipulation had worked on one of the twins. He began to thank him, emphasizing that they were all from the same city, and why all the complications and hierarchy. Compared to So-won, he hadn't even lived 20 years, and didn't know what was really valuable in life. If he can learn the technique in exchange for a more friendly attitude towards each other, then this is a great deal for our hero. 3 days later, the effect was there. His internal energy began to circulate several times faster, and every time he combined energy circulation with blood circulation, the energy of heat and cold passed through his core equally. But the guy also felt a powerful rush of blood to his head, like when he was hung upside down from a rock. The sensation was simply terrifying, and now he understood why the twins and his master used all the techniques during the battle. They said that without a certain amount of physical training, it was impossible to withstand it. If he assumed the situation would depend on it, he would have to choose between the two techniques. Although the guy felt a person approaching him, he just sat quietly in the snow. The girl approached him, said hello, and asked for some time. She was sent to him by the 6th Blood Star. The guy did not immediately understand why this woman was looking for him. But if you go back to the main pavilion of the Valley of the Six Bloods, in front of the residence of the 6th Blood Star, she was handing over this plaque and could not believe that her student had decided to do such a thing. It is not known where her student got such courage from. Arriving at this pavilion, the witch held the sign in her hands and wanted to give it to the boy. When he asked her about Heian, she refused because she couldn't meet her right now. Paying attention to the witch's hand, the boy noticed that the fingers were taped in place, even though they had clearly seen her cut off her middle and index fingers at the time. Perhaps it was the divine healer who had reattached them. Even though he said he was capable of doing everything except raising the dead, if you think about it, only he could have reattached the severed fingers. Sadie wondered if the healer could reattach a head, which made the boy laugh, because if you cut off a person's head, they will die immediately. Soon the witch decided to ask the boy. The moment he took the sign, she put her hand on him and used her energy. It was a mysterious grabbing technique that he was unable to repel at the time. He could feel Heian's inner energy entering his body through his hand. He began to scream, asking the 6th star to stop, but she forbade him to speak, advising him to keep his mouth shut. After analyzing his energy, she said that he had grown up using much less hostile core energy than they had feared. This impressed the boy that she was interested in his condition, and the witch emphasized that when he left, he should take those dishes with him. They would help him restore Dantian. So one realizes that they were most likely prepared by Heian, and she is quite generous. The witch continued to hope that he would not use the plate unnecessarily. After that, the boy bowed to the witch and asked for permission to go about his business. Anyway, he learned something useful. Even a master like the 6th star cannot feel the inner energy of his core completely. When he was about to leave, he couldn't believe his ears. The witch offered him a bet. If the boy is worried that the witch will take away what Heian gave him, he shouldn't worry, because she won't touch him. But as Heian's master, she would like to take revenge. In the boy's opinion, the fact that she wants to take the tablet back looks rather suspicious. He told the witch that he could not make a bet with her, and asked her to take it back. But the witch had an interesting offer. If he wins, she will teach him something interesting, although perhaps his master will do much better. Hearing this, the boy wondered if she was being too arrogant, thinking that he would agree to it. He apologized, saying that he dared not rely on her knowledge of techniques, but she interrupted him again and said that if she won, he should talk to his master and ask him to reconsider the offer she had made him. Their dialogue was quite valuable, and it was a good deal for both of them. The guy said that she was ready to do anything to convince the master. Realizing that it would not be that difficult to talk, Saddam added that there were no downsides for him. The guy smiled, realizing that this was not such a bad offer. It all depends on the bettor. But he was interested in what the bet would be about. The witch had one idea. She ordered her student to come forward. The girl who came forward asked how many years and how many winters had passed since their first meeting after joining the blood cult. Smiling, she said that she had become a disciple of the 6th blood star. The guy was only interested in one thing, who this girl was. He asked her if she knew him at all, but she thought he was being rude. Remembering the moment before and after they were brought to the cult together, she knew him very well and recalled that they had not seen each other for a long time. Seo Woon's excuse was that he was too busy trying to save his own skin and had no business with others. The witch was impressed, and it turned out that they already knew each other. She introduced the girl, saying that her name was Dai Yim Hua. She had taken her in 3 days ago, and she had been living in the Valley of the 6 Bloods for some time. The boy watched in amazement. This was Dai Yim Hua. He did not know her by sight, but he had heard about her many times. In her past life, she had become a 6th Blood Star tutor as an unknown low-ranked cadet. Later, there was no longer a single student who did not know her name. But now she looked like an ordinary child. The witch, looking at the boy, said that in 6 months, the cult would have a rank promotion test, and she planned to make this girl into a high-ranked warrior before the test began. South Sky, hearing this, realizes that she wants to make her into a first-class master in 6 months, which was quite presumptuous, and our hero could not help but agree. Because of this, people who want to learn martial arts do their best to be under the guidance of an exceptional master like her, because the master can reveal the secrets and talents hidden in them. She and Hyak Jong have been waiting for the boy to become a captain, and our hero asks the witch what the argument will be about. Waving her finger, she shows that everything will be simple. They make a bet that one of the two of them will become a high-ranking master. Soen looked at his opponent and was alarmed by this bet. The girl looked quite ordinary, but she felt competitive. If they both became masters, or conversely, no one became a master, then they would compete to determine the winner, and it was quite interesting. Now our hero was watching the thought process of a person who was used to solving everything on his own, thinking that if he agrees to a bet with the 6th Blood Star, it will be quite risky. But at the same time, it can serve as an additional motivation, because he needs to become a captain no matter what. And if he wins, he will receive invaluable knowledge from one of the strongest in the blood cult, and the chance to learn something more from a master of this level is not often given. Of course, if he loses, the master will think that he has been lured to the side of Bie Ren Ha. If we recall the tone of voice of the woman with the red eyes, it is clear that people are no match for her. She is absolutely confident in her position in the blood cult, and this probably means that she is superior to Bie Ren Ha. At that moment, when he was living as a spy, he learned one thing for himself. You should never argue about something you are not sure about. This is exactly the kind of situation that is too dangerous now, walking between two sides of the barricade, because in this world, knowledge of the situation and the opponent's strength determines who will survive and who will die. For this reason, he promises himself that he will become stronger in this life, and accepts the bet that was offered to him. They have to meet in 6 months. Heian watched all this closely and was amazed that he agreed. The witch, walking with her student, expressed her opinion that the 4th elder seemed to be in a hurry, given that he needed to get to all the places of energy concentration and use all the elixirs. Like her student said, she doesn't think he's smart enough. And if they win the bet and use this guy, it will be much easier to convince the elder. Damn Yunhua, hearing these words of different information from the witch, did not fully understand them, but she was sure that Ms. Hanbok was right. She felt that this guy was only making a bet when he was sure of his victory. The witch assures her that she shouldn't worry, because with her talent, it's impossible to lose to this guy, and she should take her word for it, because she knows for sure. Yunhua was shocked by the situation, and even tears came to her eyes, but she was sure that she would definitely cope with it. 6 months later, the same test took place in the arena of the Valley of the 6 Bloods. The warriors were competing to upgrade their classification to become true warriors. The jury watched the warriors' abilities, and some of them were impressive. The last one was knocked out with just 1 punch, which was a pitiful sight. But since then they have had 37 warriors of average rank, which was not bad. The number of participants who were going to take the test for high rank was 6, and this was quite interesting to the commander. Soon, one of the soldiers ran up to him and asked for another chance. He was quickly stopped by his henchmen, as this was unacceptable on his part. Despite the fact that this soldier was begging, they wanted to take him away as soon as possible. The commander approached them and began to separate them, telling his bodyguard that enough was enough. The commander looked at this cadet closely and saw his fight. He knew perfectly well how the promotion test for this rank was organized. The promotion test for cadets of the blood cult. All newcomers first practice the basic technique, the blood demon fist. Then they learn how to form group confrontations of 6, 12, or 30 people. If they have successfully mastered all this, they are considered low-ranked warriors. The most capable among the low-level warriors can try to pass the test to obtain the middle rank. This rank implies the ability to use internal energy, but a person needs at least 10 years of cultivation for their skills to qualify for the middle rank. It doesn't take much to confirm these skills. You just need to strike the stone of measure. If you leave a mark on it, you can only use internal energy. When someone manages to leave a mark on the stone, they are allowed to take the test. The test is a duel with a middle-ranked warrior. If the cadet manages to withstand at least 30 attacks, he is promoted to the rank of middle-ranked warrior. In their cult, rank is determined only by strength. Everyone is given equal opportunities, and no exceptions are made. If the commander now gives him a chance, how will the other 3 guys who also failed the mission react? And what about the 8 men who also failed to leave a mark on the stone? The commander understood perfectly well what the soldier was feeling and hoped that he would channel his anger and frustration into practicing his skills. Failure will serve as motivation. He should work hard and try to pass the test again, and next time he will succeed. The warrior accepted his commander's reasonable words and began to apologize for showing his foolish side. As the commander was walking away, his henchman asked if he should punish the soldier. The commander had no intention of punishing anyone, as this happens all the time. Soon after, the commander announced that a test for a high rank was about to begin. This alerted every soldier who was about to go forward no matter what. The door opened wide, and other strong men who claimed to be of high rank appeared before the soldiers. One of them recognized the silhouette of the man standing among them as the 4th elder. To confirm these skills, you don't need much. You just need to hit the stone of measure. You can leave a mark on it only with the help of inner energy. When someone manages to leave a mark on the stone, they are allowed to take the test. The test is a duel with a middle-ranked warrior. If the cadet manages to withstand at least 30 attacks, he is promoted to the rank of middle-ranked warrior. In their cult, rank is determined only by strength. Everyone is given equal opportunities and no exceptions are made. If the commander now gives him a chance, how will the other 3 guys who also failed the mission react? And what about the 8 men who also failed to leave a mark on the stone? The commander understood perfectly well what the soldier was feeling and hoped that he would channel his anger and frustration into practicing his skills. Failure will serve as motivation. He should work hard and try to pass the test again, and next time he will succeed. The warrior accepted his commander's reasonable words and began to apologize for showing his foolish side. As the commander was walking away, his henchman asked if he should punish the soldier. The commander had no intention of punishing anyone, as this happens all the time. Soon after, the commander announced that a test for a high rank was about to begin. This alerted every soldier who was about to go forward no matter what. The door opened wide, and other strong men who claimed to be of high rank appeared before the soldiers. One of them recognized the silhouette of the man standing among them. It was the 4th elder. All this time they have been watching the test to choose the right people for themselves. And he wonders if he would mind if his students at least showed everyone what they are capable of, if they have the skills to participate in the test. Soon after, a witch arrives and tells the 4th elder that the squad leader's words are meaningless. As a master of the Valley of the 6 Bloods, he often tries to follow our rules. The witch suggests that we agree to the elder's rules. Seongwon looked at the witch carefully. He had not seen her for a long time, and there was no mention of her. He was sure that she had come down here to do the same thing as us. The 4th elder remarked that she was quite good at being so gentle. But her presence here did not mean that she was going to directly apply for the test, and she was not going to give it up at all. And already 2 of the elders are asking the commander to tell them what their students need to do to participate in this test. Gritting his teeth and turning a blind eye, he says that it will be enough to confirm the right to take the middle rank test by pointing to a stone. He asked them to do it in front of everyone so that no one would object, given that they were not going through the rest of the procedures. There was a stone in front of them, on which they had to leave a mark using their inner energy. And of course, they would do such a small thing to save face. The witch calls her student Yehua. The girl comes out of the shadows at the call of her master. Our hero hasn't seen her for a long time. Only 6 months have passed. There is no trace of her former naivety, and she looks quite confident. Sunwon wonders how much stronger she has become, and the girl is the first to approach the stone. As she approached it, she concentrated her energy. Her hand began to glow with red chi energy, as if she was using internal energy. With her hands bowed to the stone, she directed this energy directly at it. And with this she amazed everyone standing behind her. No one had any doubt that she was a 6th Bloodstar disciple, and some people had even heard that 6 months ago she had taken a low-ranked cadet under her command and achieved this result in just a few months. She had left a mark on the stone that was enough to confirm that she was indeed worthy of promotion. After she had done what her teacher asked of her, she reported back that this was her maximum, and the commander of course accepted this result, as it was enough to confirm that the student was truly talented. South Sky asks the boy if he's going to use internal energy today, but he only wanted to test. Even though he has his innate energy, it will be his secret weapon. There is no need to show it right now. Passing by Sion Woon, a girl says hello to him, telling him that she has become many times stronger in 6 months, and she will win this bet. At this point, our hero realizes that he needs to show how much his abilities have grown with just his inner energy. The only problem is that this is the first time for him. As in his past life, he trampled among those who were not even allowed to take the test. And because of this, he has no idea how much energy he needs to use to make the result worthwhile. Soon, Sanwoon hears his teacher's voice telling him that he had better give it his all, because if he disgraces him, he will kill him on the spot. Feeling his master's breath behind him, he realizes that he needs to do better than Eunhui, thanks to the fact that he has adopted the technique of eradicating the taming of the circulation. In just 6 months, he has been able to cultivate his internal energy at an incredible rate. But this is the shortest possible time. Other cultivators have been training for years. Will he have enough strength? He decides to spare no effort for this strike, or he might not even be able to leave a scratch on the stone. Concentrating his energy, about 80% of his strength, he directs it to strike the stone. And soon he leaves a trace of his fist, which is tightly embedded in the depths of the stone. It was not as hard as he thought, and the crowd was amazed that he had punched through the stone, leaving a dent. It was just incredible how much stronger the guy had become in a year, but his hand was stuck in that stone. Saddam noticed that he hadn't calculated the right strength, but his colleague came over to laugh at his friend, and now he will just show him how to hit the stone. Now he and his brother will demonstrate how strong they are. But why they would use their best technique for an ordinary test, our hero does not fully understand. The crowd watched as the stone slowly collapsed, and fragments flew in all directions. Sungwoon remarks to his colleague that he has just damaged the top layer, which does not help to free his arm, but his colleague was deliberately restraining the force so as not to hurt his arm. Soon after, his brother hit the center of the stone with his bald head, and a huge, strong wave followed. The amazed people watched as he smashed the stone. It was so strong and powerful that they could not even believe that it was possible to split a stone of measure in half. The guy wonders if his head is made of solid steel, what kind of creature he is. This guy has also been in the cult for a year, and such incredible strength was simply amazing. All eyes, of course, turned in their direction, not to Sion Woon. The master was pleased with the results of his students and shouted that this was the minimum they had to demonstrate. All 3 students turned out to be incredibly talented, and now that this issue was resolved, they could prepare to take the middle rank test, the commander said. Sion Woon stopped him, emphasizing that he had misunderstood. They're not here to take the middle rank test. They're all applying for high rank and want to become captains, the boy said confidently, speaking for everyone who had just passed the test. The test for the rank of High Warrior involves withstanding 12 blows from a high-rank master. At first glance, it seems like only 12 blows, but it looks like the masters are holding back and not hitting with full force. After all, they are on a completely different level compared to mid-ranking warriors. If the masters really wanted to win, no more than 3 blows would be enough. According to their estimates, they are giving about 60% effort. Hayak Cheon decided not to rush into the test and see what the masters were capable of first. Soon the master took him by the head and had a serious conversation with him. The teacher somehow found out that the boy had made a pact with a witch. The Southern Sky Sword had just seen the Blood Witch swallow, and Sungwoon didn't expect her to talk about the deal right now. She didn't even try to hide the fact that she was involved with him, just smiled slyly. Everything that was happening now seemed to be part of her plan, and she had made the first move long ago. She sowed seeds of doubt in his master's heart, making him believe that the boy had a secret meeting with a witch. But she didn't realize that one day the boy and Hyen went to the master's room and told him the truth. During the duel, the witch wanted to reveal the truth and take the boy by surprise, but the master only pretended that he had just learned about it. The master promised that if the boy continued to get involved in adventures, he would break his legs. The boy apologized, but the bet was very intriguing to the master. The master liked this situation, and he wanted to make that damned witch teach the boy his tricks. He asked Seong-won to go and show her. The captain of the elite martial arts of the blood cult knew that there were 3 ways to become a high-ranking warrior. The first was to serve and gain achievements that would allow you to grow to vice captain and then captain. The second way is to get a big task, the value of which will allow you to advance to captain. The fastest way is the third. Compete with 2 high-ranking masters with real swords and defeat them in less than 100 strikes. Such a test cannot be compared to the high-rank test. Marsharui heard the conversations of these masters, who were eager to test these disciples of the 4th elder in battle. They were curious to see what sword techniques he could teach them. Of course, Seong-woon understood the commander's hints when he said this. The elder had hurt his pride, and that was okay, because he was the master's best student. The loyal disciples wanted him to demonstrate to these masters how powerful the star-shining technique was. It is a great idea to try to become a high-ranking warrior, but it is a big mistake to try to pass the test for captain right away. There is no point in straining yourself. The master began to tell our hero that he could just give up, because he would have plenty of opportunities in the future. This was a high-ranking warrior named Jun. His colleague, a high-ranking warrior named Huyung, was surprised that the 4th elder had raised a sword-wielding student. He would have liked to learn from him himself. Standing before them, the young master was frightened by their appearance. Their words did not match what they were conveying. He bowed to them as a sign of respect and hoped for a good fight. The commander ordered the competition to begin. At that moment, like a pack of wolves, these masters rushed at Seong-woon, who had to resist them. The first punch of one of the warriors hit the boy from all sides. He maneuvered and dodged. With his sword, he blocks the villain's blow with such force that sparks began to fly in different directions. Hearing a voice behind him demanding to finish the guy, he turns around to counterattack. He realizes that this sword is right behind him and is flying straight at his chest, but he's not going to give up that easily, and his Southern Sky sword activates to deflect the incredibly strong and fast attack. The masters were amazed that the boy blocked the attack without even turning around.
They hardly expected this from a simple guy, but they couldn't wait any longer, because Seong-woon started to attack with his foot.
It was surprising to the masters that he gave an incredibly fast kick from the back and reacted to their combo without the slightest delay. It seemed to them that he had no experience, but he still had the skills to successfully pass the test for captain. His swords watched all of this and realized that he deserved to succeed because he had trained hard all these months and had over 100 fights with the twins. His swords remembered the endless series of fights, and this was not surprising because he was used to holding his own. The high-ranking masters began to look at the boy in a completely new way, but the exam continued. They surrounded him again, but now with more maneuverability and a new strategy. One of them began to use his inner energy, which glowed green. Realizing that he would have to fight on new levels, Seong-woon was ready for the new sword techniques that the masters put into action. To respond to a powerful blow, he needed to counter with even greater force. But instead, using the soft sword technique and the sword sliding like a bindweed, the boy attacks the master. By striking again, he proves once again that he is a worthy opponent and deserves the title. One of the masters thought that his skills were undoubtedly impressive. But anyway, he could not cope with 2 masters because he was still a child. When one of them approached Sun-won with his sword, the master looked down at his lower body in shock, seeing the sword sticking out of his leg. He only had time to swing when the boy hit him. To prove his worthiness, he was not going to hesitate, fail, or give in to them. Without the slightest hesitation, Seong-woon uses his best techniques, employing the 4th form Shining Star Sword. He knocks the master aside with incredible energy, using the Rising Dragon technique that fills everything around him. One master was thrown aside, and his colleague could not see anything because of the great dust storm. But a second later, he noticed the power of this young man, who flew out of the epicenter of his technique and flew to cut him down. The moment he approached him, he activated the 5th form Shining Star Sword. One of the examiners was even nervous, because he had to fight at full strength, to resist and protect himself from the meteorite strike that this young man brought down on him. After this blow, the boy did stop his sword, and it was clear from the dust that he had knocked out his opponent's sword. Seeing the reflection in Sun-won's sword, the master realized that he would have died a little longer. Songwon hid his southern sky sword and asked for the bleeding to stop so he could pull out his short sword that was stuck in the master's leg. They realize that even though they are strong, they have lost. The boy definitely deserves to be captain and more. The crowd cheered at the incredible fight when Seonwoo stopped his sword right in front of his opponent's face. It was just so damn cool. He had defeated strong masters, and his experience was just off the charts, because he had destroyed them in a few attacks. The commander was simply amazed by this battle, which exceeded all his expectations. Hayek Akshion was certainly incredibly impressed by the news, because as a master of fist-fighting, he was surprised that the young man decided to use a sword. He thought that his students would only have an advantage in fist-fighting. Thanks to the divine healer, his core was restored. It was simply amazing, because now he could withstand the combination attacks of high-ranked masters. But what was the secret behind this explosive growth? Even though the fourth elder was skilled in sword techniques, the witch didn't think he could have reached this level. His martial arts were focused on increasing his internal energy reserves and improving his physical condition and body capabilities. And the techniques that this student used and demonstrated were of a completely different profile and, moreover, all of an exceptionally high level. Obviously, he had not learned these techniques from an elder. The only question that remained was, who had created these techniques? He must be no weaker than the master. The master was watching his student closely and was proud of him, because he had done a great job. He was becoming more and more like the swordsman of the southern sky, and it was just incredible. John D., if he were here, would be proud of this guy. Soon after, the witch's apprentice asked the master to let her take the captain's test. She could feel the power in her hands thanks to her training over the past 6 months, and her strength had increased significantly. She believed in her master's techniques and hoped that her hard work would pay off. Vowing to defend her honor and win, she persevered in her efforts to become a captain. Unfortunately, her expectations were in vain. Soon after, during the battle, she was bruised, lying on the ground and crying, trembling from the strain. Daiyehua failed the test, not even reaching 50 strikes in the captain's exam. The master watched his next student fight and realized that he was a real jerk. High-ranking warriors have become more cautious, Seonwoo told his master. But it looked like an excuse. More than 60 attacks had already been made, and they had definitely decided that he was Haekshon's real receiver. Looking at his master's colleague, South Sky realized that he was really unlucky, unable to demonstrate his best, and wanted to end the test as soon as possible. The witch approached the master, impressed that he had trained such outstanding students, but the master thought her words were a joke. Why would she laugh at him? But it was not true, because not everyone can learn his special martial arts. However, with regard to the sword technique, she was amazed. It was a revelation to her that a professional in fist-fighting like Master Sonwuna could be a good teacher of sword technique. Seeing the doubt in her eyes, the master realized that she was implying that these techniques were not his. She was really observant in this, because if you look around, no one here has seen or recognized the Southern Sky swordsman's techniques. As soon as the witch heard about this legendary master, she was dumbfounded, because it was true. Incredibly, it was indeed the sword technique of the world-famous Southern Sky swordsman. But he had been dead for a long time, and his secret records were in the hands of the master, who trained his student according to them. According to the witch, if he was dead, it meant that the witch had killed him, and the warriors began to congratulate the master for having killed the master of the Southern Sky. He stopped these fools with a sharp movement, because he was not interested in their congratulations. It was a unique opportunity that he had taken away from them. What a joy. Seonwoo watched his master and was amazed that he had decided to reveal the whole truth. It was so unexpected, he could have said that he had killed him, because no one knew what was true. But if he didn't kill the master of the Southern Sky, then who gave him these records? This book in the master's hands was incomplete, but he had fought so many battles with it that no one would know more about its contents than he did. The witch realized that he was hinting that he had made some corrections, to compensate for his shortcomings in sword techniques, and then taught all these techniques to his student. You can consider him to be both my apprentice and the apprentice of the Southern Sky swordsman. Holding the boy's head, he introduced him to the entire tribune. Seonwoo realized that the old fox was not only referring to the fact that he had raised the heir to the Southern Sky swordsman, so that his legacy would not be forgotten. He was also hinting that he was able to understand and improve the techniques of even his sworn enemy. This way, if someone in the blood cult opposed him and wanted to learn the techniques of the Southern Sky sword, no one would be able to take advantage of him. The Southern Sky sword itself saw this as a positive thing. Otherwise, the legacy of its master would be irretrievably lost. Moreover, the master had named Sunwon as the successor to the Southern Sky swordmaster, and the swordmaster was grateful to him for that alone. The high-ranking masters were amazed that when the boy fought, he used the Southern Sky technique. It turns out that the one who is fighting now has surpassed the fourth elder in mastering a special martial art, and this child had just passed the test with flying colors.
Despite the fact that his nose was bleeding like a river, Song Jae-bak passed the test for the rank of captain.
He finally managed and dealt with the high-ranking warriors who had been bothering him for almost 100 attacks. For his level, he did worse than the previous student, Sung Hwa, but he was not particularly happy about this victory. The master called his student a helpless idiot who embarrassed him in front of everyone. He got a big bump on his head and almost didn't cry after the fight, but Seon-woon still praised him. Although his fight was not as epic as Seon-woon's, if the high-ranking warriors had not used team combat tactics and constantly tried to avoid his blows, he would have killed them even faster. However, our hero did not understand why this guy was making excuses for him. After all the exams were passed, the commander turned to the cadets and announced that Song Woo-hyun should come forward. The master warned his student that if he performed as poorly as his brother, he would go without food for a long time. When he heard the master's threats, he could not ignore them. His eyes were filled with rage, which he wanted to turn on his enemies. Looking at this guy, Sung-woon did not understand what had just happened to his face. But what was more important was that in this round, they released both a swordsman and a fist-fighting master at the same time. It seems they didn't want all three to become captains. Perhaps they only took one swordsman because they didn't want to get on Hyun Ok-cheon's nerves.
Soon the commander announced that the test was about to begin.
In 1 second, the bald student of the master grabbed his enemy by the head with such force that he fell to the ground unconscious. The other swordsman on the battlefield didn't even seem to be planning to fight him. His bald head glistened in the sun with victory, for Sun Woo-hyun had moved on to become a commander. Saddam realized that he could not go without food, and our hero, looking at the fight, was glad that he had not fought him in his past life. The master was proud of his students and just laughed with pride. All of his students passed the test for the title of captain, and it was just incredibly cool. After the test, the squad leader and his cadets went to the main pavilion of the Valley of the Six Bloods. Saddam warned his young master that a subordinate of the Blood Witch had just followed him. When he turned around and looked at the girl, he saw that it was Haein, but he could not fully recognize her. Saddam was amazed that this girl had changed so quickly. Assuming that her illness had already been cured by the medicinal herb, he still cannot recognize her. Not long ago, she was very large, but her body seems to have undergone a correction, and she has shrunk by half. She has only the same wide eyes and the same hairstyle. Saddam noted that Seon-woon had excellent eyesight and excellent observation, because he recognized her at first sight. The master's disciples asked him why they were being watched all this time and headed for the main hall. But now the most important part would begin, and the warriors needed to choose a few skillful men. The gates of the temple opened, and the warriors went inside. Inside, they were met by a group of monks who were ready for the arrival of these high-ranking warriors. From that moment on, the selection ceremony begins. The boys don't fully understand what this ceremony is, but Seon-woon, recalling his memory, realizes that it is simply the appointment of new warriors to their positions. The names of the warriors who have just passed the test are written on plaques and distributed according to their ranks, high, medium, and low. And the commanders, Bloodstar messengers, and elders will choose those they like. If we recall his past life, the commander of the Bloodwolves chose our hero. At this point, Saddam is asking him, but things will be different because low-ranking warriors are not included in the selection ceremony. The master then simply distributed their places at random. It could even be seen as a competition to get the best middle and high-ranking warriors. A man ran up to the master and asked if he was going to participate in the selection ceremony. But he didn't have any subordinates or captains, so he wasn't going to choose them himself. So where was his competition? The warriors were amazed that the fourth elder would personally choose, and they, as representatives, could do nothing. All that remained was to decide from which rank the elder would begin to determine the fate of the warriors. Without hesitation, he decides to start first if no one objects. Running his finger across the tablets, he reads the names of the warriors. The warriors, watching from the outside, wonder why he is pointing to certain tablets now. Perhaps he has someone in mind. Putting his finger in the middle of the plaque, he pressed hard, leaving a mark. He moved his finger down the center of the board and pointed to one of the planks. Of all the 37 warriors here, I'm cutting off the last 10. He was going to take the rest of them with him. The moment his fellow masters saw that he was going to take 27 warriors, they realized that he was insane. No one expected him to do this, but he really starts acting strangely. Ignoring the others' opinions, he turned to his colleagues and said that for the sake of fairness, he was leaving them 10 warriors. They should agree among themselves so that each of them could take one candidate. Hearing this, the witch stepped forward, saying that the fourth elder was taking too many warriors. But he did not understand what she meant, because judging by the previous meeting of the elders, they said that it was very difficult for them to manage a large number of people. The witch reminded him that he had said he would work alone. Besides, if he took so many candidates, it would be unfair to their rank. But, looking at the witch, the master was glad that she had raised this topic. His views have changed. Now he is going to grow his group of people, and this is his true goal. Does anyone have any objections? He hit the sign with his big hand. Since he doesn't have any subordinates, he decided to take everyone away but left some so that the others wouldn't lose their dignity completely. Seon-woon, looking at his master, realizes that this is a kind thing to do. It was interesting to see their faces contort when all their candidates were taken away. The master addressed anyone who had any objections to this. They can safely report this to their superiors, but if anyone has any complaints, let them come to him. Or, if they're ready, we can resolve it on the spot. He suggests that we can easily gnaw everyone's throat and solve the case. All the elders looked at him and had no right to contradict him or stop him. If an elder declares his intention to increase his own power, then he can indeed safely take all the warriors he likes. But since he has been a lone wolf all this time, his intention to enter the game tears apart and shakes up the entire blood cult. And when the news reaches one of the women, she certainly won't stand aside. It was impossible to imagine before. A shield that only dreamed of fighting has now awakened. How dangerous will it be on the path the young mistress will have to take? Southern Sky turned to its young master, believing that he now had a superpower. Now that the old man has publicly announced his possible plans, both current parties will try to persuade him to join them, which means they will demonstrate their strength. During this period, our hero can weigh up and choose the best option for himself. It was a pretty clever advisor. And when did Sodom have time to wise up? His sword, of course, was angry that he hinted that she was stupid. She had always been capable of this kind of thinking. These words made sense, and the boy needed to think about it. Soon, the selections would begin. The high-level candidates, 6 of them, passed the test and were ordered to come forward. But before the commander started, he wanted each of the commanders-in-chief to give a short speech so that the candidates could rely on the words and make a decision. And all this was before our hero was reborn. High-ranking commanders can choose whom to join. We can say that now everything depends on the level of eloquence of the commanders, because the soldiers have to choose who they are ready to join. Soon after, the master told Sunwon that he had hopes for him and left it up to him. His goal is to get all these people. He orders Seon-woon to use all his charisma to lure and convince these people. But the young master wondered how he was supposed to do this. Looking at him, the master emphasized that he should act and not think about how the master himself would do it with his status. The master looked at his disciple and saw that the cunning fox wanted to embarrass his master. He stood there and praised himself for every reason. In turn, the master wanted Seon-won to show his best side. Soon the commander was looking for someone who wanted to start first, and the young master began to climb the stairs to the podium to speak instead of the fourth elder. They have their own hierarchy, and perhaps they go out in their own way, and most likely he will be the last. The other warriors noticed that this made some sense, but who cares? Although the warriors laughed at the young master for taking the eloquent stand, someone had to start. These warriors were behaving exactly like Ok-jong. Looking at him, they were trying to play on our hero, thinking that if they started with the elders, Commander Song would be the first to go. The boy awoke to a sense of rivalry. All that was left was to come up with something that could lure all 6 warriors. Soon they figured out the line, and the commander decided that they would go out in order of seniority and give their speech. It was good that the soldiers did not immediately choose who to go to. The boy would be listening to what the others had to say and making up his own speech as he went along, he thought. But he heard his commander, who was amazed at what he was doing. The master was furious and burning with the fire of rage. "Why did you allow yourself to be put in last place?" To which the boy replied that he could benefit from it and it would be better. Of course, his master had promised to kill him if he did anything wrong, and the warriors chose them over him. That was his old man's standard. The first warrior introduced himself as the commander of the 5 poisons, who represented the 3rd elder, the Blood Snake King. His name was Seong-pil. According to him, the 3rd elder really appreciates talented disciples, knows how to train them, and so they should join him to master all the poisoning techniques. The next was the commander of destruction, who represented the 2nd elder, the unstoppable Demon Blade Emperor. She personally promised to teach everyone her blade techniques if they joined them. One by one, these heads came forward, making their speeches all the while. And when it was time for the 9th commander, it was time for our hero to speak. These commanders kept repeating the same thing, and it was boring to watch. After all, they are all from the same cult and are almost equal in status to each other, so the only thing that can outshine the competition is unique techniques. Along with his swords, the guy noticed that everyone was waiting for the reaction of only one candidate. If you look closely at his face, that guy has been standing there with an impenetrable expression the whole time. His name was Joseon, if he heard correctly. At first glance, it was clear that he was not just a diamond, he just needed to be guided and he would reach great heights. He distinguished himself during the test when he fought a high-ranking warrior and was able to defeat him in 16 attacks. It was not surprising that the commanders looked at him and licked their lips. There was a feeling that our hero had heard his name somewhere before. He can't say that he remembers everyone from his past life. He may be wrong, but it seems that they had met before. Another commander decided to speak to the soldiers to lure them to his side. He was a white blood commander who represented the first star of the burning sword. His name was Changren. Soon the young master noticed that the face of this guy he was looking at showed interest. He was standing still, but why did he become animated at this moment? This commander, in turn, did not tell him about the first blood star, because all 4 elders and the 7 blood stars are very respected people in their cult. It is very difficult to list their merits, and there was no need to do so. But to cement what he had said, he added only one thing. They, together with the first blood star, have been fighting all this time on the front line and will continue to do so. Our young host had been looking at this guy all this time, who he remembered, and he felt some kind of connection to this place. He was not far from the inferiors, and suddenly a thought struck him. He remembered this guy and realized why he couldn't get this face out of his head. It was because he was a spy and a cultist. Seung-woon realized that this was just a drop in the bucket and not the whole truth about him. In a year and a half he would be exposed, he would try to escape, but he would be hunted down and killed. Saddam, realizing that if they leave him like this, he will have a sad end. Why not help him? But why? Sun-woon's only goal is to join the Blood Stars. He is very good in terms of physical training, but it still won't affect him in any way. Soon, however, the master shrilly orders Seon-woon not to let go of the guy he's been watching so closely. Since he is now a hot commodity, he must have thought the same thing. Because during the test, the boy showed exceptional abilities. The master was told that he was from the Hao clan and that he must be lured to the side of Ok Chong, because he must be on their side. The young master realizes that these words can make him go crazy. If he tells his master that he wants to lure the spy away, he has no idea what he's getting himself into. Seon-woon asked his master if he could ask him for a favor. Seung-woon's colleagues expected that if he asked the master for a favor now, he would get a positive answer. The old man does not like to do favors for anyone, but their teacher called the master over, who was laughing on the sidelines. He explained that he did not know what to do and decided to ask for forgiveness. The teacher scolded him for talking nonsense and ordered him to go quickly to Seong-won. Finally, it was our hero's turn, and it seems that everyone had already made their choice. To win over all the warriors to his side, he needed to stand out, to offer something original. The boy greeted everyone, saying that he was just like all these guys, an ordinary student. His name was Son Wongwi. He was the captain. There were 6 people standing in front of him, and he would try to win at least 5 of them. Perhaps those who stood in front of him already knew that he was the 4th elder's disciple, and he was a little more fortunate than the boys who stood in front of him. Some of the soldiers on the other side thought he was showing off and did not understand what the point was. But our hero continued. He didn't want to stretch his report, as he was sure he would lose his train of thought, and began to tell everyone that he was lucky. As a recent cadet, he confidently stated that he understood their aspirations, and their situation would be much better than ever before. Looking around, he noticed that Joseon was not even listening to him. The boy pointed to the commanders who had spoken earlier, and one of them, Shim Hek, said that there was no point in talking about his master's achievements and exploits. At this point, his master angrily pressed the head of one of his disciples, believing that it was pointless to talk about him. But to confirm his words, Seon-won drew attention to his brothers, who could serve as a great example. He drew the soldiers' gaze to 2 guys who a year ago were simple cadets and now became captains. Pointing to his fingers, he emphasized that in just 1 year they had achieved such a huge result. Thus, the guy realized that an objective and illustrative example of how 3 guys became experts in a short time should have an impact. Some commanders began to interrupt Seung-woon, saying that it was not his merit, but all thanks to the training of the 4th elder. But the one who was conducting the exam told one of the captains, "Shut your mouth, no one is finished yet." Sodom was angry that the young master was interrupted by a bastard, but it made it clear that he was doing the right thing because he felt threatened. Seonwoo continued, saying that all of this was due to his elder, and he wanted to point out another important point. He emphasized that the master has only 3 students, only 3 disciples of the master. The warriors did not understand his hints at first. Perhaps he meant that it was good that they had so few people. Some commanders were even glad that he said such nonsense. But the guy continued, saying that their ranks were the smallest in the cult. But now the master's policy had changed. Soon many warriors will be under his command, and this may mean for other warriors that this is a once-in-a-thousand-year moment. They have a unique chance to be the first at the heart of the faction, emphasizing that all the other heads are great, of course, but whoever they go to, everywhere they will have to start from the lowest levels. And this is an indisputable truth. The guy asked them whether they wanted to get in the tail of the dragon or lay the foundation in its head right away. In the end, our hero emphasized that although they were few, they were like a big family. After these words, the master hugged his students so that they looked like one big family, and he whispered quietly in their ears to smile as wide as possible, otherwise he would tear their mouths open. The boys smiled as much as they could. The warriors were amazed that there was such a healthy relationship between master and disciples in their company, and Sodom was laughing at the fact that the boy was a real fraud. They had never been like a family, but this lie also made her feel uncomfortable. He decided to just ignore it. Soon, one of the warriors decided to join them. It was Ligu, a high-ranking warrior. The team welcomed him kindly. In the guy's opinion, everything was going well. The crazy old man would have killed him on the spot. The performance of the first candidate for his faction is very, very good. Soon, the second warrior must choose whom to join and announce his decision. Seonwoo hopes that the second one will also join them, because he wants to live a little longer so that the master doesn't kill him. But this guy was still thinking, and judging by his look, it was clear that he had already chosen the other one. Most of all, he was terribly nervous, because now every commander is addressing everyone and trying to persuade them to take his side. Our hero had little time to speak, and he did his best. But soon someone else approached him. Another person decided to join their organization. It was the warrior Hamunchin. The master laughed with pleasure. He liked him immediately, and the team just said, "Welcome to hell." Reflecting on his performance, Seongwoo realized that he had done a good job in his speech, and he was surprised that 2 people had already chosen them. The next candidate decided to enter the arena. The whole problem was this guy, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he alone was worth 5 of these men. Each side was eager to get hold of him, but he was like a glass of precious imperial wine with poison mixed in. All the teams and commanders tried twice as hard to persuade him, but it was useless, because he had a clear goal. He did not care about others. He only thought about how to get to the first blood star. If Seongwoo had brought someone like him to the elder, would they have thrown this bony fish to me to the others, or would they have tried to swallow me? Regardless, it didn't matter because he couldn't convince a spy whose choice had been made long ago. But if you look at the master, he longed for this guy to come back to him. He couldn't let this guy go, and wished with all his heart that he would come back to them. The master liked this guy so much that he literally begged Seonwoo to bring him over to their side. Seeing that man go to the other side, Seonwoo had no choice. He didn't want to have a conflict with Akchon over someone like him. In his past life, he had also been a spy for 10 years, and the most terrifying situation for a spy is when he is exposed. Seonwoo addressed this spy with the phrase, "Hey, beggar." The guy didn't understand what he meant, but Seongwoo continued, "I know you are a beggar," and he marks the ranks of the first blood star to get close to the guy peak, and he will be revealed no sooner. These 2 spies communicate on a mental level, and no one can hear their conversation. The spy asks what Seonwoo wants, and trying not to give himself away, the boy answered. He told the spy that if he did not join their organization, he would expose him. At the moment when the master had already accepted the candidate and put his hand on his shoulder, this guy moves away from him and goes to our hero. He got down on one knee and said he was ready to join them. The master was delighted that he had made the right choice, but the students were suspicious because everything had gone too smoothly. The boy began to think that everything was going according to plan, and he changed his mind, taking a step away from the destiny that had no connection to his past life. So, history will turn over again, but our hero doesn't even know if it was the right decision, because the more the present changes, the harder it is to predict the future. The other captains, having consulted with each other, were amazed that all the people were taking their side. They asked why they wanted to take away all the candidates, because they had no shame and would not let them save face. It was very uncomfortable and difficult for the young owner to stand there with all these questions battling in his head. After some time, the high-level selection ceremony ended, and the result was that 4 of the 6 experienced warriors sided with Akchan. The master was dissatisfied with his disciple, believing that the gift of persuasion he boasted of was only half effective. These words sent a chill through Seonwoo's body. He didn't like the way the master had put it, because it sounded like he had only taken half the people. His colleague was cheering from the sidelines that the guy might get a scolding from the master. Akchan noticed this and hit him on the head to stop him from cheering. Soon a man approaches our hero. He didn't even hear him coming, and this man said that the young master's skills were quite impressive. Although he did not realize that his presence was only just discovered, this man had been watching them the whole time. He realized that he knew Chong, but this was actually the first time he had ever met a person with whom his master was so friendly. The man apologized to the elder because he found the sight very interesting and wanted to see it from the outside. Before approaching, he concealed his presence to watch them. The master introduced the man who had served him 10 years earlier and asked him to greet him. The man, in turn, greeted the young master and introduced himself as Jang Munwoon, the commander of the Huzun. The master's disciples bowed their heads to the high-ranking friend of their mentor. Soon after, Hujin reported that he had fulfilled Akcheon's request and brought members of the old mountain county. The result of his work was 24 low-ranking people, 30 middle-ranking people, and 2 high-ranking people. Hearing this information, Seongwoon realized that the old mountain county was the same city as the Valley of Six Bloods, where new blood cult warriors were being trained. This information seemed good enough to the master, but in his opinion, it could have been better. He believed that Huizong was no better than his student. Huizong apologized, admitting his fault, but said that this was all he could do, because he did not have the same persuasive skills as the young master. Southern Sky was listening to their dialogue and assumed that they were discussing the reasons why the foreman was being absent for 6 months. Although he did not say anything about it, he was probably preparing to build up his power. After all, he is not called the 4th elder for nothing, because he foresees the future much further than our hero. Seonwon involuntarily began to wonder what incredible plans he had in mind. Turning to his men, the master was glad that there were many of them now. They had to move from the cave to a more spacious place, and this task would be entrusted to the twins. They should take a few more talented people along with MANHUA and take all the things out of the cave. This impressive news made the boys happy, and they even started to rejoice that this winter they would not have to spend the night in a cold place, but in a warm, cozy place. No more sleeping on the ground with spiders and centipedes. The soldiers who joined the unit were shocked by the conditions they were living in, and even if they realized it, it was too late. The guys consulted about how many people they needed for the task. If you take into account all the elders' belongings and want to take everything out at once, then about 7 people. Seongwoon noticed that his friend was doing a good job of managing these people. If he wanted, he could choose these people himself. And of course, he liked that. He went to the people he had recruited for the team and told them to raise their hands if they knew how to use the qinggong. Sodom said that if he praised this guy, he would dance to his tune. This is one of the reasons why the past master said to beware of those who are skilled in flattery and often neglect to help, according to South Sky. In explaining his skill, he noted why he was focused on the sword. Seongwoon noticed that Cho Wan was looking at him the whole time. After a while, they came to the mountain where their elder lived. All that was left was to climb the rock. The warriors were amazed at how far they had traveled, and that they would have to climb a rock. One of the warriors wondered what would happen to them if they stumbled and fell, but the boy assured them that they would not die anyway. After a while, a man came up to Captain Sun Wongwi and addressed him. He said that they were now on their own, and would like to discuss something with him. The boy realized that the man was not hiding his desire to talk to him face to face. His friend, noticing that they were having a conversation, asked them not to delay, because the elder would react very badly if they were late. The guy started to climb the rock, shouting to the others to follow him as soon as possible. Seongwon, looking at his fellow climber, realized that Haekjong's technique was impressive. No matter how many times he had watched him, Jack Baek's mountain climbing skills were top-notch among all his peers. Standing and watching his friend, the guy who wanted to talk face-to-face addressed him, saying his name, province, and city. Our hero's response was as follows. The child of a concubine, exiled from the clan as unnecessary garbage after Dan Tang raged in the body of Qi. Seongwoon returned to the boy and told him everything he knew about him, but how he had gathered this information was still a matter of some mystery, as befits a spy. Our hero assumed that he was no longer going to hide his whereabouts, but this guy starts attacking Seong-woon. He hits the guy with a strong punch, but he fights back. It was a palm technique that uses special kui energy. It was something out of the ordinary. The young master realized that his assumption was wrong. The boy was not just an expert, he was a real expert. The fight continued, and the boy dodged his strong fire kui energy strikes. Southern Sky saw that the boy was agitated and tried to calm him down. But he had to dodge the 18 palms of the pacifying dragon. This technique was very rare, and only the leader of the beggars sect could know it. Where he came from, and why he was here, were on his mind. By accumulating chi energy, this spy began to generate energy with such force that it could destroy the boy. Soon, a huge energy ball is sent to attack our hero. After the impact, everything was filled with dust from the destruction, and the spy thought he had hit the guy right on the head. Turning to him, he warned him that if he pulled out his sword, it would be difficult for him, but ultimately it would not help. If he listened to him, he would realize that Seon-woon was not on his level. The spy wanted the boy to answer his questions, but Seon-woon didn't want him to be misled and attacked him with his sword. The spy realized that the guy was a real jerk and stopped his sword strike with his palm. He didn't care about the guy's strength, as he could easily deflect any blow. But soon Seon-woon gathered all his strength and decided to apply the sword even harder, and the spy had to strain. His attack turned out to be stronger than the spy thought, and it almost chopped off his arm. Looking at the guy, he realized that this scoundrel was hiding his true power. Our hero, looking at his competitor, realized that it happened too late for him. He can harness not only external but also internal hostile energy, thanks to his innate core, which he liberated 4 months ago when he reached the 4th formation. He is currently practicing the Sword of the Shining Star technique. This shows that he has risen to the level of an expert. The guy attacks this spy to prove that he is not so convincing. The spy stabbed him in the arm with his sword. He knocked it away with his elbow and almost lost it. Blood began to flow from his arm, and he realized that he could not defeat the guy. Although he was unable to block the elbow attack of Seon-woon's blade, it was not the end of him. And soon, our hero's sword flies right past the head of this spy. Despite the strong attacks of his opponent, the spy admits that he sees the attacks. But after a while, Sovin is behind the spy's back, and the spy is unable to stop his attack. The spy is amazed to see the guy quickly move to the side. And without hesitation, he attacks him from the side with his Southern Sky, blinding him with his power. The spy realizes that his end has come, and his death has come. At this moment, a strong blow from our hero hits the spy's head, and he screams in pain. However, when the enemy thinks it's over, the guy picks up his sword and asks not to be dramatic, as he just lightly hit him on the forehead. But for this guy, there is only one thing that interests him. Why didn't he kill him? The owl doesn't want to end it so quickly with this scoundrel and stabs him in the leg. After some manipulation and hitting the chai points, the opponent can no longer use his energy. And at this point, the spy offers to talk after the guy has disarmed him. Our hero grabbed this scoundrel by the head and still decided to get the truth out of him. This madman wanted to attack him for no reason. Sovin asks him not to apologize. In fact, he is even grateful to him. For a long time, he had been harboring a lot of resentment and despair from the ruthless old man who kept beating him up, and he finally managed to use his strength. The spy stood with his arms raised, looking as if a mountain had fallen on him. His appearance was like a breath of fresh air for the tired Seong-won, adding to the moment of surprise and tension. The battle was fierce, and the spy was almost beaten to death. This is not surprising, because our hero did not even use his internal core energy, leaving the enemy with no chance of winning. Our heroes had a lot of questions for this guy, especially when they recalled how he chose a faction, which seemed strange and suspicious. Feeling the risk of being exposed, he decided to get closer and even attacked. His actions were motivated by fear and a desire to survive at all costs. When the situation was not in his favor, in order to prevent information leakage, a professional spy had to end his life, showing desperation and determination. But all the while the hero was beating him, the spy was begging for mercy. He was gripped by the fear of death, because people often forget about their long plans, clinging to a life that is slipping away from them. The question remained as to the technique used by the spy. The 18 humbling dragon palm technique was only available to the descendants of the head of the beggars sect, which made the situation even more mysterious. Savun realized that before they returned, the spy had been under the guidance of Hongul, the master of the Hall of Warrior Valor. He asked the spy about his relationship with the young sect leader, seeking more information. Looking at the spy, our hero realized that he valued his life. It would have been better to learn more about his relationship with the young sect leader Hongol by exploiting his fear and desperation. When the spy heard who the head of the sect was, he could not believe his ears. He did not know that this young man had become the head of the sect, and this news made him angry, adding even more tension and unpredictability to the situation. To be honest, no one was sure that the current head of the sect was really Hongol. But in his past life, he would have been 30 years old, if now he is probably only. And this guy is Hongol's rival for the right to inherit. Savin wondered if it was bad that Hongol would be the new successor to the head of the lowly sect. Soon the spy began to cry, realizing that the damned old man couldn't wait even a year. This is only because Hongol is his grandson. He made him his heir, even though he could not master even 10 of the 18 hands of the Dragon of Humility in 5 years, while the spy mastered the technique much faster and better. Judging by the situation, Savun realizes that this guy has lost in the competition for the inheritance to someone from his direct line. But because of this guy signed up to be a spy, to perform some task, enough to get noticed. Perhaps he was asked to sniff out the secrets of a blood cult or discover the location of a base. He is angry that he is losing to a direct descendant. Moreover, this guy, like others from the Beggar's sect, fears the revival of the blood cult. Even the Marima Alliance would not be able to stop it. Therefore, the desire to accomplish something grandiose seems logical. But here's the rub. The young sect leader has already been chosen, and he's going to demonstrate his skills to become the successor. This truth sounded like a knife in the heart of a spy. He had never thought that the Beggar's sect might one day leak information about the blood cult's spies. Those who are bothered by him will be able to get rid of him quickly, without even getting their hands dirty. And all his achievements will go down the drain. Perhaps he would have played his part if he had been an experienced ninja. But who would even remember a spy in a sect if no one even knew about him? If you think about it, the sentinel was killed very quickly, given the fact that he had learned the 18 hands of the humbling dragon. Apparently they just decided to get rid of him. The sentry clenched his hand and bit into the ground, realizing that he had failed. His idea that he would accomplish something incredible to succeed the sect leader was laughable from the beginning. Now he has nothing. Only one hope gave him a reason to live. He wanted to endure and fulfill his promise. But now he has nothing, and nothing left. The guy looked at him, realizing that he only wanted to get information out of this asshole spy. But now, knowing the whole situation, he could change the story. Our hero hinted to the spy that he still had his whole life ahead of him, and if the Beggar's sect plans to abandon him, why doesn't he stop giving out information about the blood cult? Our hero gives him a chance. But there was only one condition. The watchman had to swear that he would serve him. And then he would pretend that the conversation had never taken place. The young gentleman will also help to realize his goals if he makes a decision right now. Could this spy disappear without a trace, like a nameless loser from the lowly sect? Or will he show everyone what he is capable of and what he can do? Chasuvan took him by the hand and asked for control of the young master, promising him only one thing. If he would not betray him and help him get out of the situation when the Beggar's sect found out that Chasuvan was a spy. After Bodan's promise, the young master immediately went to his master and told him to his face that Chasuvan was not who they said he was. The master sat in his office and listened to this information in amazement. The spy had one more question, but he decided to solve it first. The master ran up to Chasuvan, grabbed him by the neck and began to shake him around the room. The master did not need proof, because if he was not from the clan, he was probably a spy. He held him by the neck with his huge hand, even though the boy insisted that this was not the case. Savin told his master that this guy had really come to the cult to become a disciple. The latter, in turn, only said that he was from a sect and had studied with the lowly ones. The master noticed his disciple's words and immediately asked him if he was an honest guy from the Beggar's sect. How could he be so sure? Savun wanted to say that he had known him since a few years ago. He used to do work for the sect where his clan, the Sun, lives. He didn't know him, though, because they were just boys then, looking ragged and tanned. But at the selection ceremony, when he came closer, I recognized him. He recalled the moment when Chasuvan immediately wanted to go to the White Blood Commander, but stopped and changed his mind. At that moment, the young gentleman gave him a subtle wink and said that he recognized him. This surprised Chasuvan, and the spy realized that this guy was a real cunning man. He skillfully wove a lie, and the story was true enough. The young master told him to go to them, because if they found out that he was a beggar, he might be sent away. A lie can sometimes be a beautiful truth. A spy needs to be careful not to do anything stupid if he wants to live, but he didn't expect things to turn out this way. The master holds the boy by the neck and asks him a question that will decide his fate. Does he want to renounce the sect and join him? Soon, an acquaintance who had been following all this realized that this guy could not be trusted. Even if the young master spoke to him, they must make sure that his intentions are not motivated by cunning. Perhaps he is a spy. At this point, the guy realizes that he needs to use his trump cards, even against the timekeeper. He had only been in the Valley of the Six Bloods for 1 year since he was a child. But he didn't waste any time and shared some interesting information with our heroes. He said that relations between the Marima alliances and the incomparable faction would soon deteriorate. In any case, it was true, but Chasavun had a look on his face as if he had been cornered. The young master told him to put on a simpler expression. To continue the story, in about 6 months, the Murim alliance and the Peerless faction would break their alliance. They are the 2 main forces in Murim, and a break in their relationship would mean temporary anarchy. In his previous life, the young master was indifferent to this, as he did not decide anything. But now that he is directly connected to the top of the blood cult, this information has become extremely important. After taking another look at the so-called spy, the master let him go. If he hadn't lied, then he really should be taken in, and he would be more useful than the master thought. This truthful lie was impressive, because our hero was gaining his reputation bit by bit. Just as he wanted, his problem would be solved if the poor disclosed his whereabouts. A lot of things happened over time, and Chasavun's mind was a complete mess. He didn't even need to worry about himself, but going into details, the situation became worse than it was. If the blood cult spoke about the Watcher and the rumors reached the Beggars sect, he would become an enemy not only to the Beggars, but also to other orthodox sects. This was incredibly tough for a successor. Realizing this, the spy became a traitor who sold information to the blood cult that he did not even know about. The young master tells his new servant that he has nowhere to go back to. But reading his thoughts, he realizes that this guy is a bad spy, because his emotions give him away. But who is this guy anyway? How does he have information that even Chasavun has never heard of in his sect? He lies so plausibly and confidently, despite the situation. And now, even for this guy from the Lowlife clan, it's very difficult to call him trash. On the contrary, my instincts tell me that having such an opponent is dangerous. The boy has no choice but to swear allegiance to the young master. After that, the young master gives him a task to help his friend Jabek, and he moves forward. When Savin saw his technique, he was very impressed, because the guy was pushing off with his arms and legs, running like a dog. Although it looked strange, the technique was effective. Despite the fact that he didn't like it, there was no denying its effectiveness. But someone was watching our hero. He stopped to ask, "Who are you? Why are you following me?" The girl came out and greeted the captain, saying that she had come to deliver a message from the 6th Blood Star. The guy called her by name, and she smiled at the fact that he remembered her name. It was the right thing to do, because she was the only one who had passed the captain's exam, and it was obvious that she was in pain. The scene was striking, especially when you consider that they had all once entered as disciples. Looking at her, the young master did not understand what she meant, but the girl continued that she still had to pay him back for the bet, and that his information was so valuable that he had to come to her pavilion tonight. Soon, in the dead of night, the boy comes to the pavilion, waiting for the 6th star of blood, and realizes that it is late, but soon she came out and approached him. He saluted the 6th star of blood. After apologizing for her lateness, she suggested that we get down to business. Savin didn't feel uncomfortable about her lateness, as he had just arrived. A witch from the blood cult noticed that the boy has many talents and is sure that the cult highly appreciates him. Before fulfilling her promise, the witch asked him to look into her eyes. The moment he looked into her eyes, something unknown happened in his body. Savin looked at the young man and emphasized that he had made a mistake. He sustained the illusion twice, and it was definitely no accident. It was clearly the work of this witch. 20 years ago, a witch stumbled upon a mysterious sanctuary of an unnamed ancestor, and this discovery was useful not only for her, but also for our heroes who were yet to be born. People began to call her a witch after she used her skill to enchant people with her power. Looking at this witch, Saddam could not help but notice her striking beauty, but he could not even guess how old she was. After all, if she had learned this skill 20 years ago, she would have been about 35. The witch decided to teach the boy the same skill, called the illusionary eye, which allowed him to manipulate the minds of others. The illusionary eye is a unique technique that creates an illusion that can lead the enemy into a state of temporary disorientation. A person in this state reacts instinctively if stimulated in a certain way, and may even lose their memory. If this is true, then the illusionary eye is an extremely rare and dangerous skill that can change the course of battle. Morem's world is a city where every moment can be decisive, and where every second separates life from death. But with the help of the illusory eye, you can make your opponent completely under your control, and this gave the witch a huge advantage. And for a second, the boy thought about what a powerful tool the witch was offering him, and the witch realized what he was thinking. But in reality, this skill was not as easy to master as he thought. Light physical contact or a soft sound could easily bring a person out of the illusion. In addition, this skill did not work as effectively on people with a strong mental state or internal energy, and required significant concentration to use. These conditions made it difficult to use the skill in various situations, especially when it came to life and death. Did he want to learn this skill? Of course he did. If the conditions were difficult, the skill sounded quite useful, although other people would be wary of him if he said he could use it. And perhaps the old man who once blocked him because he knew about this skill can come in very handy. Over time, the sixth blood star taught the young master the important notes and techniques of the illusory eye using the frequency whispering technique, which was more like a spell than a martial arts technique. To accomplish this task, our hero had to concentrate very hard. It was more like a spell than a martial arts technique, and our hero had to concentrate very hard after learning the method to follow the instructions. She also told him about the story. According to the text in the book, the illusionary eye had a total of 4 skill levels. At the first level, you could confuse your opponent. At the second level, you could control your opponent to do whatever he wanted. And at the third level, you could demonstrate your illusions to the enemy, which gave you an even greater advantage in battle. But no one could explain the fourth level, because the text was cut off, and all 5 senses were involved, although even the sixth blood star did not understand what it meant. And it was like the mystical art of the sacred star, where all the important details were important, even if a guy could learn a little bit of it, and it should be useful for something in the future. That's all she knew at the moment, and why shouldn't he try to use his skill after a few lessons? The witch turned to her student, Yeya, and told her to come to our hero, although he was wondering why she had brought her here, and perhaps that was why. But despite this, she was convinced that she had made the right choice, because the other students were at a very high level of knowledge, and Echen was here as well. The girl asked only that he not hurt her because she might have thought he was going to attack her, and her expression was so tough that she even apologized to the young master. The girl laughed when she saw the young master looking as if his eyeballs were going to fall out. Her laughter was so infectious that even our hero could not help but smile. Saddam realized that the girl was laughing at him, and it was understandable why he wanted to emphasize that he was not that good. But the boy noticed that he was beginning to be humiliated. If he could have made a second choice, or had a second level of visual eye, he would have done things differently, leaving the witch, emphasizing that there was no eye. Because this skill required a lot of concentration, and in order to use it well, you had to melt down and pay with it. But soon there's no guy to behave as if under hypnosis. She opened her robes and showed her breasts. The young gentleman's hand was on her face, and her eyes were as if mesmerized. Although she was shaking, and forgave the young master to stop, he called it a relief, and that it was all right. But the owl didn't understand how it happened. He fantasized a bit, and something went according to plan. And the amazed witch realizes from the outside that it was a backup eye technique. But how did he do it? To which our hero replies that he did nothing. The girl looked around and did not understand what she had done. Why everyone was talking about it. She did not even remember what she had done. When she looks down at her body, she sees that she has exposed her breasts, and her face turns red with shame. She falls to the ground, covering her body, and the owl does not know how to behave, as he is ashamed. The idea of his faithful sword is infused with the actions of his master, that he is a real man, but he in turn just thought to himself that if he can handle the second level, he can put her in an awkward position. And at that moment, he just thought that it would be funny if she danced naked. But these were really depraved thoughts of a young master. The witch realizes that this kid could master the second level of the illusory eye. She couldn't do it even after 12 years in research. But how could he learn it so quickly? The witch thought that he was hiding something from her and deceiving her, thinking that someone had already taught him how to do it, or how to explain how he did it. The guy didn't really do it himself. He just imagined it. The witch asks him if he has thought that it would be nice if Jochen took off her clothes. But the witch did not believe him and told him again, "Look at them," and made her undress again. The girl herself did not want to do it anymore, because there were consequences. Soon, a masked girl approaches them, confirming the young master's words that he is not the one who is lying, and they need to finish right now and return. The witch starts and allows herself to believe him. But on her part, the promise was fulfilled. "Of course, today is not the best day for talking," the girl says. taking off her mask, and it feels like she wants to say something. It was me, a beautiful demoness, who said only one phrase, that I would see you next time, and it was clear that she was a candidate for the left-wing blood cult. She did not change her mind just because he came up with such an interesting fantasy. But still, he read in her eyes that she thought he was a pervert, and he realizes that she did, and he's fucked. But despite this, everything will be fine. They will have the opportunity to explain this misunderstanding, but the problem will be that the guy does not know when it will happen. But why does he think he needs to rush and leave? But it was a coincidence that she had witnessed the second level herself. Just knowing that it was possible was probably a big clue for a master like him. Passing by the room, he woke up his brothers, and they asked, "Where's he going?" But Solon explained that it was nothing special, and he just started writing. But why is he walking around in the middle of the night just like that? Our hero doesn't fully know how to come up with a quick excuse, but we recommend that you use the illusion of eye contact on your friend. Since he already had it and had it on him, he decided to test it on him by looking at him with his own eyes. He said to him, "His drummer Beck looks at him as a swindler. Why does he look at him like that?" Savin realizes that he needs to train this skill more. Since it doesn't work on him, he won't have to work for this dude anymore. When he went to bed, he told his brother that his illusionary eye technique had not worked. Good night. But he stood still for a long time and did not move, as if under hypnosis. And soon he sharply hits his friend brother Bliznyuk's bald head. He hit his brother so hard that he didn't even realize why, but the steam went out of his hand. H was just incredibly angry at this incredibly stupid act and wanted to quickly smash his brother's fucker. Even though he said it wasn't him, his hand was just too good to believe. His brother, Yehan, begins to knead him with all his might, and the owl realizes that the illusion has worked after all. The conflict between Murim's alliance and the faction did not take place. The information Savun provided led to more serious consequences than our hero expected. We moved to Jiangxi province, a high rocky peak. When the first rumors surfaced, the province was filled with speculation. 9 days ago, the information reaches a high-ranking official. In about 15 days, everyone in the blood cult will know about this news. Everything was getting more and more interesting, and events were unfolding much faster. The owner could imagine, but what did he mean by an interesting green-haired guy? He gritted his teeth, not understanding what his master said when it was time to get up again. His task was to bring Gimbun and Aggie here, as they needed to prepare to go to the Valley of the Six Bloods. The order was accepted by this young man, and even the master had to go to this valley. But the time has come to act. Even though the cult is still unbalanced and divided, the master will have to go to the Valley of the Six Bloods personally, and there is no doubt about his decision. He had not yet considered Bacon as a candidate, although she was a very instinctive woman. We return to the Valley of the Six Bloods. 4 days have passed since our hero learned the illusory eye technique. He has been practicing it for the past few days and has learned a lot. While testing the technique on his colleagues, he realized that the first level of the illusory eye does indeed fit the description of the sixth blood star. It can easily make a person stand back. The second level is completely different, but it allows you to control people for about 5 seconds. It was impressive, because the technique really worked. Even if Sonov hadn't managed to wake Enqua up, she would have stopped undressing after 5 seconds of her own free will. In addition, if someone had already been under the influence of this skill, they could be exposed to it again. When he tried to test the technique again on Seongjae Bayek the next day, he found that it no longer worked. It was also impossible to extract information about their memories. Although he had trained his subordinates thoroughly, they only did what they were told, and it was very frustrating that he could not get information from them. In addition, the technique did not work on people who were stronger than him, such as masters, or those who had a very strong mental state. This goes without saying, given that even the sixth star did not use this method on Chun. Finally, the second level of the illusionary eye requires innate core energy. The power of the illusory eye is probably proportional to the person's inner energy. Perhaps this is why the sixth blood star was able to master only the first level. Then he, in turn, will be able to master the third level if his energy becomes more powerful. After using the technique for 20 days, focusing his energy, the guy finally gained strength. He warned his master that he could only stand for 3 seconds and began to hypnotize him, saying that he could not leave the squad while his students were completing the task. The master said that they would work together to the end, and all his students needed to make him take only 4 steps. They practiced with him all the time. The master said that they should be ashamed if they could not achieve this. Although Savun did not want to compete with him because of this power, he continued to provoke him, which was very important. Since Hayak Jong is a real monster that surpasses human capabilities, To compete with him in the early stages, he will need to reach a stellar level of mystical art, like the Iron Sword or the Southern Sky, and it is not even known whether this will help him in the battle. During this period of time, the master became even stronger, as strong as the former master of the Southern Sky. It was 15 years ago when the former master of the Southern Sky last fought Exona. Needless to say, the martial art has become much more advanced. To defeat this master, the former owner of Southern Heaven might have had to reach the 7-star level in the art of shining stars, which he never achieved in his lifetime. The master wanted his students to improve, even if they were still beaten after each training session. The Southern Sky warned our hero to look up. It was the same girl, Bacon. But why did she come to him? She had been avoiding him since that night. The guy thought she would never want to talk to him again. But then what is she doing here? The master turned to his disciple and told him to come to her, since she had already warned him and asked him to do so. Once in the bamboo forest, the girl suggested that we talk in this place. When asked if he knew who she was, the guy didn't think long and said that she was Pekan. But that's not what she meant. She wanted to talk about something else. It was strange to her that he didn't know, even though he said he knew everyone she had ever seen in her life. It seemed strange to her that he didn't guess who they were. However, our hero knew this very well and concealed it, because she was hiding her identity. Judging by their conversation, Savoon decided to make a few hints to make her realize that he knew who she was. Soon, one of the men suddenly breaks into their dialogue, saying that he had been looking for them for a long time, and had finally found them. He got lost and met no one who could show him the way, so he asked if they were from the valley. The man's face looked like a frog, which Savin noticed very well. Our hero bowed to him, saying that they were indeed from this valley. The man explained that he had never been here before and was now a bit lost. He asked our hero if he could take him there when he had some rest. The man spoke to him very casually, and no one fully knew who he was. He introduced himself as the second disciple of Salgalma, the second supreme Hoija. Savin realized that he had heard this famous name in his previous life. After 10 years, this man gained a notorious reputation for his nickname, the Frog-Blood Swordsman. He received this nickname because of his appearance and his ruthlessness toward those who called him that. He was someone our hero had been afraid of in his past life, but not now. The boy bowed to him, saying that it was a great honor to meet the second disciple of the Second Supreme. After introducing himself as the first disciple of the Fourth Supreme, Savoon heard the frogman look at him with our heroes. He looked at him with such passion, as if he were his test subject. Our hero realized that he was famous enough to deserve such a reaction. After this man found out who he was, he smiled and began to beat him with his sword. Savin dodged the blow but did not understand why he had attacked him. The man explained that his master was worried for no reason. He believed that a disciple like Savoon was not a threat to him, although he expected a strong opponent, since he was a disciple of the old Supreme. But Savoon turned out to be stronger than he could have expected. This was not an enemy he could fight using only the internal energy of his lower energy core. The girl asked what it all meant, and activated her demonic energy. The frogman noticed that the girl was a student of the 6th Blood Star and immediately lowered his demands. The frogman noticed that there were many beautiful women in their clan. Our hero, in the presence of this girl, could not hide his abilities and took responsibility for protecting her from this scoundrel. The frogman, seeing how he stood up for the woman, wanted to see how good he was. The young master stood with the girl and looked at the man, realizing that he was going to be defeated. The frogman looked at them and did not understand why they were staring at him. He demanded that they show him their skills. But the master was behind him and did not even let him swing his sword. He cut the enemy down with a single blow. A brutal blow knocked him aside so that he did not pose a threat. His body was saved and stopped by a mentor who was behind him. After he put it on the ground, he thanked his master. Savoon noticed that this man had turned into a cocktail with the strength of a master's hand. Then this person behind him must be one of the 4 supreme ones, namely the second supreme Sagalma. The old man came up to our master, greeted him and said that he hadn't seen him for a long time, and looked at Hachin. Zhang met his brother Si, whom he hadn't seen in 4 years. But what made him travel such a long way? Was it because of that letter? The boy watched the elders, thinking that they got along well, although sometimes they behaved rather harshly. One of the elders emphasized that there had been a misunderstanding between his soldier and Chan. But Chong felt that the word misunderstanding was too mild for this case. The student had attacked another student of the master, and if it hadn't been for Chan, the student would have been seriously injured. Master Z justified his student by saying that he was too impulsive, as is typical of young people. He believed that his student had been imprisoned for too long and was looking for an opportunity to compete. Then Zhong said that Master Sei's student had insulted him. Of course, this information was devastating to the elder, who honors each master. The frog-like warrior began to deny that he had done it, claiming that he would never offend one of the 4 elders. He only said that Chan's student, being so inept in martial arts, had disgraced his master. Master Z took his disciple by the head and slammed him to the ground with all his might, exclaiming who had taught him such manners in the first place. And here he also tried to justify himself when the elder spoke. Chan's brother apologized to the master for the rudeness of his younger brother. Although he delayed his congratulations, he was the master's first student. Analyzing information from his past life, Sovan could not remember what happened to his first student. Perhaps this means that they concealed his existence, and Sovan would never have revealed his identity. Most likely, something happened to him during these 10 years, and he may have died. Even in Orthodox sects, there is a place for enmity between disciples and heirs, and the blood cult, one of the unorthodox ones, is obviously even worse. Addressing Master He, the elder apologized for his student, emphasizing that he had taught him a good lesson, and therefore asked him to leave him alone. Standing next to Sovan, Chan hinted to him that this would not happen if the boy was strong enough to overcome the arrogant, impudent man on his own. With a wink, Elder Z announced to everyone that he had decided to go into matchmaking and had come here on an important mission to marry one of his students. He offered to marry a young lady from the Red Blood clan. Rena stood behind him, speechless with shock, because it was complete nonsense. What was he talking about? When she saw who they wanted to marry, she was absolutely shocked. Soon we moved to the meeting room of the Valley of the Six Bloods. The masters are gathered together with their students. Chan was sure that the hateful old man would be joking, as usual. But for the old man, this was only a strengthening of his cult. He advised the young lady to avoid conflicts and to renounce the inheritance. After all, he had to prepare for the birth of his heirs. Selwyn watched the old man, even though he was a student of the master, who said all this directly to his face. But when you looked at the Scarlet Witch and her students, you could see that they were holding back their emotions. Master Zhong did not stop, insisting that his words were true. How could an old man say such a thing, fully aware of the noble background of their young lady? The master shouted at the whole room, deciding to put him in his place. How can you say such things, having the gift of speech, but not realizing the responsibility? Marry a student and make her give birth to an heir. And what do you guarantee her in return? Protection, perhaps? He could hardly contain himself. He wanted to finish this impudent man off on the spot. A completely different atmosphere prevailed in the room, reflecting the feelings of other people. The presence of the master filled the space with a strong energy that did not even allow people to breathe. Under the pressure of his true power, it was impossible to breathe in or out. But the old man repeated to Brother He that he had not come here to fight, because all the reasons for his arrival were already known. The Bloodstar and the First Elder decided that He Hyang would become the leader of the cult, and most of the cult's top leaders were in favor of her. Although there has not yet been an official statement from the Third Elder, he made it clear that he thinks the same way. He wouldn't have said that if everyone was in doubt about whose side the government was on. The old man only asked the witch if they had announced their support for Ms. Beck Wrench. At this, the Sixth Star looked at her students, who were wary, and said nothing. But the old man pressured them. What do they think will happen if he announces that he also supports her? According to Maester, this was already blackmail, and blackmail went beyond all bounds of acceptability. But the old man could not stand such arbitrariness and accusations. He drew his sword like the unstoppable Emperor Se-Galma, ready to defend the daughter of the cult leader. His body and the entire room were filled with powerful Qing energy. A woman stopped them, exclaiming what they were doing in front of a young lady. We had to get together and resolve an important issue. She asked if she could address them like in the old days. It was a mysterious guest hiding behind a curtain. Her voice resonated throughout the room, and this was called the omnidirectional sound transmission technique, which made it impossible to determine the direction from which the speaker's energy was coming. In addition, Heian and the other students turned away, so that it was not clear who was speaking. But our hero knew that her internal energy supply was far from unlimited, and using the omnidirectional sound transmission technique required a lot of energy. The question arose, if he had decided to take his sister's side, why did he say that he should come out? Realizing his situation, he replied that he would have been happy to support her if... But now, when the cult is facing perestroika, They are forced to strengthen their ranks, and so the sister is stronger. The old man believes this to be true, and his goal is to ensure the girl's safety and guarantee her advancement in the family. If she renounces her rights to the succession and gives birth to an heir, she will have enough power to stop Ms. Hyun's ouster. Our hero, listening to these words, realizes that the old man is partly right. This will provide an opportunity to protect Baek Wrench and unite the cult. Soon the master shouted out, "Perhaps he is right, but why should we give this particular student away?" He emphasized that the old man is doing everything to strengthen his influence. But he asked a counter question. Who else is suitable, if not her? Only a disciple of an elder can be a worthy candidate for the young lady. He believes that the other elders openly support Baek. And isn't it obvious who is worthy? Soon the old man looked at the master's disciples, and they felt as if they had become vulnerable. At this point, Master He began to laugh out loud, saying that the choice was obvious. Pointing his finger at the old man's student, he asked, "Is this boy's faded face worthy of a young lady?" "It was all for personal gain," proves Master. If he hadn't been following his student around and persuading her to become his wife, at that moment, something changed between them. This student's face was really horrible and absolutely not suitable for anyone. The elder realized that he needed to change his tactics, and the room fell silent. The guy stood there listening to what was happening, but he couldn't believe it. Suddenly his master took him to his place and put him in a very awkward position. The boy did not even notice how he disappeared. At this point, the old man fell to his knees, asking for forgiveness for his student's inattention. He also had another student, Kim Won, who was much more conscious and without any shortcomings, just like the young lady. But soon Master He turned to his friend Z Galma and asked why only his students were so perfect for the role of a husband for a lady. Then he decided to introduce a worthy master and student to everyone. At that moment, our hero felt very uncomfortable and did not know where to hide his shame. The master shouted, "Look at this boy. Isn't he better than the old man's pupils who were not educated and lived in the cave for a long time?" Sovan realized that the situation had gone too far and wondered how he could get out of it. This was a serious statement. Master He questioned the abilities of the other students, saying that his students were better. Then Master C decided not to waste time talking and suggested that they settle the matter in battle. They could fight to determine who would be a worthy partner for the young lady. It would be a fair fight because his students had only been training for a year, overcoming their fears. The battle will be without the use of internal energy. The young lady watched all this carefully, not understanding only one thing. Why does she have to get married? And why do these men decide for her without taking her opinion into account? In fact, the girl did not want to get married at all, and everything was to be decided on her word alone. The masters had already decided that the duel would be with swords and promised not to spare each other, even if one of their students had their arms or legs cut off. They wanted to start acting as soon as possible, but the witch stopped them because the young mistress had not yet given her consent to the proposal. Everyone turned their attention to her, waiting for her to say the last word. She stood with her back to them and said that she also had conditions. Her husband had to be better than her, and she would also participate in the fight. Jung liked this offer, because a worthy candidate should be better and stronger than her. But she wonders what they will do if none of the applicants can fulfill this condition. They forced them to fight without taking her opinion into account, but the girl hinted to Uncle C that they should decide what they would do when she won, even if she was beaten. She asked them to promise and swear that they would support her even if she won. For Master Aken, this was just great news, and he agreed to it. But Uncle Sai could not accept it in any way, although this time he would make an exception for the young. Watching all this, our hero realizes that this girl is really very smart and wants to benefit from this situation, which is good enough. But she is not fit to be a leader, because the role of a leader requires more than just following the will of the two supreme ones. Now it is clear why she wanted to become a cult leader. Before the fight, all the conditions had to be discussed, the witch said. Hogimwon will become a disciple of the supreme ruler. The fourth disciple of the ruler to take part will be Savungwi. The main goal is to fight without using internal energy, and masters push their warriors to fight. To make the duel fair, each student of the master sealed the pressure point of the other student. The fight will be with swords, and injuries or death do not matter if all parties agree. Everyone agreed without question, and the soldiers looked into each other's eyes. We had to go to the walls and take our positions. Undoubtedly, a martial artist of the highest level can cripple or kill our hero right here. The master, looking at his opponent, realized that this guy was strong enough that it would be unfair to him. But still, he would have to fight, because everyone is trying to benefit themselves, unless they are a fool. Soon, the master telepathically told his student to demonstrate the skill he had been so carefully hiding. and he should not pretend to be a fool, because he will not be able to deceive his teacher's eyes. He lacks only internal energy, but his knowledge is much higher than the first level. The master knew this all the time, and could only judge by the marks he left with his sword. He orders him to fight, and the winner will stay. It is very good that the master did not talk about the central energy core, but the guy realizes that if he hides his abilities, it won't be so difficult, because he knew it all along. Looking at his disciple again, the master said, "If you cannot do this, then you can safely admit your defeat." The boy looked at the master and did not understand what he was talking about. His teacher hated losing more than anything. But what he was really saying was that he didn't want Sovan to die or get hurt. The whisper technique almost tore the guy apart, because the master was shouting, "Do not be deluded." He is saying this because he does not think that victory will be easy, because there is a big difference in training between you, only 1 year. The students were told to keep their distance and take their positions. The first thing our hero's enemy did was promise not to kill him, but to prepare for the possibility that he might lose his arm. He advised him to surrender now to keep his body intact. But our hero also wanted to fight without regret. He also promised his enemy to save his life, which sounded ridiculous to the enemy. The warriors drew their swords to determine which of them was the best and deserved to go forward. Looking into each other's eyes, they were ready for the fight, and soon the witch shouted, "Begin!" The battle began with bright and strong blows, and the warriors did not restrain themselves in their skills. In a few minutes, the battle was over. Owl's opponent loses an arm, screams in pain, but the fight remains a fight. As promised, our hero did not kill him, and asked if he would admit defeat. It was incredible for everyone watching the fight. Owl's brother opened his mouth and could not believe his eyes. Master Akchen's brothers and students were delighted with their friend and his skills. The witch, looking at this, realized that he had just humiliated one of his students. But Master Zai came up to our hero and said that it couldn't be a duel, because the guy used a forbidden art. He saw this and was furious. At the moment when they were fighting and looking into each other's eyes, when their eyes met, Guo Himwen gave in a little, the master explained. But Chan approached his old friend, wondering what was wrong with the master using the art of an unorthodox sect. For him, it was a duel of life and death. Master Z's rage filled the entire room. He was filled with purple energy and struck Master Aken. Suddenly, Zhang blocks his punch. 2 incredible forces collided, filling each other. It had been a long time since the master had experienced something like this. He was eager for a fight. It had been a long time since they had seen each other. The old man hadn't seen him for a long time either, and was eager to see the matter through. The power of these 2 elders was simply incredible. They could take down an entire army with a single punch, but now they needed to settle this once and for all. Once they start fighting, the entire village could turn to dust. But the witch stopped the old man, saying that if he wanted someone else's disciple. The old man did not understand what she was saying. The illusionary eye technique that the boy had just used was her technique that she had taught him. The old man was familiar with this. But why did she teach her own technique to this young man? He needed to know if he was using his inner energy. But if the old man remembers correctly, he sealed his pressure points. And illusory eye is not a technique that requires internal energy. The illusory eye requires only mental strength and innate energy. But this technique does not develop beyond the first level, so it is unknown. In any case, the 6th star resolved the situation with its explanation, and the master accepted the victory of this young man. He couldn't believe it, and had never seen anything like it with his own eyes. The witch approached Master He and told him to stay here because she needed to check the owl's energy core. In the master's opinion, he has always been like this, and it is not worth going into such details. Even as the supreme representative of the blood cult, he values justice more than any member of orthodox sects. The moment he checked the boy, he realized that his inner energy was sealed. Raising his sword above our hero, he threw him to the floor and accepted the fact that his student had lost the fight, and went to help him recover. Someone realizes that it could have been his hand, but given Seagalm's feelings, South Sky decided to give advice. Why not use all the healing divine tablets of the doctors? The former master of the Southern Sky once told him that he should show kindness even to his enemies. Understanding this strategy, Sovan thought it was a great technique. If he did it, this guy would be in his debt, and it was a pretty great idea. The master bowed before our hero, impressed by his wisdom. He had predicted the outcome of the battle from the very beginning. He never thought things would go so far as to ask him and his brother He for help. He truly has the blood of a warrior in him. Sanvu looked at him, realizing that something was wrong, but was unable to intervene because the atmosphere was too serious. Zhang hit him on certain points and unlocked his energy. The guy did not understand what was happening. The witch looked at the boy from the side, and it seemed that she was also hinting at something. He thought at that moment, it's strange. The sixth blood star came to his defense only to have Haek-chan support their side by saying, here's a skill I taught your student, and play a decisive role. I could tell by the old man that he hadn't miscalculated. In any other situation, the crazy old man would have immediately raised a shout and denied everything. But now he was just silent. In the end, he decided to support Baek Ren, having made up his mind. Sowon felt that his points were unlocked, as a second duel was no longer necessary. A girl approached Uncle Z. He saw her attention to him. She had changed so much since then, and he was happy to see her as beautiful as ever. She had recently been ill, and he only remembered her as a child. Her illness seems to have hit him later. The girl bent down in front of the old man, and was glad that he recognized her. But she was holding signs that alerted the old man. The girl offered to take the divine doctor's tablet. She planted it yesterday to complete the final stage of treatment, and it was a priceless thing for the old man. The girl believed that they would use it to benefit his student, to cure him. But Sowon did not understand where she had gotten the sign. Did she really get it from the doctor? The old man was deeply touched by her concern and wanted to offer payment in return. But for her, everything was fine. She had to help his disciple get his arm back so that he could continue on the path of the sword. The old man fell to his knees and swore to serve her as the new ruler. He asked me to accept his loyalty and devotion. Soon it will be the turn of the fourth, and they will also kneel down. Victory would be hers, but Sowon decided he had a plan. The master, hearing that he wanted to leave for a second, asked him what he was up to. The guy looked him in the eye and made it clear that it was not over yet, and asked him to take the initiative in this matter. Master Akshagan simply reacted silently, making it clear that he supported him. After that, Sowon came up to worship the new princess. Instead of bowing, he made a gesture that amazed her. Long live the blood demon for the glory of the cult. But being a student of the fourth elder, the boy decided to challenge her to a duel. It was incredible. It was an alarming situation, and even the master did not realize how inadequate he was in this matter. Everyone present was shocked, not realizing what the consequences could be. It was amazing for everyone in the room. Hoping it was a misunderstanding, she asked if he was really going to challenge her to a duel. But what's the point? She asked, looking at him in confusion. Sowon decided to ask her again. Why do you not consider me a worthy husband? After that, the girl was seriously confused. The guy decided to cross all the boundaries, and she realized that he had done all this to marry her. She started to think about accepting him, but he interrupted her. This is not necessary. If you follow what you said earlier, you will get everything you want if you defeat me. Is there any reason to be afraid? Sowon understood perfectly well why she was biting her lip and hesitating. She had seen the previous duel and, judging by it, could not be sure that she would not be influenced by the illusions of the Eye of the Orc. But at this level, she had no choice in the situation, and she must take responsibility for her words. Although she didn't want to accept it, she smiles and agrees to the duel. Communicating with the vibration technique, she asks him what he really wants. He realizes that she has finally accepted the challenge. But South Sky still doesn't believe it's her when he looks at her. The witch says that if the lady accepts the challenge, they will then seal the deed, break the dots, and fight. They had no time at all, no matter when and what they needed. Vindicate my teacher and all his students, including me, with your name, our hero said as he passed the girl. It was insurance just in case, a way to whitewash them in front of the cult no matter what they did. It was a guarantee that wasn't needed right now, but it's good that they continue to do so. However, they are playing a rather dangerous game, and one should be prepared for any difficulties. For example, if he decides to cut off all ties with the blood cult, she asked him not to give them any privileges. The guy sends her a message that this is enough. But there was one more important question he wanted to ask her, one that haunted him. How did the girl get the divine doctor's sign? The girl told him with her mind that the plate was not from the master. To be more precise, the sixth blood star said that she did not deserve it, because it was not the witch who brought the medicinal herb, but she. Recalling the moment when they found that flower, the girl swore that she would not forget our hero, and it looked like the sign she had promised him when he gave her the healing flower. At that moment, she recognized, since you received treatment, her part of the agreement was fulfilled. Now it seems that she was hiding it from him, and the girl did not like this misunderstanding. She apologized for it, and if she gave this sign to someone else, she must atone for her guilt. But they had no time to talk, they were late, and the masters sealed their power by pressing on certain points. Master Z turned to Ungvi. God forbid he should use dark magic against this girl. Even if his master tries to install something, he must be sure that this old man will break his skull in half. This was a very interesting statement for our hero. Soon they were facing each other in a fighting ring. Everyone watched these actions closely, contacting him via telepathy, and asked only one thing. "Do you really like the girl?" he said. The young master did not know what they were talking about, but the master was sure he knew what they were doing. At least, he had no doubt. Then he gives his student the freedom to do as he sees fit. And at that moment he trusted him completely, despite all the possible consequences. The witch raised her hand, signaling the beginning. The warriors stood before each other to decide once and for all whether our hero was worthy of her hand and heart. Ahen closed her eyes so that So Wengui could not use his technique against her. She tried to defend herself from the illusory eye, and with an incredible movement of her sword, she teleported right in front of the guy's face. The movement was very strong and lightning fast, and the guy barely had time to dodge. She only managed to cut his cheek with her fingernail. If he had reacted a second later, he would have lost immediately. And now, she was doing it again. He hits him and just slaps him in front of everyone. The guy didn't even realize what had happened, it was very fast. But, holding his cheek, he could not find a place for himself out of shame, which made it clear that things would get even more interesting. The blows were so clear that it was extremely difficult to defend against them. The speed and force of these blows were incredible. She looked thin because of the weight loss, but her appearance did not diminish the strength she was fighting. You could see the ruthlessness in her eyes as she moved skillfully, but made one unskillful move. Because of this mistake, he was able to throw her off and launch a kick attack directly at her head. Seo used his sword to restore his balance and at that moment began to counterattack. He was lucky that he was smart enough to take advantage of the situation. She noticed that he was not holding back at all and understood his desire. His desire was so strong that he was ready to fight to the death for the young heir. Meanwhile, she stood and reflected on how young Mr. Seo had been crazy to see her naked last night. The battle continued, and the sixth star hoped that he would not lose this battle. Right next to his eye, the girl's finger began to glow red. He immediately realized that it was a finger technique, but she waved her hand, and the attack flew right at him. Her index finger had rough calluses on it, because it is much harder to master the finger technique than the fist or palm technique. This is because the fingers break many times during training. There is a risk of sealing the meridians, and this finger technique is not a martial art of the Blood Hand Demoness. The Black Sword had never seen such a sophisticated finger technique and even noted it to the boy. They both realized that this was not just a technique, but a kind of demon blood. Its attacks were barely repelled. Her speed increased, and her finger passed right by his throat. He was helped by the sword in his hands, and he could barely repel her blows. The man said that he trained with his left hand, and it proved to be very useful as he used a dagger in this battle. The battle had gone so far that neither had much strength left. She asked if he was going to use his blade. He explained that he was trying to properly block her attack with the finger technique, but thought that she would understand his true intentions. He entered this duel knowing that he would lose, but he wanted to fight those who had learned the martial arts of the Blood Demon. After that, she took a fighting stance, preparing to continue attacking. The Black Sword noticed that this was an unusual technique and warned the boy to be ready, even though he was already feeling a lot of pressure from her initial stance. He will have to use the Shining Star Sword technique. She was not going to stop and rushed forward. After swinging her sword, she successfully ducked under it. She managed to duck during such a quick swing of the sword. But the guy didn't stop with one attack and again swung his sword right next to her body. But again missed. It was moving faster and faster, its speed increasing with each passing moment. She pushed off the ground and ended up in the air right above So. If he now raises the Sodam sword and swings it upward, Bayek's attack will be stopped. And so he realized that it was time to end it and was preparing to hurt her. Meanwhile, she does a flip in the air and continues her flight. Announcement of the results of the duel. Victory for Bayek, defeat for Seo. Reason for defeat, lost consciousness. It was already dark outside, and there was a ceiling in front of him. He looked at it and did not realize when the day ended. He could not believe that it was already night, because at that moment he did not realize where he was. Looking to his left, he noticed someone lying next to him, and then he saw that it was Ho Gimwon. And it seems that the all-healing divine doctor had sewn his arm back on. When he got out of bed, he immediately felt a severe headache. During the fight, he thought the finger technique had worked too well, suppressing his innate core energy. Then he heard the voices of Southern Paradise and Sodom, but did not understand where they were. They said they were hiding under the bed. When he looked there, he saw them. He then asked how long he had been unconscious. He was told that he had been unconscious for almost 12 hours, and that they had even seen the divine physician fixing the man's arm. It was very disgusting to watch the doctor put all the veins back together. Southern Paradise explained to the boy that everything had happened as he had expected. Acheon swore his allegiance to Bayek. Everything seems to have worked out well. A lot of time has passed since the battle. 12 hours. And so many interesting things have already happened. When he went outside, he saw that it was about midnight. He decided that he had to go to the guest house. But suddenly he noticed a figure standing with a sword. He was the second disciple of Supreme Seo, the Break. What is he doing here so late at night, all alone, going around all the guarded areas as if he had learned the technique of stealth? It all seemed very suspicious, and the guys realized it. The moon was full, and through the trees the rays fell on a man with a sword, who was looking around cautiously. After that, he sat down on the ground and took out a bag. In a moment, the contents of the bag scattered like dust. Seo appeared behind him with a sword and asked what he was doing so late. However, he reacted as quickly as Seo attacked and put up his sword to defend himself. Seo asked if what he had just scattered was the smell of being chased 1,000 miles away. Even his swords did not fully understand what it was, because it is a scent that spreads far and wide, as its name suggests. If you spread this smell around you, you can use a special object or a trained dog to locate it. We can assume that he is a spy. It is not impossible. After a few questions, they asked each other. He turned to Seo and explained that it was stupid to fight him alone. But Seo wasn't going to buy it because he's no fool. With sword in hand, he rushed at the enemy, deciding that the time to attack had come. However, the enemy easily dodged, as befits a top-level martial artist. They were at completely different levels, so we had to look for a different strategy. Seo decided to tease him by pointing to his shoes standing nearby and accused him of cowardice and intentions to escape. In response, he called Seo a fool and said that Ho won only because he used dark art. He added that this would not work for him, because these techniques do not work for him. The dark arts only work on those who have less internal energy than the user. The enemy realized that the boy was following him for his own ambitions. Seo stood there listening to him, and then just said the word frog. In doing so, he emphasized the enemy's frog-like appearance. This enraged him, and he lost his temper, shouting, "I'll kill you," and rushed at Seo. Their attacks were incredibly beautiful, because the green light from his sword looked fabulous, especially at night. The blue light from Seo's sword seemed even more impressive and mesmerizing with its brilliance. Their swords clashed in a fierce battle, repelling each other's blows with incredible speed. Their attacks were so swift that it was almost impossible to dodge. Seo did not have time to dodge one of the attacks, and flew backwards. After this strike, the enemy emphasized that it had much more forces. But running away was not an option, only attacking was, and that's exactly what he did. The enemy put his sword on the block and was ready to repel Seo's attack. His chakra was getting stronger and stronger, and the energy from the sword surrounding his face was like a shining star. His eyes reflected blue lines, evidence of incredible strength. The Shining Star Sword technique is the first technique of the Tiger Power Sword. So decided to play his cards close to his chest and began to attack him with all possible techniques. But after this combo, he failed to wound his opponent. The enemy noticed Seo's full strength and realized that the guy was hiding his capabilities. This was exactly what happens when the enemy prematurely decides that the one he is fighting is weaker than him. Seo hit a third of his abilities and asked his opponent if he knew Muram's proverb. Sodom was even surprised to hear him say that he was hiding half of his true capabilities. The enemy only made a frog face, but he wasn't going to listen to the proverbial advice. He turned around and started running away, plotting his plan. Why the hell is he running away? Seo didn't understand and started running after him. While running, he inserted his sword into the ground and began to concentrate energy there. Everything was glowing green, and the ground was shattering under his sword. He made it rain earth for Seo, who was running behind him, and he had to fend off every piece of debris. Although it seemed ridiculous and incomprehensible to the guy, he did not understand what his opponent was doing. However, the swords told him that it was a concealed weapon, and he had to dodge. Reacting in time, he did a backflip, because the weapon was already flying straight at his body. These blades stuck into the ground, and he was grateful that he reacted in time, and did not fall victim to this attack. Sodom asked him to throw her forward. Clutching the sword in his hand, he began to glow with a bright blue light. This energy he was imbued with filled his body, and they flew forward. The enemy could not understand why he could not hear anything, because he was sure of his goal. And now Sodom was flying right up to the enemy from behind. Blue flames flared up in the dust. Thanks to Sodom's sword, the enemy's location became obvious. All that was left was to use the sixth technique of the Shining Star Sword. The sixth technique of the Shining Star Sword, the Call of the Sword technique. All these techniques merged into one in Seo's hands, and he flew like a meteorite at the enemy. His body radiated such power that the chakra came out of him. The enemy's face was contorted with tension, showing the severity of repelling Seo's attacks. The energy exploded so strongly that it was hard to stay on my feet. Both fighters were thrown back by a powerful wave, but only Seo managed to stay on his feet and control his opponent, who was lying on the ground. He was in no hurry to kill him right away when he heard the question, "Who are you? How did you manage to evade a hidden weapon in all this dust?" Seo put his hand to his forehead and explained that he had a third eye. They both had to end it now, standing opposite each other and waiting for the enemy to attack. The black sword explained that one should attack first, as the enemy might run away. It was not difficult for Seo to understand what he was thinking, as he had once been a spy himself. A spy has only two choices. The first option is to run away, and the second is to commit suicide. The enemy chose the second option. Instead of being defeated, he decided to throw away the blade. Perhaps this would not work during combat. But if the enemy is cornered, Seo can use the illusionary eye just in a moment of eye contact. After that, Seo struck directly at the opponent's back. He decided not to let him run away just like that, and hit him right in the back. His hand went straight into the enemy's mouth because he knew something important. When he took out his hand, he noticed the enemy's saliva running down it. He searched the enemy's mouth for a poisonous sphere, which he found. It is tied to a molar tooth with a string and placed in the throat. Every spy has one. As expected, there are two ways for spies to commit suicide, and they usually prefer throat slitting. If the poisonous sphere melts in the body, all organs will melt as well. This is martyrdom. Instead of explaining who he was, Seo simply punched his opponent in the face several times. And so, the fight, which at first seemed difficult, ended quite easily, as Seo knew everything a few steps ahead. But at that moment they heard a noise. It seems that the guards in the Valley of the Six Bloods had noticed something. All of this could be because of the frog. Using a 1,000-mile scent to stalk meant he wanted to let someone know about the place. The location of the Valley of the Six Bloods was revealed in his past life, but not now. The Emperor of the Blades of Chaos, So Break, would not have come here if it were not for this information. Perhaps it was because of the information that Seo had leaked. But Ho would not have come either, and would have been defeated in the end. Ho Gimwen's fate also underwent some changes. If his prediction is correct, he will die at the hands of EJ, no matter what. A lot of things are changing very quickly. We cannot make hasty conclusions now, but the guy needs to hurry. In the main hall of the Valley of the Six Bloods, all the people gather to burn down all the buildings and flee. The brothers inform the master that they cannot find the man they are looking for. The master himself does not understand where he could have disappeared during his treatment. The young master Inga cannot be found either, and the question arises as to where the two have disappeared to. Seo's feet appear in front of the master, and everyone turns their heads to him. He apologizes for being late and asks me to put the person on his shoulder first and then continue the conversation. He was just going to say a few words. Several swords were already right next to his neck, and he saw his reflection in them. She realized that there were hundreds of armed groups on the mountain, and that scouts who did not belong to their cult had already penetrated the mountain. Afterward, she asked Seo where he was and what he was doing in secret, just as she does now that the bells have rung. She added that the return of the disciple of the Second Supreme so easily leaves them with only one choice: to arrest him if he cannot explain the situation. Seo calmly responded to this question and explanation, asking only to tear the sole of the Supreme's left boot. This made everyone wonder what was going on here, and then my hand reached for my boot. After that, the surprise that appeared before his eyes spoke volumes about what he had not expected to see. He was holding a bag of white powder. He tore open the bag and held it up to his nose to smell it and understand what it was. He told everyone that this was the smell of a 1,000-mile pursuit. Now they understood why it was possible to find their location. The brothers listened to this conversation, but they did not even understand what the smell of persecution was. But that's not all. Seo reached into his inside pocket to show something else. He held a poisonous sphere right in front of the man's face. He explained to everyone that this sphere was tied to his left molar tooth, and that it was safe to assume that his teeth were still trapped. He knew this because he had once been a spy for the Murim Alliance for 6 months. Seo did not expect that Gu Sangwon had experience as a spy, but thanks to this, the girls now trusted So. They turned to the armed men and ordered them to put down their weapons. The captain had the following question, which he directed to Seo. How does he know about all this, since the smell of pursuit for 1,000 miles and the poisonous sphere are not known at all? This is, of course, because he has experience in espionage, but he should have said something else. Seo explained that he woke up at dawn and was on his way back to the guest house when he saw this guy leave and head somewhere. This seemed suspicious because he was avoiding all the guards, so Seo followed him and detected the scent of pursuit from 1,000 miles away. The captain wondered why Seo didn't call for help using his inner energy. Seo had an answer to this question. He explained that if he had done so, he would have either escaped or simply killed him. So he had to eliminate an opponent who was much stronger. If Seo hadn't ambushed him by throwing the dagger while he was putting on his shoes, he would have lost. He explained this to the captain. In fact, he deliberately stabbed him with a dagger to set up proof of this lie. The captain put his hand on his shoulder and praised him, because he believed that Seo could have really lost his life. In the eyes of the captain, Seo did something dangerous because of his ambition, and his words now sound calmer than before. He is probably proud of Seo and believes that if it weren't for him, they would never have found out who the spy was, and their path to retreat would have been uncovered. Ms. Heian also expressed her gratitude to him. Even Akjong recognized that Seo has courage. In reality, it was just a coincidence, but he accomplished something great. He bowed in front of everyone present and said that he was just doing what he had to do. The man knelt down in front of the hostess and said he was very sorry. He believed that all this happened because he failed to correctly assess Seo's character. The lady understood that now she had to hurry to find ways to retreat, and said that there was no time to blame anyone. She added that responsibility could be discussed after all this. So approached his master and stood in front of him, waiting for his words. The master patted him on the head, praised him for his great work, and said that they could have escaped with the spy if it hadn't been for him. He explained that they couldn't escape because So and that rascal spy were here. At this time, a strong chakra began to form near the spy's body. The spy's energy core was destroyed. This is a very painful and cruel procedure, but it is what is done to traitors. Even this man did not expect that the energy core would be destroyed right then and there. He did this to show the renunciation of his disciple. After that, the girl ordered to cut the root veins in his arms and legs. She is no doubt from the blood demon lineage. Last time, she even had her hands, feet, and a finger cut off by the blood hand demoness, but she was still ruthless to the spy. Every house was burning, and they watched from the cliff as the fire engulfed the place. Only one of the brothers was sad because he really liked sleeping in the guest house. After the spy was done, they decided which route to take. It looked as if they had already discussed it before. But their plan was not to run along the same path, but to split into 3 routes. So Galma would lead the elite and protect the all-healing divine doctor. Han Bekha will be protecting the fake Baek Ryong to try to confuse the enemies, and the commander of the bloody extermination squad, Hae Ak Cheon, and they will all guard the real Baek Ryong Ho. Half the troops of the Valley of the Six Bloods were with them, but most of them were lowest-ranking escorts or mid-level trainees, so they were essentially the only ones capable of real combat. The younger, hot-headed commander of the bloody extermination squad, the best at stealth and speed, took on the most dangerous task. He was covered by the scent of pursuit for 1,000 miles, and if he was unlucky, there was a good chance he would die. This is a mission that requires sacrifice, but there is no other way. No one knows the identity of the enemy or its numbers. If someone stronger than one of the Supreme Ones appeared, everyone would be at a disadvantage. When Sodom heard this plan, she realized that it involved sacrificing some people, but Seo explained to her that even if they all attacked, they could not win. Akchon also realized that he could only hope that he would survive long enough to get out of the Valley of the Six Bloods. He asked Sok Wunhwa to bring 2 detachment commanders quietly here. They looked deep into the forest and could not understand whether they would really go this way, as the information could be unclear. According to available information, their opponents have several very experienced martial artists. They watched the place burn and realized that their enemies had noticed their approach and immediately set fire to the building to escape. They looked at those who were with them, in particular at one man whom they considered a plus because he had reached a peak level. It is said that he is strong enough to become a candidate for the 8 great martial arts masters of the Central District. He is also better than a hound when it comes to sensing the presence of other people. He listened to people's opinions of him and asked them not to praise him, believing that they thought too highly of him, but assured them that he would not let anyone down. He explained that only a great expert could go through it, although he considered it almost impossible. She understood that if the 3 included Uncle Hae, the squad leader, and Seo, they were considered a small reconnaissance group. But she also realized that it would be dangerous if they stayed here even a little longer. The situation seemed very bad, because no one knows what information might leak out at that moment. Behind her back, she could only hear conversations about how hungry everyone was. Uncle He and Mr. So had to try to get back as soon as possible. At that time, the boys heard a noise ahead. Before one of them could react, a sword ended up in his friend's head. A man appeared above them, jumping out of nowhere. He started beating each of them, punching their chests. After that, he grabbed one of them by the neck and began to strangle him. His mouth was already bleeding. He then explained to them that they would answer each of his questions truthfully. Only then was he ready to kill them as painlessly as possible. Otherwise, the death would be very cruel. Meanwhile, the whole team ran forward. So realized that there were a lot of them, and it was more like a reconnaissance group. A moment ago, Seo was running ahead, and even here he heard the voices of swords. At least 5 people were paying attention to the sounds of swords. But if other weapons or more experienced warriors were used, there could have been even more. Akjong knew that there were 2 men using different weapons. He believed that one of them was a top-level martial artist, and the others were first or second level. He said that he would take care of the highest and first-level masters, and asked Seo to take care of the rest. They need to act quickly because they have no more time to waste. It would have been difficult for Seo to face such an opponent during the regression period, since his martial art corresponded to approximately the second category. But now, there is nothing difficult for him. Seo stabbed the enemy directly in the neck with his sword blade. Although he screamed, "No, don't!" there was no pity, and the sword pierced his body. Seo had a good idea. He was going to seal its action points right away. Then he took the enemy's sword and addressed him, asking if he could hear him. A voice came from the sword. "How can a man speak to me?" Seo explained to the sword that he was talking to it because he could hear it, and asked if it wanted its master to be killed. The sword asked him not to kill his master, because he would lose him if he died. So asked the sword to tell him who his master was, and where all his companions were. Mech hesitated and asked Seo if he was a blood cult member. He continued, "I heard that all the members of the blood cult are cruel and evil, and they must be destroyed for the good of Jianggu." After saying this, the boy realized he had no choice, and swung at the man who was lying on the ground. Mech immediately began to panic and asked what he was doing. Seo calmly explained, "I just cut off this guy's arm. His neck will be next." After that, the sword blade began to approach the guy's throat. Mech immediately started shouting that he would tell everything, but he asked me not to. Sodom thought it was a bit cruel, because it was a great disgrace among swords. Seo didn't want to do it himself, but he wasn't in a position to be generous to others. Everyone will be in danger if he hesitates now. We need to act decisively. In order not to frame anyone, Akjong killed everyone he saw on his way. He asked the others if they had found anyone. They explained to him that they had failed. The captain said that, and a really strong-willed person bit his tongue. It seemed like that was all. After that, Akjong suggested hiding the bodies in the tall grass and leaving. Suddenly, Seo appears next to him and informs him that he has learned something about them. They are martial artists from the Heavenly Earth sect and the Sea Lotus faction. This allowed them to conclude that these 2 belonged to the Orthodox faction. Akjong thought that Seo was hesitating because he couldn't kill the enemy, and asked him how he could figure it out. Seo explained that he had simply interrogated the man using the time whisper technique in case his allies were nearby. The captain patted Seo on the shoulder again after he told him that there were hundreds of them. If he wanted to save his comrades, he had better confess, and he did. He explained that he had not been able to find out much because he was a minor swordsman, but he had learned that 7 organizations were on the move and that there were scouts nearby. The biggest problem for them is the path they are taking. The patriarch of the faction himself is constantly combing the area with about 100 experts. The captain realized that they could have gotten out of here faster, but now the way was blocked. After that, Akjong offered to just sneak in by force, but the captain said it would be very dangerous, as the young lady's whereabouts could be revealed. Then a man approached them and offered them something. It was the commander of the unit, Jan Hanel. Jan Hagnil suggested going down to the valley along the road near the cliff, but the captain immediately objected, noting that there were steep cliffs on both sides. The most dangerous part was that they would be able to move either forward or backward, and that is very dangerous during such an emergency. Jumping into the water under them is very risky because the water flow is very fast and the water level is high. However, Jan Hengel heard a question about whether they would be able to take the enemy by surprise if they chose this dangerous path, and although the commander grabbed him by the collar, he continued to insist that the enemy would never have thought they would go that way. The commander raised his voice at Jan and asked him if he wanted to put not only his life at stake, but also the life of a young lady. So was watching and also thought that Jan Gangil's plan was dangerous. But they had very few options, and they had gone too far to turn back. They either break through the enemies by force, or follow the path of the valley. But in any case, all options were very dangerous. She couldn't stay in one place for long. The girl stood and looked into the distance at the mountains under the night moonlight. Suddenly she heard the sound of a whistle and realized that this was the place where Uncle He had gone. Akjong grabbed the whistling man by the throat so hard that the whistle fell out of his mouth. He said, "Was anyone else alive?" Someone made a mistake and escalated the situation even more before enemy reinforcements arrived. Now that the signal had been given, there was no choice, and Akjong said he would handle it himself. Suddenly, right next to So's ear, he heard a noise. It was the sound of swords. 1, 8, 14, 32. Damn it, there were a lot more swords than before. There was no time to think, because the enemies were rushing toward them right now. Akjong tells his young mistress the important news that they will have to separate. He explains that they are being hunted by numerous enemies, and suggests taking half of the men with them to throw their pursuers off the scent. Among the enemies are very strong martial artists, probably the patriarch of the Sea Lotus faction. She expresses hope that they will all return alive. He assures them that there is no reason to worry, as they will be able to join them after they defeat the enemies. He orders the others to protect their mistress at all costs. He also reminds us of the meeting place, a base found by the detachment commander, Chang Munwon, called Huzong. Everyone listens attentively and understands the plan. Using the frequency whisper technique, he asks Seo Wunhui to lead the unit in his absence. He considers Seo Wunhui to be the smartest of them all, so he entrusts him with this task, hoping that he will do a good job of supporting Commander Zhang. He trusts Seo Wunhua not only because of his few achievements, but also for his ability to make the right decisions in difficult situations. After bowing to his hostess, Akjong escorted her to the exit. It was hard to believe that this crazy old man now trusted him as his disciple. The commander also spoke out, noting that among the remaining men, So Wunhui was the strongest after him, and told him that he entrusted the young mistress's protection to him. Soon they began to climb the mountains, scrambling up an almost vertical cliff. Their forces were seriously weakened after half of the unit left. The squad leader, Yang Gongil, and Seo led the group because Yang knew the road best. They were upset that the formation they were in was supposed to protect Baek Ryong Ho. It seemed that Hayak Zhang was doing well, and no one was chasing him. Suddenly voices appeared in Seo's head again. He could hear them from below, along the path they were traveling. These voices were fewer than the group that was chasing them, especially considering those with swords. At this point, Seo signaled for them to stop. Everyone stopped at once because it was too dangerous to go on. He explained that he felt the presence of enemies nearby, but one of the men said that he did not feel any enemy presence, and this was not surprising, because he did not have the ability to sense the enemy at a distance. Sodam realized that the man would think Seo was crazy if he knew he had heard the voices. Then Seo told everyone that he was sure it was necessary for the squad leader, Hu Zong, to lead the group. However, the man denied that the commander of the unit should protect the young hostess, and added that they should be the ones who fight the enemy. Seo did not expect such a rejection of his proposal, and therefore suggested that he at least prepare. He called for the drawing of swords and a signal in the group. Raising his sword up and looking at each team member, Seo realized that even if Baek Ryong was their priority, facing enemies on this narrow path would be dangerous. That's why it's better if the strongest martial artist fights first. He raised his sword so that everyone could see it. However, the man said that it was necessary to act immediately, as further delay could be very dangerous. As soon as he started to walk away, he received a sword stab directly on his back from Seo and fell to his knees. He asked an experienced warrior standing behind him if there was something on the tip of his sword that looked like white powder. The soldiers answered in the affirmative, and using the frequency whispering technique, Seo addressed the man, threatening him with death if he did not explain who he was. At first, the man didn't understand. But when Seo asked why the smell of being chased for 1,000 miles remained on his sword, he began to understand the meaning of the question. When Seo picked up the Southern Heaven Iron Sword, he saw what Yang Gongil had done, and the sword itself let him know. If it wasn't for his ability to listen to the voices of swords, he would never have known the truth. Seo continued to tell the man that he had already consulted with the swordsman behind him, and said it was time to lay it all out, as the smell of the blade reveals everything. The man admitted that it was so that the commander of the bloody extermination squad and the Fourth Supreme could catch up with them. But Seo did not believe his version, and asked why he did it secretly. Seo also noted that Guo Injay's scent is different from the one he used, although they can use different scents even when they are on the same side. We have to think about what the clues might be. Seo decided to go this way, even though they had no choice because of the critical situation. Now enemies are standing in the way, ready to fight. It seems that the whistle that had sounded earlier was a signal because one of the enemies was still alive. And now it seems to be the work of the same man. The reason was obvious. This man was a traitor. So Seo decided to cut off his head. One obstacle after another, and a trap awaited them. At that moment, Seo realized that he had to lead everyone himself. Zhang could not understand what was happening, and Seo told him that enemies were waiting ahead. The man asked how he knew this and why Seo had killed Jan's squad leader. In response, he heard that Yang Gungil was a spy. The young mistress looked at the severed head and could not even imagine that he had been a spy. After that, Seo explained to everyone that the scoundrel had put the scent of 1,000-mile chase on his sword scabbard. The man thought that if they were being waited for, it would be difficult to hear the whispers, even if he could not detect them himself. Standing over the cliff, Seo decided to throw away the scabbard because it still had the smell of the 1,000-mile chase on it. There was no time, and they had to hurry. He told the young hostess about this. She was still wondering whether the squad leader was really a spy or not. At that time, the boy began to hear the sounds of swords again. Even John felt the presence of enemies and realized that they were approaching, so he had to be careful. He ordered the young hostess to go to the center, and the whispering sounds grew louder and louder. The enemies were already approaching and were so close that we had to prepare for battle. Jang ordered the experienced soldiers to stop immediately and protect the rear, and the young mistress to go forward immediately. The enemy was already choosing who to throw his spear at. He ordered each of his soldiers to get ready to attack and attack. Meanwhile, by the creek, they are discussing whether their position is correct. The man explains to Pyok that he is simply following the young mistress's orders, although she hopes for his plan, or rather for its existence. He explained to her that, as she knows, he supports her along with the First Supreme and the other Blood Stars. On the other hand, the only ones who support her are the Third and Sixth Blood Stars. The idea that they could be easily eliminated turned into the words she spoke to this man. They could simply be eliminated after the cult was restored. However, he had previously told her that even the smallest opportunities should not be ignored, and since she also has his blood, there is a small chance that it could turn against her. The Second Supreme is friendly to them, but he can change his mind. If the Fourth Supreme also chooses her side, there will be an equal number of supporters on both sides, and that is why this man wants to prevent this. She continues by saying that it would be even better if they could get the Fourth Supreme on their side. She doesn't hold out much hope for this, because would this irritated old man agree to come over to their side just because she asked him to, given that he has already rejected all their messages? But he added that this is exactly the case when the Fourth Supreme has nothing to lose. Meanwhile, Seo swings his sword to fend off the enemies. The commander of the detachment barely holds on after being hit with a spear. The energy directed into the spear was extremely powerful. Seo notices that a single spear throw knocked down the squad leader, Chan, and the other captains, defeating several top-notch martial artists with a single spear. Its power is incredible. The one who threw the spear is the person standing behind. To have such power, he must be a martial artist of the Blood Star or Supreme level. Should Seo risk his life for this? If he does, he can buy time until Beck escapes. Sodam keeps telling him that he should run away on his own, because no one cares what happens to the other boys. One should not think like a faithful dog of a bloody cult. One should put oneself above the cult. Looking to the side, he noticed a cliff near him, and thought about what would happen if he fell off the cliff. In such a situation, the fall would be extremely hard. The chances of survival are very small, but there is still a little hope. At this point, the enemy asked if there was a woman named Baek Ryongha among them. The enemies came closer, and now they were standing right in front of them. The enemy threatened that if there was no such woman, they would simply kill everyone, and that would be the end of their meeting. Looking into their eyes, he thought that Baek Ryongha was among the crowd. He asked them to give her to him and promised that if they did, he would let everyone else go. At that moment, John stood up, grabbed the spear sticking out of his back with his hand, and pulled it out. He used his index finger to cover the wound which was bleeding. Jan looked the enemy straight in the eye, demonstrating his willpower. The squad leader, Chan, also looked like he was ready to fight to the death. Everyone realized that the threat of death was very high. Seo turned to the squad leader and explained to him that he was buying time, and he should take the young hostess and escape. Neither the commander nor Sodam understood why he was doing this, but he had already taken several steps forward and was not going to retreat. His plan B was very simple. He was going to just fall off a cliff if something went wrong, and that would be the end of the conversation. The enemy warned that there was no time before they started killing everyone. Seo turned to the enemy and said that he did not look like a member of the Murim Alliance, and asked why he was pursuing them. Meanwhile, neither the commander nor any of his team understood what Seo was doing and how it could not be Murim's alliance. The enemy also did not quite understand what he was talking about, and asked what he was talking about, explaining that they were part of the Murim Alliance. But Seo's suspicion fell on the fact that the enemy said that if they gave him the young mistress, he would let everyone go. Seo, looking directly into the eyes of the enemy, said that the goal of the Murim Alliance is the complete destruction of the blood cult. The enemy disagreed with So's words and said that there were people from the Alliance all over the mountain, and asked the boy if he didn't value his life. The man's next question, which he could not immediately answer, was, "If they are all on the same side, why do they not have time?" The enemy continued, saying that one of the people strongly recommended going this way. They realized he was a spy when he spread the scent of a chase for 1,000 miles, which is slightly different from the one used by the forces patrolling the mountain. So told the enemy that this man was a spy sent by them. The enemy objected, saying that there was no reason to hide it, as everyone realized that there was a spy among them. The enemy was sure that they were well aware of the possibility of finding Baek Ryong-ho, and said so. In response, he heard, "I am so grateful." Thanks to them, he was able to make sure that there was no spy on their side. The enemy noticed that the boy was trying to buy time with his tricky tongue and gathered himself, saying that he would kill Seo. However, Seo pointed his finger directly at him and asked if any of his subordinates had hired them. The young hostess, or Baek Hoyang, showed that there are traitors among these people. The twins began to assume that these people were part of a blood cult, but the enemies did not want to talk and ordered everyone to kill him. A spear flew straight at him. Seo was able to catch this throw using the innate energy of the central energy core. He immediately brought the spear back, throwing it directly at the enemy. He ordered all of his men to flee because the only way to survive now is to flee. The enemy managed to catch a spear right next to his ear. It was impressive, but now he couldn't let So go alive. This throw was 1,000 times stronger than the previous one. He flew with all his energy. Damn it. Maybe Seo shouldn't have been so nice. Maybe he should have just run for his life. And then something strange happened. The spear stopped right next to his forehead. He appears and remarks that it was quite good for the child. The Supreme Seo break saved Seo's life. The young hostess also thanked him, but Seo still couldn't understand why she didn't run away. She explained that thanks to him, she was able to make sure that there were no other spies on their side. Demoness Bloody Hand. Han was also standing behind her, which meant they were hiding, deceiving their own allies. The boy could not have expected that the plan to split into 3 squads would turn out to be wrong. Everyone was shocked that they had been deceived. No one could have imagined that the second Supreme would choose Baek Ryong-ho. The enemy did not expect this. He said that their victory was not guaranteed if they had the Blood Star and the Supreme on their side, and ordered his men to retreat. But a voice came over them asking where they were going. As he descended the cliff, he approached them, and it seemed that his intentions were not friendly at all. His hair was blowing in the wind and the speed with which he was descending, and now he was standing right in front of them. The enemies should have gathered themselves. He grabbed the old man by the head and asked the enemy if he really thought he could waste time with a man like him. But there was nothing under the old man's head, only a severed head that he had thrown off a cliff. After that, he became very angry, and his strength doubled. His rage was extraordinary because he was annoyed. If they want to pass, they will have to risk their heads. As he approached the enemy, he looked him straight in the eye, and the latter was already holding his sword at the ready. Could the sword have helped defend against this angry big man who grabbed the weapon with his bare hands? Yes, with my bare hands, and it surprised the enemy. In his entire life, he had never seen anyone come up, grab a sword with his bare hand, and squeeze it so tightly that the sword itself threw the enemy away. But this was only the beginning of his abilities. He began to throw the enemy from side to side. It seemed that there was no chance of survival in this situation, so he swung, holding the enemy's head. Then he drove the enemy's body into the ground so hard that the imprint would remain for thousands of years. It seemed that the soul would remain there, because the impact was so strong that even the ground could not withstand it and cracked. The enemy's body could not stand it. He threw him back and threw him far away. Despite the death of their comrade, none of them were going to interfere. Or they are even more afraid, because their opponent looks like a wild animal, like a tiger that has lost everything. However, one of them mustered up the courage to ask the others to step back and said he would fight alone. He knew Akshan and asked him if he lived up to his name. This man never liked being compared to anyone. At that moment, Akshan struck out, gaining incredible speed with his fist. But his fist was in the enemy's hand. He did not expect this, but the enemy needed 2 hands to hold back this blow. Chakra began to gather around the fist, which greatly increased the force of the blow. Their blows followed one another, and it so happened that they hit fist to fist with incredible speed and force. The energy from their collision was so powerful that it came together like 2 elements. The enemy admitted that Akshan was much stronger than him, but he knew the limits to which he could increase his physical strength. He started attacking as if he had 6 arms instead of 2, as the blows came one after the other. Akshan barely managed to repel these blows, despite the enemy's incredible speed. His anger grew, and he pushed off the ground, preparing for his next move. His hand fell directly on the enemy's fist. It seemed to be a special technique that no one knew about. Keeping his palm open, he quickly clenched it into a fist, and the chakra became even more powerful, and the speed of the blows increased, all the characteristics increased. Even its blocks have become much stronger, reflecting every blow of the enemy with great force. And it was at this point that the enemy noticed that it was a fist technique, a technique that delivers a precise blow right to the stomach and knocks down the enemy's entire force. His eyes almost fell out of their sockets, but his clenched fist was already aimed straight at the target, and he hit Akshan right on the cheek. The masked man also possessed very advanced martial arts techniques, but compared to Akshan, he was lagging behind. Even his excitement grew after this blow, and he only expected the fight to continue. Seo could not take his eyes off the duel, assuming that the Southern swordsman had never lost to him. But the Black Sword explained that the technique he had just used may seem simple, but it contains an ever-increasing mass. Everyone noticed that he had become stronger. Even the second Supreme Sugalma admired him. When asked why he praised him, the boy could not find the answer in his head. The battle continued, and Akshan had a clear advantage. All the enemies began to panic, and the young hostess noticed. She made a suggestion to clarify things. She offered them to surrender and reveal their identities in exchange for the opportunity to save their lives. If she suggests surrendering in such a situation, she is unexpectedly smart, which led Seo to assume that Baek Ryonga herself had set the trap. Sodam heard this idea and asked what she had done, and he explained that this trap was created to deceive even his allies, forcing everyone to rush and not know who the spies really were. She knew that Baek would do something like this, and she was the first to do it. What a great pair of sisters. Lisa looked like a person who avoids such intellectual games. After these guesses, Seo realized that someone was plotting against her, and Baek is trying to find out who it is. It would be more logical if this person did not belong to the same family, where intrigue is in my blood. So did a great job with this task, focusing only on this context. Sodam complimented him on his skill. Meanwhile, the young hostess warned that this was the last warning and offer. She said that the only fate that awaited them after that was death. But one of the men came forward and said that they underestimated them, calling them bastards, and was ready to fight to the end. The fighters realized that the enemy was not going to give up, so they decided to get rid of them as quickly as possible and capture several of them. After that, the enemy rushed to attack. The old man turned to the 6th Blood Star and asked it to protect the young lady. He himself was ready to take care of the enemy leader. Returning to his men, he asked someone for a sword, and now the sword is in his hands, ready to cut everyone in its path. But he doesn't seem to like it, probably because the sensation of this sword was different from his usual long sword. Seo realized this just by watching it, but the famous fencer does not blame the instruments. He addressed all martial artists and asked them to follow him. He urged them to kill their enemies and not to spare anyone, so that they would look death straight in the eye. Clutching the black sword in his hand, Seo realized that the time had come. It's time for the sword master class and demonstration. At that moment, the two teams rushed at each other like water and fire. Everyone had their own weapon. Someone held a sword, someone a mace. The weapons clashed, creating sparks on the battlefield. Seo noticed that the other side was making more than 10 attacks in a split second. This is how martial artists fight. But it was not a time for observation, because the enemy was attacking him screaming. Seo might have sat back and watched the fight with pleasure, but the current situation forced him to act, so he quickly finished off the enemy. He positioned his sword so as to get rid of the enemy as quickly as possible. The enemy's blood flew into the air, and the first enemy was finished. Such chaotic battles allowed him to fully utilize his skills. He chose weaker enemies first. It was easier to deal with them. He walked over each enemy without even noticing them. Using various attacks, he plunged his blade into the body of anyone who stood in his way. His enemies began to notice that he was deliberately attacking those below the 2nd rank. John, meanwhile, cut down everyone he saw with his sword, ending their lives in this duel. His enemies were especially afraid of him, ordering him to watch out for someone with a scarred face. They didn't understand how he could be so strong when he was wounded. Seo knew that Chanmunwon Buba was so skilled that even among the highest level of martial artists, he won without using any weapons. But the enemies point their fingers at Seo and order him to immediately kill the bastard with the rusty sword. 3 of them immediately surrounded him, although he did not want to be noticed. It seems that there is no choice but to use the Shining Star sword technique, then perform the 4th technique, and then the rising dragon strike to finish off all 3 enemies. They definitely did not expect the guy to attack them like that. After that, he also asked them for something, to be more attentive to what surrounds them, to pay maximum attention because glare flashed behind him. The bald head flew in his direction with the speed of a meteorite. She struck her head with a stabbing blow so that blood flew out of her mouth. All that remains is to finish it with the sword, putting an end to this bastard. They are here to support each other and attack their enemies, and this is exactly what the girl said when she addressed So. At that time, he used hand-to-hand combat techniques, delivering blows no less powerful than those with a mace. Looking around, they noticed that there were about 10 enemies left, but it was impossible to lose vigilance. They had to be very careful. After all, those who remained were all first-class warriors. At the time, Seo was watching the Supreme fight, and it is not surprising that he is called the Supreme, because he fought the enemy to perfection, and the enemy was only focused on defending against his attacks. And then one of the enemies held a spear pointed directly at their leader, trying to hit the Supreme. He points the spear directly at them, and he releases his hand. The spear is approaching, and the Supreme cannot defend himself because his sword is now tied to the enemy and restrains the blow. Fortunately, Seo appears and chops the weapon into 2 pieces. The enemy was looking at the guy, not paying attention to what was behind him. The battle between the Supremes continues, and it is becoming increasingly difficult to fight, as the forces are gradually running out. The enemy notices a hand flying over his head, but at first does not understand what happened. He only realizes this when he looks at his hand and notices that there is no palm. That's all. He sits in awe of the Supreme without his limb, but he is not going to give up and uses the remaining chakra he had. It's easy for Verkhovny to repel his attack, and he does. After that, the enemy hits the young lady's side. As he walks by, he says, looking at her, "Even if I die, I will not die for an hour." And now the 6th star appears in front of the girl, ready to compete with him. Seeing that he has no chance, he rushes at So. Why the hell is he here at this moment? Seo thinks that something must be done immediately, but even if he is at the peak of his level, he will not be able to block with his bare hands. The Shining Star Sword technique and the 6th technique merged on the sword. Like lightning, they swept across the enemy's head, leaving a sword mark right across his face. The enemy deliberately fell on his sword, and then looked the guy straight in the eye. He said that he was a student of the eccentric Axon, and he was going to make the guy pay for bothering them. The problem was not that he chose Seo over Bayek. The problem is that Seo was his target from the very beginning. And standing over the cliff, he decided to pull him down. And he succeeded. He jumped right into the abyss with So. The young lady tried to catch him, but she failed. She just shouted after him, "Young master!" But her screams did not help, and they fell from a height into the water. There was a sound of water, and the guy's head emerged from under the water, coughing from the amount of water he had drunk. The problem was that the current there was very strong, and his swords were trying to help by supporting him and asking him not to let go. His body continued to sink, and at such a speed he could have been carried away by the current that he could have died. A blue thread tied his arm and lifted him above the water level. It is unclear what exactly happened, but he was thrown ashore by this glowing blue thread. An advanced martial arts master saved him from the strong current, and remained a shadow that Seo could not see in the dark. But when he finally saw his savior, his breath caught in his throat. It was a very scary monstrosity with a long tongue, and it was completely unclear what it was. Not forgetting to thank this monster, he expressed his gratitude and asked the black sword to look down. Looking down, he saw a mountain of human bones. When this monster started growling, it was a good sign that it was time to get out of here. Picking up his sword, he pointed it toward the monster. It was an ambush, but the monster just grabbed the blade. You could see in its eyes the desire to eat the guy. In addition, the monster had the 9th level of skill in the central energy core. Since he uses this thread only at this level, he can use it. Then the thread was back on the guy's arm, tying him up. The staircase asked him to cut the thread as quickly as possible, but when he put his sword to it, he failed to do anything. Even if there was no room to swing the blade, he still used it to cut the thread, but it was too strong. He made every effort to cut the thread, pulling it with all his might. But this only irritated the monster more, which continued to growl. Then the monster grabbed the guy's arm near the bicep and started biting. In a moment, he had already grabbed hold of the guy's body and was squeezing him tightly. The monster was holding the boy's hand, not allowing him to attack because it was in this hand that he had a sword. He squeezed his wrist so hard that the sword fell out of his hand. The monster's eyes showed that it saw the boy as prey. Will Seo become food for this strange monster-like creature? Suddenly, a voice came from the side and called out the boy's name, Wun Hui. It was a crazy old man, Kashka, who appeared right out of the rock. He was outside, and So was fighting inside the cave. The guy had to somehow inform Kashka of his whereabouts in any way possible. After a while, Seo was lying unconscious in the cave, and they tried to wake him up. The swords tried to reach him, advising him to keep his eyes closed because the monster-like man had been acting strangely since Seo had lost consciousness. He dragged the boy deeper into the cave and kept him in fear ever since. Before he knew it, half a day had passed. With his eyes closed, he lay there, while the monster sat there shivering. Looking at the situation, one could see that the monster only had a left arm, but he was a martial artist. If he had a normal body, he could be as strong as Hyak Cheon. After that, Seo asked Sokudam if the old man was still looking for him. The Black Sword replied that there was nothing to be upset about. But for about 4 hours regular screams were heard, after which everything stopped. From this, he concluded that he needed to somehow get out of this situation. He had been through worse situations than this, and even death. So he was confident that he could get through this. Given the situation, it is doubtful that the monster is mentally stable. He could not speak clearly and was frightened by some screams coming from outside. In addition, a martial artist of this level should know that as a precaution, he should block So's pressure points. But he did not. Suddenly, the Black Sword screamed to So that the monster began to move. Seo saw it rise to its feet and start screaming with hunger. One might have thought it was because he had no legs, but the boy could hear the monster moving behind him. It gave him goosebumps all over his body. He had never experienced anything so terrifying in his past life, or in this one. Now he wanted to concentrate all of his born core energy to the maximum. Then he planned to stab the monster in the chest, seeing it as the only way out of the situation. He punched so hard that before his fist could reach his chest, the monster grabbed him with his hand. This is exactly what Seo was aiming for, to strike at the monster's celestial pressure point, and then he managed to throw the monster back. The Black Sword called out to him, announcing its location, stuck in the rock above his head. Jumping to the sword, he grabbed it with his hands to pull it out. After that, the sword and So were as one, striking at the creature. But it wasn't that simple. The monster managed to block the attack with its own thread. It was very difficult, almost impossible, to draw the sword any further. The monster then asked Seo who he was and how he could control his innate inner energy. He also noticed the sword in the boy's hands. Recognizing it immediately, the monster said that it was the sword of the southern sky. But how could he recognize this sword? Who is this monster? Seo decided he could talk to the monster and explained that he was the heir to the southern sky swordsman. The monster's face showed great surprise and he asked, "Are you his heir?" It was necessary to understand whether the monster was an enemy of the southern sky swordsman. If so, it would be the boy's grave. Tears began to appear on the monster's face and flowed down his cheeks. It was strange to look at this monstrosity who was missing one arm and both legs and was crying. Then he started muttering something about fate and how it was all very strange. The guy didn't quite understand what he meant and tried to find out his name. The monster introduced himself as Hanji-san. Seo immediately plunged into his thoughts, trying to remember where he had heard the name, and the Black Sword was surprised that the monster was still alive. The sword explained to the boy that he was the king of assassins with a flying blade, the legendary assassin. He was once a legendary assassin, and the man who stole a text on martial arts skills from the former owner of the Southern Sword. It happened when he was defeated by a man with golden eyes. He immediately fell to his knees in front of Seo and began to ask for forgiveness and permission to repay his debt. Behind Seo's back, the warning voice of a sword sounded, that this was the same guy who regularly stabbed others in the back. The sword warned that he could not be trusted, and as soon as he said this, threads began to form over So. This was the insidious plan of this monster, which he immediately conceived. He was going to pay off his debts first, but what did this phrase really mean? His hand grabbed the boy's hair. He insisted that he would repay his debts even if Seo refused. He began to say that the point of celestial pressure is also called the point of the 100th fusion, which is the best for absorbing the innate energy of the nucleus. Then he concentrated, saying his every action as if it were not strange. Suddenly, a very strong headache pierced Seo's body, and energy began to gather around his head. The energy of the blue color completely penetrated his body, and the pain was getting worse. The king of assassins with a flying blade, Ji-san, was a legendary assassin who was said to have surpassed all the capabilities of an assassin. He was no ordinary killer. His martial arts were just as unusual, and the one unfortunate incident that made him famous was his only failure. Ji-san was bold enough to try to kill Jin Kyung, one of the 8 great martial artists of the Central Plains. During the assassination attempt, Ji-san managed to survive the fight with Jin Kyung, and it was this story that made him the king of the assassins. A man trying to find the point of celestial pressure comes as no surprise to Seo. who thought he was going to die. But in fact, Jisun is channeling his innate inner energy. This is very similar to the innate core energy that Seo himself has. Han Ji-sung knows the technique of cultivating innate energy. The loss of energy is very small, because they learned the same technique of cultivating innate energy. The mystical art of the shining star in Seo's head transforms into a single form, purifying him and increasing his innate inner energy. The Black Sword told him that he had reached the 5th level of mastery through enlightenment. From the beginning of the 4th level of mastery, he could not go further without enlightenment. Thanks to the words of the Flying Blade Assassin King, enlightenment descended on Seo. The innate energy in his central energy core created an entity that matured over 16 years. Now, to attain the 6th level of mastery of the mystical art of the shining star, he needs only enlightenment. He is to be congratulated on this. He is only 1 level behind where the Southern Sky Swordsman was in his previous life. It seems like we should bow down to Hanji, or do something similar as a sign of gratitude. Has he really been like this all this time? Seo wondered if it was possible that Hanji was already dead, having given up all his innate energy, and the Black Sword thought that he deserved to die. Given how he looked before, he had to be punished. After that, the Black Sword explained what happened 15 years ago. Once upon a time, an assassin king with a flying blade tried to kill its previous owner. He did not know who was behind it, but it was difficult to find a way to kill the previous owner. The previous owner of the Black Sword lost to a man with golden eyes and was seriously injured. His life was in danger. At that moment, the king of assassins with a flying blade appeared in front of its previous owner. The previous owner was in such a serious condition that he could have died from a single finger touch. Then the king of assassins with the flying blade gave a warning and asked to see the martial arts of its previous owner, as he would not have succeeded anyway. The previous owner was weak and gave in to this offer. He always wanted a successor. He told the Flying Blade Assassin King that if he promised to teach someone worthy his own martial arts, he would teach him. That's how Hanji learned the technique of cultivating innate energy and the technique of the Shining Star Sword. But he immediately changed his behavior and broke the legs of the previous owner of the Black Sword in case he somehow escaped and remained alive. Then, a man with golden eyes appeared. He ignored Han and saw that the previous owner of the Black Sword had broken legs. Khan had nothing to fear, as he had learned the martial arts of the Southern Sky Swordsman. He had once fought against Gun, and you could be sure that he thought he would make it out alive. But both his legs were cut off with just 1 blow. Then the man with the golden eyes destroyed Han's energy core and threw him off a cliff. That is why the Southern Sword dreamed of Han staying alive. Life is a strange thing. At the time, the Southern Sword was sure that Khan was dead, and he also wished for it. After hearing all these words from the Southern Sword, Seo realized what he meant. Han was the one who the Southern Sword resented for killing its previous owner. But he had also just saved Seo, its current owner. After a moment, Khan came to his senses and asked how long he had been like that. After that, Seo started to bow to him and thank him, but Han said he didn't need thanks because he was just paying off his debt. However, the boy was very curious about why Khan was here and asked him about it. Khan explained that it was not necessary to know this. It was simply a consequence of greed. He added that he would like to ask the guy for something. He assumed that the young man was following the orthodox path, as he was the successor of the Southern Heaven Swordsman. Han added that he hopes Seo knows the Divine Doctor. Then he said that it was nothing complicated and that he had been here for a long time. But surviving in this cave without 2 legs was a great suffering for him. He could not overcome his hunger and ate his own hand. It is impossible to imagine the unbearable pain of loneliness and hunger. It eats away at the human mind and is disgusting. He held on as best he could to survive. But the longer he did, the more mentally unstable he became. At first it was just moments, but over time it turned into hours. Time passed, 2 days, 5 days. Now Khan doesn't even know if he is still real or if he has gone mad. He also didn't know when he would completely lose control of his mind, so he wanted to ask Seo for something. In return, he offered to teach him everything, starting with the flying blade technique that destroys the hero. The staircase appeared next to Seo and asked him if he thought Han was just testing him. As the successor to the Southern Sky Swordsman, perhaps it's to see if he'll make the same choice as Han, asked Staircase. Even if it was a test, Seo didn't need to think too much about it because it could help him now. But he also didn't want Han to justify his actions. First and foremost, Seo wanted to protect the honor of his master, the swordsman of the Southern Sky. He told the monster that he had learned a lot from him, and if he told him everything, he could pass it on to his son. And that was Han's main goal. For his son to learn martial arts that he could pass on. The monster expressed her gratitude by squeezing his hand. Khan was ready to teach the boy everything he knew. The use of silver thread is the essence of the flying blade technique. Destroying a hero requires the use of a blade or throwing knife. If you use your innate energy right now and here, the silver thread will be able to weave and carry Sio's body to the cliff. But just as Sio was about to do so, the monster's voice came from behind him, saying that there was one more thing he had to tell him. Khan admitted that he did not have a child. He just wanted to check one thing before he died. Han added that now Sio would be able to have everything since there was no owner. If he refused, Han thought it was just what he deserved. Standing right in front of the waterfall, Sio said he didn't hear anything, although he actually heard everything, and decided he had to go. After all, Khan is a monster who tried to eat him. The monster has harmed his master and even absorbed his martial arts. Yet Seo continues to act with understanding and respect for his dignity, only because Han saved him. The monster thought that the Southern Heaven Warrior had a good receiver. His eyes resembled those he had once seen in his own. Until the very end, the monster was suffering, and every time he coughs, blood comes out of his mouth. But even to the very end, he was grateful. He was grateful to have lived his last moment as a human being. Now Seo has a new technique that he has mastered, a technique with which he can use a blue thread that is very strong. He would tie this thread to the hilt of the sword to Sokodam and throw it so that his head would spin. If Khan had limbs, he could have escaped from the cliff at any time. But in any case, when Seo got out of his cave, he could climb back up the usual way, although this is no longer necessary. Now he has a new technique with which he can get anywhere. Now the staircase will have to get used to it, as it flies anywhere, so needs to hurry up and get to where he needs to be now. At that time, near the stormy river, the men were solving their problems. The bald man with a scar on his head assumed that the person he was talking to belonged to an unorthodox faction, but he couldn't understand why the fox would care since they had a grudge against each other. Why the hell are they chasing him? He explained that his mere association with the blood cult made him Muram's common enemy. When asked who decided all this, the bald man answered, "The Muram Alliance." The conversation went on and irritated the bald man more and more. Although a small newcomer, it is not so bad that it can be underestimated. The bald man, seeing his boldness, decided to teach him a lesson right away and ordered everyone to grab him, drawing his sword. But this was only to the guy's advantage, because he expected it from the very beginning. Suddenly he noticed a guy flying between the rocks. It was So. Everyone was amazed that he was flying, jumping into the air or walking on it. No one could understand what kind of technique it was. The boy knew that some people in the neighborhood were capable of Qigong techniques. Because of this, he considered Seo to be an experienced martial artist from the blood cult. The silver thread worked much faster than any Qigong technique. Seo just wanted to escape and live a quiet, peaceful life. But given recent events, his existence has become widely known in the blood cult. Because of this, he decided that they must lose Bayek to avoid danger. Seo must become stronger than them if he is not satisfied with the way things are. After that, the kid started screaming, addressing Seo as a flying master and asking for his help. Flying master was a strange thing for a guy to hear, but Southern Sword said it was like being called out. Because the kid addressed Seo, everyone immediately paid attention to him and looked at him. Now it's clear that we won't be able to leave here. Seo landed directly on the ground in front of them. Lisi ordered all his men to retreat. Then he asked Seo if he was one of the Four Supremes, which sounded rather strange. After all, with a closed central core, its energy should feel like no more than that of a beginner. The sword in the enemy's hands was outraged because So did not use the airborne jump, but simply held onto some thread, considering him a foolish owner. Seo realized that they had mistaken his silver thread for a leap into the air, or some legendary Qigong technique. In other words, they think that Seo is one of the Four Supremes who are considered the most powerful in the blood cult. He can use this situation to his advantage. Seo Wunhui is the high priest of the blood cult, but in reality, he is pretending to be someone else. Seo didn't know who this guy was standing in front of him, but since he asked for help, he wasn't going to refuse. The sword of this guy said that he didn't think he was that experienced martial artist of the blood cult, and added that he was just wasting his time. After this conversation with Seo, he realized that the sword was speaking like an old man, but it was clear that he was not from the blood cult. It's unclear why they need an experienced martial artist from the blood cult. But first, CO is going to deal with these people. After that, Seo addressed everyone and said that they knew who he was, but continued to hold weapons in their hands. I almost died laughing when I heard him say that. Lysii said that not all the Masters of the Alliance are here, and added that even if Seo is supreme, it will not be easy for him. We can be happy that it worked, but the enemy is not retreating, despite the fear. However, using the technique of talking in his mind, the guy said that these opponents were the only ones here. He added that there was another group a kilometer away, but he had destroyed their horn, so they could not call for help. It looks like this kid really wants to make a good impression on Seo. Seo continued to talk to the bald man, and suggested that he was lying by telling him this. The bald man denied it. Raising his tone, Seo continued, and asked if the bald man really thought there was no spy among them who had been sent to them. Then the enemy got scared and picked up their swords, seeing how they trembled at Seo's shout. They were really lying. When the enemy started talking about lying, Seo turned green with rage and asked them, "Do you think I'm lying to you?" He added that he knew for sure that one of them recognized him. He looked back and couldn't put his head in order, couldn't understand what the guy was saying. The sword swung at one of their team, thinking it was a spy. Seo was trying to find one person, but he didn't expect three to fall for it. It happened by accident, but he thought that the illusionary eye could work on several people at once. At that time, they began to fight among themselves, causing harm to their own people, not understanding why they were fighting. Because of this, a fight quickly broke out. Their sword formation broke up, and Seo mentally gave the boy a command. He took up arms, recognizing how long he had been waiting for this moment. And now he starts running straight towards the enemies, his purple clothes fluttering from the speed of his run. The enemy commander doesn't understand why his idiots are fighting each other and orders him to get rid of this guy. But he was talking in vain. Looking to his left, he noticed the fact that the guy is flying at him using the Shining Star Sword technique, the first sword technique, and the Tiger Power Sword. The enemy's minds were wondering how this young man could attack so quickly. Seo was still hoping to create some distance. But it was not so simple, because he already had a blue thread on his leg. It was controlled by Seo, and after he pulled on it, the opponent fell to the rocks. His hopes for the distance melted away like dreams in the fog. Lying on the stones, he started accusing the guy of dirty tricks. But Seo paid no attention to this, and pulled the string even harder, given its strength. And the enemy was finished. A dirty trick? This is a real battle, not a duel, Seo thought. After that, So began to think he had dealt with the most problematic guy. But Sodam appeared next to him and informed him that it didn't seem to be necessary. It turned out that this guy had killed all the others using his sword. His sword technique was wild and vicious. Whoever created this technique must be a talented killer. The blade of the southern sword was pointed at the boy, but he used his hand to pull it aside and expressed his gratitude, calling Seo master. Seo held this sword in his hands and asked who he was. If he asked for help knowing that Seo was from a blood cult, then he can't be with Muram's alliance. But the guy said he expected Seo to be from a blood cult. Calling him master again, he put his hand to his chest and said that he had always admired the blood cult, and expressed his desire to join it. Seo said he was looking for a martial arts master from a blood cult, but he didn't think it was because he wanted to join the sect. Kneeling down on one knee, he said that he had heard about the traces of a blood cult here, so he came to dedicate his life and body. On the other hand, Seo couldn't just walk away because he would be immediately recognized. It seemed that the guy's voice was alarming, and his small build made one suspect that he deliberately made his voice lower. This led Seo to assume that it was either a guy trying to fake his age, or a woman dressed in men's clothes. It is impossible to recruit a person with an unknown identity, and Seo has no right to recommend someone to join the sect. The boy prevented the martial arts masters from calling for reinforcements, and constantly tried to make a good impression on Seo, which indicated his interest in the blood cult. When asked, "Who is he?" the guy replied that it was not very important, adding that the blood cult valued talented people. Seo waved his hand in denial and said that this only applies to those they can trust, and right now they don't even know who he is. Behind him he heard a voice shouting his name, Seo Wunwi. He felt a lot of people approaching nearby. Judging by the sound of swords, there were at least a dozen of them, and one could assume that it was the Muram alliance. Suddenly the guy asked what happened, as Seo froze and did not speak for several seconds. Seo replied that people were approaching them. After that, he asked him to speak more quietly. The guy said that he could not hear anything, but So told him with the power of thoughts that even if there were not so many of them, there could be 20 to 30 of them. So first we had to get out of here. He prepared himself, believing Seo to be stronger and confident that he could handle the situation. He could not use the silver lining because he could not pretend to be someone more than he really was. While running, Seo looked back to make sure the boy was keeping up. But he was not lagging behind at all, running fast, as expected. His scurvy was really impressive. It had to be above first class. And the interest of who he was did not leave Seo's mind. At that moment, the boy also felt their presence only when they came closer. He realized that there was a man of great strength among the enemies. The guy said all this with the power of thoughts, arousing even more interest in himself, because he could determine the strength of the enemy. The enemy was approaching very quickly, and it was too late to run, so they had to attack. They took up a fighting stance and decided to attack at the signal given by So. The battle started. The enemy appeared right in front of them. Everything happened very quickly. The sword in his hand was great. But when he started fighting, Seo's palm was torn to pieces. It was a very unpleasant feeling. However, the fight had to be stopped, and Seo put his hand in front of the guy, asking him to wait. He saw a very familiar face that he could not fight against. Right in front of him was the Supreme One, who was very surprised to see Seo alive. Verkhovny came closer, tapped him on the shoulders, saying that he thought he was dead. The boy looked at Seo and now realized that he was not the Supreme, although Seo had never said that he was one of them. Suddenly, a sword appeared near the guy's face. The Supreme put the sword to his face, noting that he had the face of a man, but the voice of a girl, and emphasized that it looked like he was wearing a mask. So explained that the boy helped him to remain invisible to the enemy. He said he came because he wanted to join a sect, but his identity was unknown. Turning his head to the boy, Seo asked him to better answer the old man's questions with the truth, as he was indeed the Supreme One. He told me his name was Yun Sama and that he came from Autumn Valley. When Seo realized who she was, and that she was from the Sama clan and the Autumn Valley, he was very impressed. The Supreme asked her if she was really from the Sama clan, and if she wanted to join their sect, if she was from a famous fighting clan. She explained that she had nothing to do with this clan, as the Sama clan was her mother's enemy. She added that she could not do anything with them alone, because they were under the protection of the Muram Alliance, and so she wanted to join the blood cult. So listened attentively, with a sour expression on his face. Sodom appeared and asked him if it reminded him of his past. Seo explained that there are many people in the Central Plains with the surname Sama, but only one person with this surname is from the Sichuan Autumn Valley, the first of the 4 evils of the Evil Moon Sword. The 4 evils are martial artists called transcendentalists, along with the 8 great martial artists of the Central Plains. The Sword of the Evil Moon, called Sama Chak, is also known. In the southeastern region of Sichuan, an incident occurred in which all members of the sect, more than 200 people, were killed in one night. Other sects affiliated with this one were angry and joined forces to stage an attack in Autumn Valley, where Sama Chak lived. 400 martial artists gathered. Of all the 400 people who participated in this raid, no one came back alive. It seems that this man killed them all by himself. Someone like her who wants to join the blood cult was interested in the Southern Sword. But Seo still didn't understand, because something didn't add up. This happened when he was sent as a spy to the Muram Alliance before its regression. Chuck himself went up against a faction that was flourishing at the time. The Alliance hoped that this faction would be defeated in battle, but Chuck himself exceeded all expectations, and instead became a member of the unrivaled faction. Later, it became known that the reason for this was that his student was a member of this faction. If that's the case, then Sama Yun should have been in the unsurpassed faction, not the blood cult. Did Seo get things mixed up again? Wait, it's the time before the faction's massacre incident, and Seo is the only one who knows he's Sam Chuk's disciple. He knows Sam Chuk's upcoming actions and can help Baek Ryong Hai reach the same level as Baek Hai Hyang. This kid looks like a trump card. After that, the Supreme asked him why he was hiding his face if he wanted to join the blood cult. Because if he wanted to, he had nothing to hide. Then his hand reached for the skin on his face and began to peel it off. Underneath her was a gentle girl with purple eyes who wanted to be recognized only for her skills, not for her gender and face. The guy couldn't even say anything. He just looked at her and kept silent. In his mind, the Supreme turned to Seo and asked his opinion, since he was the first to meet this child. Was he trustworthy? Seo realized that the Supreme would never accept her if it became known that she was the daughter of one of the 4 evils. She looked at Seo, and in her eyes you could read a great desire to join the blood cult. Seo turned to her and she was excited, thinking he had already said yes, and started to smile broadly, but he only said her name. He then asked her what she could do for him if he helped her join the cult. Below the Valley of the 6 Bloods, In buildings on the outskirts of the temple, there was a secret room of the blood cult. Akshon knew that there was only 1 hour left before the promised time. The commander behind him said they could leave after that time. A young lady stood in front of him and patted him on the shoulder and told him to leave it to her. She walked over to Akshon, sat down in front of him, and began to explain that since her uncle was still searching, despite the danger, she suggested that he just trust him and wait. He got up and said it was time to go. Suddenly, the commander pointed to the exit and said that the Supreme and SEO had returned. They all walked together, hugging each other and laughing merrily. Akshon's face was filled with joy when he saw them all alive. He called them bastards for making him nervous and ran in their direction, full of emotions. You could see from the old man's face that he would be very happy to see everyone. He was overwhelmed with joy. The first person he ran to was So. He sat down next to him and greeted him. Behind him stood Ja and the commander, but he came up to the guy to say some not-so-nice things, accusing him of being a stupid bastard who ended up in this situation because he let his guard down. Even Sodam noticed that he was saying this, but he looked very happy. The guy realized that he had to play along, knelt down and said that he regretted falling for the enemy's trick because of his lack of vigilance. He apologized, and the old man asked him to thank the young mistress for ordering the search. However, she asked him not to bow before her, because she believed that this was nothing compared to what he had done for them. She emphasized that he found 2 spies and even stalled for time, risking his life, for which she is very grateful. She went on to say that she would like to reward him for what he had done, as she believed it would make her feel better if she did. She said that she recognized his recent achievements and intended to promote him, asking him to do his best to fulfill his duties as the newly appointed deputy commander of the detachment. It was very good. Sodam flew to his ear and told him about it. He confirmed her words and explained that before the regression, he was a simple spy, and now he has become a vice commander of the squad, assisting the captain. So, this can be considered a double promotion. Kneeling down on one knee in front of the young mistress, he bowed and said that he accepted her orders. As a deputy squad leader, he may be second in command of a squad with 3 separate small squads under his command. This means that if Akshon does not put Seo under someone else's command, he will be able to command 3 squad captains. The issue has already been resolved, but he probably doesn't like being subordinated to Seo, although he has 2 other candidates in mind besides these guys. The first one is Jo Sung-won. He is skilled enough to be a team captain right now, and has the potential to surpass the first level. The second candidate is the daughter of one of the 4 evils, Sama Yoon. However, it would be an exaggeration to say that she already has the necessary skills to be a squad captain. SEO needs her by his side so that he can try to manipulate the events that will happen in the future. The elder explained to everyone who she was, that she had helped Mr. SEO escape and wanted revenge on the Marima Alliance. The young hostess was surprised to realize that it was a girl, not a boy. She asked her to take off her mask, and the girl pulled at the skin on her face. Everyone was stunned when they saw her real face. They could not believe their eyes. They were struck by her beauty. She looked incredible, like an unearthly being. Bowing before the young mistress, she thanked her for allowing her to join the cult. However, Seo looked at the young hostess and could not understand what was wrong with her. It had the same atmosphere as the last time they dueled. Southern Sword explained to the boy that it was called jealousy. He went on to explain that his former boss used to say that when a woman sees a man she likes paying attention to a prettier girl, their mood drops as if they had been poured ice water. It seems that Southern Sword is saying that Baek Ryonga is jealous. It's strange that she would feel this way about a guy since she's a candidate for the leadership of the blood cult. The old man turned to the boy in his thoughts. He told him that it was interesting that when he had a chance to build a relationship with a girl like that, he couldn't find one. He realized that he liked the girl and asked Seo to tell him something. Seo agreed, but on the condition that he would be the only one to know. He then explained that her father was the evil moon sword, Sama Chak. The old man could not believe what Seo had just told him, and asked the boy what he had done. In the past, there have been several cases where small sects from the eastern part have turned to the So clan for help. About 100 corpses were found between Guizhou and Honam, and their request was to find the culprit. The trail of the criminal led them to the Autumn Valley, and the man found there was the sword of the evil moon, Sama Chuk. After finding the culprit, Father Seo and people from the small sects ambushed him in the Autumn Valley. The 4 evils are not called that for nothing, he explained to Akson. After this battle, they died with dignity. He then added that all of them died with dignity, and one person survived purely by chance. Akchon assumed that his father was very ashamed since no one knew about the incident. He was surprised that the boy had managed to find out who she was. After hearing this story, his 2 swords just laughed at what a skilled liar Seo was. He continued, explaining that this girl was a ticking time bomb, and it was very dangerous to involve someone like her in the cult. The boy replied that he was looking at it from a different perspective. If they all got close to her, they might be able to attract the evil moon sword to their side. But Axon explained that if it were that easy, someone would have done it long ago. Although Axon has a bad temper, he is still very smart. You can be sure that he is thinking about risk. But there is something that Seo has learned over the past year of working with him. He went on to say that they now had no choice, and asked if he would reveal her identity and make her leave. Axon replied that he could not do that, although he doesn't want to make an enemy out of one of the four evils. This was clear to Seo, and he continued. He asked whether it made sense to take this risk, and suggested that it be transferred to another Supreme. When Seo saw Akcheon's glance toward the Supreme, he realized that the plan worked perfectly, because the old man hates to lose. Akcheon asked Seo if he could take on this responsibility. Seo replied that they should choose who would receive Miss Samu and leave. At that time, the Supreme approached her and said that since everyone was here, he was ready to take responsibility for her. But she also wanted to take responsibility. The old man hoped that the boy's judgment was correct, and said that he was also ready to take her in. This situation seemed strange to everyone, because nothing like this had happened even at the selection ceremony. The Bloodstar and the Supreme, all of them stepped up to take on one person. The young hostess did not expect that they would all want to take her in, and said that she would leave the choice to Miss Sama. This meant that if she was allowed, she could choose who would be her boss. Immediately she ran to Seo and hugged his hand. Her choice was clear. She told everyone that she would like to be under the command of the deputy commander of the detachment, So Wunwi. Then she turned to him and asked if she was doing well. Seo immediately answered yes, realizing that the situation was complete chaos. He felt that he should be really happy. This was said by a young hostess who did not know what to do with her emotions. She spoke in a very cold tone. Sodam was only telling him to accept his fate, but he didn't think it was too late and wanted to fix it. He was in a situation where he didn't even know what to say. Given the stares he felt, he thought he should justify himself. The young hostess said that everything had been decided, and the girl would go with the deputy commander of the detachment. Everyone decided to prepare to leave. Now he was called the deputy commander of the detachment. Yoon would run around by Seo's side and constantly ask if he was doing well. Sodam flew up to So and asked him if he was a eunuch. She must be very beautiful, considering how everyone here reacted. But So did not react. This made Sodam think he was a eunuch. The girl was approached by one of her twin brothers. He introduced himself, saying that his name was Sun Juebek, a fellow student of that bastard, that is, the deputy commander of Seo's unit. It looks like this idiot was trying to look cool. Perhaps you shouldn't laugh too hard, because a guy his age wants to appear cool. In his past life, So realized that beauty is not everything. In Marima, there were only a few honest women, and the more beautiful or higher their status, the more picky they were. When choosing who they interact with, they consider the benefits it will bring them. Seo realized that looks don't matter much. This young man continued to show off to the girl, showing her his biceps. The guy asked her why she said she wanted to be with him, pointing a finger at Seo and his rank, which was the lowest of all possible ranks here. She explained that he was the only person she knew here. She treated him with respect from the very beginning. But the guy saw her goals and thought that she would have chosen a different Supreme. But he seemed scary to her, so she was afraid. Her father was also very scary to her, so she didn't want to experience that anymore. This was logical, since she was the daughter of one of the four evils. The boy told her that their master was also very scary. At that moment, the master appeared and asked the boy what he was doing here. He told him to stop fooling around and get ready to leave. He ran like a dog, agreeing with the master. Yoon turned to Seo and told him that it looked like the guy was right, but it wasn't, so who said he was scary? 2 weeks later, Peak G, the base of the Flower Moon Trade Association. He accomplished his task despite losing all his subordinates, but it was too much. He screamed very loudly from the pain he was expecting. However, this man told him that he only answers questions that are asked to him. The man accused him of failing his mission and ran away. His index and middle fingers were burned. He thought that was what this guy deserved, and he stuck 2 fingers in his shoulder. The red-haired girl just watched, listening to his cries for mercy. She had heard words that his subordinate had really killed that bastard Seo, but that was the end of his words, which were lies, and he fell to the floor. A red stripe appeared right next to his face. A sword was stuck in the floor behind him. The girl explained that this was a completely different situation. He insisted at the time that it must have been a misunderstanding. She did not understand his words and asked him what he was talking about. He explained that he hoped to force the 4th Supreme, the eccentric Acheon, to bow at her feet. Her next question was what went wrong and what went wrong. He apologized and didn't know what to say to her, and in his mind wondered if it was because of that bastard. When the young hostess thought the plan was ruined, she seemed more interested than disappointed. If you recall, a year ago she was also interested in the person who managed to block her attack. For him, it was logical that she would want a talented man like her on her side. That was his mistake. He was ordered to kill one of the students if necessary to show that they could take something of value at any time. But to think that this particular student attracts the attention of a young lady. After a few seconds of pause, she continued and said it wasn't funny anymore. It used to be different, but 6 months ago she surpassed him. He took a sword, put it to his throat, and offered her that if she wanted to pay him back, he could give his life. But she asked me to stop talking nonsense and put the sword back. A man appeared with urgent news and said that the unsurpassed faction had announced the dissolution of its alliance with the Murim alliance. The man was very surprised, but the red-haired woman asked why he was surprised, because it had been a long time coming. She picked up her sword and said that the time had come. A month after leaving the Valley of the Six Bloods, southeastern Guizhou region, Jiakou County. This was originally a place where the Acheon was preparing to build up its forces, but since it decided to support Baek Ryonghai, they are using this place as their base for now. As the alliance between the unsurpassed faction and the Murima alliance has been broken more quickly than expected, the battle for power within the blood cult is gaining momentum. For the past 10 years, Baek Ryongha has been wandering the Central Plains, avoiding Baek Hyohyang. But with the help of the 2 Supremes and the 6th Star, she formed her own power. She sent a letter to the 3rd Supreme and the 2nd Blood Star. Meanwhile, Seo was busy with other matters. He trained martial artists who were placed under his tutelage. They would climb to the top and climb back down as he told them to. He trained them very rigorously, emphasizing that they should not even get tired while undergoing such tests. He told everyone that he used to climb up and down the slopes every day in search of food. His brothers came and told him that So was wanted, saying it was very urgent. He then turned to Yoon, who was ready to listen to him. He asked her to continue training while he was away. He trusted her and asked her to take care of everyone else. The words about trust were very important to her. She turned to the others and said that they had already rested enough and needed to climb the rocks again. She said rather strange words. If they can't do it, then everyone will die. In the meantime, they received answers from the 3rd Supreme and the 2nd Blood Star. The content was different, but by a strange coincidence, they contained similar conditions. He explained that the 2nd Blood Star said he could not take over from someone who was not qualified, and the 3rd Supreme said he would recognize a person who inherited the role of cult leader properly. After that, puzzles began to form in Seo's mind. Eventually it became clear why they were called here. To go to the Murima Alliance base and steal the Blood Demon Sword. The Blood Demon Sword is a relic of the Blood Cult and a symbol of its leader. It is also called the Longsword of Rarity, and it always causes bloody battles. The 15th Blood Demon lost this sword during the Great War between the Orthodox and unorthodox factions, which took place about 20 years ago. Murim's alliance placed this sword in the center of its base. Even before Seo's regression, the Blood Cult had tried many times to recover the sword, but no one succeeded. Sodam wondered how important this sword was, and she was told that it was a symbol of power and history. The Shaolin Buddha's staff made of green jade, the bamboo staff of the lower sect, the illuminated sword of Udana Tai Chi, are relics of all sects. These are treasures that embody them and are of great importance. By losing such an item and handing it over to the Murima Alliance, the Blood Cult essentially lost its symbol. In other words, if they recover the Blood Demon's sword, they will regain their symbol. He decided that if they invaded the Murim Alliance, they would not be able to live their lives to the fullest. Jan explained that they would use a different method. Akchon was curious why these two asked for this, and he asked about it. Everyone immediately looked at Seo, thinking that he was smart enough to guess their intentions. He said he had a guess about this. The first is that because of his request, they abandoned the direct paths. The young hostess was waiting for him to say something else. The second is an opportunity for a young lady, he explained. He continued by saying that the 3rd Supreme had clearly expressed his intentions to the 2nd Supreme, and that one message would not change his intentions. His last assumption was the possibility of a trap. It cannot be ruled out that these two are already on the side of the young lady Baek Hyohyang. He explained that if he were on her side, he would use this to set a trap. It could be a plan to force a concentration of forces where it is not needed. They can target the moment when everyone splits up to search for the Blood Demon's sword, or the drop in force numbers due to a failure to find the sword. Jan told the boy that he was very wise to be able to draw such conclusions. He added that they could have thought of a third option if there had been no other clues, and showed the boy a letter, a message that the third Supreme sent to the second Supreme. It said that he would remain neutral until mid-autumn. If Peck takes possession of the Blood Demon's sword, he will no longer be able to remain neutral. This meant that she was also hunting for the Blood Demon's sword. They are even sure of this because they have information from an embedded spy. Obviously, she postponed the ceremony. Now that Seo thinks about it, it becomes clear why she postponed the ceremony for 3 months. Prior to his regression, Baek Ryongha was probably eliminated much earlier, which is why he is so confident that she easily won people over to her side. But now she has her own power. She has the support of the second and fourth Supreme Counselors, so we can be sure that she wants to avoid direct conflicts. It cannot miss this opportunity created by the fall of unity between the Marima Alliance and the faction. The only way to avoid this is to unite the forces of the cult. The most powerful rule of the Blood Cult is that whoever wields the Blood Demon's sword becomes the new Blood Demon. Seo seemed to have fully realized the situation. When Zhang realized this, he asked him to pay attention to something else. It was an announcement of a martial arts competition for the Marima Alliance. The one who wins the competition will inherit the position of Master of the Blue Dragon Hall. They are allowed to choose any weapon from the Marima Alliance's arsenal as a reward. Gathering the two brothers and Seo, Zhang said they needed to take part in the competition. Now Seo understood why he had felt a strange sense of anxiety. It was clear why the three of them had been chosen. 8 days later, northern region of Yulong County, Hunan Province, the So clan's estate in Yiyang. It was really hot here. The men could not come out of the shadows and thought every minute about how long they had left until the end of their shift. It was now noon, so there was at least another hour left and possibly more. Suddenly they saw 3 people in front of them. They introduced themselves and told me that this was the estate of the So clan in Yiyang, and asked me to give them their names if they had business here. Seo was the first to introduce himself and say that he was the third son. The guards were immediately irritated and shocked. They recognized the young master, so it is good that none of the orthodox sects knows that they are all members of their sect. Even their families did not know about it, because there is one very important condition for participation. To participate in the competition, they need to become representatives of their families, which is the main requirement. It was a very strange situation, as usual, Seo thought. When he returns here, it will mean the end of this family. The man who broke the water pot did not understand why he was born a year earlier. Does it make sense that he should take the place of a representative without even dueling? However, his fellow diners, who were sitting at the table with him, said that he was as good as the other one. They explained that this was just to keep him alive, because he was the eldest son. He was angry, thinking he was some kind of Christian bitch. This was the second son of the Seo clan. His name was Seo Chuzhangyun. He drank a lot, and on that particular day even more. And this was the eldest daughter of the Songyang Hua clan. She looked at him and couldn't understand if he didn't belong to the same family, even if their mothers were different. It was clear that she would have left him if he had not been her fiancé. She would never have married the guy if he wasn't from the Yiyang clan. Suddenly a guard ran in. He turned his head and asked what the noise was. The guard said that young Master So Wunhui had returned. Everyone else even thought he had been kicked out long ago. He said he was already feeling bad, but it was great that he came. What he really meant was that he tipped the glass of alcohol and started drinking. He told everyone that he was going to put on a good show tonight. After that, I offered to go to his house and couldn't understand how this dirty piece of shit dared to come back. Seo approached the guards and asked for permission to ask questions. Then he asked if Sun had visited them. He asked if he meant the servant or someone else. He was a servant who had been involved in the kidnapping incident. He was one of the few reasons why Seo was happy to return. The guard said he remembered it, although it was quite a while ago. He said that the servant made a noise, saying that he needed to see the patriarch, and he smelled very bad. They beat him and threw him out. This made Seo speak in a different tone. He asked the guard to repeat it. It was the first time I'd ever seen Seo so angry. He angrily ran up to the guard and asked him if they had beaten him just because he had asked for help. How can you kick a person out for something like that? The past master of the outer hall of the So clan, Ian, a senior warrior of the Wung escort, was the reason why the So were easily accepted back into the main residence, even after being exiled. This became possible not only because the patriarch was not at home, but also because Wung felt that Seo might have studied martial arts. Wung decided that he would treat him to some extent as a junior master because he believed that his position could change. This happened after he learned about the relationship between Seo and a Song. After that, Seo assumed that the guard used a baton to beat him. The guard began to explain to the young master what the situation was then, but Yoon decided to be the first to approach, grab the guard by the throat, and silence him. He spoke in a completely different way, and made me take responsibility for my actions and words. It was tough to watch, but she eventually threw him in the toilet. She believed that people like him needed to be taught a lesson. He took a baton and was ready to show us who was in charge and how to behave. This girl was extremely impressive and her revenge was understandable, but it was time to stop her. Everyone liked her more and more, including the Sode, who began to applaud and praise her. One of the men approached her and asked her to put down the baton. He said it was an order from the unit commander. As usual, it was up to Seo to resolve the situation. He explained to her that he had no choice but to stop her. He asked why she was acting independently, if he had not given any orders. She explained that she didn't like the way he was looked down upon, and decided he needed a lesson when she heard what happened to Seo's friend. Sodom defended her with all her might, saying that she had done the right thing. He was trying to be serious and thought he had to point this out, even though it's usually normal for her to act independently during a mission. Moreover, she did not kill him but only crippled him. Afterwards, Seo told her that she would have been punished if the situation had been more serious, and asked if she had understood him correctly. He explained that from that moment on, she had to ask for permission for every action she took. She was only worried that he would not get angry with her. Afterward, he did tell her that he was pleased when she did it. All one could hear from her was a gentle laugh that sounded like a small child. After that, he approached the boys and explained that she was the kind of person who could not ignore injustice, and asked if they knew where Asen had gone. But they said they hadn't seen him at all, not even in the village, because they were offended that their friend had been beaten. A man came running and said that the damaged creatures had left, and they had, of course, destroyed him. It had been a long time since Seo had seen the man, and asked him who had let a scumbag like him in. Seo didn't care what to say, because the man was in a miserable state. Coming closer, he asked if he had forgotten something. In response, Seo said only one thing, that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Everyone considered this guy to be a notorious loafer in Yulang County. When Yun heard these words, she was ready to solve all the issues and talk to them differently, so told her not to hit them. But he never said he was going to play Buddha. He needed to clarify something, so he approached the boy and asked what happened to his mother's memorial plaque in the knowledge department. He responded by asking if Seo wanted to see the small wooden plaque. Then he added that it might have already been used as firewood. Previously, such an atmosphere in the conversation was not characteristic of Seo, but now he looked like an arrogant child who talks only about himself. Afterwards, So told him that they were all the same here, and was surprised that they had time to drink in the middle of the day. His comrades were also outraged, as this statement was addressed to them as well. He came even closer to Seo and started talking nonsense, probably because of alcohol. He added that Seo couldn't even talk to them when he lived here. This made So very angry, and he couldn't help but punch the fool in the chest. However, he did not want anything bad to happen before the meeting with the patriarch, so he removed his hand from the attack in time. But now the blue-haired idiot was the first to attack, saying that he had no brother like him. During the attacks, he wondered more and more how a person with a destroyed energy core could repel his blows. This jerk's friends didn't understand why he was trying so hard for some weakling they thought was So. They thought he was just playing a trick on them. It seemed that he needed to provoke him a little more, and So started talking to him, calling him a bastard, saying that he was talking as if he were still a Christian. He also said that he probably didn't really have a brother. He added that he was born 3 months earlier, so he should call him Jung Nim. When he heard this, he could not restrain himself at all and rushed forward. He drew his sword and wanted to strike. His girlfriend appeared behind him and asked him to stop because the patriarch was about to arrive. He rejected her, called her a bitch, and asked her not to interfere, after which she fell to the ground. He believed that no one would be upset to see a useless trash die, but the tension grew. And at that moment, Seo used his power. Everything around him began to turn green, and his eyes glowed green. He immediately took up his sword and began to apologize for his harsh words and for trying to kill him. Seo immediately accepted his apology, but the girl didn't understand what was happening. First he rejected her, and now he was apologizing. Everyone was glad that the young master had come to his senses, because they thought they were going to have a sword fight. Seo also apologized to him for causing him trouble, but as soon as he came to, he immediately called Seo a son of a bitch again and asked him what he had done. Obviously, he swung his sword in vain because Yoon appeared and grabbed his arm. She looked at Seo, and in her eyes you could read the question, to act or not. In response, he nodded his head, making it clear that it was time. She realized that he meant that no one would be upset to see such a jerk die. Just one slight movement, and this idiot started to fall to the ground. North of Yulin County, not far from the outskirts of the village, people are walking, and some are on horseback. The best sword of the Mount Hyun school is Jo Jong-un. He turned to the head of the So clan, Ian, who wanted to take care of his guests. Jo Il, a student at Mount Hyun school, also expressed her gratitude. He told her that when he first saw her, he thought she was a real heroine, and hoped she would become an example for his daughter. The eldest daughter of the Seo clan was named Seo Yoon. Seo Yoon looked at her father and heard him speak beautifully. He acted like a loving father in front of everyone, but in reality it was different. She will soon be leaving the Mat Hen school, and will need to return to the main residence when this year is over. She will also have to marry someone chosen by the head of the clan. It is a daughter's duty in a martial arts family, as her father always said. If she wasn't so talented, she is sure that her father would have married her off as soon as possible. That is why she is now going into the tournament thinking that she must win the tournament. Martial arts tournament. If you win a women's battle or take second place, if you get the title of Phoenix Hall Master or Deputy Master, you can stay in the union. If she's lucky, she'll be able to postpone or cancel the wedding, which is why she needs to win it at all costs. A man ran up to them, greeted the head of the best sword and the warrior of the mountain, and was asked what had happened. But he was in no hurry to answer, and this moment of silence alarmed everyone. Then the girl's father explained that there was a small problem at the main residence, and asked if they could send the children first. Everyone immediately said yes. She did not understand what exactly had happened, that she was being sent away. Here they realized that Jang Yoon could cause trouble if he didn't get into the residence, as the family's eldest son said. Without wasting any time, they started running, and along the way she asked what had really happened. He explained that the donkey from Luoyang had returned, and that he believed he wanted to ruin everything for him. He didn't want to see his brother shot down by those bastards again. Meanwhile, she watches this painting and cannot believe what is happening right in front of her eyes. She saw him fall to the ground and be overpowered by a skinny guy. But suddenly he came and shouted at the top of his voice that enough was enough. With that, he stopped everyone, and Seo looked at him and thought that he had been with the head and had returned so quickly. My sister is also here, which leads to one conclusion. If they are here after entering the Mat Hen school, it means that the head is with guests. He asked the girl to block the acupuncture points. At first, she thought she needed to separate the meat from the bones, but he said to just block the points. She walked up to him and poked the right points on his body several times with her fingers. This guy could not understand who he was and what he was doing. When he got up, he said that he could introduce himself. He was a student of Seo's older brother, and her name was Ma Yoon. The older man looked at So and could not believe that she was his student. It turned out that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and the guy demanded an explanation because he thought they couldn't talk to him like that. Sodam noticed that he was different from Jang Yoon. Unlike Jang Yoon, he cares about people's opinions and knows how to maintain his image. This guy was drunk and deserved to be treated this way. Yoon explained that he was not going to watch his teacher being beaten with a sword. He warned him to think about what he said to him. He considered his brother a noble man, and explained that he was doing everything for his teacher. But Seo asked him why he should speak with the power of thought, if he could use his voice. Or does he want to know something secret? Suddenly he noticed that there were several other people standing behind him. When he saw these people, he thought he could say that student Seo was very rude. However, Seo remained calm in this situation, and said that this rudeness was only because he was in a hurry. But he added that breaking an arm on the territory of the residence of a participant of the same residence is unacceptable. He thought that people would support him because everyone agreed with him. In this way, he wanted to win everyone over to his side, to show himself to be right and smart in this situation. But at the same time, I realized that the people who were here saw how he behaved. His sister asked herself why she had been afraid of these guys before, and then realized that she could put in a few words of her own and asked to wait. She explained that she had been told everything. The second brother was drunk and did something he shouldn't have done. He tried to kill the third brother. The third brother? Who is this? The guy did not understand and asked. He also asked her how she dared to call the exile her own brother, since they had the same mother. He grabbed her hand and called her a mudblood. She had tears in her eyes because he had insulted her mother. He squeezed her hand tighter and tighter until Seo appeared and asked him to let her go. Although even she asked me not to interfere in this situation, this look was familiar to him because he used to think she hated him. But he was wrong, because she was only cold for that reason. That she didn't want Seo to suffer even more, she cared about him. At that moment, he felt very warm in his heart, a feeling different from anger. He mentioned her name and said that he would now protect her. She did not understand what he was saying, and asked him not to interfere further where he was not asked. But it seems that her brother was holding her hand in vain, because energy began to form on Seo's hand. She was so strong that she immediately knocked down the bastard who was holding her sister's hand. This inner energy made him fall and dealt him a fierce blow. The blow was so hard that his mouth bled. No one realized what had just happened, but after that, Seo came up to him and leaned over to his face. And he asked me to listen very carefully, saying that he was no longer a donkey from Luoyang, and asked me not to even think about touching his sister. His body trembled, but he still had the strength to stand up. He looked Seo in the eye and assumed that his energy core had recovered. This was true, but no one was going to reveal the truth. However, Seo wasn't going to be done so quickly, and was determined to make him pay for almost bringing Yoon Gyeong to tears. After all, he is the eldest son, and certainly more experienced than Jang Yoon. She had to release some of her inner energy to support him. It's enough to make it seem like So is somewhere between the first and second degrees. He then reached for his sword and began to pull it out. It seemed to work, as if he had really decided that he was stronger. She asked me to be careful because this guy was a difficult opponent. Everyone thought he was not as strong because of his lack of experience. Seo turned to his sister and said that there was nothing to worry about. However, the enemy was already flying at him, swinging his sword. It was his mistake to launch the attack so quickly and not think it through, because he was immediately hit back. He didn't even realize what had happened because he had directed all his internal energy to this attack. After that, blood started coming out of his mouth. It happened because he tried to slap his sister. One of the 3 techniques that the So clan is proud of is their sword technique. It's been a long time since Seo last saw her. It would be wise not to use her against him. It would be better to use a technique that Seo doesn't know. Seo was much stronger than him, but since he knew the technique, it was easy to find a weakness. Now the boy had a chance to take revenge for all his sins and for insulting his younger brother, who had saved his life. Yoon just watched and admired the squad leader, and the man next to her said that she shouldn't make that face when she was wearing a mask. Now no one understood what was happening here, but everyone in Yulong thought it didn't matter. New voices began to reach So's ears. He felt the presence of about 100 people. The patriarch must have returned. He could feel 3 powerful auras, probably the patriarch and the people of the Mount Hen sect. It was probably time to harvest. He realized this when he looked at his brother, who could not move. But he somehow found the strength to get up and boldly declared that Seo would die today. He changed his stance, putting more effort into his sword and acting more decisively. This should be a sword technique that can only be learned in the patriarchy and by the young head of the family. Everyone noticed that it was a technique of the clan's highest sword art. Everyone was amazed when they saw the following. They watched as their idol's sword flew out of his hands. This might have worked against a swordsman of the same level, but it did nothing against Seo. Falling to the ground, he could not understand how a person like Seo could do such a thing. During the flight, he received several more blows to his body. Finally, Seo was ready to launch the next attack for insulting his mother. It was the most decisive and strongest blow aimed directly at my head. It was very cruel. Even the black sword confirmed it. Because it was so quiet, he realized who had come. The patriarch and his people could not understand what was happening here. Sodam realized that it was the patriarch, but she did not know who the people with him were and asked. Seo replied that he had seen them when he was a spy for the Murim Alliance. The best sword of Mount Heng and the woman warrior of Mount Heng are top-level martial artists from the Mount Heng sect. The best sword from the mountain is much stronger. It doesn't have the intimidating aura of Achong, but you can be sure that it has reached its peak. Rising, Seo greeted them. The defeated opponent began to say that it was all a hoax, as if trying to explain his defeat. But if I were Seo, I should have broken his neck. So approached the guy and asked if it was an evil technique or if he had learned it somewhere else. He covered this distance in the blink of an eye. The boy knew that the Mount Hen sect was skilled in scurvy, but not to that extent. He assumed that being falsely accused in front of the Mount Hen sect was a very bad thing. Yoon asked him why, and he explained to her that there are many in the Orthodox factions who have an aversion to evil technology. Best Sword Hen is one of those people. He hates them so much that his personality changes 180 degrees when it comes to this topic. Seo explained that it was not an evil technique. The girl added that this guy was her brother. After that, Seo put his hand to the boy's waist and said that he had heard about the damage to his energy core. What does it all mean? The boy asked him. But Seo realized that a young man cannot be at this level with a damaged energy core. He did not even allow the man to check his energy field and asked for permission to explain everything. After that, he pulled out his sword and said that during the fight he would be able to see whether the man was using evil techniques or not. He immediately rushed at the guy with his sword. It was unexpected. He did not expect this to happen. The Southern Sword tried to reassure him, saying that it might be easier than it looks. He suggested simply using the best sword technique he had to deal with the situation, and he started using the best of the best that he had in his arsenal. This man was definitely the second. It seemed as if the guy's palms would tear apart every time their swords touched. He started to think that they needed to increase the distance between them. Others also noticed that this sword technique was special. The man explained that it was something else, but it was definitely a section of the void flow. After that, they recognized each other. Everything seemed to go smoothly. SEO said, "You immediately recognized the master's sword technique. My introduction was too late." The father and son looked at him, and in their eyes you could see surprise at the boy's impudence. When everyone heard that this Southern Heaven swordsman technique was his master's technique, they were so astonished that their jaws nearly dropped. And when we heard the following, it took our breath away. Seo told everyone, "I am the swordsman of the Southern Sky, a disciple of Ho Chong-dae. It is a pleasure to meet you." Approximately 20 years ago, Jo-on received invaluable help from the legendary Iron Swordmaster from the Southern Heavens. Today he is known as an experienced martial artist, but back then he was just a beginner who dreamed of glory. That's why, when he met his student, he enthusiastically admitted that he had heard many wonderful stories about Jo-on from his teacher, and that it was a great honor for him to meet such a master. The student also recalled how his teacher had told him about his first meeting with Jo-on 20 years earlier, and had repeatedly praised his sword skills. Jo-on could not hide his joy that the master he admired had praised him so highly. However, he apologized for his rather hot-tempered nature and explained that this is why he blushed when he heard that he was using dark art. The other students explained to him that if his teacher was the Iron Sword of the Southern Heavens, then he deserved to be treated equally as they were. Hearing this, Jo-on realized that his former teacher was also familiar with their master. His students recalled how young martial artists from the Mat Hen sect called him Senior Master because he was known for his abilities. This was enough for a modest game that the student started. After that, the student turned to Jo-on, calling him his older brother, and he just smiled back, happy to have a wonderful day. And now he was thinking about this guy he suspected of trying to frame the receiver of the Iron Sword from the Southern Heavens. But at that moment their conversation was interrupted. Seo looked at his face and was filled with rage, because this man had never treated him like a human being, and had kicked him out of his family. If he had any sense of responsibility, he would have treated his mother very differently. But there was no other way to act, so Seo bowed low and greeted him. He said he had heard about what he had done to his brother, and emphasized that it was quite rude. Afterward, Seo apologized and explained the situation, and now he was waiting for his reaction, lowering his eyes and just keeping silent. But he replied that he would punish his brothers later, and now he had to meet the guests. My father didn't even ask why he came back, which also seemed very strange. It was time to move forward, but Seo couldn't miss this chance. He appealed, calling him his father, and asked for permission to participate in the fighting as a representative of this family. About an hour later, in the guest house of the main residence of the So clan in Ian, he greedily bit off a piece of meat. He shoved it in one by one, while Yoon sarcastically remarked that he was very well-mannered. Then I asked him to stop chewing so loudly. When she addressed So, she would call him her big brother, blush, and ask him to eat more. Then she would turn to that guy again, grab his head and beat him against the table. I had to think about how things would go further, since my father evaded a direct answer. But he will have to pass on this position, because 2 of them are wounded, and will not be able to participate in the tournament. It's true. Even Sodom noticed that he doesn't treat him like a son. The servants in the guest house were also unusual. They were not highly trained, but they were trained in martial arts. It was hard to see, but they, as students of martial arts, were able to understand it. It was a warning from the patriarch. He wants Seo to know that this is still the territory of the So clan, regardless of the fact that he is an Iron Sword disciple from the Southern Heavens. Seo should not commit rash acts like he did before, as the patriarch is keeping a close eye on him. A woman came with a message to the young gentleman that Madame was inviting him to her house. He didn't expect it, but he got up and started walking. He wished everyone a good appetite and said he would be back soon. The peony hall of the patriarch's residence, where Madame Yang of the So clan has her garden, where red peonies form a beautiful picture. Flowers bloom in this season, but looking at them he felt disgusted, because they reminded him of Madame Yang. He was about to burn all the flowers when a woman opened the door and told him to come in. Ms. Yang was waiting for him and ordered everyone to leave the room, leaving only him. It was strange that she wanted all the servants to leave. He said he was listening to her carefully. She began the conversation by mentioning that she had heard of him as the heir to the Iron Sword of the Southern Heavens, and congratulated him on it. But in reality, she would never have called him just to greet him. He realized that she had other intentions. She continued, admitting that they were not on the best of terms and that she would not stall any longer. Kneeling before him, she said that she could ask for forgiveness hundreds or even thousands of times, and asked him not to try to take Yonghyun's place. As Seo expected, even if she is a bitch, she is a mother after all. This bitch says she is ready to apologize to him, although he still clearly remembers how she insulted him and slapped him. Then she began to offer him as much money as he wanted, even promising to help him start his own family, as long as he didn't take her son's place. It looks like the Iron Sword of the Southern Heavens is really famous because her attitude has changed 180 degrees. He told her that he would pretend that he hadn't heard anything, but she pulled him by his clothes and begged him to just say what he wanted, and she would do her best. After that, he told her that she could restore his mother's tombstone, make her his official wife, and bow down before her grave, apologizing 3 times a day for 10 years. Her expression changed dramatically. She couldn't believe what she was hearing because it sounded so harsh. These words were an insult to her, and the apologies in front of her grave thousands of times over the course of 10 years hurt her even more. Then she asked, "If I do this, will you really not claim my son's place?" Sitting down on her lap, he said he was touched by her sincerity, because a mother's love for her son is really very strong. That would have been great, but he leaned down to her ear and said softly, "I bet that's what you wanted to hear." He asked her if she would have said that in his place, and then called her a fucking animal. This made her angry, and she grabbed him by the collar and started pulling. He reminded her of what happened 12 years ago when he suffered from a blockage, and her servant brought him his medicine, thinking he wouldn't notice. Everyone just turned a blind eye because they knew who was behind it. It was very funny not to take her son's position. He asked her never to look for him again for such a stupid reason as this, but she still pulled him by the hands and begged him to stay a little longer. He knew that a man was hiding upstairs, but he told him that he was not going to harm his mistress, so he asked him to stay there. However, the guard jumped down, and it seemed that even she did not expect to see him. He congratulated the heir to the Iron Sword of the Southern Heaven, but the guy replied that there was nothing to talk about and just walked on. The guard followed him and said that the person who sent the servant that day was not Madame Yang. The person who sent the medicine that day was him. This is exactly what he confessed to standing behind his back. He remembered well the day many years ago when, as an 8-year-old boy, he could not swallow pills in solid form, so he had to take them in solution, although this reduced the effectiveness of the medicine. That time, taking the elixir caused a storm of internal energy, and as a result, so lost his Dantian. For a child from a family of martial arts masters, incapable of cultivation, this meant being labeled an outcast and the end of a brilliant future. He blamed Ms. Yang for all of this, but now it turned out that it was the guard's fault. The guard began to explain that he had served his mistress before her marriage, and it was she who had given his life meaning, considering her his precious sister. It was unbearable for him to watch her become anxious because of Seo's existence. That's why he treated the boy like that. The guard explained that he wanted Seo to know that it was entirely his initiative, and that he had organized and executed everything himself. Ms. Yang had nothing to do with it. Although she jumped forward and started shouting that she had organized the whole thing, she asked not to listen to the guard who tried to justify her. They started arguing with each other about who was to blame and who did it, trying to take the blame. This made it seem as if So was the thief. He sat down and confessed to them that their closeness had stunned him, as if he felt like a terrible person if he did something bad to them. It seemed nice to hear, but there was one but, and this but turned out to be a fist that swept across her face. It's a pretty good argument, and he was pleased to see it fall. The guard followed her, because it turned out that they both knew about the poison. She jumped up and said that after that, he would not be able to play in the tournament as a family representative. However, it was not that important to him. He told her that she could do what she wanted, and if she wanted to tell the head, she could. He also added that he would disclose the fact that the wife of the clan head had poisoned his 8-year-old stepson. She was shocked that he dared to threaten her, but when I saw what he did next, I froze. He destroyed the Dantian guard, leaving him lying on the floor. She ran out of words, didn't know what to say, just crossed her arms. She was holding poison in her hands, a round pill that he forced her to take. He forced the guard to take the same pill, throwing it into his mouth. She considered him a traitor and thought he wanted to destroy his own family, but in fact he was very happy because he just hated them. His hatred for her mean and treacherous face was the strongest. He could not believe that he had achieved his goal of forcing the guard and Miss Yang to write a confession. They even certified the documents with their personal seals, which will serve as a guarantee of his peace of mind. Now she'll think twice before speaking out against him. They could not refuse, because otherwise Seo would not have given them the antidote. Then he was just going to wait for the tournament to start. But as everyone started to act, he also could not sit in one place. We can assume that the masters have already gathered. We see the courtyard and the meeting room. They discussed among themselves that the so-called renegade had become a disciple of the swordsman of the southern heavens. One of the men asked if there was any confirmation that he was really a student, and then 3 people appeared in the open doorway in front of them. "It's been a long time, masters. A very long time," So said in their direction. He asked them if any of them were in a hurry to greet him. He heard nothing in response, only felt their gazes. The 4th master was the first to say, "Congratulations to the 3rd young master," and the 5th master followed him in congratulating him. The lower ranks immediately bowed their heads, but the top 3 did not even move. They asked how he got in because there were supposed to be guards at the entrance. Only the head, the young head, and the masters could attend the meeting. His father confirmed, saying that the senior master was right. Even if he was a young master, this was unacceptable. They told him that if he had any questions, he should come back later. He started playing well and asked the man, "Why don't you yell at me like in the old days? Do you remember when I was little?" CO began to remind him of the moments when he hit him in the face and threw him to the floor, and how I kicked him out of the house so that he would never come back. The man grabbed his head, scratched it, and asked if he was really talking. He began to make excuses that his memory was getting worse with age, and apologized if he had hurt his feelings in any way. Afterward, CO asked if he was okay, and he reminded him that he had said the same thing when he kicked him out of the family, asking if he didn't remember that too. He began to explain that his memory was very poor, and he was not suitable for the job of estate master. He was then asked what he was achieving by stirring up the past to satisfy his ego, and called it pathetic revenge, asking if it was befitting a disciple of the swordsman of the southern heaven. Yoon also confirmed, saying that pointing out past insults is a pathetic revenge, and that the top of the SEO clan has never heard of respect for superiors. But this only made the man more angry. He couldn't understand how some crook could say anything about their family. Yoon was already waiting for a command from Seo so that she could crush the rascal. But the man began to apologize in time, realizing that the words of the disciple of the swordsman of the southern heavens carry great weight. And the guy was asked to continue the conversation when the head arrived. He was asked to finish, and all the masters were released. But the guy was not going to finish so quickly and ordered the door to be closed. His people immediately closed the door, while the others did not understand what was happening and what they were up to. The guy asked them not to react so violently. He said he just wanted to talk, but one of the men stood up, expressing doubts about their intentions, and reached for his sword. However, the guy interrupted him, saying that he had a very good offer for them. It's not even a request, it's an offer, because there would be no point in coming here if he wanted to talk about the tournament. He went on to say that he was here to give them a chance to change sides. The man recalled one of the rules of their family. The masters of the estate have the right to appeal the decision of the head of the family regarding the candidacy of the young head by a majority vote. SEO confidently asked them if they were now talking about the position of the family's heir apparent. It's hard to believe, but only a year ago he was shocked and horrified by these people, living like a drunk. Now, with more than 18 years of experience as a spy, meeting these people face to face has become a trifle trivial for him. The man warned him that if he continued to provoke conflicts, he would not be able to stay away. He laughed, apologized, and admitted that his behavior had been rather rude. He voiced his wishes and goals, noting that his doors are always open and they can visit whenever they want. After that, he turned around and left with his men. They were left alone to reflect on this conversation. They couldn't understand what the guy had said and what his goal was. The man fell to his knees and told everyone that he was very disappointed in them. During the conversation, the guy was acting strangely, which raised suspicions. The man noticed the vibration of his throat, which was proof of the use of the frequency whispering technique. He turned to the first young master, saying that no one would leave the room until they found the person with whom he had been talking. Everyone was trying to figure out who could have done it. They began to ask the great master of the hall why he thought the criminal was among them. The man suggested that it could have been him. He suspected that he was trying to corner everyone but himself. It's hard to imagine what started happening there, but the screams were very loud. The guy started to discuss this, but CO interrupted him, saying that he had not communicated using this technique. He just pretended that it was so. They finally realized that this was his goal, because his goal was to throw them a bone to fight with. This is a method SEO often used when he was a spy. Suspicion, once it has been created in a group, does not disappear easily. Meanwhile, she asked her older brother when they would have dinner. He replied that they had already eaten, but she asked him to look to the side. Isn't that his sister? She was standing and talking to her husband. She said that she had nothing more to say to him and that she would never become his wife, because the conversation about marriage ended when the patriarch said so. The man continued to insist, but she realized that the patriarch's words made sense. He wanted to end it. They told this guy whose name was Righteous Wind that they didn't want to talk to him anymore. However, he insisted that the conversation was not over and took her hand. He thought it was even more charming when she played the role of a softie. Her expression showed that she was afraid of him. It seems that for Seo, all this was only becoming more unbearable. Yoon asked the boy why he kept humiliating himself when the girl said she didn't like it. He introduced himself, named his clan, and asked why she was interfering with their conversation. The girl became more and more irritated when the boy talked about their relationship, because she believed that it simply did not exist. Yoon just wanted to protect the girl, but the boy asked him not to. He told Yoon that he couldn't control himself, took the girl's hand and added that this was their relationship. The girl's feeling at that moment was indescribable, her face expressing that the world around her had collapsed. He began to think that she was rejecting him because she had another man, and he told her that he was going to be kind and marry her, despite her low background. Yoon slapped him sharply right on target. The guy could not believe that the kid had really hit him. When he reached for his sword, it was a clear mistake, but he saw someone behind the guys' backs. It was Patriarch Seo, the girl's father. He asked the young Master Cho to come to the evening banquet, advising him to rest rather than stand here. He bowed and said he would obey. Everyone was surprised to see the Patriarch here. The guy immediately went to rest, as he was told. The Patriarch turned to Seo and asked him how much longer he was going to dishonor their family's name. After that, he looked at Seo and offered to go with him. It was at this point that Seo realized there was no point in waiting until the banquet. The time to make a decision has come. The SEO clan, the Patriarch's training room, they both came there. The training room is only for the Patriarch. Why did he bring Seo here? The Patriarch said that Seo was making a mess of the house, despite his warnings. His place as a representative in the tournament, and now his place as a young leader. He turned his head to the boy and asked if he really thought that the Patriarch would not understand his intentions. The Patriarch added that if Seo was not honest, he would die right now. He replied that he realized he was hated. The Patriarch went on to say that he could not trust someone who was gone for a year and a half, and then came back and started creating tension. As a father, he had just been watching him since childhood. After his mother's death, So lived like a loser. Now he had become a disciple of the Southern Heaven Iron Swordsman. His energy core had been destroyed, but he had not only recovered, but surpassed the first level. His father could not make sense of all this, but he continued, saying that he is standing here now because he is. However, my father refused to believe that people change so easily. He suggested that perhaps his son had become a puppet of a bloody cult. He confidently said that Seo was a member of a bloody cult because he had exposed his sword. To find out more, the guy spoke to him, asking if he really thought he was a member of a bloody cult, and it was quite shocking. The Patriarch asked him not to pretend to be a fool because the one who had been kidnapped by the bloody cult suddenly returned and shook the family. He seems to know that those twin idiots have already been caught. This happened in such a short time that not even a day has passed for the exchange of information. Redhead may be aware, but she doesn't even know that Seo is alive yet. After weighing this information, Seo asked his father what he was talking about, and who said he had been kidnapped by a bloody cult. He heard what Ah-sung said about it. It was unexpected, because everyone thought he was expelled, but in fact he was a subordinate of the Patriarch. Seo couldn't believe that Ah-sung was Seo Ikon's subordinate. After all, he took care of Seo and his mother with sincere love. He ran after him even when the Patriarch expelled him. At this point, Seo thought his father was just checking up on him and asked where Ah-sung was now. But the Patriarch demanded an immediate answer to his question and said he had clear evidence that Seo was a member of a bloody cult. He showed up right before Murim's tournament and then demanded the position of representative. The Patriarch asked whether Seo knew why the Murima tournament was being held. Seo asked him what he meant. The Patriarch explained that the blood cult is active again and has been hiding all this time, building up its strength. "Do you really think this power came out of nowhere?" he asked Seo. "There is no secret to how they build up their strength. They kidnap little boys like him and raise them. This tournament is the best opportunity." Seo couldn't believe how smart the Patriarch was, even though he was the head of some random fighting family. Is it possible that they know they are trying to recover the sword of the bloody demon? And then Seo realized that Ah-sung was alive, not dead, and he knew that he had been kidnapped by a bloody cult. Before his regression, Seo was kicked out again when he returned. But to think that saving Ah-sung's life would have such consequences. Seo told his father that he was the only one who believed that his participation in Muram's tournament was intended to spy for a blood cult. He began to express his dissatisfaction with the way his father was presenting him. His father said that if Seo wanted to prove his innocence, he had to return everything to the way it was. Seo suggested that he could only prove his innocence if he gave up everything and did nothing. He asked if his father would simply not allow him to be a representative if he could not prove it. But his father interrupted him and said that was enough. It seemed like his father was just trying to push him away. The patriarch said that this was his last warning and, waving his sword, asked Seo to surrender if he was really who he said he was. "What happens if I do?" asked Seo. The patriarch said he would be able to check his energy core to see if he had been brainwashed. Seo realized that even if he proved his innocence, his father would still not make him a representative, and he reached for his sword. He also added that it is forbidden to look into the energy core of someone who has studied another martial art. So realized that he had no choice but to defend himself. Suddenly, everything around us began to take on a fighting atmosphere, and my father's energy became more and more intense. The patriarch did not believe that Seo would be able to defeat him, regardless of whether he used black techniques, and was confident in his abilities. The patriarch used his internal energy for the first attack, and rushed at the guy with peak energy at the maximum level. So decided to use the energy of his lower energy core. The technique he used his body weight, and because he is very experienced, this technique also had great speed. The difference in their strength was significant. If Seo barely reached his peak, the patriarch was at the very top of his peak power. The difference in their strength was too great. After that, the patriarch struck a blow that knocked the guy back. But he wasn't going to stop, keeping his balance on his feet, albeit barely. Seo decided to strike the old man himself, but he was already waiting for him with his sword raised. Even so realized that this made no sense, but gathering all his strength, the guy struck again and again. However, he had to dodge the enemy's attacks more than inflict them himself. It was the effect of wielding the sword of the patriarch. The patriarch pressed Seo's body to the ground as if a whole mountain had fallen on him. Even my father himself noticed the difference in strength from the very beginning, and said that there was no difference, even if the swords were strong. The guy said that he now understands why the patriarch is called the wise sword of Eon. These words made my father ask if he was giving up or not. But Seo replied that his father was too strong to be gentle with him, and he began to form a powerful energy around him. My father could not understand where this power came from when he looked at this powerful surge of energy. It was the sword technique of his master, which everyone knew about before it was improved to compensate for its shortcomings. This is the true technique of the sword of the Holy Star. The patriarch did not understand what the guy was talking about. He was just shaking from the attacks he was receiving. But he did not forget to respond and waved his sword. This was the true technique of the sword of the Holy Star, the sixth technique, the wall of sword chase. The energy was so great that it was hard to even look around. Everything was so saturated with blue that my father's body was pressed against the wall. Blood began to flow from his throat, and he was being pushed hard into the wall. The patriarch's sword remained stuck in the ground. He could not believe that his son was so strong. However, if Seo had thrown a direct punch, his father would have died right there. In his past life, he could not even dream of defeating the patriarch. Even the southern sword appeared, and said that Seo was twice as strong as its previous owner. So Hadam noticed that he did not look happy about his victory. He was very unhappy because his father did not even consider him a member of the family. He approached his father and asked him if he hated him so much, why he had given birth to him in the first place. Now Seo doesn't know what to do. So many things have gone wrong. At that moment, the voice of the sword sounded, telling the patriarch that this guy's resentment against him was stronger than he could have imagined. Mech explained that if the patriarch had been kinder and more open to this child, she would not have been so hurt, and all this chaos would not have happened. Then Mech asked if it would be better to tell the truth to this guy, to say that he is not his biological father. The guy gripped the sword hilt so tightly and asked if he was really not Seo Ikeon's son. Mech could not believe that the guy was really talking to him, but the boy didn't ask him anything. He just wanted to hear confirmation of what he had just said, and threatened his father's life if he didn't tell the truth. Mech understood that it would be difficult to ease the boy's condition with a few words, as he might think that what was about to be said was fiction. However, the sword could not lie and wanted to show the boy everything he had seen. The words of the union of the sword and the human mind were heard. The unlocking of Fekta. The third Fekt star has just that kind of power. The guy was transported to the moment when the woman was asked to at least think about her child. The sensations were so painful that the guy got down on one knee. So Hadam did not understand what was happening to her owner and asked what had happened to him. and he could not believe that the woman he had just seen was really his mother. It was exactly like the memories of a sword. It is unclear how this happened, but it seems that the sword can show him his memories. This is the ability of the third star, which was activated when he received the merc. The second star gave him the ability to hear swords ringing even at a great distance, but now he can even see sword memories. Seo took the hilt of his sword to check one thing in his memory, namely the face of the patriarch when he was born. He told the woman that he would consider the boy his own son, and he asked her to just take care of herself and focus on recovery. It was his dear wife who, instead of being his savior, relied on him emotionally. Ikon's devotion won her heart. This is how his younger sister was born. They were smiling from ear to ear when their child was born, and he was very happy. This meant that he was the only one who did not have their family's blood in him. When he was first born, Ikon worked hard to treat him well, but it wasn't that easy. Dealing with Mrs. Young's irritation was not easy. Every time he tried to be kind to Seo, she would get very angry, and because of this, Ikon could not treat any of his children in a kind way. Yet Ikon tried to be responsible for Seo to the end. It was then that the guy told him that Seo was in a bloody cult. The landlord also gave him a notebook in case something happened to the young owner. He sent the guy to Mangkok-ri immediately, and had him find a brothel called Dark Intimacy. On the second floor, there will be an old man who uses black keys. He asked for a code intended for the Lower District Sect, one of the 3 main intelligence organizations. He tried to secretly track down Seo's whereabouts, but when that became impossible, he decided to act himself. Seo went to this man, and he explained that nothing good would come from revealing the fact that the Wise Sword was ordering information from people from the unorthodox faction. The man said that he heard that the boy was a child that he had abandoned, but it seemed to hurt even more like a bite. It was then that Seo learned the whole essence of the bloody cult. This is probably why he thought that Seo had become a member of a bloody cult. However, by nature he was not affectionate because of the mystery of his origins, and could not be a good father to the boy. But he never tried to abdicate this responsibility. He did a lot to protect it. After his mother's death, Seo spent his days as a cripple and a drunk, and rumors about him spread so negatively. Even if someone had killed him, no one would have noticed. My father thought that he might be killed by Madame Yang or someone else, so he sent him away. His sister was in the same situation. The reason why he sent her to Mount Hen at an early age is because, despite her talent, he didn't want Madame Yang to bully her. The reason why he rushed to make the mistake is also because once she returns from Mount Hyun, she may face the same thing as Seo. Even the sword could understand why Seo hated his father. But he wanted the boy to understand his feelings. However, the boy began to feel tormented, and he thought that if his father was really responsible, he would take both him and his sister under his care. Seo never stopped thinking that his father was a man who did everything to make himself comfortable. Even after the words of the sword, even though the sword was powerless in this situation, he wanted to do everything for the boy. Then Mek asked to wait and said that it seemed the boy needed a position as a representative of the main family. Mek said that he might be able to help, that if he gave Ikon what he wanted most, the situation might change. After all, he most wants to learn the second half of the Sword of Unrestrained Destruction technique, which was mastered by the Patriarch and is passed down orally. But since Ikon's father and the previous owner of this sword died during the Great War between the Orthodox and Unorthodox, he was unable to learn the second half properly, and the sword asked the boy if he could teach him that. The Patriarch found the strength to get up and asked the boy why he had spared him at such a moment. Seo explained that he knew that Ikon was not his real father, but he still continued to think that this was just an excuse for his own selfishness on his part. The guy wanted to say that if the Patriarch really wanted to protect him, he had to do it decisively. He wanted to make it clear that if Ikon considers it his responsibility and duty, he should act like a real man. Sending him out on the street is just avoiding responsibility. So threw something right into his hands. It was a sign that the Patriarch took and looked at. It was a tablet of the all-healing divine physician, and thanks to it, the guy was able to restore his energy core. This was the truth, although the man might have believed that his recovery was the work of evil forces. But it was the truth. Finally, the boy heard from his father that he was eligible to hold the position of representative, although the Patriarch himself did not understand this. After that, the guy stood in the original stance of the Sword of Unrestrained Destruction, which the man could not believe. The martial art he saw today for the first time was the Sword of Unrestrained Destruction technique, the 10th technique of high-pressure sword striking. A little earlier, now he is watching the memories of the Blue Ghost Sword, and the movements of its blade are repeated in his own movements. Each new movement, each stance feels like his own and is deposited in his memory. Mek asked if he had already learned them, but in fact he did not learn them. He made the memories his own. His basic movements were very fast, and this heavy sword was much different from the usual ones. They chose a sign to train with. So we'll flip a coin upwards, which means that you need to dive back into training. They agreed with the sword that they would do so, as it was enough to think about it. He didn't even have time to blink as everything started and ended for him. When you reach a certain level in martial arts, imaginary training becomes more effective than regular training. All he had to do was think about it, and he could clearly visualize himself repeating each movement. If you see and feel them in your head many times, you memorize the basics as if you had practiced them in reality. After he had imagined it about 20 times, he felt as if he was performing this technique with his own hands. Thanks to his sword memories, he could learn techniques in seconds. This seems to be the ability of the third star. It was at that moment that he was told that the man had regained consciousness. And here is the present, after using the sword of unrestrained destruction. The guy asked him if he still thought it was useless, but the patriarch could not believe what he was seeing. The boy went on to explain to him that the divine physician charges an equivalent fee for treatment. For these services, the divine physician takes valuable ancient manuscripts or records of secret techniques. At this point, Patriarch Seo thought that his father knew Seo Dai. But a person will think about your lie a little bit and come up with a version that they are ready to believe. I think it's clear now which of them should be asking for it. In the Yin family's banquet hall, the table is overflowing with food. Everyone laughs together and thanks each other for coming. Seo looks at his no longer father and notices that his wounds have not yet healed, but he is acting so cheerful and relaxed. He was addressed as a junior. He looked behind him and saw an acquaintance who asked permission to sit next to him. Seo didn't mind, but the head of the family could find himself in an awkward situation because of it. But they began to take the man away, telling him that they had already found a place for him. They will still have the opportunity to talk, but the guy needs to be careful, because when you drink in a company, there is always a risk of saying too much. Now he needs to do something. Using the power of thought, he told his father that it was time to make an announcement. He stood up and told everyone that as the head of the Seo family, he would like to thank all of Murim's honored guests for coming today. Also, before the official start of the banquet, I would like to announce something and ask for your attention. First, he apologized to the head of the righteous Win clan, Cho, and told him that his daughter was not suitable for the role of his son's second wife. My daughter was delighted because she had wanted to hear this all her life. This angered the man somewhat, and Yan also put her head down. But then her name was called. She heard Seo's voice in her thoughts, asking if she had started the whole thing. He explained everything to her, and asked her never to try to pull something like that again, as he could say the wrong thing at any moment. He asked her to be ready for it at any time. She just lowered her head and said nothing. That's what weak people always do. The head stood up and said he wanted to make another announcement. This concerns the upcoming tournament, or rather the person who will represent their family. He announced that this representative would be his son, Unhui. No one expected to hear this information, and everyone at the table was suddenly very surprised. The girl stood up and turned to her brother with a question, but he was no longer there. Only his empty bowl of food remained where he sat. It was already dark outside, and all his business was completed. His friends asked why they were leaving so early, as the banquet was not yet over. He explained that there are still some things to be completed. The guy said something while talking to Seo, and Yoon immediately knocked him down. But next to them, her sister was running fast and shouting, "Brother!" She ran up to him and asked if he was really leaving. Seo explained that the master had asked him to, and he had already warned the head. She suggested that they go to the tournament together. But that was one of the reasons why he was leaving so quickly, because he might get into trouble because the best sword of Mount Hen was being very friendly. The girl will have to realize that they will not be able to leave together. Seo promised his master that he would leave early. She looked at Yoon and remembered the moment when she took her hand. Yoon approached the young lady and asked her not to be too upset. She explained that the girl would be able to see her older brother very soon, at the tournament itself. After that, the girl said she would walk them to the gate. She really wanted to say goodbye, and they were able to talk a little on the way. Seo smiled at her and said that of course he could. For the first time since his childhood, he had a long conversation with his younger sister, and thanks to this, the distance between them, which had arisen after the death of his mother, was slightly reduced. She asked him how he had been living all this time, but he could not tell the whole truth. If you let your sister in on the details, she could also find herself tied to a bloody cult. She seemed to realize that he was not being completely sincere with her, and held out the bag that her father had asked her to give him. She did not know what was in the bag. When she reached the exit, she said goodbye, hoping to see him at the tournament. He bowed and said goodbye to her. If he doesn't want Yoon Young to get involved with a bloody cult, he needs to become stronger than anyone who targets her. It's important not to lose balance because power is just an incentive. If you drown in it one day, you will not be able to control yourself. You should always remember that you are the center of gravity of yourself. His student then asked what was going on and why they were in such a hurry. CO explained that the plan was to meet Seongjia and Seongwoo and then go with them. But they finished half a month earlier than they planned, and there would be no one in Shimin if they came now. So he decided that he needed to go to the dark intimacy first. The student realized that by this name he was referring to a brothel in Mangkok-ri. CO had to find someone who was dear to him, just like his younger sister. Under the night sky, illuminated by a beautiful moon, a group of friends spent the night in a cave by a campfire. Despite their fatigue, the beauty of the night nature kept them awake. They were happy to finally be able to rest. One of the boys wondered how their friend managed to look so fresh and well-groomed under the mask. Holding this mask in his hands and stretching it in different directions, he realized that it was a special thing that her father had made. When the ghost of her father appeared, everyone was petrified with shock and could not say a word, because he was one of the 4 great criminals. Unfolding the cloth, the boy wanted to see what the head had given him through Yun. There was a medallion. It was a thing his mother had when they first met, and it was priceless to him. My mother brought this medallion to the family along with her crane, which spread its wings. No one had ever seen this symbol before, at least not in Yunnan province. The guy who had been a spy for 10 years had never seen such a symbol, even though he had been exploring the world to find all possible cures. Families practicing martial arts usually use symbols of ferocious animals, such as tigers or wolves, to emphasize their power and courage. The crane symbolizes long life and elegance. It is a rare symbol for martial arts, although a family with a long history could use it. For our hero, this medallion is a connection to the most precious thing he has, his mother. It conceals the past associated with his father, and raises many questions. The girl noticed the medallion and was amazed. She wanted to come closer, but the boy did not allow her to get too close. He sat and thought for a long time, looking so sad that the girl couldn't resist coming closer, even though she knew his personal boundaries. She didn't want him to be alone, even if he was angry with her. Although the owl didn't like her resting her chin on his shoulder, he remained silent. But the girl came closer so that their eyes met, and their lips almost touched. Sovan froze, looking at her, realizing how beautiful she was. The fire from the fire only emphasized her beauty. They are so close that in another moment they will kiss. But the hero's servant interrupted them, saying that he hoped they would sleep in beds tonight and not in the cave again. The girl was disappointed that such an important moment was interrupted. Sowon pulled himself together and said that they needed to get some sleep, because they had a long journey tomorrow. Owl's servant was lying on the floor, trying to find something that looked like a bed. But the girl came up to him. She began to hit him with all her might, demonstrating her friendship, although she was actually expressing anger for the ruined moment. Sovan realized that his colleague was constantly provoking the girl, knowing what was coming. After she had beaten the servant, he fell asleep without disturbing anyone. Looking at the girl, the boy felt that he was almost in love with her. She asked gently, "What happened to you, senior?" Her smile charmed our hero. He could not understand whether it was a gentle look, or perhaps a cunning one, like that of someone who could defeat her enemies. Without answering anything, but only looking at her coldly, Sovan could not trust her, because such a personality could hide something. When he went to bed, he could not sleep. His thoughts revolved around the conversation about how a good master should be able to recognize the intentions of a beautiful girl, although his friend disagreed, believing that this was a way to remain lonely. In the middle of the night, he found himself outside a building called Dark Intimacy. It looked like an ordinary brothel, but in fact it was one of the 3 main bases of the Hao sect. Sodom even joked, asking where the branches of this sect were, realizing that all 3 main bases did not have a single leader. Our hero's assistant, walking past a group of healthy men, was unsure of the situation and quietly asked his deputy about his confidence in this regard. The stern gazes of the masters, who were filled with chi energy, flew over them. They were ready to destroy the outsiders in their circle, and the assistant, though he did not admit it, felt afraid. He realized that there was no point in being afraid if everything was going according to plan. There was nothing left to do but move forward. They entered the brothel, holding their ground, and headed for a table. They were met by a charming girl who greeted them and invited them for a cup of sake. Without further ado, Sowon decided to go up to the 2nd floor. Rumor has it that the liquor made personally by the chairman was extremely good, and this attracted many people. However, the girl, looking up to the 2nd floor, met the eyes of the head, who was looking sternly at the two. Although the head was surrounded by beautiful girls, the guy did not understand who he was addressing in this tavern. The girl wagged her finger, forbidding his friends to climb with him, because only he could pass the test alone. His companions stayed downstairs, ordering noodles or something else. At this point, the assistant advised the girl to order something hearty while their commander was on the second floor. When else will you have the opportunity to really enjoy a meal? Soon, Sovan began to climb to the second floor, and noticed an old man, whom he believed to be the one who had shown him the blue, ghostly sword. As he got closer, he realized that it was not the same person, as the memories of the sword did not match. Coming even closer, the old man said to the boy, "Fishing nets woven from words are a broomstick that sweeps away worries." Inviting the young host, the old man said, "Sit down." There were 2 bowls on the table, symbolizing the complexity of the guest's requests, and he had to choose the bowl of the lower rank. After choosing a bowl, the old man began to pour him liquor, and the boy said he had 2 simple requests. Listening attentively, the old man allowed him to tell him, and the boy began that, about a year and 3 months ago, the old man might have been tasked with finding the 3rd son of the sun clone. Hearing this, the old man replied that he could not disclose information about his customers. But Sovan continued to ask if he knew who it was. The old man wondered what the purpose of his question was, and what was so important that the boy had brought. The fact was that Sun was his servant, and this completely changed the situation in the brothel. Taking hold of his mustache, the old man began to twirl it and smile. An interesting coincidence. The servant and the father are looking for the young master, and now the young master, who is believed to be missing, is looking for the servant, the old man said. Looking at the old man after these words, our hero realized that one clue was enough to understand who he really was, and that everything was going according to plan. Seo Ikhong visited them and told them that he had been kidnapped by the blood cult. Now they are sure that our hero has become a cultist. It is necessary to make them doubt this. This was the task and plan of So Woon Hui. The second part of the plan was to spread information refuting the rumors of joining the cult to reduce the risk of exposure at the upcoming tournament. The old man was glad to know the boy. But without the help of his master, the guy would not be here. It would be too simple to call it luck. The old man offered to exchange information about the servant for information about his master. Hearing this, our hero thought about it. It was an interesting offer, but he was hesitant to buy something that would soon be available for free. Judging by his phrase, the old man thought the boy would agree, but he reminded him that he had 2 more requests. Without hesitation, the old man accepted them, but then promised to tell me the name of his teacher. Without thinking twice, the boy said the teacher's name, which shocked the old man. Ho Jongdae. After that, the table began to turn over, and the objects flew in different directions. Using his energy, Sovan deflected the attack on himself, sending it aside. The old man suddenly attacked him, asking his faithful sword of the southern sky if he had any information about the boy. But the sword knew nothing, because he had never met the rascal. Sovan squinted and took off his mask, asking if the old man was okay if he treated his customers like that. Looking at him, the old man could not believe his eyes. The swordsman of the southern sky had disappeared 16 years ago, and now the young man claimed to be his disciple. It was unbelievable. For the southern sky swordsman, the situation looked strange. The Hao sect, although unorthodox, had always been neutral. He had never seen any of them behave so hostile, and our hero had not expected such behavior either. Looking around him, he realized that he was surrounded by soldiers with swords. What should he do in this situation? Although he had become much stronger, it would not be easy to escape from such masters. Suddenly, as if someone had contacted our hero, a dragon's eye lit up his mind. This energy did not come from the old man. Someone in the next room had established a connection with him. The thoughts in the boy's head were clear. Don't let him know who you are. Say you were taught by someone with strong hands that can tame a tiger. Hearing this, the southern sky swordsman remembered Lakan, who was from a family that practiced martial arts in the province. The young man did not hesitate to repeat the words. The old man saw in him courage and a resemblance to the disciple of the southern heaven swordsman. However, it was strange. He had underestimated the knowledge of their clan. But if the boy voluntarily revealed the truth, he would be treated leniently. The man from the next room passed the name of one of the legendary warriors for the boy to say, Yukon of the Pan clan. This name was known for its danger. Jukin stood out not only for his martial arts but also for his cruel temper. Few people could match him in cruelty, and not many could survive his anger. The southern sky swordsman advised his master to be very careful in this situation, recalling his master's previous battle. He lost an eye in a battle with him, and now he realized that the situation could be even more dangerous. Now our hero has problem after problem. How can he get out of this difficult situation? In a difficult situation, our hero needs to act as if he has fallen into their trap. He decides to show respect for these people, as dark intimacy truly lives up to its hype. The soldiers take him under their arms, and he makes it clear that he is surrendering because he cannot be selfish in this situation. However, if anyone dares to touch his sword, looking at the soldiers, the boy realizes that their intentions are far from good, and makes it clear that there will be consequences. For him to trust them and allow himself to be armed, he needs convincing proof. Together with the sword, he is taken to an unknown place. His colleagues and friends saw him being led somewhere, holding his hands. When the girl took up her sword, wanting to defend her friend, he told her to use the technique of vibrations to keep everything calm, because it was just a performance. He told her not to make any noise and to just follow him quietly. Going down to the basement, he realizes that he had been here 3 times in his past life. But he had never gone down to the underground floor and did not know what awaited him. And now he was being led there. Passing by the lower basement, Sovan noticed that it looked like a prison and smelled blood. Sovan knew this clan as his informants from the unorthodox faction, who worked under the cover of the brothel. But now he sees that the basement is being used for other purposes. Walking along with the soldiers, he realized that the situation was beyond his control. It is not clear what is happening, but you need to be on your guard. They were led down for a long time, and eventually they arrived at their final destination. Approaching the head, Sovan expressed his gratitude for the understanding. However, the head replied that they had only delayed the trouble, and he did not believe that someone like Owl would be able to deceive him. If you follow this path, you can come to the surface about 150 meters from the dark proximity, the head said. For our hero, this was quite logical, because such an organization has always been cautious. But after a while, the exit was closed with a large steel cage, and no one liked it, of course. When Sovan asked what this meant, the head replied that he did not believe him from the first word, and that the situation was urgent. He added that he was not sure if Sovan was a real student of the Southern Sky Swordsman. The Southern Sky Swordsman spotted Lakin with a strong arm taming tigers in front of him, but the boy did not recognize him. South Sky recognized him by his dark silver armor, an alloy that perfectly blocks the blows of stabbing weapons. But according to the information our hero had, Lakin was supposed to be from the Orthodox faction. Thinking back, South Sky remembered that his previous owner and Lakin had known each other 20 years ago. After his entire family was killed, Lakin disappeared, and his previous owner was very upset by these events. Perhaps because of these circumstances, he turned to an unorthodox path. This was confirmed by the fact that South Sky did not recognize him at first, because Lakin hid his face under a mask and changed his voice. The old man noted that the South Sky Swordsman had disappeared without a trace, and during his time here, the 6th person had claimed to have seen him personally. This alarmed the old man, because each of these fools was looking for his techniques and heritage. The old man thought that the boy had come for the same purpose. However, the head immediately noticed that this guy looked different. The guy asked why he was wearing an old dark silver wristband, which lit a spark in his eyes. The old man broke into the fight, his expectations of the boy growing. If he is truly a student, he should know the Shining Star Time technique. To test the guy, the head started attacking him with his incredible energy. Sovan did not lose his cool and repelled the attack with his Southern Heaven sword, making it clear that he was not so simple, and directed this attack towards the old man. Taking the energy punch with his iron hands, the old man easily deflected it with his silver arms. But he was not going to back down. His silver hand flew straight into our hero's face. The old man tried to grab the boy with his claws, but he was elusive. The old man noticed that the boy's movements were soft, as if he were gliding through the clouds using the steps of a shining star. His movements were like a tiger rushing at its prey, and the space was filled with their energy. He couldn't delay even for a second. He had to repel the old man's attacks. He took out his Southern Heaven sword and filled it with his own chi energy. To counter the old man, he activated the Shining Star technique. This was the first formation that hit the old man like a tiger punch. After taking the blow, the head realized that the guy was not so simple. There really was something special about him. He noticed the boy's silhouette of a Southern Sky Swordsman, because the last time he fought against this technique, this feeling reminded him of what he had felt decades ago. This energy that was coming from the swordsman now comes from this young man whom he calls his disciple. The impressive technique wounded the old man, and blood flowed from his shoulder. He looked at what had happened in amazement. The old man was amazed that although the technique was the same as that of a swordsman, the trajectory of the sword was completely different. Holding his bloody wound, the old man realized that the boy had changed his technique, and it did not meet his expectations. But why should he give in when the guy confirms his identity? There was no point in delaying. All the evidence was in front of the old man. He officially welcomes the boy as a strong hand that tames tigers. Lakan. He apologizes to the boy for his rudeness. At the same time, the guy also apologizes for his rudeness. Their silence was broken by the corpse of the warrior Lakan, who hit the wall with great force and fell at their feet. From the smoke that had not yet settled, Owl's friends emerged, younger and quite skilled warriors. Lakan greeted them and was amazed that they were also students. After expressing his respect, Mayun introduced himself to Lakan. Lakan had been worried about the Southern Sky Swordsman for so long that he was afraid he would never see him again. But now he is glad that the swordsman's skills have not disappeared without a trace, but have been passed on to such wonderful receivers. If it weren't for Yukon, Lakan would like to talk longer, but unfortunately he doesn't have any more time, and the children have to hurry. If their organization learns anything about the servant, Lakan will personally make sure that the information is passed on to Owl wherever he is. After all, he had 2 requests. The second request concerned a medallion. Sovan asked what it was, and whether Lakan had seen it before. Looking at the medallion with the image of a flying crane against the moon, Lakan realized that it was something significant. The old man realized that the boy did not know the meaning of this symbol, but if his assumptions were correct, it could be connected to the dark sect of the flying moon. They once stood on a par with the 4th sect, which pacified unorthodox factions, but now almost nothing is known about them. The boys were interested in what this might mean. But as for the crane, Lakan stopped them with his iron hand, saying that he was not sure whether they should dive into these matters. Those days are long gone, and everything takes time. Lakan advised that it takes time to understand all this, and you shouldn't rush. This request was of a higher rank and required an additional fee. Taking the hint, Sovan decides that he will pay whatever is required. Although he was hoping that mentioning the swordsman's name would make Lakan kinder, there's no point in lingering. As soon as he has the information, Lakan will pass it on to the boy. Now they can go. They wound their way through long caves, and it seemed that there was no way out. But soon they came across a light. They got out of some well and were amazed that they came out unharmed. Now they need to go to Shaiman Province and meet the twins. But Owl had a feeling that someone was watching them. His colleagues also felt the presence of people ahead. They climbed out of a well in some ruins and saw about 20 people blocking the way through the forest. These people had no swords, and our hero could not sense their approach. They were too skilled in concealment. The question arose whether they would be able to defeat all the opponents, but this had to be put on the back burner, because there was no point in wasting time on unnecessary fights. Soon, one man came out of hiding, loudly expressing his thoughts. Since the Hao sect decided to secretly bring these people out, they are definitely their disciples, he said. Our hero did not know what to do, because he was a very dangerous man with red chi energy. He was wearing an eye patch, and his eyes were coldly glowing with blood. He was only interested in one thing. Where was Ho Zhongdai? Seeing this man, Sowen decided that he needed to talk to him first. Perhaps he has a grudge against the Southern Sky Swordsman, and he should try to soften it. The guy introduced himself, and after greeting me, apologized for the misunderstanding between them. But before he could finish, the man started attacking him, and Sowen had to defend himself. The amount of chi energy this rascal attacked with was incredible. A little more, and he would have torn his arm off. The man was holding a whip, which he used to attack. He didn't need someone as young as Sowen. If he was really the swordsman's student, they were not on the same path, because their energy was different. Our hero's friends wanted to help him repel the attack, but the guy ordered them to stay behind. Looking around, we could see that hundreds of soldiers were no longer hiding and were ready to fight. It was clear that the outcome depended on how quickly they dealt with the enemies. Sowen ordered his friends to take on the warriors. He decided to take on the strongest opponent. The man began to laugh at them, believing that even if the 3 of them attacked, they would have a hard time blocking him. But Sowen decided to do it alone. In his eyes, Sowen looked like a madman. Our hero needs to prove his superiority not in words, as his opponent does, but in deeds. After filling the South Sky Sword with energy, he prepares to attack. He attacks this scoundrel with his equipment and breaks the rack on which he was standing. The rascal jumped off the counter and declared that these techniques did not work on him. Even if his master were here, he would still be defeated by his power. He was sure that even a master swordsman could not defeat him. The young master could feel every cell in his body being filled with energy. His power was so powerful that there was no doubt of victory. Mayan took up his sword, realizing that there was no time to lose. The vice commander was right. It would be foolish to focus on just one enemy. Even if they can defeat him, they will not have the strength to take on the others. It is better to distribute your forces to these enemies, and then help the vice commander. The soldiers considered Mayun a fool, because he rushed to attack without knowing who they were. They decided to quickly deal with him with their whips, not expecting any serious resistance from the boy. But the moment Mayun drew his sword and showed his superiority, he cut the scoundrel. He did not even realize what had happened, and in an instant he lost his life, going straight to hell. The warriors, who had just been confident in their abilities, were worried because the first disciple of the Pan clan died in a second. They saw the way their colleague looked at the situation during their sparring sessions. He certainly knew techniques aimed at killing his enemies, but for them to be so effective was impressive. From the perspective of the other soldiers, even a punch in the eye was a joke compared to this. But Mayun stopped, wondering why he froze. The vice commander was in danger, and they had to deal with these fools and rush to the rescue. As he watched her scatter everyone, he realized that she would one day take him to the grave. But he rushed to her aid. Meanwhile, let's move on to the battle, where Sovan fights an incredibly strong man. There was a huge difference in the amount of chi between them, but now that he had seen the enemy's technique, he could at least resist. South Heaven, observing his master, advised him to hurry up, as his body would not be able to withstand the use of this technique for long. Given the enemy's powerful attacks, you need to act quickly while you still have chi energy. The steel strike of the whip flew straight to our hero's head. At the moment when the blow reached the place where Sovan was standing, a huge explosion occurred. Sovan stopped the blow with his sword, showing that he too was worth something. The commander with the eye patch looked at him, and realized that Sovan was no longer such an easy opponent. At the moment when the whip wrapped around his sword, our hero used the shining sword technique, the second formation, reflecting the clam. But his hand was firmly blocked by the whip, and he did not notice how he was completely entangled in the whip. The first thing I had to do to continue the fight was to free my hand. He flew up, untangling the whip. His opponent shouted that the joke was over and he was going to destroy him. Sovan realized that he had backed himself into a corner. But he knew that the scoundrel could die from his left hand and the short sword he used to destroy the enemy. However, his power was useless against this enemy. The villain mocked him, saying that he was just a child and would never learn anything worthwhile. But our hero's sword broke free from his left hand. At the moment the sword fell, it was enveloped in chi energy, and the boy could control it from afar. As soon as the enemy lost his vigilance, the sword hit the ground, hitting him. Seeing that his opponent was quite strong, the master asked who he was, because it is very rare to see a left-handed sword technique. But why explain anything when you have to fight to the end? Using the shining star technique, the guy decided to kill the villain, pointing the rotating sword of the Chug towards his opponent. This blow was delivered with incredible force, but an incredibly fast whip struck our hero. He received a brutal blow to his back, which caused blood to flow from his mouth. This man was stronger than anyone Sovan had ever met before. He playfully interrupted his technique with a whip. Although Sovan was not seriously wounded due to the metal transformation, all his efforts did not cause any damage to the enemy. The commander with the bandage, looking at our hero, realized that he was on the verge. Although Sovan showed the techniques of the Southern Sky Swordsman, is he really his student? The commander said that his technique was more like a metal transformation. But how did he know the techniques of two martial artists who had not been seen for many years? Sovan did not have to answer his question, but he would think about it if the commander fell to his knees. But the commander did not care. He could get answers if he wanted by ripping out his lungs. In passing, the commander looked at his army and saw that all his soldiers were lying bloody dead. He gritted his teeth, realizing that all his students had been defeated by this scoundrel. How could he allow this to happen? What was he trying to achieve all this time? Just think. Some boy forced an incredibly strong man to use his secret technique. A huge amount of chi filled the entire space. Our hero sees an incredible amount of chi flying in the sky. The flame of the whip spins a tremendous amount of energy, which develops at an incredible pace. This man becomes so strong that you can't even see him. As soon as he touches Owl, he tears him to pieces. It is so dangerous for our hero that he will die if something goes wrong. He holds the bloody sword in his hand tightly. At the moment when the attack comes at him with incredible force, which threatens to kill him, the guy decides to use everything he has to repel the blow. Filling himself with chi energy, he begins to see in this chaos. His hand holding the sword feels something incredible, and this energy has a completely different nature. The Southern Sky Swordsman made contact with the boy using the third star ability, which would last for a moment. At that moment, Owl's pupil narrowed, and he felt this energy bring back memories. He seized the moment when the Southern Sky Swordsman fought this warrior. Pushing off the ground, he was able to hit the scoundrel right in the eye. It was a vision of a swordsman who had died long ago, but this vision of his technique could help Owl at this moment. Our hero realizes that this vision was extremely strong and that he needs to focus on it. The man shouted that he would kill the boy right there, even if he was an apprentice of the Southern Heavens Swordsman. But all the Southern Sky Swordsman wanted to say was that you need to stay focused and hold on to the end. So one can analyze every move in his head at every moment. He has to keep looking for a way to deal with the attacks until Yukyun gets close, with a database of movements and analysis of previous events. The guy is doing something that will allow his opponent to shut his mouth forever and fear him like a terrible wolf. The man looked at him with a hint of disbelief, but it was really happening. Even in the chaos of the raging stream, this guy was going to destroy his secret technique. Just like the scoundrel he fought, the damned swordsman. But he didn't care, because over the years he had patched up all the holes in his technique, and it wouldn't affect him. The man continued to wave his whip, but the chi energy enveloped him. She tied his hands so tightly that he could not move. Our hero used his left arm, and with the help of chi energy, was able to wrap it like a thread. At this point, he ran to strike. At that moment, something incredible opened up between them. Sovan realized that he needed to close the distance. The steps of the Shining Star are good for evasion, but not for close combat with the enemy. The accent movement technique is good for use on difficult terrain, but not for speed. To get closer to this scoundrel, our hero needs to use a technique he saw several years ago. Then Heian gave him this technique with one condition. He must use it only when he is ready to die. Recalling this technique, he realizes that he has never used it over the years. Thanks to the young hostess, he is confident that he will use this technique to kill the villain. And in an instant, his sword, like an arrow, hits the enemy's weakest point. Although our hero wanted to pierce his head, the sword did not go deep enough, and the enemy grabbed him. He could not forgive Sovan for such mockery. He whipped him and shouted, "You bastard!" Tying him up, his eyes glowed with hatred. He could not accept such a defeat. "If you don't die here and now, it will be with the disciple of the Southern Sky," he said as he prepared for the final blow. With a wave of his hand, he was aiming directly at our hero's head, and it seemed that nothing would help. But his friend Mayun, like lightning, would rush into the battle and neutralize the enemy with her sword. The enemy falls down, neutralized by this blow, and Mayun stands behind him, hinting that she was able to do it. Sovan, looking at her, feels relieved on her part. She would have been late, but she showed up just in time. When the enemy was defeated, and his army was lying on the ground, also defeated, it was necessary to bring our hero to his senses. He was good at it, and there was nothing to hide. His friend adjusted his shoulder, as expected of an heir who knew the dragon palm technique. Looking once again at the fallen Yonghang of the Pan clan, the boy realized that this news would spread around the world instantly. Sovan only survived against him by luck, but his friend pointed out that such an opponent is not defeated by luck alone. Our hero realized that this was true. The enormous amount of energy of the enemy was completely out of his reach. He was greatly helped by the third star ability, but looking at his hand, he thought for a few minutes. Mayun wondered why he was looking at her like that. "Maybe it hurts? Do you need help?" she asked. But somehow everything was fine. And if it wasn't for his friend, he would have been dead. She had saved his life, and he was immensely grateful to her. She came at the right time. These words made the girl happy. She said that she would kill 100 more of these enemies, if only her brother would order her to. His assistant coughed, because he had also participated in the battle and, of course, wanted recognition from the master. All of them were severely exhausted from this battle. As expected, there were no less than 20 masters against them, and they were all now lying on the ground, completely immobilized and forever gone. The guy realized that he had some incredible associates. Analyzing the situation, he saw that they had stayed here too long, and there was little time left. They had to take care of the corpses and restore the chi energy a bit. But as soon as the guy decided to get up, he felt the side effect of the metal transformation, which began to make itself felt. The girl picked him up as he was falling. She looked at him and saw that he had fallen to the ground. She wanted to help, but she couldn't. So she told the commander to rest, and they would take care of the bodies themselves. Sovan realized that they could handle it themselves, and he was an elder to the girl, so they didn't need to ask for help. In their relationship, it was a matter of course that they support each other. The assistant from the poor clan also said that his leg hurt and he needed to rest. But the girl ignored him, saying that if he didn't work, she would bury him with the corpses, and then he could rest forever. Looking at them, Sovan didn't quite understand what kind of relationship they had within the team, but they amused him. After sitting in the lotus position, I had to quickly put the circulation of chi energy in order and leave. But he felt something unusual, as if his core had strengthened. Given that every fight he participated in and came close to death gave him the opportunity to improve his core and store up chi energy, he realized that this was an amazing ability. Sitting still, he began to feel light vibrations. At the moment when their team was covering up the traces and burying unnecessary bodies, Sovan realized that he could feel the swords and there might be more people around. Soon after, Mayun ran to the vice commander to warn him of the impending attack. At that moment, Sovan didn't even realize the danger he was in. Mayun skillfully deflected the whip that was flying toward Owl. She was only interested in how the commander was feeling, but she was grateful that he was alive. The boy from the poor clan did not realize where they were. They didn't give them a break at all on this hike. It looks like there were two separate groups, and these were obviously watching the other area. Looking at them, he realized that they had no choice. No one said that enemies would appear when they were in good shape. The guy who came with his army could not understand how they could harm their master. He promised that he and his army would take revenge for the master and tear these scoundrels to pieces. But something incredibly large jumped from the sky to the ground, and the ground beneath it cracked, saying, "Not so fast." This giant, smiling, said, "You have done so many things, especially problems. How did you manage to kill the rascal of the Pan clan?" Looking at this giant, our hero realized that he had heard this laugh somewhere before. One of the squad started shouting, "You rascal! Get out of our way!" The boy called the giant a pig and threw his whip at him, trying to neutralize him. But the giant quickly grabbed the whip with his huge hand and smiled, realizing that they were not his level. He pulled the whip so that the weapon flew out of the enemy's hands. The amazed enemy looked at the scoundrel and did not understand where he got his strength from. This huge, pumped-up man began to take off his mask, shouting, "How dare you!" "To bite on my student's life," said A.K. Jong. It was just an incredible thing to say on his part. He swung at the enemy and destroyed him with his fist. The force was so great that the enemy was smeared on the ground. The team, watching their commander being killed, did not know what to do. The eccentric A.K. Jong, the fourth elder of the blood cult, arrived, and he was unrivaled. He was in great shape and was eager for the toughest possible battle, as life at home was difficult, and he was in the mood to smash some goals. We move on to the blood cult's hideout in the northeast of the province. There were many famous people in this tavern, and the twins, along with their assistants, were going to the meeting place. One of the twin brothers, Beck, walked along and rejoiced in the thought that Sovan was not even close to this place yet. They were given 2 weeks to become representatives of their family, and in just 4 days. Beck was sure that this time the teacher would definitely praise him, and then his importance in the cult would increase. And the girl Mayun would beg to become a disciple of this Beck, and these thoughts pleased his soul. The guards greeted them and asked them to confirm their identity. To confirm their identity, they showed their signs and were let through without question. Beck assumed that Vice Commander Sovan Hui was not here yet, as they had come quite early. When one of the men asked if the commander was there, he unprecedentedly replied that he was. With his arrival, a great deal of noise was made. As Commander Sovan Hui and his subordinates, they did not come empty-handed, but with the head of the Pan clan, Yongheng, which was just incredible news. When Beck heard this incredible news, he almost fainted. The rumors spread quickly, and soon rumors spread through the city in Gujoy Weskenzo province, that they had both successfully become representatives of their clan. The witch and the master reacted with joy, because they had done a great job. However, when rumors about Commander Sowan Hui surfaced, the Yiyan clan requested an investigation into the events in the dark proximity. This threatened their entire plan, because if they accepted the request, there could be problems. They had to do something, but their spies found out that the request was from Konyan. On the way to the shelter, the vice commander encountered Yongheng of the Pan clan. The masters realized that he was just an incredible warrior who had no equal. However, why did he confront these guys if there was no conflict with him? Heian wondered. Perhaps to participate in Murim's tournament, Soon Hui now presents himself as an apprentice to the Southern Sky swordsman. Everyone knows that Yunhen lost his eye in this fight, attacking someone whom even a high-level master could not defeat. Did Sovan really manage to beat this master? It was just incredible and hard to believe. But this master's head was indeed on the table, and Sovan defeated him despite the incredible strength of his opponent. But how did this happen? The old man assumed that the fourth elder had interfered. However, the truth was that when they arrived, Junghan and his students had already been defeated. It turns out that Sovan killed him. From what I heard, the vice commander outsmarted Yongheng when he weakened his defense. The guy risked his life and miraculously managed to win the battle. It was just incredible news. The witch realized that he was really a fool for putting his life on the line. The masters assumed that Sovan was wounded and his team was dead. But fortunately, a servant reported that everyone had escaped with minor injuries. If the fourth elder had not arrived, the situation could have been much worse. The fourth elder wanted to tell the advisors that he would spend the remaining days before the tournament recuperating. This is a wise decision, because it would be bad if the elder did not arrive at the tournament in the best shape. Given the situation, advisors will still have to recognize that Sovan is a very skilled and capable guy. Heian said that if the servant was done with the calculations, he could pick up the head and take it back. The counselors agreed that this was indeed an impressive achievement, and allowed the servant to take Yongheng's head away. But the fourth elder had one more mandatory message for her. The council would have been better off recognizing the removal of the head of the Pan clan as a personal achievement by Sovan Hui, and promoting him from commander to senior commander. This was the message of the fourth elder. Upon hearing this message, the council was amazed, as it was unusual for Master A.K. Zhong. We move on to Ansan Province, Wuhu County, to the town of Tai. There was complete chaos there. Some ninja had slaughtered all the soldiers who were lying on the stairs at the entrance to the temple. The red-haired girl looked at the moon, which was unusually bright tonight. She smiled, telling her opponents that today was a great day to die, and asked if they agreed with her. However, she realized that this man, being tied up, could not talk to her, but she did not want to deprive him of this opportunity. She took him by the head and asked him again, "You're obviously strong enough to conquer even me. I want you to accomplish a feat for me," she said. The last time he saw her, she asked him to do it for her. Using her demonic energy, she punctured his left side. "You should have agreed earlier. Then you wouldn't have suffered so much," she said. When she left, she gave him 3 more days to fulfill her order. Soon, her warrior approached her, and the red-haired woman asked if the mission was completed. He replied that all 5 had been successfully destroyed. Looking ahead, the red-haired craftswoman wondered how many Ren had brought, but the warrior was sure it was much less than she had. Even if she could take control of a few strong men, they would never defeat her warriors, her aide assured her. He convinced her not to worry, promising that he would personally take responsibility for ensuring that the sword went to her. After 35 days of training, Sovan felt much better, and his recovery was almost complete. He returned to the city where he had lived before his rebirth. For 8 long years of espionage, accompanied by daily fear of being discovered. This was the holy of holies of the Murim Orthodox factions. He arrived in Hebei Province, Wuhan. Sodom, hearing the boy's thoughts, asked what makes this province so special. This place is guarded by 2 of the 8 great masters of the Central Plain. Because of this, there is no trace of unorthodox factions here. The head of the Emperor's Sword Strike sect, and the head of the Murima Alliance, the Eternal Supreme Sword, he explained. Sodom was impressed that these Murima factions and alliances only intimidate people. This is the only reason why this city is peaceful, but there are rumors that the peace will not last long. In 6 months, the composition of the 8 masters will change and it will fall. The leader of the Udan sect will die. He will fall in his own land on Mount Udan at the hands of the brutal murderer Jolsim, one of the 4 of the calling. The breakdown of the alliance between the Unbound faction and the Murim alliance, along with the death of the Sword Emperor Taizan, will plunge the tranquil Murim into chaos. Sovan kept walking because he had a very important mission in this place. Arriving at the inn, they came here to meet with a spy who had infiltrated the Murim alliance, but the city itself was crowded with people. In such hot weather, everyone was interested in the city as the time was approaching the tournament. Once inside, they realized that they would have to stand around until a table and seat became available. The master was wearing a mask the whole time, and of course he managed to take a seat, accusing Owl of not having a seat because he dragged his feet too long. She and the twins will sit here, and Sovan can find a free seat. Walking along with his boys, one of the poor men kept complaining that he would have to stand in this heat. Our hero had a solution. If he turned to his inner energy, he would feel better. But does he still have energy left? Who would even do this just to cool off? Mayun used her energy in this way, and thought that the guy called her an idiot. She quickly knocked out a guy from the poor man's sect with a kick. As he approached our hero, one of the men noticed that there were no free tables and offered to sit down with him. Sovan gladly thanked the nice man, but when he sat down at the table, he recognized a person he knew well. His swordsman began to worry, asking who the man was. But standing behind him, the boy realized who he was. He was the Burning King of the Supreme Blade, one of the 8 great masters. The Burning King of the Supreme Blade. His chi energy was just incredibly strong, and by chance they met. The Burning King of the highest blade, Jin Kyung, did not belong to any orthodox sect or unorthodox faction. He was well known throughout the world as a man of principles and authority. Jin Kyung was someone who did not tolerate any injustice. But why is he sitting here? According to the information our hero knows, Jin Kyung has never been interested in holidays. So what does he do on the eve of the tournament? By the look in the owl's eyes, Jong Kyung realized that it recognized him. Rising from his desk, Jin Kyung looked at the boy sternly, wanting to understand how he knew him. His team even got a little worried and asked him who the guy was. When they asked, our hero replied that they had not met in person. But once he managed to see Jin Kyung from afar. But if they hadn't met, why doesn't Jin Kyung remember him? When he heard this question again, he didn't know how to answer it, and perhaps Jin Kyung already suspected him of lying. It cannot be ruled out that a master of such a level as Jin Kyung can read the chi energy of all the people around him as if they were in the palm of his hand. Finding himself in a difficult situation, the young master wonders why he has to deal with it now and make sure that the master does not interfere, as if he can call on force, and of course, this will not end well. Remembering his life, the Burning King of the highest blade at one point competed with Hakchan and cut off his arm. It was so painful that he can't help but worry knowing it could happen again. In addition, if they got involved in the conflict, there was a risk of complete failure of the mission. They could be killed, discovered, and it would be an extremely dangerous situation. He strained his brain and started thinking. Finally, he said, "You can't recognize me because I saw you on Lake Daunting, and you remembered me in that crowd of people. It's impossible that you could not remember me. The King of the Burning Blade does not remember Lake Daunting. But if you recall, the young owner said that about 5 years ago Jin Kyung was with his family at the lake, where he taught a lesson to the unorthodox freaks who tried to kill his family. He was also there with his father and witnessed their battle. The King of the Blade only asked him his name, because if he was there, the boy was already hoping to be deceived by introducing himself as the head of the Shi family of Yan, and the boy's name was Seo Ik Hong. The old man, hearing his name, remembered that if his name was that, he would be from a famous clan. In Jin's mind, it seems that he was mistaken when he thought the boy was a disciple of the man at the far table. Looking around, Sowoon realizes that, as expected, he has quite a keen sense of smell, and he even noticed that Hikajong had noticed him among the other guests. No jokes are good with this man. The guy started lying again, saying that he was his father's friend. He said that he was nicknamed the Golden Boar, and that such a man really existed. But he met his death, and now AK Jong is using his identity. The old man across the street took him at his word, realizing that the village of Yin was quite far away, and if they had traveled all that way, they would most likely take part in the tournament. Smiling, our hero confirmed this. Then, perhaps, the old man said that he would have to fight against his grandson. It was insider information that Jin Kyung's grandson would participate in the tournament, and now he has just arrived. As he came, he smiled, knowing that he had fulfilled his grandfather's request by paying for the meal. He was the grandson of the Burning King of the highest blade, Jin Yong. It was quite difficult for him to find the restaurant owner among such a crowd of people. Owl realizes that the Burning King gained his name and fame through his sword skills, and he sees that his grandson undoubtedly has those skills as well. It will not be easy with such an opponent. Judging by the aura emanating from him, he was at the peak of great skill. If our hero was going to defeat him, he would have to use the enemy's core energy. But he expected nothing less from someone who inherited the blood of one of the 8 strongest masters. Sitting down at the table, the grandson asks the old man who these guys are next to him. The boy greeted him, introducing himself as the 3rd son of the family named Unfi. In response, Jongyong also introduced himself and expressed his respect. Looking at our hero's colleague, Jongyun decided to ask her name, noticing her presence. The girl didn't like the guy and didn't want to talk to him, but she had to introduce herself. As she came closer, she said her name was Moyun. Our beauty replied in the same manner and turned away, addressing another person. After exchanging a few words, Jongyun decided that her manners were simply awful. But how could he look down on her brother, he thought to himself. It was incredibly tactless. They didn't even look at each other, and now they turned their backs. The guy wished she had at least a little bit of an understanding of the atmosphere. But soon, a cruel blow hits John's grandson out of the blue. No one understands what just happened and why he was hit out of nowhere. Our hero watches and does not understand whether he has imagined what has just happened. But the master sits there, realizing and saying that it seems he brought up his grandson too softly, and it's his fault. Since he is his only grandson, he apologized for him, hoping that he had not offended anyone. But how great is the inner energy of this master? He was able to send a person flying by just splashing a little alcohol on him. Even a few drops in his hands can create an explosive wave. The master's stern gaze fell on his grandson. He ordered him to apologize to Akshan for his rudeness, and Akshan quickly apologized to him. Looking at him, he doesn't know what to do with him now. Although he apologized, it was insincere. He was forced to do so by his grandfather because of his rudeness. But our hero decided that this was a great opportunity, and he would play with it for a while. Having said that, he understands everything. He is simply not smart enough to deserve his attention. He is not offended by him, just concerned that in the eyes of others, he does not represent his family's honor well enough. He reproaches John for disgracing his grandfather. Hearing these words, the grandfather decides to teach his grandson a good lesson before he enters the tournament. Our hero was very interested in how to use his intolerant character. At this moment, when Master John's grandson is about to leave, Owl wishes him good luck and to take care of himself if he is going to leave. In turn, this boy also wanted to achieve good results and quickly ran to his grandfather, because he was already angry. Soon the master's vibration reached the boy, and when he asked who it was, he replied that the Burning King had left. He calls it nothing special, apologizing that it happened unexpectedly. But you shouldn't take it to heart. He understands everything and what I was thinking, fearing that a fight could break out between them. They must not forget why they came here. Soon a spy enters the tavern, surrounded by his friends. His name is Do, and he is a first-class spy for the cult, which has been embedded for 9 years. This spy has been here for a long time, and he is aware of all the activities around him. A conversation with him can reveal a lot of interesting things. He approached our hero and asked him to sit down, as the table was already free. How could he not know him? In his past life, the best advice he had ever received was from him. Then he said that his training as a spy was complete, and decided to pass on one more lesson. No matter how good or bad the spy is, the last moments are the same for everyone. He shouldn't expect anything incredible. He still can't forget those words, because they were so accurate and right. At the table, the spy said the final phrase. Now, through me, you will learn the details of the mission. But one of the men is jeopardizing the mission by getting nervous and looking around. If Beck doesn't stop doing this, he'll attract attention and they'll be exposed. Our hero realizes that if someone in the audience were looking for a spy, they would be immediately exposed because of him. At night in the mountains, John trains his grandson, the moon illuminating their path. Grandpa shouts loudly, "Who let you fall off your feet?" He orders him to quickly get up and fight, although the guy is trembling. But he falls off his feet and can't get up off the ground, which irritates John a lot. An old man appears and asks him not to judge the boy too harshly, because he is sure that the boy did not mean it. He wondered why the boy, who was much stronger than the third son of the family, was standing behind him. In this case, he deserves even more punishment. The old man claims that he had no doubt about recognizing his opponent's true strength. Was he the only one of the three who realized that the young man, the third son of the family, possessed a power much greater than it seemed at first glance? John, crossing his arms, declares that if he and his grandson hide their swords, he will not even claim which of them will win. We return to the outskirts of the district, where the person responsible for the details of the plan has chosen a place to meet. All the rooms in a nondescript hotel were booked for them in advance. A message containing information about the Muram alliance was hidden under the bed. In other words, several masters could recognize Mr. Axon just by his aura. And don't forget that this area is controlled by 2 of the 8 great masters. If Master Axon were to be near them, his disguise would not fool them. Because of this, for the entire tournament, until the last day, the master will stay away from the crowd on the outskirts of the city, because the situation is complicated and everyone knows their role. Sovin and his brothers are the only ones whose hands are not tied now, and they will collect all the information that the spy will give them. The groups will be divided into 2 teams. The first will be our hero's team, and the second will be Sojabek's team. If something happens and both reach the finals at the same time, then Sojabek will give the victory to our hero. Another preparation for the tournament, a specially made scabbard in which to hide another sword. 10 days before the tournament begins, Owl needs to do something. On the outskirts of the city, known as the heart of the Marima Alliance, every craftsman will feel at home, as various blacksmiths and craftsmen are gathered here. Sowon came here with the confidence that everyone who has ever seen the Southern Sky Iron Sword tournament knows it. Even those who personally knew the Southern Sky swordsman would recognize his technique if they saw his sword. He does not yet bear the signs of a follower living in a damp cave. This guy is cleaning a sword. But only an experienced blacksmith can restore the unique shine of cold steel. When he came to these streets in this village, he saw about 40 blacksmiths, but they had a lot of customers. Our hero needs to find a less popular place, because his order will be long in coming. If you choose a blacksmith of inferior quality, he won't be able to handle cold steel. He needs to find a specific place and ask, but he's not sure if it still exists. In one of these unremarkable places, there must be a blacksmith with great talent who became famous when he repaired a sword for Baconmook himself. The only thing left to do is to find a blacksmith in these slums who hasn't yet discovered himself. The city was quite abandoned, and the sounds of metalworking were not heard because it had not yet become famous. The owner of the Southern Sky Sword said that the higher the level of skill, the more recognizable you will be to others. There are many restaurants that don't look very good, but their food gives you a lot of delicious sensations. For the previous owner, this always led him to look for good restaurants. But Saddam thought this opinion was wrong, and so did his fellow blacksmith. If she sees this and they find him, there will be no doubt. When they entered one of the warehouses, they saw a pile of junk and this unrecognized, drunken blacksmith. Saddam thought he was a drunk and nothing would come of it, but there were no sword fragments around him. After a while, he began to hear the voices of the swords begging for their lives. It seemed that these swords had been through a lot of suffering, and Sovin had heard this before. Then, from one of the swords, he heard him speak of death and say that he did not want to continue living. There were not 1 or 2 such swords in this place. What had shocked them so much that their cries for help were so incredible. Shortly after the boy passed the sleeping blacksmith, he opened the door. He saw a bunch of objects that called themselves swords scattered in all directions. They were in a huge vessel, and this picture haunted our hero. But what were these swords that looked like copies of Baek Hyun-mook's sword? Why would someone forge so many swords for the head of the Murim Alliance? Do they break every day? But to find out the truth, you will have to take one of them in your hand and plunge into the memories of this sword. At the moment when the warrior blindfolds himself, the old man raises his sword up, and no one could forget this man's face. It was the face of the head of the Murim Alliance, the eternal high sword. The sight of the guy sent a shiver through my body. His swing and sword technique seemed to be from another dimension. The boy had watched the skills of the Southern Sky swordsman many times, a man who improved his skills every day. But even she was far from him. Baek Hyun-mook's level was simply incredible. His swordsmanship was of a completely different level. Holding the sword in his hands and testing it, the head said that the sword was of excellent quality. But when the blacksmith asked whether he was suitable for him now, the head of Murim replied that he was not yet. Holding the sword in his hands, he put 2 fingers to it. The incredible power of fire began to corrode this sword. The sword was burning right in his hands, and the blade was saturated with incredible hot energy. The sword screamed in the hot fire, falling apart. The ruler simply destroyed them, sparing no one. But why didn't he like it? He forced this blacksmith to remake the swords over and over again, causing them pain. And our hero realized why he did it. Baek Hyun-mook's aura was filled with bloodlust, although it was not clear what had happened. The influence of his kui caused the swords to malfunction. They were crippled right after they were created, and it was not a pain that could be lived with. Taking this stumpy sword, he began to stroke it and asked not to blame himself. It was not his fault. This stump, a sword handle, thanked him for his understanding. Saddam could not understand what was happening, but suddenly the sword turned to dust. Soon Sovin felt that a blacksmith was standing behind him. The guy turned sharply to the blacksmith, aggressively reacting to his appearance, and said in defense, "I did not want to break your sword, but taking the dust of this sword, the blacksmith said he would pay him. He asked me to do the same with all these swords," pointing to a large, bulky trash container full of swords. The blacksmith poured his heart and soul into these swords, but now they are unusable. He wants the boy to give death to his creations, because he simply cannot do it himself. Now it is clear why this makeshift incense burner is used to purify the souls of the broken swords he created with love. Looking at the blacksmith, Sovin noticed that he looked like a swordsman, and perhaps it was time to work on his sword as payment. Pulling out his sword, he showed it to the blacksmith, who appreciated the cold steel. It was a fine piece of work, though a bit complicated, and the blacksmith said it would take 5 days because the scabbard was not too big for this sword. Such a beautiful sword, and in this condition it looks as if it had been lying in a damp place for decades. But there were reasons for that. Leaving the sword to the blacksmith, the boy went about his business, glad that everything went well. although he did not expect the blacksmith to notice the trick with the scabbard. But he had a great opportunity to see the martial art of Baekhyun Mek. He had been dreaming about this for a long time and could not even hope for it. You can't miss the chance to learn one of the 4 greatest sword techniques in Marima. Who knows about it? Most likely, there will be no other opportunity. So, with a lot of swords and time, you'll need to take a good look at this technique. But what worries our hero the most is what turned the sword red at the moment when the head of Murim put all his energy into it. It is very unexpected to see such a strong light and bloodlust from the great and majestic sword of the head of the Orthodox faction. One might think that he is not one of the Orthodox. Walking down the street, Sovan asks himself the question, what is wrong with this old man? Why did he need to order a copy of his sword from a blacksmith? Suddenly, someone comes up to him in the crowd and reaches out to grab him. The boy dodges this grip, but the man's other hand is rapidly approaching him. Someone unknown grabbed his hand and held it. This energy is stronger than he thought. An unknown person attacks him in a crowd of people and corners him like a mouse. Finding himself in the corner of one of the slums, taking off his hat, the boy looks at the man who stopped him in shock. He cannot forget that voice. The girl says that she heard him drown in the throat of the river. How did he survive? It was Baek Hee Hyang, and she was interested in how the boy managed to survive and why he did it. The guy didn't like her rudeness. If she wasn't going to kill him, why was she holding his hand? He asked her to let go. The red-haired witch noticed that the boy was much more confident than during their previous meeting. She guessed that he had become stronger. But it was no secret that this woman does not want to reveal her appearance and true identity in this place. And this makes our hero feel more confident. This confidence is dictated by the situation. If they were in a quiet city, it would be completely different. But now, they are in the middle of the blacksmith street. What sense would it make for this woman to attack him? No matter how brave she is, it's unlikely that she would make a fuss here and try to kill him. After listening to Unkvi's words, the woman was interested in what an interesting guy he was, and said that someone like him had no place near that child. She gave him a chance to come to her side, promising to help him become much stronger. Or, if he stays with that girl, his future will be bleak. Looking at her, Unkvi realizes that she is trying to lure him to her side for a reason. If it weren't for that incident in the Valley of the Six Bloods, he would have definitely agreed to be on her side. It would have looked pretty good. But there is no guarantee that a person who once tried to kill you will not try to do so again. Besides, in Unvi's opinion, she was actually hunting for the fourth, not him. After considering her offer, he thanked her, but did not agree. The red energy strike was aimed directly at our hero's head, but he managed to dodge it. If he had been even a little bit late, his face would have been under her blow. She was delighted that he had dodged, and now she wanted him even more. She used to have a strange feeling about him that haunted her. The guy who had grown to become a first-ranked master easily figured out her attack and was able to dodge it. She took him by the face in delight, thinking that he had become stronger than she had imagined, having reached such a level in just 1 year. She had never seen people growing faster than her. It made her excited. The boy, in turn, thinks this thinking is wrong. But the woman continues to stroke his face and say that she is even ready to sacrifice her family for the sake of the strongest child in the history of the cult. These are incredible words for a guy to hear. The woman continues that she used to think he was a failure, and thought he would never make it as a warrior or a guard. But now she sees him as a great husband. She took him by the hand and told him that it was a good thing. He would become the second most respected man in the cult if he married her. Looking her straight in the eye, the guy realizes that no matter what she says, she has forgotten something. She is now in disguise, and doesn't really want to reveal her true intentions. So he has nothing to fear or worry about. Hearing these words, the woman throws his hand aside and hits the wall. Looking at this young man, she pretends not to have heard anything and gives him another chance. Why does he refuse her proposal? Maybe because he likes Baek Ren-ha better. But the guy doesn't mean it. However, the woman is sure that he will enjoy the night with her more than with that Baek Ren-ha. It's not every day that you get a chance to have a woman like her. So she asks the guy again to change his mind, and they can do it right here. She is sure that they can do it for the same reason as him. Eunhui is only interested in one thing: how she has time for him. But the girl has no hurry, because she will get the sword anyway, and he shouldn't worry about it. But what is this confidence on her part? She will only be able to say this when our hero reveals her confidence and her identity in this place. But the woman is sure he won't do it, and won't do it. He is not so stupid as to betray the internal conflict of the cult in front of all these orthodox bastards. At this point, the woman decided that she would definitely get him, even if she had to take his power away, because she likes him. After that, the guy fends off her blow with his fists, but she wants to neutralize him. But at that moment, he lets his guard down, and her energy punch flies right into his side. In order not to die, he uses his skill and flips backwards to dodge the blow. The woman reacts joyfully to his maneuver, which once again confirms her words. It was exactly like that. There was no point in the guy holding back any longer, otherwise she would really pull him away by force. He needs to show that he is worth something, and he hits her with his chi energy. Looking at the result of this blow, the woman stops him and looks at the sword, which she easily gripped with 2 fingers. She wonders why he uses such broken swords, but he is not going to answer her questions and kicks her. This blow caught her well and threw her aside, so she revealed her vulnerability. Although the woman let go of the blade at the last moment and blocked his stroke, Eunhui realizes that she is not an easy opponent. But he was able to push her a few steps away, and he needed that to resist her. Thanks to the fact that he threw her back a few steps, he is now out of her attack zone. She chases after him, confirming that she will soon stop playing with him. Her bloodlust, which our hero felt, was incredibly strong. But there are so many people here that she doesn't care. Why now, when he doesn't have his prized and best sword, the Southern Sky Sword? Will he be able to resist her with just his skills? All that remains is to believe, but suddenly the space is cut by the violet energy of Qi. Impressed, Eunhui looks at the speed of his colleague, who has impressed him with her appearance. How did she get here so quickly? It was Mayonnaise, holding her sword confidently, pointing it at the woman. She wondered who she was. With her blow, Moyon cut off several of the woman's hair. At the same time, she inflicted a huge wound on the woman's face, cutting her mask. Looking at this woman, Moyon feels her great thirst for blood and realizes that she has never met such strong enemies. When the woman told her to move away, Moyon replied that she should let her dream. If she could, she would try to move it. The woman, being in this position, feels the arrogance of this girl and wants to suppress her. They merge in a dance of battle, exchanging energy blows right in this corner, creating something incredible. But will Moyon be able to resist such power? To save his colleague, who does not understand what she is facing, the guy activates his chi energy. He suddenly uses a thread of energy to protect her from the huge explosion that this woman is bringing with her. This huge explosion attracted the attention of people standing nearby. They looked up and saw the soldiers flying in all directions. Our hero, along with his colleague, dodges her blow like a mother, clutching at a block nearby. He ran away from her because the fight was hopeless. The woman dusts herself off and stands at the site of her punch, which wreaked havoc and destroyed several buildings. Looking at the result of her attack, she realizes that she did not expect her opponent to be able to hide. She happily realizes that the guy turned out to be the one she needed. Even though she let him escape this time, he will most likely obey her. At this point, Sovan and Moyon hid a block away and managed to escape from this inadequate woman. Moyon turns to the vice commander, feeling warm in her heart. But what caught her attention? He held her by the waist, not even thinking that Moyon liked it. He thought about how he hadn't expected Baek Hee-hyang to show up in person. This was the worst-case scenario, and he needed to inform his master as soon as possible. Fortunately, the elder was at the hotel, and they quickly found him and reported what had happened. Before answering our hero, the elder thought deeply. If she reappeared without fear that her energy would be unleashed to the fullest, he would definitely feel it and come. His master, A.K. Jong, decided that the boy would not be able to escape it with his current level of skills. He couldn't agree more with this assessment. Even when he tapped into his innate energy, her aura and bloodlust were still intimidating to him. While taking a break on the playground, his friend reminds him to always walk with an escort. Although the elder said these words, the friend thinks he is being overly dramatic, because nothing has happened in 4 days. His friends were sitting on the benches, and the boy was walking around thinking. They were very hot in the sun, and one of them wondered what they would be fed today. When I asked Moyon what she thought about it, she was deep in thought. She couldn't get out of her head how our hero hugged her and touched her. She was mesmerized and thought only about it. All this time, the guy was liberating swords. This was the 75th sword he was using to gain experience. Using this sword, he realizes that he now has a huge database of information to try to apply the Baek Hyang Mook technique. Sodam, his faithful sword, congratulates him, because now one of the great techniques is completely his. But Eunhui realizes that it is not completely his yet. It's nothing more than an imitation, and he doesn't know how to use his inner energy for this technique. Not only did he test the sword, but he also meditated, running it through his mind. He thought he was one step closer to a higher level of enlightenment. He turned to Moyon, who was sitting on the swords that needed to be put to rest, asking her to step aside. It's time to try a trick. Calmly circulating the QE energy, he slowly activated his Shining Star Sword technique. His body was filled with powerful energy that was simply incredible. The guy stood and breathed as if there was darkness in front of him, holding his breath. As he exhaled, he could feel the energy flowing through his body. But soon, when he tried to activate this technique, nothing happened. Unfortunately, it didn't work, and nothing happened. But this was expected. Our hero hoped for at least some effect, but it seems he was wrong. He looked at the jug. The boy sees that the jug has split and realizes that it happened because of his energy directed by his fingers. But not only the jug, the tree began to fall, cut by his technique. His colleagues looked at him and did not understand what he had just done. But the guy realizes that he has just reached the 6th level of mastery of the Shining Star technique. And it was just incredible. The signature dish at Den Fen is incomparable pork and chicken breast cooked according to a unique recipe. Finally, they will be able to taste this delicacy. This is the famous stewed pork from this restaurant, a real heavenly dish. The team was afraid to faint from the incredible taste. They had a wonderful lunch, forgetting about the many problems that surrounded them on all sides. Our hero's iron sword of the southern sky should be ready tomorrow morning, and he will come to the blacksmith to pick it up. When he receives his sword, they will immediately go to the castle. So eating now is the best solution, because there will be no time later. Although they had come to this region a long time ago, every table in the restaurant was reserved every day. Finally, they were able to get to this place. The guy tried to relax and enjoy his meal. However, he failed because he was noticed. 5 or 6 masters entered the restaurant, and they were stronger than everyone else there. 2 of them had very respectable swords, and he heard their distinctive voices. When the boy discovered the 3rd star, his ability to hear swords increased. Now he could determine the strength and voice of the sword. Looking at them, the boy realizes that he has seen these sword owners before. It turned out that he was familiar with them and had seen them in Muram's alliance in a previous life. They were not bad guys who, as a family, faithfully followed orthodox principles and ways. Judging by the way the voices of their swords stand out, they are probably representing their families in the tournament. That's why they were entrusted with the family swords. But what are such nice people doing in this place? Walking around the restaurant, they discussed something with each other, but also noticed a familiar face. The green-haired scoundrel laughed when he saw the so-called donkey from Luoyang. He was from Hainan province, the heir to a family that was part of the Muram alliance. They remembered a story one of them had recently told about a guy who had been kicked out of the So clan. It was him. However, Seoan had expected this reaction when he listened, and they greeted each other. The boy had gotten their names right, and they were amazed that he knew them. It would be strange if he didn't know them, especially since they used to laugh at our hero. But now, he will not give them that joy. In Ching Cheng's opinion, this young man went overboard with his compliments, but our hero realized that praise can be a powerful weapon in the right hands. These guys are essentially kind, and their emotions are easy to read. Sungun also greeted his colleagues, introducing himself from his clan, and was sincerely happy to meet old friends. All the boys reciprocated by introducing themselves and telling us who they were. When asked how he knew them, he put his hand on the shoulder of his fat colleague and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. But the moment the boy put his hand on the man's shoulder, the man got angry, indignant at why he considered them old friends. However, Seowan continued to enjoy meeting someone familiar in a distant place, and began to smile. Holding the man's shoulder, he quietly whispered to him, using a vibration technique, to smile too, or he would participate in the tournament with a broken neck. His friend, a green-haired guy, asked him why he suddenly stopped talking, if he had swallowed his tongue, which was very strange on his part. Suddenly, a vibrating sound from Seo Woon pierces the green-haired boy, causing him to fall silent. When asked who he was, there was a clear answer from his mind. If he dared to make a scene, there would be consequences. It was just a warning, and the guy continued to say firmly that participating in the tournament gave him a chance to meet such famous people. And his brothers are not feeling well, so he will represent his clan at the tournament. When his friends asked him what was wrong with his brothers, he assured them not to worry about them, and that they could visit his sister if they wanted to. My sister is a shame for the So clan, and it is clear that she cannot represent them. Even though his brothers could do well in the tournament, this girl had her doubts about Seo Un. But there was laughter at the table next to us. Mo Yun couldn't help but laugh. When asked why she was doing it, Mo Yun just said that it was funny to hear a stranger judge her older brother, without even seeing his skills. His sister, Kang Hyun, who was still quite young, behaved like a child, her emotions easily clouding her judgment. She was angry with Mo Yun and asked her brother from the Murim Association to teach the brat a lesson, although she was behaving perfectly. But her husband, Jin Moon, stood by and did not want to get involved. He told her through his vibration that she better calm down, as this guy was not someone they should mess with. However, his wife began to incite him, saying that he did not mind his fiancée being humiliated in public. Although he did not want to say it, he did not know how to explain it. Like a cat and a dog, they quarreled with each other, and our hero was annoyed with these children. Looking at them again, he thinks about whether he should teach them a lesson. Soon after, a student named Jong Jong-un arrives, not expecting to see Seo-un in this place. Apparently, he was a student of the best swordsman, so there are students like that here now, including Yoon. But he can't even take advantage of the situation. Everything is worked out for the best, he realizes. This man introduces John Wee to his colleagues, stating that he is a student of the Southern Heaven Swordsman. Seo added that if they did not know it, they now realize the connection between their school and the great master Hojo Dae. People who once laughed at him opened their mouths in surprise, not understanding how this happened. Whispers started in the bar because someone said that he was a disciple of the Southern Sky Swordsman. It was unbelievable, and people felt uneasy. They expressed their respect for such a noble man, introduced themselves to him, and apologized for their rudeness. Feeling superior and noticing that he had become famous, he asked them why they had despised him, since they had recently talked about teaching him a lesson. Addressing them, he asked which of them would do it. They were completely terrified and did not know what to say. One of the men, Jack, said that people were waiting for him and he had to run, but they would talk later. Seo-un asked to say hello to any of their squad and was also leaving the establishment with his well-fed team. But his friends asked for takeout because they just wanted to have more. Of course, Seo-un allowed them to do so and told them to take food for the teacher and the twins as well. Soon his friends were galloping off as they really enjoyed eating at this place. The food was indeed gorgeous. He had never tasted such food in his previous life, and now why not? He liked it. A little boy was running under his feet, apologizing and bringing him a piece of paper, asking him to take it. Who gave him the message, thought our hero. Maybe it's about our mission? But when he calmed down, he opened it and realized that it was not. The note read, "If you don't want to lose your sword, come to Forge number 1 tonight." That night, Seo-un hurried to a dark forge where a fire was burning. The oven was preheated for work. But why at this particular moment? Tools were scattered on the ground, and the guy realized that there had been a fight. Soon, ninjas in red kimonos appeared in the darkness. One of them confirmed that it was a beautiful sword, the very sword of the southern sky. Behind him in the corner was a blacksmith who had been cut down. Seo-un tensed at the sight. Who could it be? But a stranger came to deliver a message from a young lady demanding that he refuse to participate in the upcoming tournament. He was also to tell the young lady Bakrina that she had better surrender if she wanted mercy. If Seo-un understood him, then he had better think again, lest he lose more. With one hand, the guy distracts the opponent, showing that he has nothing, and asks him to calm down so that he doesn't do anything stupid. But at this moment, using energy, he wraps his sword around. He snatches it from the hands of the scoundrel, who did not even realize what had happened. Seo-un picks up the sword and realizes that the message is not from Baek Hai, and that the man's initiative is quite correct. With the sword back in his hand, Seo-un feels confident. He offers to return and continue the conversation on the question of what he said about the sword. Having wrested his sword back under his control, their dialogue acquired a new contrast. Yoon-hui looks at this guy and assumes that he can't see her because he uses a secret technique and wears a mask. His opponent kept his sword ready, preparing for battle. He wanted to convey to our hero that he should refuse to participate in the tournament. If he doesn't, the guy will make him pay right now for ignoring the warning. As soon as the guy showed his aggression, a huge energy force burst into his red aura and grabbed his face. Our hero easily nailed him to the ground and neutralized him right there. By hitting the acupuncture points, he blocked its energy. How can such a weakling who didn't even have to open the central core tell him such nonsense? His opponent was already on the ground and asked to unblock his acupuncture points, promising that he would be sorry if he thought he came alone, because his people were everywhere. And then Seo-un's team comes down from the building and asks the employee if he was talking about these people. Since they had already dealt with everyone in the vicinity and reported to their vice commander, they realized that these were high-ranking soldiers. The enemy had nothing more to say. He was lying there with a frustrated face. To make him talk better, we had to torture the scoundrel. After much torture, this boy introduced himself, saying that his name was Yo and he was the second disciple of the 5th Blood Star. Based on the situation, he is ready to answer all questions. He asked me to stop tearing his legs off because Mo Yun knew how to do it. Hearing these words, Mo Yun did not stop. She loved this activity. But Seo-un, listening to his opponent, analyzed the information. He didn't think that this person was involved in the plan, because she had previously said that she wasn't her opponent in the tournament, and had even offered to become her husband. Why did she suddenly change her mind and ask him to withdraw? Someone else is behind all of this. Someone who sees him as a threat and will benefit if Seo-un surrenders. Analyzing the situation, he sternly asked the boy if Bai Qi-hyang had sent him, and he replied that she had. He was ordered to do this by the elder, who told him to do it in secret from the young mistress, because she was only watching and did not want to harm him. Hearing these words, Mo Yun began to rage. How could he even come for the vice commander for such a pathetic reason, and began to tear him apart? Saddam also began to analyze the situation, because they had never even heard the name of this elder before. It turns out that on the orders of the elder, this guy went against the direct order of the mistress. And there was a reason why the first disciple sent him away. You know what's going on. Using a simple method, they forced him to answer, because he still had a few nails left. The boy told them that the guarantor, when he heard that Seo-un was going to become the young lady's husband, was terribly frightened. Our hero, listening to this, realized that the elder had decided to do this, thinking that they would get married. But the young mistress would rather die than get involved with someone who was not her type. They found themselves a madman, and after these words, Mo Yun rips off another nail from his hand. It was incredibly painful for her to hear this, and she was furious that the vice commander had not told her anything about it. But he didn't, because it was a fiction and complete nonsense. A sword was held to this guy's head. Was this the reason why they were so interested in him? Mo Yun couldn't bear it, because someone was after her goal, and she offered to die. But Seo-un saw that something was wrong with her and decided to calm her down. The Sword of the Southern Sky believed that women are simply charmed when they hear this. The guy stopped her from killing anyone, because it was not necessary. If they kill him, it will give the senior Blood Star disciple a good excuse to come after them. That's why he sent them here. Seo-un decides to let them go, as there is no need to get his hands dirty. If their assumptions are correct, the four will die very soon. But Mo Yun asks why he is so sure. Judging by the young lady's character, he had already realized her nature. They will be punished for such an act. This is quite obvious, given her abilities and willingness to act. When they returned, these soldiers appeared before their mistress and begged for forgiveness on their knees. The elder, seeing them, was amazed that these stupid jerks had returned, even though they should have died at the hands of the fourth elder. When they returned, they ruined his plan. Everything would have gone very well if they had died. He would have had an excuse to persuade Haihiken to punish the young man, and perhaps the elder would not have been able to kill him. The mistress thought for a long time what to do with them. In her eyes, they were complete idiots. She simply ordered them to watch him, and that was all. The soldiers tried for a long time to beg for her forgiveness. One of them contacted the elder by vibration, as he promised to settle the consequences. He asked the elder to do something, but the elder told him to sit and be quiet, so as not to anger her even more. The lady approached them and asked what they did with the dogs that disobeyed the order. And of course, there is only one solution: to destroy them. And in an instant, their heads are off. She skillfully destroys each of them, and only one survives. He asks the young lady for mercy, saying that he did not mean it. And at the moment when he wanted to tell the whole truth about the elder, suddenly the elder runs up and knocks him out. If he had kept his mouth shut, he would have survived. Kneeling before the mistress, she asked him who had ordered him to be killed. But he disobeyed her and tried to justify himself. This betrayal was unbearable for the mistress. She knocks the elder out with a powerful kick. He flies to the side, his anger hitting him with great force. And if not for the tournament, the young lady would not have forgiven him with just one blow. As she was leaving, she told him so, remembering his deed. The elder, wiping away the blood, promises that he will not allow Seo-un to become the young mistress's husband. The next day, a lot of people gathered in front of the Marima Alliance castle. All the orthodox sects and clans sent their warriors to the tournament, with many attendants. Analyzing the number of people, Seo-un realized that there were a lot of participants from all over Murim, and he just wanted to get in. Brother Beck, looking at the situation, realizes that they need to wait. They are not from a famous family, although their clans, Johan Song and An Song, are quite famous. But their fame is nothing compared to the fifth great clan. Beck courts Mo Young, hinting that they will stick together and he will take care of her so she doesn't get sad. Passing by them were more famous clans, and one of their representatives. He walked so close to Mo Yun that he even looked her in the eye. He not only looked her in the eye, but also smiled as he walked forward. Mo Yun was so angry that she was ready to kill him right then and there. People passing by asked them not to obstruct the passage and to move aside. But this man, walking forward, noticed the young master of the Yangsu clan, who was with Mistress Mo Yun. He introduced himself as Mo and greeted the students of Southern Heaven, asking them to follow him as well, as he had been ordered to bring them without a line. Now Mo Yun, looking at the man who was laughing at her, felt superior. He was no longer so cheerful when Mo Yun turned her gaze to him. They exchanged a sneering smile that irritated both of them. Our hero did not like this sudden attention. Moreover, someone told them what they looked like and even gave the order to escort them away immediately. Such an order could only have been given by someone in the highest ranks. As soon as these guys went forward, they heard a shout from the distance to wait for them. They were twins Song Jabek and Song Hyun from the Johan Song clan, but the nobility did not know anything about them. He was not ordered to bring them in without waiting in line, and they would have to wait, which of course upset Joe Beck. The bull, trying not to show his disappointment, returns to the line. He does his best to hide his emotions, but his deep sigh reveals his condition. Watching his friend join the line, Saddam advises him not to leave him alone. It is hard to disagree with this, because support is important in any situation. Looking at his guide, the boy declares that these guys will go with him, and he will not go anywhere without them. This determination impresses the guide, and he has to agree to take them with him. A few minutes later, they find themselves in the Azura Heavenly Pavilion of the Morim Alliance. The guide tells them to wait here for a few minutes. This place was extremely beautiful. No matter how many times Sowen came here, he was always drawn to this beauty. At that moment, Peng Unjin of the Habuk Peng clan approached them and greeted them, asking how they were doing. Soundwee also introduced himself with his name, which many people had heard of. The main rumor was that he was the heir to the Southern Sword. Peng Unjin was looking forward to a great battle with Soundwee. He was thinking in his mind. He said hello, of course, but why did he approach them at all? Perhaps to attract attention and impress them, to prove himself. His comrades, watching, were extremely embarrassed by the behavior of their commander, Peng Ungin. The boy understood their shame. Beck, on the other hand, did not miss the opportunity, for he was honored to meet a man from the Habuk Peng clan. After introducing himself, Beck was also glad to meet him and expressed his respect. However, this man was not interested in Beck at all, and the only thing he did was look at him. Then he simply ignored him and walked over to his brigade, even though his soldiers were not happy about this idea. Beck was furious that he was ignored. For him, this was the height of rudeness. But Owen realizes that it was his own fault, because you should never interfere when people with inflated egos are talking. Moyu quickly got used to the place and discovered that there was even a garden. I wonder why they were given such special attention as the heirs of the Southern Sky Swordsman. He expected something like that, but he didn't think they would be given an entire building. His friend Jabek and his brother were given just a room, but it was quite spacious. However, it was nothing compared to the place that our hero was allocated. He is sure that if they saw where they were placed, this attitude towards them was very kind, but when everything is so good, someone is definitely behind it, and it remained to find out who this person was. Soon, a man came up to them and asked if they had put their things away and offered to help, but they had already finished. But together they managed to do it all, and this man asked for some time with him. The first strategist general wants to meet with the innocents personally. He was one of the highest. The strategist general is one of 3 in the Murima Alliance, also known as the Supreme Strategist General. He is the second most respected person after the head of the Murim Alliance. His name is Chigal Unman. His servant led them to the residence of the Supreme General. There was only one question in Owl's mind. Why does he need him? As he got closer, the Southern Skyblade could sense that there was a very important weapon inside. If even South Skyblade could notice this, the owner of this weapon was definitely not a commoner, for Chigal Unman was known as a fist-fighting expert. So, in addition to him, another important person was waiting for them behind that door, and upon entering the hall, they were greeted. His team introduced themselves to the strategist as warriors should. Chigal Unman sat in his chair, looking away. He asked these guys not to consider it rude. He asked the boy to show him the sword he was carrying behind his back. The Southern Skyblade had been wondering all along why the weapon seemed so familiar to him, because it was the Northern Skyblade. The general's soldiers asked the successor with the North Star Blade to come closer. Guak Hyun Jin was an incredible master, a candidate for the 8 Great Masters. His merits and fame were so great that he was believed to soon conquer the northeastern region. The same can be said of his successor, the swordsman of the Southern Sky, who also conquered the southeast. By conquest, we do not mean the seizure of territory, but rather the gaining of recognition and influence. However, Guok Hyun-jin lost his arm in a duel with the Southern Sky swordsman and was forced to end his sword journey. Owl has a question in his mind. Why are they all here? He hands them the blade, and as far as he knows, the unshakable blade of the North Star has nothing to do with the Murima alliance. Taking the sword, this master looked at it, and there was no doubt about it. It was the true iron sword of the Southern Sky. He expressed his congratulations, albeit a little late. It was a great honor for Owl to meet the great master Guok Hyun-jin. After he inspected the sword, he brings it back, and it seems that it was still a test of the sword's authenticity. They did nothing else. But soon after, Janmin receives an object, his hand, and they carry this object to an unknown place. Obviously, they are up to something. The general addresses them again, asking them not to misunderstand. Over the past 10 years, almost every year, people have appeared who claim to be the master's heirs. If you think about it, the hand that tames the tiger has said this with the same frequency that many people claim to be the mentor and disciple of the Southern Sky swordsman. Hendrik personally met the swordsman, and more importantly, he has fought with him many times, seeing his techniques, so he is best able to determine if you are the true heir. This was another test, as the elders are ready to be completely sure. Pouring unknown objects out of a bowl, they ask him to pass another test. They need to set an example for Janmin, which will consist in the fact that the boy needs to cut a white stone. One of the masters throws these stones in different directions. As they scatter, they fly in the direction of the next guy, who keeps his weapon ready. As soon as he adjusts his energy, he incredibly quickly cuts through all the stones flying at him. The second wave of stones was much bigger than the first, and it was also directed at him. But he also managed it, cutting the stones in half. Only their fragments flew into many pieces from the master's blade. This was enough to demonstrate the technique. If the boy understood everything correctly, he should do it using the Shining Star technique. If it was too difficult for Owl, he could just show the basic sword technique. Looking at them, the guy realizes that they are deliberately provoking him. In such a situation, to prove himself worse than Janmin would be to defile the honor of a Southern Heaven swordsman. Having prepared for the task, he decides to show off a bit and draws a circle with his sword around himself. He does this in order to pass the test and stay within the circle. It was difficult, and the elders were wondering if he would succeed. The first stone hits the boy. Using the technique from the Southern Sky, he skillfully cuts it. The next wave was much larger and was rapidly approaching him. But as a master, using his techniques, he cuts through them incredibly quickly, and not a single grain of sand like his colleagues fell. All were cut by the sword. Watching this, the elders were delighted. It was incredible. He really did not go outside the circle and completed the task. The successor also wanted the teacher to let him try, but his student did not understand. The boy throws the stones back instead of cutting them. Owl catches all the stones in his hand and cuts all the black stones at the same time. The master asked Owl if he could control his left hand in the skill. The answer was yes. He smiled, but it was a great regret for him that he had always hoped he would be a little better at teaching him than the swordsman of the Southern Sky. The heir apologized to his mentor for not being able to master the same skill as Sovan. But there is never anything absolute. There is always someone stronger, and this is the lesson he wants to pass on to his student. Sovan believes that this is exactly how the relationship between a student and a mentor should be. Not as rigid as he has with his mentor, who wants to destroy him every time he does something wrong. The master apologized for questioning our hero's identity at the first meeting, but it was a necessary measure. Just in case the guy has accepted it, he has no right to judge and blame a person who knows his master. And this master notices that he speaks exactly like his teacher. It was nice to hear. Soon the general enters the room. He was informed that the guy had not been at home for a year. The idea that a man with a damaged core would disappear and then return as a disciple of the Southern Heaven swordsman sounded incredible, and the general did not believe in this nonsense. But then, the best sword of Mount Hen trusts his words, but wanted to personally make sure that the guy was not lying. Listening to his words, Sowen realizes that even the best sword of Mount Hen was getting information from the general. In turn, the general also apologizes to the boy because he was unnecessarily rude. But, based on this situation, the boy is glad that he did not embarrass himself and did not disgrace his teacher. And it was great, in the general's opinion, that it all worked out that way. They can laugh about this situation over a cup of tea. The boy thinks that now he is no longer suspected. In the general's office, he asked how he became a student of his colleague, Mayun. Mayun responds with a prepared lie. He met him by chance while collecting medicines in the mountains. He tried to help him, despite the fact that he himself was feeling unwell. The master was touched by his sincerity and accepted Mayun. But the general was interested in how the swordsman of the southern sky was feeling. The answer was prepared. He is feeling much better. You don't have to worry. Soon, the general and the master began to communicate using chi techniques, telling the soldiers to leave for a few minutes because they had an important conversation. Watching the soldiers leave the room, they felt uneasy. Manhua assumed that they wanted to talk about something secret. No one else should hear this, the general declares. The guy tries to contact Manhua through chi, sure that if the problem with their mission is closely related to them, there will be problems. But then, what do they need to discuss in this room? The general had a strict point of view. If they failed, it was his teacher's fault. If he doesn't want to discuss it with them, he can leave. The boy realizes that if he leaves now, he will be suspected. He is now bound by the fact that he is a student of the Southern Sky swordsman. Of course, he agrees to their offer, because he needs to listen to what they have to say first, so he doesn't interfere. Perhaps he will go afterwards. The general asks if he has heard about the battle between his master and the man with the golden eye, and the thought stuns Owl. After all, this is the man who beat the swordsman of the Southern Sky to a pulp. He kicked the assassin king, the flying blade, and threw him into the river. This stranger with the golden eye, and they seem to know it perfectly well. Should the boy stay and hear more? At this point, the South Sky swordsman asks the boy to ignore him because he doesn't want him to get involved with dangerous people just because of his feelings. The boy knows, and is more eager than anyone else to find out the truth. He values his two swords as his big family, so he encourages himself and asks to tell. The boy, holding onto the table, clenched his fist and told everyone that the master had told him everything. The general suggested that this might be due to his poor health. When he heard this answer from one of the primates, he decided that he didn't even need to invent anything. They have just answered his question. Looking around, the general and the master realized that everything had turned out just as he had said, and their guess was correct. But what was their guess, the young master wondered. Only the elders of the Murima Alliance know what they are discussing. Right now, they are only telling him this because it concerns the Southern Sky swordsman, and they ask him to keep it a secret. The boy makes a promise to that effect. The general's phrase stunned the boy, because he thinks that the King of Blood has been reborn again. Saddam, on the other hand, was joking at the time because they were talking to their spy on the left side. But the time was not for joking. Is this man with the golden eye connected to the blood cult? The young host asks. Naming the names Unchengdu and Zhongje, the general asks if the boy knows them. Of course, he knows them. These are martial arts experts from the orthodox factions who are recognized as great masters. But, unfortunately, they are all dead, and they were all killed in different years. What does this connection have to do with anything? All the masters, and not just the Blade of the North Star, were infinitely strong martial artists. They held the future of Orthodox Murim in their hands, and all were defeated by only one person who destroyed them, taking all the secrets with them. Did the general know about this man with the golden eye? Our hero asked. He replied that when his master disappeared, it was just a guess, but the boy confirmed it. If there is such a favorable situation, the blood cult wants to weaken the Orthodox factions in order to fully revive. The man with the golden eye is probably connected to the blood cult, and that was their assumption. But the guy realizes that the blood cult is not involved, and there are very few clues. Someone thinks that the possibility that the four evils are behind this cannot be ignored. But the Council of Elders and the General are 70% sure of their conclusions. If the man with the golden eye is not connected to the blood cult, then what is his goal? They have been trying to track him since the loss of the hand of one of the masters, but he seems to have disappeared. Of course, it is very important to catch him, but we need to focus on the bigger picture. After the Great War between the Orthodox and unorthodox factions, they have gathered information and hope that the boy's heart will not flinch when he sees all the red dots marked on the map behind the curtain. All these points were bases of the blood cult. He had no idea they took up so much space. But does the boy know how many of their nests they've managed to track down? No more than 3. The blood cult is perfectly hidden from their eyes. And does the boy know what this means for them and their faction? This seems strange from our hero's point of view, but it is more than important. Asking whether information is somehow leaking out and whether there are any high-ranking spies in the Murim Alliance, the guy heard clever words. The general was not surprised. Everything was expected from a disciple of the Southern Sky. There are spies in the Alliance, of course. They found out that there were about a dozen of them, maybe even more. As in their previous life, they knew this from the beginning. Unlike a hidden and secluded blood cult, the Alliance is easier for a spy to penetrate. The general's advisor says that it is very difficult for them to catch all the spies, even if they wanted to. Even if they do, They will simply be replaced by new ones, and in that case they need new tactics. The guy offered to plant false information on them, to misinform the spies in order to confuse the plans of the blood cult. But after this phrase, the general looked at him very strangely for some reason, and the room fell silent. He was just trying to add something interesting to avoid suspicion. Why was the general looking at him like that? The general thought about it and decided to offer the boy a job with the department. Since he is smart and talented, the general will gladly take him on. Doesn't he want to become an apprentice to a strategist general? But this was too much for our hero. Before he could answer, the general shouted quite encouragingly, seeing that they still had young and talented people. And finally, he wanted to ask him for something. Although they, of course, completely bombarded him with questions today. Since life is more important to the Orthodox Murim, Moyen contacted him telepathically. She was experiencing emotions. The guy assured her that everything was fine, and they would be able to decide what to do when they heard him out. The general assured her not to worry. They would not ask him to track down the man with the golden eye. The request is related to a tournament he is participating in, because there is a high probability that a spy of the blood cult will also participate. And then it will be not just a tournament, but a survival tournament. But all these elders can't even expect and realize that the spy is sitting right in front of them. After that, the guy says that if you get a high place in the tournament, you can get a key role in the Murim Alliance. The general is sure that this is what the cult's spies want. And the other thing was, the tone of the information was such that the guy even got excited. But the general emphasized that, in his opinion, it was highly likely that they had come for the sword of the blood demon. This left the guy speechless. Realizing the absurdity of this situation, he realized that they were screwed. The mission was as difficult as possible, but it became even more difficult. The mission was getting more and more difficult, because if the Murima Alliance finds out that the blood cult is hunting for the blood demon's sword, it will be much harder to get it back. And it was even harder for our heroes to think. Since he was in this place, it could help to gather more information. He suggested that the general not lower the security level. If the general wants to ask the guy for something, he should do it now. But according to the general, there is no need to worry about anything yet. But what does he mean by that? The fact is that the general is of the opinion that if a blood cult spy wins the tournament, luck will not be on their side. The blood demon's sword will be handed over in 5 days. Therefore, the employees and the general should not worry, because Jin Yin has agreed to take care of it, and for now the competition continues. Soen realizes that the blood demon's sword will be redirected from the Murim Duality's secret vault. Its safety is guaranteed if it is in the possession of the Taizi Sword Emperor Jin Yin. The heir standing in this room did not understand what the general wanted from him. But a task had been prepared for him to identify suspicious people who would participate in the tournament. They expected these guys to perform well in the tournament. This was to prevent blood cult spies from infiltrating the alliance. For this guy, it was a very important mission. He promised not to disappoint his master, because he was from the Orthodox faction. Soven also promised to fulfill this mission, as he had no choice. If he refused, there would be consequences. Now the guy realizes that he is responsible on both sides, and this fascinates him. After a while, the general and his advisor were alone, and the elder asked why he had lied, or if it was true about the sword. After all, the general had said earlier that the blood demon's sword would be moved to Mount Udan, although this had not been said before. The strategist general laughed because it was a complete lie. Although his advisor had identified this young man and he naturally believed him, he was 90% sure that he was indeed the heir to the Southern Sky Swordsman. However, there is still 10% that is doubtful, because other children who disappeared a year ago and returned except for him came with him. Based on this thought, they should test them together. But this was the general's way of testing this guy. He has a plan. If the blood cult goes to Mount Wudang to get the blood demon's sword, then they will realize who the spy is. It was false information. Now he understands why he didn't pursue all these spies. And everyone was amazed by this. The heir, watching the general, realizes what a terrible person he is. He excelled not only in martial arts but also in strategy. The general pins all his hopes on him and believes that he will succeed. Soon, the heir turns around and looks at the place where our hero was sitting and notices an object. He sees that the dagger belongs to Song Hui, and as soon as the dagger is returned to him, the lady who was actively listening to their conversation pays attention to it. She reports it to our hero. He had left the sword behind just in case, and in the end, this strategy saved his life. A few more minutes and he would have been trapped. Jigan Wan, as expected, turned out to be very smart and was a real strategist for the Murim Alliance. And even if he is a genius, he did not expect that the sword could listen to his conversation. It was a trick up the guy's sleeve. It was all good, but it would have been faster if he had used fakes. The southern sky is dawning, and that's what the guy will be doing from now on. The Gardens did not like this phrase. She believes that he is spoiling her image and is going to repay him for his services. Soon, an interesting dialogue took place in the guest house where our heroes were staying. Given the whole situation, his friend recommended reporting everything to the Fourth Supreme and changing the plan, as it was a trap. And it all seems quite strange that they would tell him such an important thing and such information, when we are not even part of the Muram alliance. Judging by this, Moyun thinks the guy is directly correct. There was no need to reveal the location of the sword if they just wanted us to find the spies. And judging by this, they think so. They realize that perhaps the alliance has accidentally leaked information that they are hiding. Given the information network of the first strategist general, he noticed that there were a lot of suspicious people, and this also applies to Baek Hee-hyang and her group. Perhaps this was one of the ways to throw out the bait. But in Saddam's mind, it was a great way to defeat her, because he could unite the blood cult even without the blood demon sword if that thing was defeated. South Sky, although opposed by Suda, noticed that she had become smarter. She was right, but there was more to consider. If Baek Hee-hyang falls into this trap, the Muram alliance can use it to further unite the Orthodox faction, and the blood demon sword, which is just a trophy, will no longer be a trophy. It can be easily destroyed. In the worst-case scenario, if many supporters try to save it, the blood cult will be dealt a blow before they regain their influence in Zhong. On the other hand, Baek Hee-hyang and Baek Renha are essentially the same thing. They simply have an internal conflict going on, and it must be resolved without too many losses for both sides, so that the blood cult can be revived. So they risk it all to get back the sword of the blood demon. From the looks of it, the vice commander wants to contact this girl, Baek Hee-hyang. But his team was shocked by this because it was crazy. How are they even going to find her in such a huge place? It's very difficult. Looking at him, he smiles, because why should he have to search himself when he has such a great friend? He gives him just 5 days to find her. The task was to carry the medicine he could find. And Moyun was walking around all this time and couldn't find a place. And after a few hours, she turned to Owl because she thought this guy was late. She still had to go to the blacksmith. But she had one more question she wanted to ask our hero personally. She wanted to know what kind of women he likes the most. Perhaps he likes passionate girls. But Sovan was not embarrassed and did not understand why she was asking this. The girl, who had taken off her headscarf, was interested in this because she needed to know. His swordsman smiled at the situation. They understood. But the boy excused himself by saying that he had never thought about it and did not know what to say. He thinks he prefers calm and noble women. So please stay away from me. But Moyun smiles at his answer, because she is very happy. Her behavior is quite strange, and what will she say now after this question? Fixing her hair, she turns her gaze away and hints to the boy. You wouldn't like it if your father-in-law was someone scary. But when he thinks of her father, he realizes that there is no one more terrible. Saddam advises him not to push himself into a dead end, but the boy tells her to shut up because she doesn't understand anything. He knew from the beginning that she liked him, because it was hard not to notice by her reactions. And she's been doing it for a long time. South Sky advises the boy that if he's afraid of her father, he shouldn't do it. His former owner told a student who had to enter into a difficult marriage that even if his father-in-law really hated his son-in-law, he would not kill him out of respect for his daughter. After listening to these words, the guy realizes that they did not make him feel better. Moyun, in turn, wonders why the boy has turned so pale and if he is all right. She wants to express her concern. At this moment, the evil spy they were waiting for is watching them. But Sovan never answered, feeling that whatever he said would be bad for him. Soon their colleague returns, and our hero suggests that on the way out of the smithy they should stop by to order some meat dishes. And it was just a great idea. As soon as he approaches the guys, Moyun brutally steps on his foot so that his fingers almost break. The boy falls down, and Moyun says that he's going to get him, and they can go to the smithy now. As the two of them walk through the night streets, our hero's friend asks why Moyun has been mocking him like this all this time. But Sovan wasn't going to answer him, because the big problem was that all the fires were out, even though they worked during the day, not at night. The guy felt uncomfortable. He did not feel any energy inside, and they could only examine the place. Once inside, they saw a terrible picture. All the equipment and weapons hanging on the walls were stolen, as if someone had suddenly closed and hid. The only things left were copies of the swords, which had also disappeared without a trace. But where could they have gone? Strangely, the clothes had also disappeared, as if the blacksmith had left in a hurry. When the guy was looking around the corner, someone suddenly pointed 2 fingers directly at his forehead, and activating the energy, affected him in such a way that our hero's partner fell down and lost consciousness. This hidden ninja in a beret approached Sovan from behind, who was not even aware of the danger. Owl looked into the jug, realizing that all the inscriptions on the sword remained, and only 5 copies were taken. He had a hunch that the head of the Murima Alliance had taken them. But why would he do that? If he wanted to keep everything a secret, he would not have hired a blacksmith here. The boy feels the presence of someone behind him. He turns around and sees his partner lying on the ground. But when this happened, he didn't hear or feel anything. A voice behind him tells him not to turn around. Given the fact that the person is standing behind him, but he doesn't even feel him, what is such a talented master doing here? This man with his face covered was looking around. The guy realizes that he will die instantly if the man wants to kill him. But he told him not to turn around, and this makes him stand. The owl could escape by opening his central core, but he doesn't know what will happen to his partner if he runs away. So the guy decides it's all or nothing and swings his sword. But his enemy moves to the other side the moment he turns. The enemy says that he has noticed that Sovan does not value his life at all. Sovan in turn decides to strike again, but the enemy is so fast that Sovan can't even see him. He spins the guy around like a spinning top. And this enemy kept saying that, given his level, he couldn't even see his face. But using a clever trick, Sovan saw the silhouette of this warrior in the reflection of his sword. His opponent, when he looked at the sword, was amazed. Where did he get it? But soon everything is disrupted by an incredibly strong energy. And the guy thinks that he has succeeded. If he continues at the same pace, he will be able to get to the roof and call for help. He realizes that the teacher must be nearby, but after a powerful blow from our hero to the enemy, he stops him with 2 light fingers. How could he stop such a strong blow with 2 fingers? It remains a mystery to the boy what kind of incredibly strong figure appeared in the darkness. His energy is much deeper than he could have imagined. The fight looks like a game, not a real battle. With his 2 fingers, he took the guy's sword right in the middle of the fight, and it was the most humiliating thing for him. The guy just fell to his knees and breathed heavily after the blow. The man looked at his sword and saw that he was a disciple of the Southern Heaven. When asked how he knew him, the boy was surprised. But this man wanted to see him in person and threw his sword back to him. Despite the way the sword shook, the ground did not crack, and it was clear that this man was extremely strong. Just by how easily he controls the situation, you can tell that this man is a level above his mentor. The man orders the boy to take a sword and attack to try his hand. But in our hero's mind, thoughts of 12 other people who are so strong pop up. Looking at him, he does not understand his intentions. Does he just want to test him? Compared to him, he is just a child with an open central core. He has no chance to attack. Will it be possible to use the golden body and silver thread together? But there shouldn't be such a scenario. He had no idea how far things could go. This man uses his technique to pick up a board from the ground and cut it into a rhombic stick. He makes a sword out of it and takes it in his hands, making it look like a confrontation. He's actually going to fight Owl with this wood chip, and the guy better give it his all. This man may be an expert, but the South Sky Iron Sword is made of cold steel. The owner of Southern Heaven said that weapons are meaningless to masters of this level. He shouldn't relax. He needs to get into his form because he has no choice. The only way out is to pass his test by fighting him. This man looks at him and is amazed that he is able to release such powerful energy through his body. Pushing off the ground with incredible strength and amount of energy, the guy attacks him and realizes that he cannot match him in strength, energy, or technique. And this is just a demonstration. He is going to use his strongest technique. With incredible strength, Sovan rushes at his opponent, an attack capable of demolishing anyone, except for this man who is just going to confront him with a wooden stick. His energy envelops everything around him, including our hero's sword. He stops, frozen in front of the wooden stick, and realizes that the opponent has changed the direction of the tornado's energy with just 1 sliver. If this continues, his arm will turn the wrong way and fall off. But he will lose if it continues. Suddenly, a second direction of attack appears. The enemy turns his attack around. Sovan could do the same, but he can't. This man looks at him as if he were a bug that he is going to destroy. Sovan with his legendary sword rushes towards this master, but again he encounters a wooden sliver. The guy's incredibly strong stroke fails, and he flies away as if from an explosive. He feels that there is something wrong with the tip of his sword and thinks about his failure. In this master's opinion, it was not bad. The guy gets up and realizes that he is using his power for good, albeit in his own technique. And even now, he hasn't managed to break even a sliver. Holding this piece of wood, The mysterious ninja declares that his offense is good. But how good is his defense? Owl realizes this and prepares to defend himself. He needs to take his opponent by surprise. Having many thoughts can be a plus, but it can also be a minus. I'm sure his teacher taught him this master says. Soon the wood chip moves incredibly fast towards the guy's head. He does not have time to dodge it, although he did not expect it to reach him at such a distance. The opponent attacks him with a wood chip, and Owl needs to do something to block this blow. He gathers all his strength and energy to repel the attack, but realizes that it will be extremely difficult to stop such a master. But soon the guy felt the incredible blows. He had seen them somewhere before. It was the shining star technique, but an improved version of his technique. He found the weak point and instantly stopped him with just 3 blows, now holding the wooden stick near his neck. From the very beginning, this master did not intend to kill him. All he wanted from the boy was for him to show his abilities. This is actually a test, but who is he and why is he doing this? At the moment when this master attacked him with the wooden stick, the boy saw a shining eye. He had seen such a shining eye before and knew that it could only show one master. He had felt this energy hundreds of times. This is the great Way of the Sword of Silence, his technique was called. And only one person can master this technique, which incredibly destroys everything in its path. This is the great legendary warrior, the eternal supreme sword Baek Hyang-mook. But why did he come here? A skilled enough master is able to use any sword technique without even using his feet, leaving 2 blade paths in place. This is called a natural sword, and at the moment the guy is confronting it, he has deliberately omitted the most memorable parts of the technique so that this child does not realize who he is. This is how this master confidently thinks about himself. The boy thinks that the fact that he has seen the technique many times is enough to understand it. Soen understands exactly where the sword is going and where he needs to strike at that moment. But you can't make it seem like he knows its movements. This is his only advantage. But what is the best way to use it? This master says that working with your head is very useful, no doubt. But as far as he can think in a fight, it is very harmful. The guy takes on the responsibility of no longer guessing and no longer going through options, but simply trusting his body. This skill should lead the guy to a result, because this man is seriously attacking him and attacking. But let him not regret it. Having dodged his blow, the guy runs forward, heading for the target. His actions and movements were precise and completely unwavering. And the old man did not even have to take off his beret. He stared at the boy in amazement, analyzing that he had taken his advice into consideration. His movements and resolute gaze spoke for themselves. This boy had put aside all unnecessary thoughts at the moment. And with another swing, he hit the old man hard. But he didn't care. He caught the blow again with 2 fingers. As an additional move and cherry on top, the guy kicks him from the side. The old man had to strain and let go of his hand with the stick to deflect the kick. Like a spinning top, the boy dodges him, spinning in the air. His skill is off the charts, but the old man didn't care. The next punch was planned to be much stronger, because it was going to hit the cap. Soen uses the true Shining Star sword technique, and delivers an incredible blow to the old man. The 5th formation of this sword, the Falling Meteor Sword, is capable of splitting even incredibly strong stone. But when he opened his eyes, the boy did not believe them. The old man was holding the sword again with his 2 fingers. It seemed absurd, because this was the best formation he could show. But with simple movements of his 2 fingers, the old man managed to stop his stroke. After that, the old man made the guy lose consciousness. He was happy that South Sky had trained such a good student. After the fight, he goes outside, where the moon illuminates everything around him. His men approach him and tell him that the blacksmith Shim has disappeared. The man orders his soldiers to find out who did this, but one of his warriors turns to him because he noticed something strange on the head of the alliance. He had a sword wound on his arm that was bleeding. His warriors were amazed at what their master had faced. They were ready to kill him instantly, if only he would order it. But as he looked at his wound, the old man realized that he didn't have to do that, as he had simply shown the boy his place, but had actually taught him a valuable lesson by turning this experience into an advantage. Telling the warriors not to worry, he remarked that, at this rate, the winner of the tournament was not obvious. The warriors had already guessed this, but now the elder said that seeing the strength of this warrior made it even less obvious, and I'm afraid they would have to try their best. Soon after, Chuwen approaches the vice commander and asks what happened here. Looking around and holding his head, the guy has just regained consciousness and rushes to clean up. Sodom informs him that he was unconscious for about half an hour. Given the fact that his colleague had also regained consciousness safely, Baek Hyun-mook did not intend to harm them. But when asked by his friend, Soen warned that he would tell him later, as he might faint again. The head of the Murim alliance, the Supreme Sword, Baek Hyun-mook, tested them. Come to think of it, he was also looking around the forge, so he doesn't know what happened here either. Because the blacksmith could not have disappeared by himself, and the head of Murim had nothing to do with it. It turns out that these are the tricks of some third party, and this someone clearly knew about the replicas of the Sword of Silence. Apart from the blacksmith himself, him and the Murim head, the only other outsider to have seen the sword replicas was the second disciple of the fifth blood star. Another pointed out that a red-haired girl was behind it all. Soon after, when Mo Young arrived, she brought the red-haired Baek Hee Hyang with her. Mo Young noticed that something interesting was happening with the boys, but she didn't answer why this woman came with her. Why did these two come together? Baek Hee Hyang was only of interest to our hero here, because obviously, Mo Yun brought this scoundrel with her without a mask. We go back in time to Feng Dung's restaurant, where people were actively gathering and ordering food. After she ordered 3 meat dishes, Mo Yun was asked to wait a few hours for her order to be ready. Standing in the lobby, she noticed that the guys were staring at her. Why are they doing this? She thought. Because she didn't stand out in the crowd. She even suspected that something was wrong with her mask and began to worry. This made her very worried, and she decided to go up to the second floor to wait there. But as she walked forward, she noticed that there were some men standing there as well. Unlike the first floor, it was very quiet and spacious, and the people were sitting as if they were from the same clan. She walked forward and sat down at a single table, because the atmosphere on the second floor was completely different. Looking around, the woman ate a delicious dinner. But where did our heroine see her? She raised her hand, and the woman stopped eating, a sign for her warriors. Mo Yun immediately realized that it was an ambush. She was surrounded by men from all sides, holding their swords to her throat. They recognized her as one of Unhui's subordinates. Mo Yun remembered something. The girl sitting across from her was Baek Hee Hyang. One of the soldiers, hearing her dare to say this, waved his sword over Mo Yun's head to bring justice for his mistress. But as soon as he got close to her, she ordered him to lower his sword, even though he did not want to do it right away, because the girl had expressed her disrespect for her mistress. The mistress ordered him to put down the sword. As soon as the soldiers saw the expression on their queen's face, they immediately bowed before her. Mo Yun noticed that the fragrance emanating from her was not at all like a man's, but Hee Hyang, looking at her, suspected that she recognized smells and had a very sensitive nose. Looking at her, Mo Yun realized that she could not be a man, and through the thin trail, a smell that she would not confuse with anything else was coming through, the smell of blood. At this point, Hee Hyang agrees with her, because it's only right. It is very difficult for her to block out this smell, and she takes off her mask. She realizes that there is no point in it, since Mo Yun has realized what is happening here. She has everything under control anyway. Hee Hyang smiled, even though she doesn't dislike this type of man. Hee Hyang swung violently at the girl and gave her a bloody blow. Her gaze just didn't like Hee Hyang, and she wanted to kill her, but her punch was blocked by a simple movement of her hand, and it shocked everyone in the room. Mo Yun emphasizes, "Why, couldn't she have blocked the punch or something?" And this, of course, made everyone angry. Hee Hyang was furious that she couldn't kill this guy on the first punch and continued her claw attack. But Mo Young did a great job of counterattacking, for example, kicking the rascal's arm. Mo Young's kick was very strong, and Hee Hyang even had to dodge it because it was no joke. The witch of the blood cult did not expect such a confrontation. But even if she didn't play with her, Mo Yun would still die at her hands. A huge number of blows fall on Mo Yun, who bravely holds on in this battle. Hee Hyang's warriors stand by and don't understand how this miserable monster Mo Yun can stand up to their mistress. The red-haired woman finally got to Mo Yun and took off her mask, curious to know who the bastard was under the mask. When she saw this beautiful girl, the red-haired woman was amazed that someone had been dragging around such a beautiful girl all this time. Her soldiers were mesmerized by Mo Yun's beauty, looking at her. They could not understand how such a girl could be in this place. How could this beauty hide her face behind a mask? But Mo Yun smiled and, addressing the witch, said that if she didn't want to lose what she had, she shouldn't come near her, because she didn't like it when someone tried to take away what she considered to be hers. Hearing these words, Baek Hee Hyang understood this girl perfectly, because she thinks the same way and takes everything she considers her own. She decided that Mo Young must have 2 lives if she was acting like this. Not many people could talk to her and stay alive. Mo Yun would be one of those who managed it. Their laughter echoed in the air, and the witch liked that the girl was confident enough in her skills. It's enough to make a splash around here, and if she wants to test it, let her try. It would certainly be fun, but if the witch hasn't attacked her yet, it means she doesn't want to fight seriously. Hee Hyang licked her lips when she heard these words, because she liked the little bitch. Mo Young joked that the witch was even interested in girls, but she definitely wasn't and wasn't going to play her games with her. Still, Baek Hee-hyang had to say something to this girl. She must have a reason for coming to her like this, despite all the risks, and the witch picked up a jug of alcohol and started drinking it, looking at her. Moyun thought that she was the kind of person who thoughtlessly does whatever comes to mind, but she still has a little prudence. The vice commander wanted to talk to the witch about something, and this, of course, interested this woman. So she came to him at the moment because he wanted to talk to her about something. She wondered if he had decided to refuse her offer. By waving his hands away, Seung-hui wanted to tell her that it wasn't about that. But then what was it about? He hadn't called her for nothing. He cut to the chase, saying that she might know that the sword from the Alliance had been moved to the mountains. Although the witch was silent, her reaction showed that she knew something. And most likely it was just that, although she looked away. Worthy of the title of the first general strategist of the Murim Alliance, the boy had no doubt that he would use this opportunity to check out anyone he deemed suspicious. He asked her if she thought the information was reliable. In her opinion, it was 50-50. And now that she heard it from Seung-hui, her belief dropped to 10%. Looking at her, as expected, the Blood Demon's granddaughter had never once said it was a trap. But as soon as she heard that the boyfriend also knew, she immediately concluded that it was disinformation. Is this the end of their dialogue? Judging by the situation, even though they belong to enemy factions, they are still in the same boat. That's why the witch likes this young man whom she wants to tame. Looking at the situation, it was clear that a fierce battle had taken place at this place, and who he fought with here was of interest to everyone who came at that moment. His friends almost fainted when they heard this. After all, it was the head of Murim himself. Even the witch was amazed that the boy managed to fight him, and he wondered if it was because of this witch's tricks that he had to fight him. Looking at him, she did not answer but envied his luck. What did you mean? This confused the boy, because it gave an unclear answer to his question. His opponent was one of the 8 great masters, who was revered in Murima. Judging by the damage, they had been fighting for a long time. The witch wonders what this battle would have looked like if she had been in his place. Moreover, as she watched it all, she wants to fight him. But why did the guy think it was her fault? A local blacksmith had been brutally robbed, and he disappeared with his items. The witch wondered why he thought so. What did it have to do with her? Did his intuition tell him this? Exhaling, the boy told everyone what he thought. Not intuition, but circumstances. The person who saw the sword replicas here was your subordinate disciple of the 5th Blood Star. So-woon is sure that no one knows that the local blacksmith is working on the order of the head of the Alliance, except him and this blacksmith. Baek Hee-hyang did admit that the guy was onto her, but she didn't even try to hide it. The head of the Alliance has already started looking for the blacksmith. He won't be able to look for him openly, and she doesn't need to know anymore. The boy hoped to hear some details from her, however, even though he had a hunch. He peered at the sword memories and saw the ominous aura that had destroyed those swords. And perhaps it was connected to this. After a few minutes of silence, the witch decided to say a few words to the boy. Pointing her finger at Moyun, the witch said that she liked her very much and would be glad to see her. But this was not particularly interesting information to come out of her mouth. Moyun started to get angry. What did this mean, and how could she say such a thing? It meant only one thing. The witch liked the girl. They would have a good relationship and enjoy a night of 3. At this sentence, Moyun froze in her tracks, and So-won appreciated the witch's jokes, which were already going far. But Moyun didn't think it was a joke, and who was to say that she would agree to such a thing? According to the witch, Moyun is just pretending to be innocent, but she is not. Moyun claims that she is innocent, but witches are always bored with innocence. She doesn't like that. So-won observes how the witch mocks Moyun only because she reacts strongly to these topics. Nevertheless, they need to be stopped somehow, as they cannot stay here. After apologizing for interrupting them, he says that it is dangerous to stay in this place, and they need to move on. The witch forgot to ask the boy what he thought of the idea of a threesome. He looked carefully at these beautiful ladies and, after thinking about it, said, "I think that before the 3 of us die here, we should hurry up and get out of here." Although he was actually hiding his eyes as he imagined this, Baek Hee-hyang noticed that the boy was always worried and constantly thinking about how to get out of a difficult situation. But what can he do if he just wants to live? She appreciated such an honest answer and handed him a scroll with wrapped objects, which was the thing the boy had asked the blacksmith for. This made it clear that she had indeed kidnapped him, but she would take care of the people following the blacksmith. He doesn't have to worry about that, but he should be careful about the person who gave him the information about the sword. She would have been suspicious of everyone in his position if no one had fallen for her trap. Having given him the item, she believes that now she owes him nothing, and if they meet again, she won't let him go so easily. And at that moment, Baek Hee-hyang leaves the place. Given the circumstances, our hero's mission has become as complicated as possible. Muram's chairman, the first strategist, have all joined this circus. Although at first, Baek Hee-hyang alone was enough for him. The only question that remains is whether he will be able to go through all these difficulties and get this sword in the midst of the chaos that is unfolding and continues to grow at a tremendous pace.